Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode, after cutting ties, I became a god-tier blacksmith and the nation helped me level up. In order to improve himself, our protagonist Lin Yang leads his team to challenge the powerful silver copy. After a thrilling battle, Lin Yang successfully killed the Thunder Beast in the copy and reached level 21. His overall attributes even surpassed the realm of the Warlord. At this moment, Lin Yang was surrounded by various powerful buffs all over his body. He stood there motionless. Even if the whole team attacked at the same time, they might not be able to shake him at all. However, during the challenge against the Thunder Beast, Lin Yang once again met Choi Hyun-ae, who had once provoked him. Seeing that Lin Yang's teammates were all well-equipped and had explosive output, Choi Hyun-ae was instantly filled with envy and secretly regretted it in her heart. However, she actually decided to use a conspiracy to gain Lin Yang's friendship. During this period, Lin Yang met Choi Hyun-ae, who had provoked him before. So, what kind of crises and tests will Lin Yang face after leaving the silver copy? After cutting ties, I became a god-tier blacksmith, and the nation helped me level up. Part 2 is coming soon. Come and witness this thrilling confrontation. Just as Lin Yang and the others were about to leave the silver copy, the sky suddenly changed. A shallow crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the silver copy, and an extremely ferocious magical beast aura surged out from it. This kind of space-tearing aura can only be possessed by sky-level magical beasts. Everyone raised their heads and looked at this strange sight. Everyone, including Lin Yang, had a solemn expression. Yao Qingxing, who was standing by, frowned, with a hint of worry in her eyes. She whispered, "It is said that the level copies are the connection point between the Blue Star world and the world of Warcraft. Every time the Warcraft descends, they will choose the level copies as the channel. And now it seems that the silver copy is very likely to be the landing point of the Warcraft army this time." As soon as the words fell, the expressions on everyone's faces became heavy. If the army of Warcraft really descends here, the people in the heartland of China will definitely suffer greatly, and there may even be a tragic situation of devastation. After all, whenever a landing point appears, it is followed by an endless army of monsters, including not only sky-level monsters, but even legendary monsters, which are simply not something ordinary people can contend with. Shui Hong licked his dry lips and said nervously, "Generally speaking, the arrival of Warcraft occurs in border areas, but this is a copy of the special training camp in the hinterland of China. If the arrival of Warcraft breaks out here, it will cause, I'm afraid, the losses will far exceed those in the border war zone." When Lin Yang heard this, he raised his head and looked at the gradually expanding crack in the sky, frowning. Although he already possesses strength that is not inferior to that of Warlord, he is still unable to save himself if faced with thousands of monsters. However, the scale and movement of this crack did not seem like the arrival of a large-scale monster, which made him slightly confused. In the distance, Shun Jiangnan and Ding Taiqiu kept looking at the cracks and talking in low voices. The dungeon boundary wall here is extremely solid and is not suitable for a landing point for monsters. Shun Jiangnan analyzed. If I guess correctly, this should be a monster that is proficient in space abilities. It wants to forcefully descend to explore the path, not a big monster. A huge monster is coming. Hearing this, Ding Taiqiu's tense nerves relaxed a little, but he still stared at the crack with a serious look. I hope so. If a new landing point really appears, this place will probably turn into a war zone with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, and the living space of mankind will be compressed again. However, Lin Yang, who was standing at the front, sensed an unusual aura. In his storage ring, the Hades Beast Soul Furnace suddenly became restless. Lin Yang's heart moved slightly, his eyes fixed on the shadow that gradually appeared in the crack, and a bold guess flashed through his mind. Could it be that a Thunder Beast is about to descend? He muttered to himself. After all, only Thunder Beasts could trigger the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart Beast Soul formation engraved on the Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace to move. If it was just a space Thunder Beast, he would not be afraid. As he thought about it, he unknowingly walked past the crowd and stood at the front, watching the changes in the cracks, his eyes becoming sharp and focused. "Lin Yang, it's dangerous." Su Runin saw him step forward and hurriedly grabbed his arm, her tone full of worry. Lin Yang turned around, smiled slightly, and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to panic. "It's okay, I'm just going to take a look." He looked into the distance, his tone relaxed but full of confidence. Looking at the scale, It should not be a large-scale arrival of magical beasts, but just a space-type thunder beast. I am not afraid of just one magical beast, even if it is a sky-level one. His words were loud and clear, with unshakable heroism. However, Choi Hyunya, who was standing at the back, curled her lips in disdain and sneered. Humph, bragging is not taxable. Even my grandfather, the warlord, dares not look down on a sky-level monster, and he actually said he is not afraid. It's really ridiculous. Choi Hyunya's words were blunt and harsh, leaving the people around her speechless for a moment. Although they were all considered to be Lin Dong's followers, no one stood up to refute at this time. After all, a silver-level monster against a sky-level monster, this gap was too far-fetched. Even Song Tianke, who had blind admiration for Lin Dong, couldn't help but start to doubt whether Lin Dong was being too arrogant. At this moment, there was a sudden crisp sound of crackling in the sky. The crack shattered like a mirror, and a hole with a diameter of 2 meters suddenly appeared. Then, a gorgeous furry tail poked out from the hole. Then, another 6 huge tails appeared one after another, and finally, a dark golden fox 3 or 4 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. The cracks in the sky healed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. The fox stood in midair, its posture as upright as a human, and glanced coldly at everyone, finally locking its gaze on Lin Dong. You have the scent of my son, the 3-tailed demon fox, on you. You were the one who killed him, right? I want revenge for my son. The voice was low but clear, and every word was heart-piercing. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly, and something occurred to him. This fox could actually speak human language, and it was obviously born with intelligence. It was the top existence among the monsters. Moreover, its aura indicated that it was at least a rare variant of the sky level. For Lin Dong, this was a rare forging material and an excellent test. The fox's eyes were cold as it gradually approached Lin Dong and let out a sharp howl. You ignorant human, are you scared, silly? If you dare to kill my son, I will make you regret being born into this world. Before it finished speaking, arcs of electricity began to surge around it. Within a 300-meter range, countless lightning bolts as thick as arms struck all targets indiscriminately. Even though the damage of an arc was limited, the high frequency and density meant that there was nowhere to hide. Song Tianke and others retreated one after another, trying to distance themselves. However, Lin Dong remained motionless, standing quietly on the spot, even with a sarcastic smile on his face, and casually showing his middle finger. Thunder and lightning of this magnitude want to break my defense? Not to mention 30, even 300 is just an itch. Everyone looked at Lin Dong, who was unharmed, and couldn't help but look at each other. Even Shin Jiangnan, who was about to take action, secretly retracted his hand and murmured in a low voice. Lin Dong is always cautious. I want to see how he responds. At this moment, Lin Dong moved. He took one step forward and took out a simple black stove in his hand, the Hades Beast Soul Furnace. As soon as the furnace appeared, the 6-tailed demon fox screamed angrily. Despicable human being, you actually forged my son into a piece of equipment. I'm going to skin you. However, Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said in a relaxed but ironic tone, Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your son soon. Come, try this. Every step will be like thunder. As soon as the voice fell, the Hades Beast Soul Furnace released a series of strong lightning, which hit the 6-tailed demon fox fiercely. In an instant, 30 lightning bolts fell, directly knocking off 45,000 health points of the 6-tailed demon fox. Although this amount of damage was just a drop in the bucket for the 6-tailed demon fox with 15 million health points, the attack from a silver-level human made it feel extremely humiliated. Boy, you are awesome for being able to hurt me. But from now on, I will make you wish you were dead. As soon as the fox finished speaking, a vertical eye suddenly opened between his eyebrows, and in an instant, dozens of huge spherical lightning appeared out of thin air within 300 meters around him. Each of them contained terrifying energy and went straight towards Lin Dong. Boy, prepare to die. It roared, as if it was going to tear Lin Dong to pieces in the next second. The 6 tails of the 6-tailed fox swayed gently, spreading out like a peacock's tail, exuding a domineering aura. Lightning surged in its central vertical eye, and spherical lightning continued to be generated, almost engulfing Lin Dong in the ocean of thunder and lightning. Dazzling lightning illuminated the entire battlefield, and the strong light made the surrounding sky darker and deeper. The one man and the one fox, the center of the battle, were as dazzling as flames, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Haha, human boy, you should be proud of yourself for letting me use the lightning eye. The six-tailed fox's voice was full of disdain. However, Lin Dong on the opposite side remained calm, even with a hint of contemptuous smile. Yes, but it's still too weak for me. Lin Dong's voice was low and calm. Do you think you're the only one with a third eye? Now let me show you a real third eye. As he whispered, a scarlet light lit up from the center of the red armor helmet. A blood-red eye slowly opened, and an evil aura filled the air like a tide. This evil aura was stronger than the demonic aura exuding from the six-tailed sky fox, and even the other party was slightly startled. How is this possible? A silver-level boy actually makes me, a sky-level mutant monster, scared? This is definitely an illusion. The six-tailed sky fox was horrified. However, the next moment, something even more incredible happened. It was shocked to find that its defense, health, attack speed, and other attributes were declining rapidly, reduced by half. Impossible. Why is my blood volume only 7.5 million? It's obviously 15 million. This scene shocked Shin Jiangnan from behind, and he couldn't help but take a breath. Oh my god, the six-tailed sky fox's attributes have been weakened by half before the war officially started. This is too exaggerated. However, Lin Dong knew very well in his heart that this was exactly the effect of the first skill of the Eye of Punishment, Evil Gaze. Evil Gaze. The target being gazed at falls into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. As soon as the skill was triggered, Lin Dong quickly launched an attack. He shouted, "Time stands still." The special effect of time, standing still, instantly appeared, and the six-tailed fox and the lightning around it all froze in place. Lin Dong's eyes focused, and he seized the precious 10 seconds to launch a series of skills at an extremely fast pace. Corrosive Beam. A strange beam of light was shot out. After hitting the target, the corrosive effect remained in effect, causing huge damage per second. Then Tai Chi Liang E Formation, Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, and Thunder at Every Step were released in succession, and the accumulated damage instantly exceeded 120,000 points. After performing the skill, Lin Dong stepped forward and used the Silver Gale gloves to activate Flash, and instantly appeared next to the six-tailed fox. The space-jumping feature of the gloves makes his movements as fast as a ghost, and the subsequent Shadowless Punch is a killer move. His attack speed is as high as 500%, and he can throw 50 punches in 10 seconds. As everyone stared in amazement, Lin Dong dealt damage crazily, with the damage value exceeding 2 million points in one fell swoop. Shui Hong, who was watching the battle from behind, was the first to react. He raised his arms and shouted, "Oh my god! The captain's output is simply incredible. This sky-level monster can't hold on. I dare say that in less than a minute, this fox will be completely killed by the captain." Shui Hong's shout shocked everyone around him. That was a sky-class monster, and Lin Dong not only dared to challenge it head-on, but also reduced its health bar to half in just a few seconds. It was simply unbelievable. Song Tianke swallowed his saliva, his eyes showing even stronger admiration, and his gaze towards Lin Dong almost glowed. Sure enough, Boss Lin Dong already has the strength to challenge a sky-class monster. I was so stupid to doubt what Big Brother said just now. Bai Xingxue smiled bitterly, her face full of self-mockery, and she had completely become a little fanboy of Lin Dong. I thought that I had already approached Brother Lin Dong's level by challenging the Golden Monster. Now I understand that this is Brother Lin Dong's true strength. Compared to him, I am so far behind. Su Runin and Yao Qingxing's eyes were full of infatuation, and they flirted with Lin Dong from time to time, while Cui Hienya on the side had a complicated expression, as if she had swallowed a fly. The stronger Lin Dong became, the more uneasy she became. Among all the people present, she was the only one who had truly offended Lin Dong. I originally wanted to use my grandfather's reputation to intimidate Lin Dong, but now it seems that his combat power is close to the level of a war master. My hope is completely shattered. Choi Hyena's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. Finally, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Humph, Lin Dong is just relying on external forces, not real strength. Besides, this six-tailed fox definitely hasn't exerted its full strength. Lin Dong just took the initiative. When the six-tailed fox recovers and explodes, his doom will come. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Tianke immediately frowned and said coldly, "Shut up. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. If you continue to talk nonsense, get out of our team." The others also glared at her. Choi Hyunnae opened her mouth, indignant but not daring to speak again. In this situation, if she said anything more, she might really be expelled. At this time, Lin Dong had already completed a combo, and the time-stopping skill had just ended, and all the accumulated damage exploded in an instant. Within 10 seconds, Lin Dong dealt a whopping 2.2 million points of damage, directly reducing the health bar of the six-tailed sky fox to below 4.3 million points. After being beaten up like this, the majestic sky-class magical beast six-tailed sky fox finally went berserk. "Damn human, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will make you pay a heavy price." "Ha, just impotent rage." Lin Dong sneered. His figure suddenly flashed, and he used the 1,000-mile speed step to instantly move away from the battlefield, so fast that it seemed like he disappeared out of thin air. However, the six-tailed fox screamed towards the sky and began to trigger its blood recovery skill. At this moment, Lin Dong's voice came from a distance. "Runin, it's your turn." Before she finished speaking, Su Runin was already prepared. The health of the six-tailed fox had just dropped below 30%, which was the perfect time for her to use the fatal scissor kick. "Look at my unique skills. Humph, prepare to die." Su Runin shouted tenderly and rushed towards the six-tailed celestial fox like a whirlwind. The six-tailed celestial fox only felt a flash before its eyes, and then its health bar was emptied in an instant, and it fell straight to the ground and couldn't get up. "Oh, what's going on? The ultimate move hasn't been used yet. Why did it die like this?" With a cry, the majestic sky-level monster fell to the ground with hatred, unable to release its skills until it died. Lin Dong and Su Runin teamed up to defeat a sky-level mutant monster in just 10 seconds. At this moment, the scene was silent. Everyone stood stunned on the spot, unable to believe the facts in front of them. Even the war master Shun Jiangnan, who had been silently watching the battle from behind, had his eyes twitching. Did I read that correctly? 2 silver-level guys actually killed a sky-level mutant monster in 10 seconds. Shun Jiangnan was deeply shocked. According to this, wouldn't it mean that I, the majestic warrior, can't even hold on for 10 seconds in front of them? Looking at the backs of Lin Dong and Su Runin, Shun Jiangnan finally realized that the power of attribute entry matching was so unbelievably powerful. The tacit cooperation between Lin Dong and Su Runin has already made the war master Shun Jiangnan feel deeply fearful. He even felt that with the strength of these two people, it would be no problem to kill him. However, the stronger Lin Dong became, the happier he felt. After all, he was the one who dug Lin Dong out from the crowd. Now that Lin Dong has shown extraordinary talent, he feels proud of it. It seems that it is time to tell him some news about the hidden copy of Forsaken Land. The Forsaken Land is an extremely mysterious place that seems to be endowed with natural rules. No one above level 30 can enter it. So far, no one has set foot on this land beyond level 30. What's even more bizarre is that there are many mysterious dungeons hidden in this area, and the opening levels of these dungeons are above level 50, 60, or even 70. Even though the Lost Land had a triple experience bonus, most people would still have difficulty breaking through level 40 in just a month and a half. As a result, those high-level dungeons have not been opened yet. But even the level 30 to 40 copies have very generous rewards. Not to mention, the wild areas of the Lost Land are also scattered with the remains of high-level monsters and rare equipment, which can be taken away from the Lost Land. Once one obtains the opportunity, one's strength may skyrocket and reach the level of God of War. Therefore, the Lost Land has also become an important cradle for China to cultivate top talents. Only by reaching level 40 before the age of 20 can one climb to the peak above the God of War. Otherwise, the final achievement may stop there. This strange land has been open for nearly 300 years, but only Marshal Xiaozhini has successfully explored the level 50 hidden copy. This is why he is the only war saint in China. But now, Lin Dong's extraordinary performance made Shun Jiangnan vaguely see the possibility of the second Zhan Xing being born. He touched his chin, his eyes becoming more determined. It seems that I need to go to Principal Xiao Beizhou and give a copy of the dungeon map of the Forgotten Land to Lin Dong. This will save him a lot of time in searching for dungeons and help him quickly upgrade and explore high-level dungeons. That night, Shen Jiangnan personally delivered the map to Lin Dong's room. Lin Dong seemed a little surprised to see Warlord Shen Jiangnan arriving in person. He understood that Shen Jiangnan had been protecting him secretly, but since entering the special training camp, the other party had never shown up on his own initiative, and this time he appeared in front of him for the first time. "Teacher Shen, do you have anything to do with me?" Shen Jiangnan laughed and placed a roll of sheepskin maps in front of Lin Dong. "Take a look, it will be useful to you." Lin Dong opened the map curiously and saw a continent with a radius of 1 million square kilometers depicted on it. However, only 1/3 of the continent has been labeled with information, and the rest is labeled unknown land. After scratching his head, Lin Dong looked at Shen Jiangnan in confusion. "Teacher Shen, what is this map used for?" Shen Jiangnan pointed at the map, and his loud voice echoed in the room. "In 10 days, you will enter the Forgotten Land. This is the most detailed map of the Forgotten Land that I have prepared for you. Those marked areas are the result of the joint exploration by Marshal Xiao and Principal Xiao Beizhou. As for those unknown places, they are still inaccessible due to harsh conditions." Hearing this explanation, Lin Dong became even more interested. "Harsh conditions? For example, what?" Shen Jiangnan nodded and explained further to him. "The hidden dungeons in the Forsaken Land are very different from the ordinary dungeons in the outside world. Each person can only enter the dungeon here once. And in addition to the level requirements, special materials need to be sacrificed, such as the Dragon King's skull and crystal magic stone, etc. The conditions are different for each copy. Even your teacher, Marshal Xiao, could only reach level 50 in the Forsaken Land and barely entered some basic level 50 hidden dungeons." Shen Jiangnan's explanation gave Lin Dong a new understanding of the Forgotten Land. This mysterious area is not only huge in scale, but also hides countless special copies, and the conditions for opening each copy are extremely demanding. In order to avoid missing any important information, Lin Dong recorded all the key points about the Forgotten Land in detail in a small notebook that he carried with him. During this period, he asked Shen Jiangnan many questions about these contents, and Shen Jiangnan patiently answered them one by one. Through sorting, Lin Dong obtained the following key information. Rules of the Lost Land. Entry conditions are below level 30, and those above level 30 cannot enter. Dungeon features. Triple monster experience, multiple hidden dungeons with special level requirements, rare materials and equipment, extremely high risk, and contains a variety of super monsters. Hidden copy rules. Each person can only enter once and can never enter again after leaving. Opening time. Mid-September to early November every year, a total of 50 days. Leaving mechanism. After the time is up, all participants will be forced to teleport back to the starting point. This information was very useful to Lin Dong. He realized that after mastering these key points, he would be able to stay one step ahead in the Lost Land and quickly clear multiple dungeons. However, what concerned him most was a crucial piece of information. Only by quickly increasing his level could he explore deeper areas. Lin Dong stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Soon after, he had a new idea. Leveling up in a dungeon is obviously more efficient than in the outside world. If he could forge equipment that increases experience for the team, perhaps the entire team could quickly reach level 50 or above. Lin Dong immediately went into the system store and began looking for relevant content in the vast amount of forging books. However, he soon discovered that there were very few equipment with experience bonus entries. Even the red armor he had forged before was difficult to promote because of its high cost and the fact that it could not guarantee that it would always have experience entries. After some effort, Lin Dong came to the disappointing conclusion that there were almost no experience bonus items in equipment below the legendary level. Moreover, even if he could forge legendary equipment, he would not be able to use it as a silver warrior who is only in his 20s. Just when Lin Dong was feeling distressed, a yellow exclamation mark suddenly lit up above the system store. "Ding! Today's free forging book has been distributed. Do you want to claim it?" The system would issue a random forging book every day, which would be automatically added to Lin Dong's forging list. Since the forging books issued previously were of little use to him, Lin Dong had never paid much attention to them. However, this time he clicked it out of habit and unexpectedly found a forging book that caught his eye. Is this the Peach Blossom Brew forging book that doubles the experience bonus? Peach Blossom wine is a consumable potion, but he never expected it to be included in the category of equipment forging books. This discovery made Lin Dong suddenly enlightened. Why should he insist on equipment with long-term experience bonus? Wouldn't it be more flexible to forge consumable potions? After his mind was opened, Lin Dong immediately began to look for the potion forging books in the system store. Soon, he found 3 new potion forging books, and the effect surprised him. Luwei Di Wang 1, triple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be used in a stackable manner. Jiuding Deer Antler Cream, quadruple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be used in stacking. Tenfold Tonic Pill, 5 times the experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be used in a stackable manner. Those potions that could not be used in combination were directly eliminated by Lin Dong. If these 3 potions were used at the same time, plus the triple experience bonus effect of the Lost Land itself, it could reach an astonishing 15 times the experience bonus. This is simply incredible. Lin Dong looked at these potion forging books and couldn't help but sigh. The system is simply cheating. The materials needed to forge these potions are extremely rare, and Lin Dong can only provide a portion of them. For example, the 6 Flavors Emperor Pill requires 6 materials. Demonized Purple Gold Chrysanthemum, Relic Longan, Extremely Cold Ice Jade Silkworm, Mutated Golden Dragon Tendon, Mutated Platinum 10,000-Legged Earth Dragon Armor, and Mutated Diamond Iron Beetle. The Jiuding Deer Antler Cream is even more demanding, although it only requires 1 material. The Mutated Diamond Colorful Elk Antler. The monster from which this material comes is extremely difficult to hunt. As for the 10-ingredient tonic pill, the materials needed are staggeringly expensive. They all come from Legendary Warcraft, which is extremely luxurious. Even though Marshal Xiao sent a large amount of magic beast materials from the Southwest Warzone, Lin Dong still could not gather enough potions for 1 month. If you want to ensure that everyone in the team keeps up with the pace in terms of experience, the only way is to purchase through the Blue Star virtual trading system. To this end, Lin Dong summoned Song Tianke and others and assigned them the task of finding and purchasing these scarce materials. Hearing that Lin Dong could forge an experience-boosting potion, everyone was immediately excited. "Captain, you are amazing. I have never heard of a potion that can increase experience. If we can really make it, our Ares Academy Special Training Camp will definitely become the first team to break through the level 50 dungeon and even become famous in China." "That's right, big brother. We brothers are grateful that you are willing to share such a good thing. Just tell us what you need us to do. Even if we have to spend all our wealth, we must seize this opportunity." "Brother Lin Dong, don't worry. The entire Yao family will fully support you and spare no effort in purchasing materials. We will always be your strongest backing." Everyone was discussing this matter, and the atmosphere was very lively. Su Runin quietly approached Lin Dong and whispered a surprising suggestion. "Lin Dong, the cost of purchasing materials alone is too high. If you can forge a piece of equipment that replicates the materials, wouldn't it be possible to produce experience potions continuously?" These words gave Lin Dong a flash of inspiration. He couldn't help but sigh. There is indeed strength in numbers, and even such a bold idea could come up. Afterwards, Lin Dong browsed through the system forging bookstore and actually found the relevant equipment, the Godly Riches Treasure Bowl. It's really a system. It even has such strange things. However, although this equipment has the ability to copy materials, it also has conditions and limitations. The Godly Rich Multiplier Cornucopia can hold up to 100 materials at a time, and it takes 2 hours to complete the copying, which means that a maximum of 1,200 copies can be copied per day. For a potion that consumes hundreds or thousands of materials, this efficiency is not very high. Just when Lin Dong was confused, Yao Qingxing boldly proposed a new possibility. "Brother Lin Dong, if we can own tens of thousands of Godly Rich Multiplication Cornucopias, can we copy hundreds of thousands of materials every day? By then, can't we truly achieve freedom of experience potions?" Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but scratch his nose, feeling that human imagination is indeed infinite. But after thinking about this proposal carefully, it seems to be feasible. After all, this kind of equipment can be manufactured continuously as long as there are enough forging materials. If the production scale reaches a certain level, the material shortage problem of experience potions may really be solved. Thinking of this, Lin Dong made a decisive decision. Everyone's suggestions are very helpful. In order to save time and prepare for entering the Lost Land, we must walk on 2 legs. Shui Hong, Song Tianke, by Xingxue. Yao Qingxing and Sister Runin. The five of you must use all your financial resources to buy all the potion forging materials that can be found on the market. And I will do my best to speed up the forging of the godly rich cornucopia and replicate the materials at the fastest speed to meet our needs for entering the Forgotten Land as much as possible. After Lin Dong arranged the tasks, everyone immediately took action, appearing to be full of energy. On the other hand, Choi Hyunya, who was isolated, was confused. She didn't understand why Shui Hong and others suddenly became mysterious, as if they were planning something behind her back. Driven by curiosity, she quietly followed behind them, trying to find out what was going on. After a while, she discovered something that surprised her. These people were actually squandering money like crazy, buying up a large amount of unpopular materials that no one usually wanted. Moreover, while buying, they kept complaining. Shui Hong said helplessly, "The materials the captain wants are too unpopular. Usually almost no one trades with them. Now that we are buying them in such large quantities, those speculators have actually started to raise the price." Hearing this, Song Tianke rubbed his forehead with a wry smile and said helplessly, "Who would have thought that the captain would actually use these materials that usually fall on the ground and no one picks them up? If I had known this, I would have asked my family to go to the dungeon to collect them. But now time is too tight. It's too late." Choi Hyuna hid aside, listening to their conversation, her eyes full of doubt. She took out her cell phone and secretly checked their transaction records, and she became even more suspicious. Demonized purple gold chrysanthemum, relic longan. Aren't these the worst of the worst? Why are they bought at such a high price? She muttered, with a hint of surprise in her tone. Mutated diamond multicolored elk horns are indeed somewhat useful, but they are too poisonous. Most blacksmiths are too lazy to touch these things. Choi Hyunya, who was getting more and more confused, suddenly smiled slyly. She came up with a plan and decided to take the opportunity to trick them. She immediately called Choi Datu, the warehouse manager of the Choi family. "Choi Datu, quickly double the price of these materials and put them up for sale. Our family must take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune," she ordered in a low voice. Choi Datu was confused. "Miss, no one usually wants these things. How can anyone buy them if I double the price?" Choi Hyuna's tone sank as she threatened, "Stop talking nonsense. You raised the price when I asked you to. If you miss the opportunity, I'll punish you." Choi Datu had no choice but to follow the instructions. To his surprise, the materials with the increased price were sold out instantly. He didn't believe it, so he put another batch on the market, but it was also sold out in seconds. This is too crazy." Choi Datu was shocked. He realized that the matter was not simple, so he raised the price even more vigorously, even directly raising the price to 3 times, 5 times, or even more than 10 times. However, no matter how outrageous the prices were, the materials were still sold out. Excited Choi Datu laughed, as if he had discovered a treasure. "Who on earth is hoarding this garbage? Ha! Who cares? Our Choi family will probably make $1 trillion tonight. We're really rich." He continued to raise prices in high spirits, even raising the price of some materials by 50 times. However, a few months later, when the Choi family had to buy back these materials at 1,000 times the price in order to qualify for the experience potion, Choi Datu's smile had long disappeared. But at this time, Choi Hyunya had no idea of the future price. She stood behind Shui Hong and others, gently shaking her cell phone with a smug smile on her lips. Her long purple hair fluttered in the breeze, and she said with a hint of teasing, "Humph, I told you not to play with me, and now I'll make you suffer." She raised her head and laughed. Lin Dong, have you ever thought that I have made a lot of money for you? It feels so good." A hint of complacency emerged on Choi Hyunya's delicate face, with a hint of cunning between her eyebrows, as if she had turned into a little devil. After being suppressed by Lin Dong for so long, she finally found an opportunity to win back a game, and she couldn't hide her happiness. "Humph, Lin Dong, this is called the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind. You are far from being able to fight with me." Loyal. She crossed her arms, her tone full of pride. She happily checked today's income, and the moment she saw the numbers, her joy was beyond words. Trillions. This is almost the total income of our Choi family in half a year. Choi Hyunya couldn't help but sigh. This big harvest will definitely make her grandfather look at her with new eyes. After all, there are only a handful of people in the Choi family who have such a gifted business mind like her. Yawning, she was contentedly preparing to go back and have a good sleep. Before leaving, she did not forget to cast a meaningful look towards Lin Dong's room, with the contempt and complacency clearly visible at the corners of her mouth. However, soon after she left, the supply of goods in the virtual trading market began to dry up, and soon the market became unsatisfactory. Song Tianke and others searched everywhere but could no longer buy the key materials, and finally had to suspend large-scale acquisitions. After returning to Lin Dong's room, Shui Hong was the first to step forward and handed him a storage ring. "Captain, these are all the materials for this acquisition. Please take a look," Shui Hong said respectfully. Lin Dong nodded, took the ring, and checked it. The ingredients for Luwei Diwang pills were about 9,000 portions. The ingredients for Jiuding deer antler paste were 5,000 portions, and the ingredients for Shirquan Dabadan were less than 2,000 portions. He thought for a moment and calculated the consumption of the medicine. 6 people would need about 72 doses of each medicine per day, and about 3,600 doses would be consumed in 50 days. However, the number of materials for the 10-fold tonic pill is still half missing, which is obviously not enough, but it has a 5-fold experience bonus effect and is the key to upgrading. First, use these rich men to double their treasure pots and double the materials for the 10-fold tonic pill. Lin Dong made a prompt decision. He distributed hundreds of godly multiplier treasure pots to the team, which was expected to multiply the materials of 210-fold replenishing pills every day, which should be able to make up for the shortfall before entering the Lost Land. Then Lin Dong started to get busy. Although he had been forging equipment for a whole day, he still took the time to use the forging book to make upgrade potions. In just one afternoon, he completed hundreds of potions and distributed them to team members. "Okay, let's stop here today." Lin Dong stretched his body, a look of relief on his face. "I'm gonna go level up with Su Runin to kill monsters. The rest of you have already reached level 30, so don't move any further, or you'll have experience overflow and won't be able to enter the Forgotten Land." Shui Hong and others nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would follow the arrangements and wait for the time to enter the Lost Land. Lin Dong left with satisfaction and took Su Runin straight to the Silver Dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he took out 3 experience potions and handed them to Su Runin with a smile. "Take them quickly. These 3 potions add up to a 12-fold experience bonus. Maybe you can reach level 30 today." Su Runin took the potion and could not hide her excitement. She had known the powerful effects of these potions for a long time, but she was still shocked when she actually used them. 12 times the experience bonus. "Lin Dong, you are truly a miracle incarnate." She looked at Lin Dong with admiration and felt that he became more mysterious and fascinating. Lin Dong smiled slightly, took her hand, and moved through the silver copy with ease. With a normal attack of nearly 40,000 points and instantaneous damage of over 200,000 points, Lin Dong's combat ability can be described as crushing. Some common monsters can't even survive a single attack. Even a small boss with hundreds of thousands of HP would find it difficult to withstand 2 attacks. Coupled with his group skill Thunder at every step, his efficiency in clearing monsters is extremely high, just like strolling in the garden. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and the process of killing monsters in the dungeon was more like a leisurely outing. Su Runin held Lin Dong's arm, her laughter floating all the way like a silver bell. The smile on her face was as bright as the spring sunshine. Even the air was tinged with a bit of warmth. "Lin Dong, it would be great if we could stay like this forever, without worries and not having to think about anything." She looked up at him with longing in her eyes. Lin Dong's gaze fell on the distant horizon, and complex emotions flashed across his deep eyes. He was silent for a moment, and infinite emotion surged in his heart. If possible, he also hopes that this tranquility can last forever. In the last life, he owed Su Runin too much, so he dared not slack off in this life. However, can this really be what she wants? Lin Dong sighed and sank into his thoughts. His early rise allowed him to see more of the truth and understand that the mutation of the monsters had already begun, and the war 3 years later was just the outbreak point of the ultimate battle. Now, sporadic battles have quietly begun. Mythical beasts, Lin Dong muttered, his expression darkening. Their appearance would destroy the balance of Blue Star. And above them, the more terrifying supreme beasts and eternal beasts were not false. He clenched his fists slightly, knowing clearly that if the overall strength of mankind could not be improved quickly, mankind would be doomed to destruction in 3 years. And he, Lin Dong, was the key to this battle. He sighed softly, turned to look at Su Runin, and said with a firm tone, "Runin, if you really like this kind of life, we can't let up. Only by growing quickly can we drive the monsters out of China and protect this pure land. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong in front of her, and for the first time felt that his figure was extremely tall. His profoundness and sense of mission were like a fire that ignited her heart. Lin Dong, you are right, she said with a firm look. We must protect our homeland. I will definitely follow your footsteps and never fall behind. The two smiled at each other with determination in their smiles. Then their leveling speed suddenly increased. In just one afternoon, the silver instance was empty again. The monster's refresh rate was completely unable to keep up with their killing efficiency. Lin Dong glanced at the empty dungeon and shrugged helplessly. Looks like I have to take a rest today. I earned 90 million experience points. Although it's a little less, I'm barely level 30. Su Runin nodded with a satisfied smile. Next, we will make good preparations and wait to enter the Lost Land. However, when Lin Dong returned to the dormitory, the unusual silence in the camp made him suspicious. Strange, where did those guys go? He muttered to himself, frowning slightly. In fact, he didn't know that those teammates had already asked for leave and returned to their respective families. At this time, in the Yao family, the #1 family in Zhaozhou, Yao Qingxing was nestling in her mother's arms, coquettishly taking out more than 20 experience potions, and said with a smile, Mom, you and Dad have been stuck at level 69 for too long. Although tens of billions of experience points are difficult to cross, with the acceleration gloves and experience potions, maybe we can break through the bottleneck. Mother Yao looked at these precious props. Her eyes were full of excitement. She knew very well how important these resources were to the Yao family. Once they successfully broke through to the level of warlord, the Yao family would become a top family, and their lineage would become the real main line. The speed-up gloves can double the attack speed, and the overall monster-killing efficiency is amazing. And the 12-fold bonus effect of the experience potion is even more powerful. Yao's mother's heartbeat quickened, and she could hardly suppress her excitement. She entered the legendary instance with great anticipation, put on the speed-up gloves, and took 3 experience potions. Then, she locked onto a legendary monster with 300,000 HP and attacked quickly. Shadowless Fist. Collapsing Fist. Yao's mother moved swiftly, and after a few seconds, the little monster fell to the ground with a bang. This? Yao's mother was stunned, her eyes full of shock and surprise. It's faster than expected to kill monsters. It turns out that increasing the attack speed can also suppress the monster's blood recovery, making it easier to kill. She looked at the speed-up gloves in her hands with a fiery gaze, and she already had a plan in mind. 10 days at most. Yao's mother's eyes became brighter and brighter. I will definitely become China's first female war master. After returning from the legendary copy, Yao's mother could not hide the excitement on her face, and she seemed to be full of energy. She took Yao Qingxing's hand and spoke earnestly. Qingxing, can you help me get 10 days' worth of this experience potion? Yao Qingxing was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Mom, you don't have to be so cautious with me. It's just 10 days of experience potion. Leave it to me. Seeing her daughter's relaxed look, Yao's mother suddenly frowned. Qingxing, you have to take this matter seriously. This is not a joke. Her tone became more serious. I am usually very busy, and I can't level up every day by killing monsters. Even if I am given another 5 years, I may not be able to reach the level of warlord. But now the monsters mutate faster, and it is getting more and more difficult to fight them. If I don't upgrade before they mutate completely, I may never have another chance. And this experience potion is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yao's mother's eyes sparkled, as if she saw hope. As long as I have 10 days of energy, I can break through to level 70 without any obstacles and become the first female war master in China. Qingxing, this is not only a great thing for me, but also for you and the entire Yao family. Yao Qingxing was shocked when he heard this, and then he realized the true value of the experience potion. It seemed to simply increase experience, but in fact it contained immeasurable significance. Mom, I'll contact Lin Dong right now. Yao Qingxing hurriedly took out her phone and was about to dial it, but her mother snatched it away and stopped her. Yao's mother frowned. Do you know the importance of this potion? It can be called the balancer of national destiny. Lin Dong is not an ordinary person. You must be respectful when speaking to him. Speak to him as you would to a superior. Never use an imperative tone. Do you understand? Yao Qingxing stuck out her tongue and replied helplessly, I know, Mom. I have always been gentle to Lin Dong. Don't worry. Seeing her daughter's well-behaved attitude, Yao's mother's expression eased a little, but she still reminded her, "Remember, don't make him angry. His future achievements are limitless. Also, you're not young anymore. You should think about marriage. I think Lin Dong is quite good. Girls need to take the initiative to pursue happiness. You know the saying, a girl chasing a boy is easy to get, right?" Yao Qingxing couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Mom, I've used the honey trap before, but Lin Dong doesn't fall for it. He's a little bit nicer to Su Runin, but he's not interested in anyone else at all." Although he felt helpless, Yao Qingxing still interrupted with a smile. Okay, I'll get the experience potion first, and we'll talk about the other things later." After saying that, she dialed Lin Dong's number. At this moment, Lin Dong was just about to take a break when the phone rang again. This was the third similar call he had received today. Before this, Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue had contacted him separately and made the same request, hoping to get the 10-day experience potion first. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong knew what was going on. After answering the phone, he spoke directly. "Tell me, how many days' supply do you want?" Yao Qingxing on the other end of the phone was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Dong to be so direct. Then she realized that Lin Dong had probably heard similar things from Song Tianke and the others. So, she changed to a coquettish tone. "Brother Lin Dong, I only need 10 days' supply. Please have mercy on me. My mother really needs it. Think about it. Having one more warlord will be a good thing for China." The sweet voice was pleasing to the ears, tingling and numb, and it directly electrified Lin Dong to the point that he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After coughing lightly, he said hurriedly, all right, 10 days is 10 days. Bind your virtual market account to me later, and I'll send you the newly forged potion." Upon hearing Lin Dong's agreement, Yao Qingxing was immediately overjoyed and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, brother Lin Dong. I know you are the best to me. On behalf of our Yao family, I thank you, Mua." Lin Dong touched his nose and said with a bit of embarrassment, Do you live by the sea?" Yao Qingxing blinked her big, beautiful eyes, looking puzzled. "Brother Lin Dong, how did you know? I don't remember telling you." Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sly smile. "Isn't this simple? Because I heard the sound of the waves." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Yao Qingxing was stunned for a moment, then blushed. Yao Qingxing's mother, who had been eavesdropping with her ears perked up beside her, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "This Lin Dong is quite interesting. It is said that women don't love bad men. I'm afraid there are many girls chasing after this bad boy. Qingxing, you must seize the opportunity. I heard him joking with you, so he obviously doesn't hate you." Yao Qingxing's face flushed red, and she ran out of her mother's room as if escaping. I know. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Come in. The door is not locked," he said. As soon as the voice fell, a fragrant breeze blew in, accompanied by Su Runin's figure walking into the room. She seemed a little embarrassed, her eyes were evasive, and she seemed to be worried. "Runin, what's wrong? You seem a little strange today," Lin Dong asked with a smile in a gentle tone. Su Runin lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Lin Dong, I have something to ask you." Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, and looking at her shy appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. He almost guessed what was going on. "Is it because of the experience potion? Your family knows about it, right?" Without waiting for her to answer, Lin Dong directly took out a storage ring and handed it to her. "Here, this is a 30-day supply of experience potion. I just forged it before going to bed. I'm giving it to you." Su Runin was startled when he heard this and quickly waved his hands. "Lin Dong, this medicine is so precious. My father only needs 15 days' supply. We can't use more, and besides, our Su family can't afford it." Lin Dong laughed and waved his hand. "It's too vulgar to talk about money between you and me. Just think of this extra weight as a gift from me to your father." Seeing Lin Dong's firm attitude, Su Runin finally stopped refusing. A blush of gratitude appeared on her face. "Lin Dong, no matter how you grow in the future, our Su family will always be your strongest backing." Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. "Hurry up and give it to your father. I am also looking forward to the day when he is promoted to a warlord. After all, we in Jiangcheng have never had a warlord." Su Runin raised her head shyly and looked at Lin Dong, only to see Lin Dong winking at her playfully. "Go quickly," Lin Dong urged softly, with encouragement in his tone. Feeling Lin Dong's trust in her, Su Runin felt warm in her heart. Lin Dong had given her so much. She really didn't want to get something for nothing. Lin Dong, our Su family actually does have some assets. I really can't take such valuable things from you for nothing, she whispered, her eyes full of seriousness. However, before she could finish, Lin Dong reached out and gently covered her mouth with his hand, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. All right, what's the point of talking about money between us? If you say something like this again, I will really get angry, and I won't give you a penny of this experience potion. Hearing this, Su Runin couldn't help but smile slightly, her heart filled with sweetness. She understood that Lin Dong's attention to her was extraordinary. This kind of treatment was something that no one else could ever get from Lin Dong. Biting her lip, Su Runin said solemnly with a hint of shyness, Lin Dong, thank you for taking care of me. Don't worry. Our Su family will definitely become your most steadfast ally in the future, and I will personally support you with all my strength. Lin Dong smiled slightly and secretly sighed in his heart. With the memory of the previous life, this kind girl is absolutely trustworthy. When getting along with Su Runin, he didn't need to worry about calculations, but felt relaxed and natural. Go quickly, don't make your father wait anxiously. Lin Dong waved his hand and urged with a smile. Su Runin nodded, then bowed and sent 1 month's supply of experience potion to her father Su Lingyun through the virtual trading market. Jiangcheng, Su family. When Su Lingyun got the experience potion, he stood up from his chair excitedly, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes full of ecstasy. I finally got it. I have a chance to be promoted to warlord. Su Lingyun's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He carefully picked up the potion and drank it impatiently. As a veteran war god, he knew the crazy degree of Warcraft mutation in recent years. If he could not break through the War Master as soon as possible, he would lose the opportunity to be promoted forever. However, the experience potion gave him great hope. What's more, this time there are also high-speed acceleration gloves carefully selected by Su Runin. The experience that originally took a year to accumulate can now be completed in just 1 week. When Su Lingyun thought that their Su family would step into the top of China because of this, he couldn't help but get excited. He looked at the potion in his hand and sighed. The world is so unpredictable. At first, I strongly opposed Runin getting close to Lin Dong, thinking that he was just a poor boy. Fortunately, Runin insisted on being herself. Otherwise, our Su family would really miss this road to heaven. Su Lingyun had already imagined the future. It wouldn't be long before Lin Dong would rise to become the second most important person in China after Marshal Shao. And their Su family had already seized this opportunity before anyone else. The day I am promoted to warlord, I will definitely announce to the whole of China that our Su family is Lin Dong's most loyal ally and strongest backing. His tone was full of confidence and pride. However, Su Lingyun also knew that time was running out and he had to be promoted as soon as possible. The number of Chinese warlords is limited, and the chance to become the 10th warlord is fleeting. Once missed, subsequent promotions will be submerged in the tide of new warlords, losing their original aura and value. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly entered the diamond-level copy, starting a crazy monster-killing journey. Su Lingyun is already a powerful holy warrior, and now with the blessing of acceleration gloves and experience potions, ordinary mutated monsters can't match him at all. In just 1 day, he gained 1.3 billion experience points, which greatly increased the upgrade progress bar that was originally progressing slowly by about 1/8. This crazy speed of improvement made Su Lingyun feel ecstatic. The potion Su Runin asked for him was not just enough for 8 days, but for a whole month. With this efficiency, he was confident that he would continue to make great strides after breaking through to the Battle Lord. When the potion is exhausted, it can be raised to at least 74 levels. This level is enough to rival many veteran war masters. In his excitement, he stroked his beard and couldn't help laughing. You are such a good daughter. When it comes to judging people, I, an old man, can't compare to you, a stinky girl, but when I get promoted to the rank of warlord, I still lack a handy weapon. I'm afraid I'll have to let Runin go and have some fun with that kid Lin Dong. At the same time, the top war gods of the Song, Bai, and Yao families were also frantically gaining experience and leveling up to compete for the position of the 10th War Master in China. An invisible contest quietly began. However, Lin Dong, the instigator of this change, lives a reclusive life, busying himself in his room day after day, forging experience potions and multiplying treasure potions for the rich. Su Runin, who was standing outside the door, held her cheek and nodded her head, obviously very sleepy. Lin Dong looked at her drooling and smiled helplessly. Runin, go to sleep if you're sleepy. There's no need to stay here with me, he advised gently. Su Runin pouted and looked at him in confusion. Lin Dong, you have already forged the experience potion we need to enter the Oblivion Land. Why are you still working so hard? Lin Dong stopped what he was doing, stretched his back, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. I forged the experience potion to prepare for a rainy day. China's crisis is approaching. If the monsters continue to mutate at an accelerated rate like now, in a few months, the warlords and even the war saints may not be able to withstand their offensive. We must cultivate more warlords, war saints, and even war emperors as soon as possible, so that we can have a glimmer of hope in the future monster craze. Warcraft frenzy? This term sounds new. Why haven't I heard of it before? Lin Dong's heart tightened, realizing that he had let something slip. He quickly laughed it off with a relaxed tone. I just said it casually. Anyway, it won't hurt to forge more experience potions. Don't worry, everything is under control. Seeing Su Runin nodding as if she understood, Lin Dong secretly felt relieved. He knew that now was not the time to reveal the truth. Revealing it too early would only cause unnecessary panic. But he also knew the importance of preparation, and large-scale forging experience potions was the key to enhancing China's overall strength. In the following days, Lin Dong was busy almost day and night. He had 2 thick dark circles under his eyes and looked extremely tired. Su Runin repeatedly advised him not to work so hard, but Lin Dong still shook his head and insisted. He had to forge as many potions as possible in the 10 days before entering the Forgotten Land, because this trip to the Forgotten Land lasted a full 50 days. If these 50 days can be fully utilized, there may be thousands more war masters throughout China. This amount is astonishing. You know, among the more than 200 countries on Blue Star, the total number of warlords has never exceeded 1,000. If the number of China's war masters can reach this scale, its power may even exceed that of all countries combined. This is Lin Dong's Chinese warlord training plan. And now, he is waiting for an opportunity. The moment when the heads of the Su family, Song family, Bai family, and Yao family are successfully promoted to war masters. The good news came that Su Lingyun of the Su family in Jiangcheng was the first to break through level 70 and was awarded the 10th War Master in China. Unlike Shun Jiangnan, who is indifferent to fame and fortune, Su Lingyun is making a big deal this time, and a grand celebration ceremony shocked the whole of China. Countless Chinese celebrities gathered together, and they all understood that the Su family had officially risen at this moment. A new prominent family occupied an important place in the territory of China. Since the invasion of Warcraft and the founding of China, the number of warlords in China at the same time has never exceeded 10. As the most advanced combat base of the Blue Star humans, China's sacrifices are dozens or even hundreds of times that of other countries. The fall of warlords has long been commonplace. However, from the moment Su Lingyun broke through, China finally had 10 living war masters in the same period. This undoubtedly marks the peak of China's combat power, even surpassing any previous period. Many people have a vague premonition that China's national destiny is like the rising sun, and a brand new era may be coming. Even the famous Marshal Xiao publicly stated that he would come to Jiangcheng in person to congratulate Su Lingyun after learning about this. This news instantly made the Su family famous and powerful in China. At the celebration ceremony, the Su family was packed with friends, and all the guests who came to congratulate were envious. Everyone was talking in low voices, and the atmosphere was lively. I heard that Marshal Xiao would also be there to congratulate in person. It would be a great honor to be able to attend such a ceremony. Su Lingyun is so lucky to be able to break through to the Battle Lord. The Su family is really rich now. Hush! Be careful. If Su Zhanzun hears this, do you still want to live? Stop talking. Zhanzun Su is about to appear. Look at the platform quickly. It is a rare opportunity in a century to get close to a Zhanzun. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on the platform, wanting to catch a glimpse of the new Zhanzun. The Lin family of 3 was also in the crowd, with Father Lin Songsheng, Mother Meng Qinshi, and Sister Lin Wan standing in an inconspicuous corner. Lin Songxing muttered quietly, his eyes full of envy and emotion. Su Lingyun was my classmate back then, and I never thought he would achieve what he has today. If we had known this, our Lin family should have joined him earlier. He changed the subject and sighed again. It's a pity that our outstanding Lin Yang went to Hualong College and missed this rare grand ceremony in 10 years. It's really a pity. Lin Wan's nose was sore when she heard her father's sigh. She couldn't help wondering, why did her father only have eyes for his younger brother Lin Yang? Could it be that Lin Dong's departure had nothing to do with his father's partiality? Perhaps Lin Dong was unwilling to go home, and his father was the main reason. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say, Dad, Lin Dong went to Aries Academy. He's also very good. He's also your son. Why don't you say a word about his achievements? When Lin Songxing heard Lin Wan mention Lin Dong, his face suddenly darkened. Don't mention that rebellious son. On the day of the career awakening ceremony, he actually didn't give me face, causing your brother to miss the opportunity to become Marshal Zhao's disciple. This kid is really unreasonable. You want me to mention him? No way. His anger had not yet subsided, and he glared at Lin Wan again. And you, Lin Wan, you have been awakened for several years, but you are still stuck at level 11. It's really embarrassing. Don't tell others that you are my daughter, Lin Songxing. I can't afford to lose this person. Lin Songxing became more and more angry as he spoke, his voice gradually rising, and he completely forgot the occasion at the moment. His words left Lin Wan speechless, and she lowered her head. This is the celebration ceremony for Su Lingyun Zhanzuan. Father's loss of composure will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. As expected, the guests in the venue looked at him sideways, and some even secretly distanced themselves from Lin Songxing, fearing that they would be implicated. A great warrior actually made a scene at the celebration ceremony for the warlord. Is he crazy? Su Zhanzuan's temper is not something you can easily mess with. The Lin family is probably asking for trouble. Everyone stay away from them. Don't let them get you involved. For a moment, everyone took a few steps back, and a conspicuous circular open space suddenly formed around the Lin family, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding noise. Just then, Su Lingyun stepped out from the backstage, ready to accept everyone's congratulations. He glanced across the venue, and when he noticed the commotion, his brows furrowed slightly, and his expression suddenly turned cold. The butler beside him understood and immediately called the guards over to inquire. Send someone to investigate and see who dared to cause trouble on our Su family's territory. If the cause cannot be found, treat it as a disturbance, confiscate the equipment, and directly expel them from the venue. The guards were ordered to act quickly. Seeing this, some guests wanted to take the opportunity to show off in front of the Su family and immediately added fuel to the fire. I report, the Lin family is causing trouble. Big Brother Guard, you guys hurry and kick them out. After hearing this, the guards showed fierce looks on their faces and approached Lin Songxing and others aggressively. These guards were strong and powerful. All of them were at the level of great warriors, and there were more than a dozen of them, which instantly made the situation tense. Lin Songxing's face suddenly changed, realizing that he had just spoken out of turn and got into big trouble. He suppressed his panic and stood up. What do you want to do? Do you know that I'm your master Su Lingyun's elementary school classmate? How dare you use violence against me? You're so bold. Facing the guards' hostile looks, Lin Songxing continued to shout in a bluffing manner. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Su Lingyun if he ever borrowed an eraser from me when he was a kid and hasn't returned it yet. Lin Songxing's confident look made the guards hesitate. They stopped in their tracks, and there was a hint of hesitation in their eyes. The guests around couldn't help but sneer at this. He actually used the relationship of his elementary school classmate to save his life. This Lin Songxing is really desperate. A great warrior actually linked himself to the Lord of War and spoke so seriously. Isn't he afraid of being exposed and suffering even more? I want to see how embarrassing his fate will be. As everyone watched coldly, the guards reported the situation to the butler. The housekeeper frowned after hearing this, and then decided to ask Su Lingyun for instructions first. Master, the person causing trouble is Lin Songxing from the Lin family. He said he was your elementary school classmate. How do you think we should deal with this? Elementary school classmate? Su Lingyun thought for a moment after hearing this, but he could not remember Lin Songxing at all. He just felt that he was extremely unfamiliar. I can't remember clearly, but today is a good day. Don't make things difficult for him. Just let him leave the venue. The housekeeper was about to leave when Su Lingyun stopped him. Wait, he is from the Jiangqing Lin family? Check his relationship with Lin Dong. Su Lingyun remembered that Lin Dong's background was related to an ordinary family in Jiangcheng, and now he vaguely felt that there might be another hidden story behind this matter. Not long after, the housekeeper came in a hurry and reported in a low voice, "Master, this Lin Songxing is Lin Dong's father. Although their relationship is not harmonious, it is rumored that they have not cut off contact." Su Lingyun was shocked when he heard this. Lin Dong was someone who should not be easily offended. Even if he had a bad relationship with Lin Songxing, it was not worth the risk. He straightened his clothes and walked towards Lin Songxing himself, putting on a warm smile. "Oh, it turns out to be an old classmate. What have you been busy with these years? It's been a long time since we last met." This scene stunned all the guests around. Lin Songxing, who was laughed at by everyone just now, was now chatting and laughing with Su Lingyun and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Lin Songxing with a little more fear and caution. 77 Lao Su, do you want a son-in-law? The guests present began to eat melons. No wonder Lin Songxing is so arrogant and dares to make a scene at the celebration ceremony. It turns out that he really knows Warlord Su Lingyun. My God, judging from the expression on Warlord Su Lingyun's face, he seems to have a pretty good relationship with Lin Songxing. This time, their Lin family is considered to be climbing up the social ladder. The Lin family can gain the friendship of Warlord Su Lingyun with just an eraser. This is simply a fantasy. Why didn't I lend an eraser to Su Lingyun when I was a child? What a pity! I was sitting next to Lin Songxing just now. If I had known that Warlord Su Lingyun was so friendly to him, I would have sworn brotherhood with Lin Songxing just now. When these guests saw Su Lingyun being so friendly and polite to Lin Songxing, they were immediately annoyed. Just now, they were anxious to draw a line between themselves and the Lin family, but they did not expect that the Lin family actually had this kind of relationship. This was really a missed opportunity. Su Lingyun, however, paid no attention to anyone else and did not even look at the other guests. His eyes were fixed on Lin Songxing, examining him closely. This Lin Songxing is just an ordinary platinum-level warrior. I'm afraid that this achievement will be the limit of his life. To be honest, if he met this kind of person under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even look at him twice. But now that he knows that he is Lin Dong's father, Su Lingyun becomes extremely enthusiastic. He even reprimanded a group of his own guards who were also great warriors for Lin Songxing's face. What did I teach you? Our Su family is a family of etiquette. We must never bully the weak. Remember, do not refrain from doing good deeds, even if they are small, and do not do evil deeds, even if they are small. What's more, Lin Songxing is my old classmate. You all should go down and be punished. This gesture was very impressive and made Lin Songxing feel proud immediately. He could already feel the burning gazes from other guests. The moment he was recognized by Su Lingyun, he had become the focus of the entire audience. But just before Su Lingyun arrived, he had even decided to use the identity of Lin Dong's teacher, Marshal Xiao, to avoid this section. But the current situation was something he had never expected. But it's also good this way, as they can take advantage of this opportunity to enhance the prestige of their Lin family by taking advantage of the power of another. He was full of energy and gave a contemptuous smile to the guests around him. "Ha! Just now who said that they wanted to cut off ties with our Lin family? Old Su, in my opinion, many of these guests are blind people who are trying to take advantage of the situation. You must be careful when making friends with them." If Lin Songxing had said this a minute ago, he would have been criticized to pieces. But now, everyone dares to be angry but not to speak out. After all, Su Lingyun's attitude is too ambiguous. Everyone knows that when Su Lingyun was at the front line at the border, he was a very protective person. He regarded his soldiers as his treasures, and he would never bear to scold them. But now, for Lin Songxing, he even scolded his guards. This shows how special Lin Songxing's position is in Su Lingyun's heart. One thing that is worth questioning is, how could a person like Su Lingyun humble himself and make friends with a small-time, profit-seeking person like Lin Songxing? Look at how arrogant this guy is. Su Zhanzun is really something. How can he consider such a villain as a friend? Or are the previous rumors all false? Su Zhanzun is actually a person who is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Rumors cannot be trusted completely, but one thing is certain. Su Zhanzun really values Lin Songxing. After all, many people present are Su Zhanzun's classmates, and Su Zhanzun didn't even glance at them. Perhaps it's because Su Zhanzun has reached the pinnacle of China and his mentality has changed. Perhaps he is sending a signal to the outside world, and it just happens to be displayed through Lin Songxing. Countless speculations arose. But Su Lingyun's gesture was not yet complete. Under the gaze of countless guests, he actually invited Lin Songxing to the podium and stand shoulder to shoulder with him, which gave Lin Songxing a great honor. Lin Dong's mother, Meng Qinshi, stood in the audience with pride. She felt that her husband had really made it. She glanced at Lin Wan with feeling and comforted her earnestly. "Silly girl, don't be angry with your father. He taught you a lesson, maybe for your own good. Even the way he treated Lin Dong was for Lin Dong's own good. In fact, sometimes we simply cannot understand or see what your father does. After all, we are not on the same level. Even I often misjudge him. For example, today, he was finally willing to show some of his strength. Look, didn't he immediately shock the whole audience? All the guests in the audience began to fawn over us. So, we need to understand your father's actions from a different perspective. Maybe we are wrong." Lin Wan felt that things were not that simple, but she could not find any reason to refute, so she had to keep silent. But at this time, Lin Songxing on the stage had become even more inflated. He stood with Su Lingyun, but asked in a low voice at the side, "Lao Su, you made me so proud today. I don't know how to repay you. Lao Lin, you're being too polite. We are classmates, and it is my duty to do these things." Su Lingyun smiled faintly on the surface, but deep down in his heart, he looked down on Lin Songxing. It is unknown how this kind of villain who becomes arrogant when in power could give birth to such an outstanding son like Lin Dong. However, his humility made Lin Songxing even more confused about his position, and he began to become more and more demanding. "Old Su, since you said so, I won't be shy. I heard that you have a daughter who was the school beauty of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. She looks like a fairy. Is that true?" Su Lingyun's heart moved, and he echoed, "Yes, I just turned 18 this year, and I was lucky enough to enter the God of War Academy." Lin Songxing slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly, "Ha, that's right. To be honest, your girl is really good. Old Su, let me ask you one more question. Are you in need of a son-in-law? I, Lin Songxing, also have a talented son who is a perfect match for your daughter. Why don't we arrange a marriage for them? It will be a good opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the two families." "Oh? Is there such a good thing?" When Su Lingyun heard this, he also became slightly excited. He subconsciously thought that the son Lin Songxing was talking about was Lin Dong. He secretly observed Lin Songxing and found that Lin Songxing's face was full of pride when he mentioned his son, as if he loved his son very much. So he became a little unsure. Didn't the housekeeper just say that there are rumors that Lin Songxing and Lin Dong don't have a good relationship? Are the rumors all false? Looking at Lin Songxing's expression, they should be a loving father and son at home. But if we can really get Su Runin and Lin Dong's marriage settled through Lin Songxing, our Su family will truly be tied to Lin Dong's chariot. Su Lingyun pondered for a moment, countless thoughts running through his mind. The way he looked at Lin Songxing now became more intimate. So he grabbed Lin Songxing's hand and couldn't help but become excited and polite. "Old Lin, I didn't expect you to think so highly of me, Su Lingyun. This marriage is a step up for our Su family. I just don't know if your son is willing to accept this marriage." Su Lingyun spoke sincerely, without any false expression. Moreover, the respect revealed in his words made the guests present feel extremely shocked. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? Su Zhanzun is trying to curry favor with Lin Songxing? Why do I feel like I don't understand?" "I understand. This Lin Songxing is the son of a father." Judging from what Su Zhanzun said, he seems to respect Lin Songxing's son very much, not Lin Songxing himself. I remember that at the career awakening ceremony of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School a few days ago, Marshal Xiao showed up in person and accepted a genius blacksmith named Lin Dong as his disciple. Could this Lin Dong be Lin Songxing's son? These guests all had a keen sense of smell and instantly associated a lot of key information. At the same time, the look he gave Lin Songxing also became somewhat fearful. Lin Songxing's son Lin Dong is Marshal Xiao's disciple. So aren't Lin Songxing and Marshal Xiao of the same generation? Following this logic, it makes perfect sense that warlord Su Lingyun treated a great warrior like Lin Songxing so politely. The more people thought about it, the more this possibility seemed to be true, because the golden horn forged by Lin Dong had recently made great achievements in the Southwest defense line, and Lin Dong's name began to become popular. There was also inside information that said the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong had been sold for 50 billion Chinese yuan per pair and were in short supply, so they could not be obtained without strong connections. These speed-up gloves can increase the upgrade speed by more than 3 times. Countless big families want to get their hands on this magical weapon. If Lin Songxing is really Lin Dong's father, then he has really risen to fame overnight. It is absolutely the case that a father is honored because of his son. Just when the whole audience's cognition reached a new climax again, Lin Wan's heart was already sweating, because he knew that the talented son that Lin Songxing was talking about was not Lin Dong at all, but his younger brother Lin Yang. She couldn't imagine what kind of embarrassing situation she would face if she was caught. If Su Lingyun finds out about this secret, he won't be so angry that he will expel us from the Lin family, right? 78. This is a big mistake. Lin Wan looked at her father on the platform anxiously and was extremely worried. But Lin Songxing had already completely expanded at this time and had no idea that he was dancing on the edge of a knife. He even thought that Su Lingyun was so reserved because he valued his son Lin Yang's talent. So he couldn't help but pat his chest and give Su Lingyun a guarantee. Ha! Lao Su, even though my son is a little better as a father, I can still make the decision for him. Don't worry, as long as the two of us old guys agree to this marriage. Even if that brat has objections, I will make him obey. As a listener, Su Lingyun couldn't help but become even more excited. One of the purposes of holding this celebration ceremony today was to support Lin Dong, because he understood from his daughter's words that Lin Dong wanted to train more warlords for China, which was an unprecedented event. However, having experienced the magical power of the experience potion, he knew that Lin Dong was not bragging, but really had this ability. So he must take advantage of this rare opportunity today to establish an unbreakable alliance with Lin Dong and take the initiative to move closer to Lin Dong. And now, in his opinion, a bigger olive branch appeared before his eyes. That is to facilitate the marriage between Su Runin and Lin Dong. So after hearing Lin Songxing's statement, Su Lingyun was immediately shocked. I never thought that Lin Songxing has such a high prestige in the Lin family. What his father has done is too successful. In fact, it is true. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words are the rules that all Chinese people must obey. I think Lin Dong will not be an exception. Su Lingyun was in high spirits right now and ignored many details. So he held Lin Songxing's hand even tighter, as if they were about to become relatives. In that case, old Lin, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and issue a marriage certificate to the children? How could Lin Songxing not agree? This is the marriage certificate signed by Zhan Zun. In the whole of China, how many people can have such an honor? He came here today just to get close to the Su family, but he didn't expect to become a relative of the Su family without knowing it. Such a big gain, he couldn't even believe it. So at this time, Lin Songxing was also smiling, and his whole face looked as if he was bathed in spring breeze. Oh my, you're right. There's no time to lose. Today is such a good day. It's a double blessing. The guests were completely stunned at this point. No one had expected that what seemed like just a polite remark would actually become a fact. Next, a new marriage contract signing ceremony was added to the celebration ceremony, making it seem extremely grand. Just when the butler had prepared pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and even offerings, and was planning to sign the marriage certificate, Su Lingyun's wife, Zhao Mingmei, suddenly walked up from the stage with a bad look on her face. She gave the butler a look, asking him to stop what he was doing. Then he turned around and said to Su Lingyun, "Lingyun, I think this matter is a bit too hasty. I know what you want to do, but if you are so eager for quick success, it might cause Lin Dong's disgust and backfire. Besides, marriage is a lifelong thing. We must ask Runin for her own opinion." The appearance of Zhao Mingmei immediately cooled down the originally heated atmosphere. Everyone looked at Zhao Mingmei, who suddenly appeared, wondering what she was up to. As the protagonist of today, Su Lingyun's mind became clearer after hearing what his wife, Zhao Mingmei, said, and he felt that he seemed a little reckless. But at this moment, Lin Songxing came between the two of them with a licking face. "Ha, Lao Su, you really have a beautiful girl hidden in your golden house. This is my sister-in-law. She looks like an 18-year-old girl. She is so well-maintained. But what my sister-in-law said just now was completely unnecessary. How can a rebellious son like Lin Dong have the right to comment on the affairs of our Lin family? If he dares to get involved in this matter, I will break his legs." As he spoke the latter part, Lin Songxing's eyebrows stood up slightly. Obviously, he had a lot of resentment towards Lin Dong. Su Lingyun, who saw this scene, also realized something was wrong. Why does Lin Songxing have such a different expression at one moment? How come they look like a loving father and a filial son just now? But now they are so bitter and resentful. Are his words really useful to Lin Dong? Or is it that the relationship among the Lin family is not as simple as it seems? However, before things are clarified, he still has to give Lin Songxing some face. So Su Lingyun laughed and comforted both parties. Oh, Lao Lin, don't be so angry. Actually, what your wife said does make some sense. How about this? You ask your son for his opinion, and I'll ask my daughter for her opinion. If both parties agree, we can go ahead with the ceremony, and everyone will be happy. In fact, in Su Lingyun's view, this is just a formality. As a father, how could he not know Su Runin's attitude towards Lin Dong? Therefore, there was no difficulty at all for Su Runin. The problem still lies with Lin Dong. He doesn't know whether Lin Dong can accept Su Runin. If Lin Dong says no, he will immediately stop the current engagement ceremony. After all, some people are destined to be dragons in the sky, and he can't reach them just because he wants to. But if Lin Dong agreed, he would really wake up laughing even in his dreams. But Lin Songxing completely deviated from the idea. He thought it was a complete waste of time. He still doesn't understand Lin Yang's character, but he is smarter than a monkey. He will definitely not miss such a good opportunity as being able to get close to the warlord. So he was not worried at all that Lin Yang would disagree. What he was worried about now was only Su Runin. If Su Runin didn't agree, his dream would be in vain, so he became a little nervous. So he picked up the phone and called Lin Yang. So, Dad has found a marriage for you. It's with Su Runin, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Jiangcheng, the school beauty you've always dreamed of. Let me tell you, his father has now become a warlord. You must agree to this marriage. Lin Yang, who was dealing with the monster's corpse, suddenly jumped up excitedly. Such a good thing was delivered to his door? Dad is so reliable. I agree. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was beaten up by Cui Wudi and others. Damn it. Why are you jumping around instead of working properly? You dare to hit me. I tell you, I am now the daughter of Zhan Zun. Shut his mouth, damn it. I'm getting annoyed just by hearing him scream. If I don't defeat him today, there will be no fun in this dungeon. Lin Yang immediately let out a shrill wail, but his father, Lin Songxing, had already hung up the phone and didn't hear a word. Lin Songxing just made a gesture of invitation to Su Lingyun, with a somewhat nervous look on his face. My son agreed, saying there is no problem. Now please ask your eldest daughter, Mr. Su. Su Lingyun was also overjoyed and began to roar wildly in his heart. Lin Dong agreed. Lin Dong agreed. Our Su family is really secure this time. With Lin Dong's rise, our family will surely rise and become one of the largest families in China. With such excitement, Su Lingyun called Su Runin. As for Su Runin, he was full of confidence. Since Lin Dong had agreed, Su Runin should have lost all her reserve. After all, the two of them were together every day, so they must have been very close. After the call was connected, Su Lingyun burst into laughter, very hearty. My dear girl, Lin Dong has just told you about the engagement. I think you don't have any objection to it, right? Su Runin, who was watching Lin Dong frantically forging experience potions, was confused by his father's question. Dad, what are you talking about? When did Lin Dong tell me about the engagement? Silly girl, stop pretending. Why are you still so reserved? As your father, how can I understand your thoughts? Lin Dong has agreed, so just hurry up. No. Dad, you got me confused. What did Lin Dong agree to? He's been with me the whole time. He hasn't done anything except forging experience potions. He hasn't even spoken to me. Been forging experience potions? The smile on Su Lingyun's face slowly froze. He glanced at Lin Songxing, who looked anxious, and felt that something seemed a little unexpected. So he asked Su Runin without giving up, has he really been forging experience potions? He didn't even answer the phone? No, absolutely not. I saw everything he did. Also, I'm not considering the engagement you mentioned for now. Lin Dong said that his current goal is to save China, and he doesn't have time to waste time on these things. I'm the same as him. Su Lingyun suddenly remembered that when he was looking up the Lin family's information before, it showed that the Lin family seemed to have another son, whose name seemed to be Lin Yang. Could it be that Lin Songxing, after talking for so long, was actually talking about that idiot Lin Yang? Lin Songxing narrowed his eyes, feeling like something had gone awry. 79, being exiled to the frontier, Lin Songxing cried miserably. Su Lingyun rubbed his forehead, feeling that he was really careless just now. If Lin Songxing really said what Lin Yang said, then he would definitely not agree. And now, with so many guests watching, it would be inappropriate for him to get angry directly at Lin Songxing. The more important point is that he must first determine the relationship between Lin Dong and Lin Songxing before making any further plans. Su Lingyun lowered his voice again and asked his daughter, Runin, is everything you said true? You didn't lie to me, your father, right? Lin Dong's father, Lin Songxing, swore that he could make the decision for Lin Dong. Su Runin chuckled. She was amused by her father. Can he make the decision for Lin Dong? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Dong has severed ties with the Lin family long ago. Are you sure? Su Lingyun narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Songxing, who was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. There was an invisible and powerful aura gradually being released from his body. Su Runin said softly on the other end of the phone and then asked Lin Dong, who was concentrating on forging experience potions. Lin Dong, have you severed your relationship with the Lin family? Lin Dong put down the work in his hands and smiled slightly on his sunny face. Yeah, it's not a secret. Why are you asking? Su Runin giggled and waved the phone in her hand at Lin Dong. Dad, you heard it all, right? Lin Dong said it himself? Su Lingyun took a deep breath, and his eyes when he looked at Lin Songxing became more dangerous. Okay, daughter, I understand. I just want to ask, if I take action against the Lin family, will Lin Dong have any objections? Su Runin pressed the speakerphone button on the phone so that Lin Dong could hear everything clearly. Although Lin Dong didn't know what had happened, he could roughly guess that the Lin family seemed to have provoked this newly promoted warlord. Lin Dong was not interested in what happened to the Lin family. As for what Su Lingyun wanted to do, he was too lazy to ask. In his opinion, the Lin family's characters were so extreme and eccentric that they would get into trouble sooner or later. Being punished by others was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, people cannot teach people, but things can teach people once. I hope that after this incident, the Lin family can figure out their own position. Thinking of this, Lin Dong spoke slowly into the phone. Uncle Su, just follow your own principles and don't worry about my feelings. The Lin family really has nothing to do with me. After hearing Lin Dong's assurance, Su Lingyun finally felt relieved and no longer had to be hypocritical in front of Lin Songxing. But in order not to affect today's celebration ceremony, he still patiently spoke to Lin Songxing. Lin Songxing, I just said something that shouldn't be said. My child doesn't agree with this important marriage. I think we should just stop here for today's engagement ceremony. Su Lingyun waved his hand, but a sharp look flashed in the corner of his eyes. This Lin Songxing dared to play tricks on him. After the celebration ceremony, he must be taught a lesson. However, Su Lingyun still underestimated Lin Songxing's shamelessness. Lin Songxing's next words made him on the verge of going berserk. Old Su, you're being disrespectful. How can you go back on your word when you have already agreed to something? How can you, a war master, speak so jokingly? As soon as Lin Songxing finished speaking, the housekeeper of the Su family came forward and slapped Lin Songxing in the face. The loud sound spread throughout the place. The Su family's housekeeper was good at observing people's words and expressions. When he saw Su Lingyun's unfriendly expression, he knew that Su Lingyun was probably going to take action against Lin Songxing. But today is the day when Su Lingyun celebrates his promotion to warlord. Such a thing that damages the prestige of warlord cannot be done by Su Lingyun himself. So he immediately stepped forward. How dare you? Lin Songxing, do you think you can blame our master? Who do you think you are? Our master has given you extraordinary courtesy because you are his classmate. But you dare to go even further? Today, even if I risk being punished, I will teach you a lesson. After saying that, the butler swung his palm again and slapped Lin Songxing on the other cheek. After 2 slaps, Lin Songxing's face suddenly swelled up like a pig's head. You dare to attack me? Huh, why shouldn't I dare to attack you? I'm a diamond warrior, so why can't I attack you, a platinum warrior? The butler looked at Lin Songxing with a grim smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, obviously prepared for Lin Songxing's resistance. But Lin Songxing didn't have the courage to fight the housekeeper. He was already scared, because when he secretly glanced at Su Lingyun, he found that the other party had completely lost his enthusiasm for him, and even watched coldly, with no intention of intervening at all. However, he is a weak person, and the only thing he has left is his tough words. At this time, he was still thinking of using the tiger skin to make a coat and suppress the housekeeper's momentum. Butler Su, my son Lin Dong's teacher, is the current Chinese commander-in-chief, Marshal Xiao. Do you know that with this slap, you have also humiliated Marshal Xiao? Bringing Marshal Xiao out is his last resort, but he believes that this golden signboard will definitely work. Sure enough, after hearing Marshal Xiao's name, Butler Su couldn't help but change his expression slightly. He knew Lin Dong's information, and he also knew that Marshal Xiao was Lin Dong's teacher. Although Lin Dong and Lin Songxing had severed their relationship, if it involved Marshal Xiao's reputation, he would really find it difficult to withstand the pressure. Just then, Su Lingyun finally spoke. Okay, Butler Su, please step back. Today's matter ends here. Let Lin Songxing and his family leave the venue. Seeing what happened, the guests were all silent and no one dared to speak. During this time, the situation on the field changed drastically, and I had no idea what was happening. Therefore, it was most important to protect yourself. But just when everyone thought that this farce was finally over, a powerful voice that enveloped the entire venue came from the direction of the venue entrance with great momentum. Wait, the Lin family can't leave yet. Just listening to the voice is enough to make one's heart tremble. It can be concluded that the person who spoke is definitely a big shot. Everyone's eyes were looking towards the entrance of the venue. Marshal Xiao walked into the venue with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, with a hint of anger on his face. His gaze was fixed on Lin Songxing, and he looked intimidating without even being angry. Lin Songxing, what I hate most in my life is someone using my name to cheat and bully others. You have violated my biggest taboo today. Although Lin Dong is my student, I am also quite strict with him. If he doesn't work hard to grow on his own, but instead uses others' knowledge as a banner, I will kill him with my own hands. You were once Lin Dong's father, so you cannot be forgiven so easily. Now, I sentence you to go to the southwest border to fight against the monsters. You are not allowed to return to Jiangqing until the monster army is completely destroyed. What? Being sentenced to fight against monsters at the southwest border? That's no different from committing suicide. Lin Songxing's knees went weak at that moment, and he fell directly to the ground. Marshal Xiao, I was just confused for a moment and said the wrong thing. But Marshal Xiao ignored him and went up to the platform and stood in front of Su Lingyun. He glanced at the guests present, his eyes as sharp as a hawk. My fellow Chinese compatriots, today, I, Xiao Zhini, announce to the world that our China is a fair China. It is a China for everyone. No one can become a privileged class. If anyone dares to get something for nothing like Lin Songxing did and wants to take shortcuts through privileges, then I can only tell him that this road will not work. I hope that everyone can deeply understand and implement everything I said today, do things according to their own abilities, and create a sky of equality and freedom for our China. Marshal Zhao's words immediately aroused cheers from the audience, and countless people couldn't help but burst into tears. With such a commander-in-chief, there is no need to worry about China's prosperity. If there is only one unhappy person in the field, it must be Lin Songxing. Today, he has been nailed to China's pillar of shame. Anyone who mentions him will probably laugh at him. Even his wife Ming Qinshi and daughter Lin Wan couldn't help but cover their faces, for fear of being recognized by others. After Marshal Xiao announced all this, he immediately congratulated Su Lingyun and congratulated him on becoming the 10th warlord of China. The atmosphere in the field reached a climax again. Even Marshal Xiao came in person to celebrate, and the Su family's glory had reached its peak. Su Lingyun stood on the stage with a rosy face, looking extremely happy. After accepting congratulations from all the guests, he picked up the microphone and began to solemnly announce another important event of the day. My dear friends and relatives, I, Su Lingyun, owe all my achievements today to Lin Dong. So I solemnly declare today that I, Su Lingyun, am Lin Dong's #1 fan and loyal friend. As long as I am here, I, Su Lingyun, will die for Lin Dong without regrets. And I want to reveal a piece of news to you all. Lin Dong will definitely lead China to an unprecedented prosperity. Please wait and see. Su Lingyun's words shocked everyone present. This Lin Dong actually had such terrifying power? Even Marshal Xiao couldn't help but touch his chin, as if thinking about something. Good boy, you have done so many big things without telling me. I have to ask this little guy in person when I have time. What's going on? A burst of war? After the celebration ceremony, Su Lingyun and Marshal Xiao drank tea briefly. Marshal Xiao asked in confusion. Lingyun, you mentioned at the celebration ceremony that your ability to become a war master is related to Lin Dong. What's going on? This sentence confused Su Lingyun. Marshal Xiao is Lin Dong's teacher. How could he not know that Lin Dong can forge experience potions? Why didn't Lin Dong tell Xiao Dashuai about this? If he told Xiao Dashuai directly, would it make Xiao Dashuai prejudice against Lin Dong? Su Lingyun's mind raced, and he was a little undecided for a moment. But Marshal Xiao saw his worry, laughed, and said, "It's okay to say it. I just want to hear what surprises this kid has brought me. Some favors can't be faked." Su Lingyun observed his words and expressions and knew that Marshal Xiao really doted on Lin Dong and had no suspicion of him, so he immediately felt relieved. "Marshal, look at this thing." As he spoke, Su Lingyun took out 3 experience potions, placed them on the table in front of Marshal Xiao, and introduced them carefully. This one is the 6 Flavors Emperor Pill, which triples the experience bonus and lasts for 2 hours. It can be used in combination with other potions. This one is the 9 Tripod Deer Antler Cream, which quadruples the experience bonus and lasts for 2 hours. It can be used in combination with other potions. This one is a 10-fold Tonic Pill, which increases experience 5-fold and lasts for 2 hours. It can be used in combination with other potions. These 3 experience potions were all forged by Lin Dong. Combined with the speed-up effect of the speed-up gloves and killing monsters, the actual experience multiplier can reach a terrifying 30 to 60 times. It is precisely because of this that I saved nearly 2 years of effort and successfully advanced to the level of War Master within 8 days. These words were like throwing a stone into a pool of stagnant water, immediately causing huge waves. Marshal Xiao picked up the experience potion on the table in shock, looked it up and down, and was almost ecstatic. A potion that can increase experience multipliers. This is a magical tool I've never heard of before. With this thing, you no longer have to upgrade step by step. You just need to find a place without danger and kill monsters seriously. It won't take long before you can reach an incredible level. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the experience multiplier is high enough, the efficiency of 1 month can even exceed 10 years of hard leveling day and night. Thinking of this, Marshal Xiao couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. His excitement was beyond words. A divine weapon! A divine weapon! With this thing, our young generation of China can rise quickly, successfully reach a higher level, and impact a higher level before their vitality and blood decline. The future of our China will definitely be an unimaginable prosperity. Su Lingyun stood beside Marshal Xiao, and at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved, because he saw a gleam of faith in Marshal Xiao's eyes. Marshal Xiao has devoted his entire life to China, and every minute and every second, he has been thinking about how to make China stronger. He humbly said to Marshal Xiao, "Marshal, you believe me this time, right? Lin Dong is so important to our China." Marshal Xiao nodded, with a sense of pride stirring in his heart. "No, I can't wait any longer. I have to go meet Lin Dong right away. This kid didn't even tell me about such a big thing in advance. He's really lawless. Ha ha ha." Although he said so, Marshal Xiao was not angry at all. He boarded a special plane and soon arrived at the Ares Academy Special Training Camp where Lin Dong was. Along the way, he was shocked several times again, and even the guards became a little numb. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Yao Miaoyin of the Yao family has been promoted to level 70 and has become the 11th warlord of our China. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Song Batian of the Song family has been promoted to level 70 and has become the 12th warlord of our China. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Bai Jianfeng of the Bai family has been promoted to level 70, becoming the 13th warlord of our China. Marshal Xiao was a little confused when he saw the report he received. In the past, it would take 5 to 10 years for a warlord to be born in China. Although there are many level 69 war gods, only a few can actually reach level 70. Although there is only a 1-level difference, it is like an insurmountable chasm blocking everyone's way. This level requires about 10 billion experience points and requires killing a large number of diamond-level monsters to reach this level, because monsters below the diamond level can no longer provide them with experience points. Diamond-level monsters are all extremely powerful. In order to gain experience, countless war gods have fallen at the mouths of monsters. This is why only 1 in 10 war gods can be promoted to the level of warlord. Another influencing factor is the problem of qi and blood decline. No matter how powerful a person is, his lifespan is only about 100 years. Even the powerful god of war, warlord, and war saint are no exception. Only the legendary war emperor can extend his lifespan by several decades. Therefore, once a war god is over 50 years old, his vitality begins to decline, and when he has difficulty fighting against monsters of the same level, he has no hope of being promoted to a warlord. With these two restrictive factors, the warlord will become the top existence in China, and even the entire Blue Star. But now, Lin Yang actually produced a large number of warlords by his own strength. This is really believable. If this kind of experience potion can be popularized across the board, I'm afraid that in the near future, 20-year-old warlords or even war saints will not be a new thing. By that time, the Warcraft army will no longer have any impact on China. The whole world may usher in true peace. Marshal Xiao was very excited along the way, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the special training camp. When they arrived at the station, 2 instructors, Xin Jiangnan and Ding Taiqiu, hurried over to greet them. But Marshal Xiao didn't bother to exchange pleasantries. After asking about Lin Yang's dormitory, he hurried to Lin Yang's dormitory. Just when he walked outside the house, he felt a heat wave filled with the aroma of elixirs coming from inside the house. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a girl's voice talking inside. "Brother Lin Yang, my mother Yao Miaoyin's success in being promoted to warlord is all due to you. Please be sure to go to our Yao family to attend the celebration ceremony." As soon as the girl finished speaking, 2 more boys rushed to speak. "Brother, if you want to go, you have to go to our Song family first. My father, Song Batian, is your fan. He said that if you don't go, he will come to thank you in person. Brother, my father by Jianfeng also admires you very much. This time my father by Jianfeng was promoted to the warlord, which made our by family a first-class force. Even if you just go over to drink a glass of water, my father will be happy for the rest of his life." These people were Yao Qingxing, Song Tianke, and Bai Xingxue. Their elders were promoted to warlords, so they sent them over to invite Lin Yang to attend the celebration ceremony. As for why there are no elders of Shuehong, it is because Shuehong grew up in an orphanage, and if one person is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry, so he never gets involved in these things. Marshal Xiao heard the noise inside when he was outside the door, raised his hand, but then gently put it down. He also wanted to know what choice Lin Yang would make. Lin Yang was heard clearing his throat in the room, his tone very firm. "Don't tell me about the celebration ceremony anymore. I definitely won't go. And I forged the experience potion for China, so that more war masters would appear to protect China and prevent it from being trampled by rampant monsters. I don't want to build my own personal reputation. Also, I can only distribute so much experience potions to you. Even if you have more money, I can't sell you more. I will give the remaining experience potions to my teacher, Marshal Xiao. Only he can find the most suitable candidates to distribute the experience potions. Moreover, I believe that my teacher will become the first war emperor of China, an existence that surpasses the war saint." Lin Yang's words blocked everything that everyone was going to say next. Besides, Lin Yang had allocated a considerable share to them and their families, so they had nothing to complain about. If they were still greedy after getting so much, it would probably cause Lin Yang's disgust, so they decided to stop while they were ahead. After hearing Lin Yang's answer outside the door, Marshal Xiao couldn't help but show a hint of pride on his face. I was right about Lin Yang. He is always so meticulous in his work, which makes people like him indescribably. Thinking of this, he pushed the door open and walked in. His appearance immediately filled everyone in the room with fear. Although they all admired Marshal Xiao very much, only when Marshal Xiao actually stood in front of them could they truly feel the infinite pressure and kingly aura emanating from Marshal Xiao. Even though Marshal Xiao had a smile on his face, this group of people were still too nervous to speak. Among all the people, perhaps only Lin Yang could remain calm and composed. Looking at the people who didn't dare to breathe, Lin Yang smiled at them. "Okay, my teacher is here. We need to discuss some things in private. You guys should step aside for now." With Lin Yang's instructions, Song Tianke and others hurriedly fled from Lin Yang's room, as if they had been pardoned. It was not until they closed the door and walked several dozen meters away that everyone took a deep breath at the same time and saw the horror in each other's eyes. "I didn't expect that Marshal Xiao would come to see me personally. I really think you were such a big shot. Not only that, you see how calm and composed Big Brother was when he faced Marshal Shao. We may never be able to achieve this level even if we study for our entire lives. Humph, who is my brother Lin Dong? He is no ordinary person. He is a true genius. He is thousands of times stronger than us so-called geniuses. While a few people were whispering outside, Marshal Shao had already sat in front of Lin Dong. But he deliberately kept a stern face and did not smile. You little brat, why didn't you tell me in advance that you forged such a big thing as an experience potion? If this kind of national treasure is known to hostile forces, do you know how dangerous you will be? 81. The Hunter Guild's provocation. Marshal Shao spoke harshly, but to Lin Dong, it sounded full of concern. Marshal Shao is a man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and what he says is no lethality at all. Lin Dong chuckled, stuck out his tongue, and took out 5 storage rings from his arms. Teacher, each of these 5 rings contains 4,420 portions of 3 types of experience potions, enough for one person to use for a year. Of course, for those top-level war gods, it only takes a month at most to be promoted to War Master. Please supervise the distribution and use of these experience potions. This is a great thing that I can do for China before entering the land of oblivion. Lin Dong's words moved Marshal Shao to tears. Marshal Shao originally thought that he was accustomed to the changes in the world. Life and death had long been put aside, and his heart had long been as hard as ice. Nothing could cause him to feel disturbed. But today, he finally found someone who shared the same aspirations as he did and who cared about the future of China. The feeling that there was someone to carry on his legacy made him feel overwhelmed, and tears welled up in his eyes. His hand was placed on Lin Dong's shoulder, and there was a kind of tenderness flowing in his pupils. Okay. I will remember all the good things you have done. Lin Dong, you can enter the Lost Land without any worries. I will be waiting for your triumphant return. After saying this, the master and the disciple smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. Next, Marshal Shao, as an eyewitness, told Lin Dong about the skills and methods of passing the hidden dungeons in the Lost Land, which benefited Lin Dong a lot. For example, there are 5 hidden gold dungeons at levels 30 to 40, namely Golden Battlefield, Night Demon Forest, Red Water Abyss, Fiery Kingdom, and Underground Ruins. To enter the Golden Battlefield, one needs to pay 10,000 stalks of golden holy grass to the temple. The golden holy grass is in the Phoenix Valley in the southwest of the Lost Land. The golden holy grass matures every 3 days. If it is harvested, you can only wait 3 days if you want to enter the Golden Battlefield. However, in the Golden Sword Battlefield, the output of materials is extremely rich. Not only are there gold elemental spirit stones required for forging high-level equipment, but also entrance tickets to the 40-50 level Deputy Holy Arena. This Holy Arena can only be entered through the hidden portal inside the Golden Sword Battlefield, and there is no other entrance channel. Marshal Shao told Lin Dong all the copies like this one. It took Lin Dong 6 hours to sort out all the useful information. I have to say that the information provided by Marshal Shao is really crucial. In this way, he would at least spend several times less time than others. If he could successfully clear all the copies quickly, he could take out all the treasures in the Lost Land within the entire 50-day training period. When he thought of the legendary monster corpses and various high-level materials in the Lost Land, his heart was filled with excitement. These things are simply unavailable in the outside world. Therefore, this Lost Land is equivalent to a place given by God to China to clear bugs. It is so useful. In the next few days, Lin Dong continued to forge experience potions and the godly treasure bowl. Because the amount of forging was too huge, his forging proficiency reached 500, successfully becoming a forger several times more skilled than a master, and could forge platinum-level equipment. This was a pleasant surprise. His proficiency as a blacksmith is not necessarily related to his level. As long as the proficiency reaches the system requirements, you can be promoted to a higher level and forge higher-level equipment. This is much better than those blacksmiths, who can only become qualified after reaching the corresponding experience. After preparing some experience potions in a hurry, the day of opening the Lost Land finally came. On this day, Lin Dong and his team members boarded a transport plane and arrived at the top of Kunlun Mountain, the roof of the world, to enter the Lost Land. On the Forgotten, the archer Choi Hyunnae had been squatting in the corner, refusing to communicate with Lin Dong and the others, like an isolated, ugly duckling. Her purple hair covered her face, and no one could see her expression. Beneath her hair was a face that seemed distorted by fear. Because of Lin Dong, she has been completely abandoned by the team. Although Lin Dong had never accused her of anything and completely ignored her, this was more painful than blaming her because Lin Dong completely ignored her and never considered her an opponent. This kind of humiliation made her feel extremely angry every time she saw Lin Dong. But she also knew Lin Dong's strength, and she could not fight against him at all. So she has decided that after entering the Lost Land, she will leave the team of the God of War Academy and join the special training team of the Hualong Academy. Because her brother Cui Wudi is the captain of Hualong Academy. With her brother Cui Wudi around, this trip to the Lost Land will become extremely enjoyable. Even at certain critical moments, it can trip up Lin Dong and the others. When she thought of Lin Dong's angry look because of being teased by her, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Lin Dong, wait a minute. I have the most detailed map of the Lost Land. I promise that after entering, I will collect all the materials and prevent you from entering any dungeon. Humph, you dare to offend me. After entering the Lost Land, I will make you taste my power. There was no conversation along the way. After arriving at the top of Kunlun Mountain, all teams needed to build their own camps. They must wait for all the teams from the 7 major academies to arrive before they can open the Forgotten Land. However, the first team to reach the top of Kunlun was not the special training camp of the 7 major academies, but a team that had never appeared before, the Hunter Guild. Their flag was extremely flamboyant, a blood-red skull filled with a strong, evil aura. Seeing the transport plane of the Ares Academy arrive, the 9 members of the Hunter Guild all stood under the fluttering flags and turned to look at them. It is no exaggeration to say that these 9 people are armed to the teeth. Even their faces are covered with goggles and gas masks, so their real faces cannot be seen. But judging from the subtle movements of their elbows bending, they are all well-trained masters with terrifyingly strong fighting abilities. It is said that these people have the strength to challenge the Golden Warriors across levels. Although they are only at the peak of level 30, even the peak Golden Warriors at level 40 may not be able to get an advantage at their hands. After all, a guild that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 major academies also has extremely profound foundations. In the entire Hunter Guild, there had been 3 warlords. Although they all died in the missions later, it was enough to show how powerful they were. After Lin Dong and his companions got off the transport plane, Ding Taichio led them to find an open space next to the Hunter Guild camp and began to build a camp. However, Yu He, the leader of the Hunter Guild, couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Ding Taichio, you, the defeated general, wouldn't you want these flowers in the greenhouse to enter the Lost Land and seek death? After all, once you enter the Forgotten Land, everything is determined by strength. We in the Hunter Guild are all elites, and we don't care whether you're Chinese or not. As long as you hinder our team members from performing their mission, we will ruthlessly kill you. I'm afraid that you, the hothouse flowers, will not survive the first day. On the side of the God of War Academy, whether it was the sword maniac Song Tianke or the sword saint by Xingxue, they were both geniuses among their contemporaries. When they were insulted like this, they immediately became furious. The people from the Hunter Guild are so arrogant, as if their knives have never been stained with blood. Humph, give me a chance to fight one-on-one. I will use the Tianyuan sword in my hand to let them know what reincarnation means. Even Su Runin had a hint of murderous intent on her face as she glared at Yu He, the leader of the Hunter Guild. We are all Chinese. Why are they hostile to us right from the start? They are simply evil to the core. Only Lin Dong had a slight smile on his face and remained silent. Ding Taichio looked at the passionate team members, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to stop them. The enemy's strength should not be underestimated. Both their individual strength and teamwork have been tested in countless wars. You must not underestimate them. After all, the opponents you faced in the past were only monsters with limited intelligence. However, the Hunter Guild targets various human organizations and is much more dangerous. It can be said that they are the real battlefield elites. After entering the Lost Land, you must not conflict with them. Hearing Ding Taichio say that he was boosting others' morale and destroying his own prestige, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, and others all looked angry and were obviously not convinced. Seeing this situation, Yu He from the Hunter Guild on the opposite side frowned. Ding Taichio has become more capable. He is no longer as reckless as he was when he was young. He was not even angered by my words. Well, the skinny boy and his team also showed a steady demeanor. He should be a big shot. Maybe he is the #1 enemy of our hunter team. After a moment of analysis, Yui decided to test the strength of the Ares Academy. So he started to provoke again. What's the matter, Ding Taichio? Do you want to be a coward? You don't have any manliness at all. Look, your students are better than you. They know how to glare at me. However, they're still a bunch of idiots. Moreover, I heard that there is a useless blacksmith mixed in your team. Are you unable to recruit students? Each class is worse than the last. Believe it or not, our Hunter Guild's captain, Wang Rulong, can single-handedly challenge your entire team? 82 happy competition. Come and fight if you don't agree. Arrogant. Yui took his arrogance to the extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the Hunter team, Wang Rulong, immediately stood up and pointed at all of Lin Dong and his team one by one. Our instructor Yui is right. I will be alone, and you all will come together. If you can hold out for 1 minute, I lose. The situation on the field suddenly became tense. None of Lin Dong and his companions had ever imagined that they would encounter such a serious provocation as soon as they got off the plane. However, Lin Dong's expression was a little strange at this moment. Because at this moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly issued a temporary task. Ding! The host is detected to have received a provocation. A temporary task is issued. Please forge equipment for the Happy Competition Pocket. The forging book has been issued. Hidden talent entry for equipment. 100% chance to attack before the opponent and give the opponent a big bag on the face. Each time you give a big bag to the target, you will be rewarded with 1 enchantment value. A maximum of 10 rewards per day. Forging task rewards. Experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. The moment he heard the system prompt, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. When he forges equipment, he must use enchantment values to increase the attributes of the items. So the enchantment values are the key that restricts him from forging equipment with a large number of attributes. If you want to obtain enchantment values, you can only do so by completing temporary tasks issued by the system. Therefore, the enchantment value has become extremely valuable, which is one of the reasons why Lin Dong has never dared to forge equipment in large quantities. Lin Dong had only met Su Runin before who could trigger the system to issue a temporary task. Whenever Su Runin upgraded and needed to change equipment, the system would issue a temporary task. Therefore, the reason why Lin Dong was so nice to Su Runin was also because he wanted to trigger the system task from her. After all, it is not easy to find a natural holy body that can complete system tasks. But now, Lin Dong found a new target, the captain of the hunter team, Wang Rulong, whose entire skin was wrapped in equipment. Because the moment she appeared, the system triggered a temporary task. She was a rare talent who could trigger system tasks. With this relationship in place, Lin Dong decided to cultivate the relationship between the two parties. As for what to use to train it, of course it's the Happy Big Bidu. According to the system prompts, this Happy by Pocket can gain up to 10 points of enchantment value every day as long as you interact with the target in a friendly way. Why not do it? After all, silver equipment only requires 3 points of enchantment value at most to have attributes. 10 points of enchantment value can forge 3 pieces of silver-level equipment with attributes. It is very cost-effective. So just after Wang Rulong finished his provocative words, Lin Dong, who had been calm and composed all this time, suddenly moved. He stood out from the crowd and came in front of Song Tianke and others, looking at Wang Rulong with a smile. Since you, the Hunter Guild, look down on our Ares Academy, then I, the weakest forger in the Ares Academy, must learn from your superior skills. Do you believe me? If I forge a piece of equipment on the spot, I can beat you to a pulp. And every time we fight, I can let you take the first move, and I guarantee that you won't be able to touch the corner of my clothes at all. Although Lin Dong's voice was not loud, and even sounded a little lazy, his arrogant attitude was no less than that of Wang Rulong. Seeing Lin Dong being so brave, the eyes of Su Runin and others suddenly lit up. Lin Dong is planning to take action. Then there is no suspense in this battle. Brother, teach them a lesson. Yes, big brother, let's fight to the morale of our Ares Academy. Brother Lin Dong, you are worthy of being the most powerful man in my heart. Song Tianke, by Xing Xue, and Yao Qingxing, the 3 most proud people, vied with each other to flatter Lin Dong, making Lin Dong's appearance very impressive. Shuahong also hurried over and rubbed Lin Dong's shoulders. Captain, is your strength adequate? Let me help you stretch your muscles so that I can give that guy a good beating later. Purple-haired beauty Choi Hyun looked at these former teammates with a constipated look on her face, and she was too tired to complain. These people's faces really bring shame to Imperial Capital Middle School. From now on, we can no longer say that we graduated from the same school as them. Choi Hyun shook her head and hid behind the crowd. She really disdained to associate with Lin Dong and the others. Ding Taichio, who originally wanted to dissuade everyone, actually crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show after seeing Lin Dong step forward. He knew Lin Dong too well, and there was no need for him to worry. The one who should be worried was that Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong was obviously provoked by Lin Dong's arrogance. He immediately made a half-possessed sprint, with the scimitar in his hand half drawn out of the scabbard. He swept the whole place with a fierce and murderous aura. Even the wind and snow were blown back by his sword energy. Are you that useless forger? Don't think you are so great just because someone is backing you up. You are just a tool under someone else's command. I am a real warrior. I can take your life with just one blow. From the moment Wang Rulong made the move to prepare for the attack, Song Tianke restrained his playful thoughts and became extremely serious. He is a master at using a knife. He probably has some powerful fighting skills. I think the odds of winning and losing are about even if we fight. From Song Tiang's expression, as if he was facing a formidable enemy, it can be seen that he regarded Wang Rulong as a real opponent. You have to know that the current Song Tianke has his combat power enhanced by the equipment given to him by Lin Dong, and his combat power has increased by more than 10 times. But even so, he still couldn't ignore Wang Rulong in front of him. He even put the other party on the same level as him with just one move. It can be seen how extraordinary Wang Rulong is. Lin Dong smiled and waved his finger at Wang Rulong, who was about to launch an attack. Don't be impatient. The equipment I have is too powerful. I'm afraid it will destroy you. Let me forge a piece of equipment with lower damage first. It must be said that Lin Dong's words were not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Even Wang Rulong, who was usually very calm, couldn't help but go crazy. Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Today I must let you know that the warrior profession is also divided into different levels, and I am the top super warrior. He spoke with gnashing teeth, but it seemed that he did not pose any threat to Lin Dong at all. It seemed that Lin Dong completely ignored his words. Lin Dong took out the system forging furnace, and then took out the forging book and some materials and put them in, and then wiped his palms with a cleansing handkerchief. Strange, Zilonglong, don't worry, it will only take a minute. In fact, you don't have to be so anxious to get beaten. If you apologize to our Ares Academy now and admit your mistake, I can choose to let you go. Puff! Wang Rulong was almost fuming at Lin Dong's anger. Listen to me. Is this human language? Lin Dong is just a blacksmith, but he actually said such brazen words to a super warrior of the Hunter Guild. He is really an old man who wants to die. Wang Rulong just snorted coldly and kept drawing his sword. You should be thankful that you haven't entered the Lost Land yet, otherwise, you will become a headless corpse in a minute. Really? Lin Dong had a playful look on his face and made a gesture to Wang Rulong, saying, You can't do that. How did you become the captain when you have such a bad temper? A captain must always keep a clear head, just like me. You. Wang Rulong found that he couldn't win the argument with Lin Dong, so he simply chose to keep silent. He began to look down at his watch and count down, ready to strike Lin Dong with a sudden attack at any moment. However, Yu-He, the mentor of the Hunter Guild, glanced at Lin Dong inconspicuously. This little guy successfully angered Wang Rulong and was obviously not a simple character. I just don't know if Lin Dong is really capable. Otherwise, if he angers Wang Rulong, the human Tyrannosaurus, Lin Dong will definitely suffer. At the moment when he was thinking secretly in his heart, Lin Dong had already opened the system forging furnace and took out a weapon as big as an arm from it. This weapon is like an enlarged version of a hand, shaped like a palm, and looks vivid and lifelike. But when he saw the basic attributes of the equipment, a strange look suddenly appeared on Yu-He's face. Equipment. Happy Big Buy Pocket, no level. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Lin Dong spent a minute just to forge a piece of garbage equipment with no level? Does he want to use this equipment to challenge Wang Rulong, who has the title of King of Killers? 83 Don't worry about how fast I am. Just ask whether you are happy or not. However, the equipment attributes that Yu-He saw were only basic attributes. The entry attributes of Happy Dabadoo are all in a hidden state, and only Lin Dong himself can view it. Equipment. Happy Big by Pocket, no level. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Absolute first move, 100% chance to attack before the opponent. Give the opponent a big punch in the face, causing the opponent to fly backwards 5,100 meters. First move times 10 times. After the first move takes effect, rebound the opponent's attack, causing damage equal to the opponent's attack 1.5 times the coefficient. Enchantment reward. Each time you give the target a big bag, you will be rewarded with 1 enchantment point. A maximum of 10 rewards per day. Amazing! After hitting the target will shout at the loudest voice in his life. Awesome! Looking at the 3 entries of Happy Dabadoo, Lin Dong touched his chin unconsciously. Apart from the second enchantment reward, which seems to be reasonable, why do the other entries seem a bit weird and childish? But since he had already received the system reward, Lin Dong would not pursue these minor issues. He raised his head, looked at Wang Rulong who was ready to attack, and gently hooked his finger. 1 minute, just right. Come on, little dragon. Shut your stinky mouth and don't call me Xylong Glong. Okay, Xylong Glong. Wang Rulong was so angry at Lin Dong that he almost couldn't breathe, and the knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. If he were fighting an enemy, such an obvious flaw would definitely be seized upon by the opponent, causing him great harm. But Lin Dong on the opposite side obviously had no intention of taking action. This made Wang Rulong look down on Lin Dong even more. Ha, you don't know how to seize such a good opportunity. You're really a rookie. Players like you will become corpses in a matter of minutes on the battlefield. As Wang Rulong spoke, he charged towards Lin Dong. He will not be polite. As a powerful hunter, he will take advantage of every opportunity to cause harm to his target. Even if Lin Dong is just a blacksmith whom he looks down upon, he will treat him with all his strength. So with his first strike, he directly danced the scimitar into the shape of a full moon and cut towards Lin Dong. Hunting sword technique. The full moon is like a wheel. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, who rushed to him like a flash of lightning. He was neither anxious nor impatient, and was leisurely watching a play. It's not that Lin Dong was being arrogant, but the damage of this sword was only over 10,000 points at most, which could not break his defense at all. Even if Lin Dong stood here and let Wang Rulong chop him, it wouldn't hurt at all. The other members of the Hunter Guild on Yuhi's side all started to sneer. Ah, this blacksmith must have been frightened by our captain. He didn't even move. As expected, if you don't have the ability, don't show off. If you do, you will be struck by lightning. Tiske. How can a fledgling like the Ares Academy, who have never experienced battle, be a match for a seasoned eagle like us? I guess we are too weak. The War God Academy is one of the top-ranked academies among the 7 academies, but I didn't expect it to be so rubbish. I no longer have any expectations for the students of the 7 academies. Just as they were laughing at Lin Dong, their mentor he sensed something was wrong. Because Lin Dong was not frightened silly as they said. On the contrary, Lin Dong gave him the feeling of being as steady as a rock. It seemed that in Lin Dong's eyes, Wang Rulong was just a child, and Lin Dong himself was an adult. The battle between the two was completely on different levels, so Lin Dong was so relaxed. But Lin Dong's level is only level 30, so how could this make Yui feel so absurd? Yui looked at Lin Dong strangely, trying to find out the real reason for this feeling. After all, Lin Dong, holding a 0-attack weapon, did not look like he had the ability to defeat Wang Rulong. Su Runin, who was standing behind Lin Dong, couldn't help but feel her heart rise to her throat when she saw Wang Rulong's blade almost touching Lin Dong's neck. Oh no! The neck is the weakest part of the body. Why hasn't Lin Dong taken action yet? At this moment, Su Runin was so anxious that she could not stand. She wanted to go forward to help Lin Dong block the attack, because this attack looked too dangerous. Sister-in-law, believe in Big Brother. Big Brother never fights a battle he is not sure of winning. The one who said this was the sword maniac Song Tianke. He had a very good grasp of the details of the battle, and he could also see that Lin Dong was calm and composed, and was obviously very confident. However, his subconscious call of sister-in-law made Su Runin's face turn red, and her speech became shy. Hey, we haven't even started yet. Xiao Song, stop talking nonsense. It can be seen that although Su Runin said she was resolute, she was very happy in her heart. It is said that sometimes a person who speaks his mind may not offend others, but may even flatter others. But this sentence made Yao Qingxing a little jealous. She pouted her lips, looked at Lin Dong, who was as steady as a mountain, and couldn't help but swear secretly in her heart. Brother Lin Dong is mine. Brother Lin Dong is mine! Brother Lin Dong is mine! At this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Wang Rulong, who seemed to have won the game, with the blade almost touching the hairs on Lin Dong's neck, suddenly cried out in surprise, "Great!" Then it flew straight up like a cannonball into the snow on the top of the mountain. Its speed was so fast that only a hole was left in the snow. A moment later, there was a dull crashing sound, and the snow slid down and flew in all directions with the howling cold wind from the top of Kunlun Mountain. After a while, a man covered in snowflakes staggered out from the snow, his eyes full of disbelief. This person was none other than Wang Rulong. At this moment, he was completely confused and had no idea what had happened just now. He looked at Lin Dong, who was standing with a happy bag in his hand and smiling at him, and asked loudly, "How did you do that just now? My knife has already cut your neck. Even if you were a platinum warrior, it is impossible for you to react so quickly at that moment." Not only was Wang Rulong confused, but even their mentor Yu He and Ares Academy's tactical instructor Ding Taichio did not see clearly how Lin Dong had made his move just now. Lin Dong's movements just now were so fast that the eyes could not distinguish his trajectory at all. But Lin Dong just stood there lazily, seemingly not caring about everyone's questions at all, with an expression that looked as annoying as it could be. Lin Dong lazily picked up a grass root from the ground and put it in his mouth, then looked at Wang Rulong in a mean manner. "Is it really fun?" This sentence stunned everyone. Just now, everyone's attention was focused on how Lin Dong made his move in an instant, ignoring other details. After Lin Dong's reminder, everyone remembered that at the moment when Wang Rulong flew out, he seemed to have shouted the word "cool," which shook the world. Wang Rulong recalled the shameful moment just now and became furious again. He drew his sword and rushed towards Lin Dong. But Lin Dong still did not dodge or evade. He looked at Wang Rulong in a nasty way and teased him with words. "Didn't you enjoy it enough just now? Do you want to enjoy it again?" Wang Rulong's charge was paused. This Lin Dong was too infuriating. He just wanted to tear Lin Dong's mouth apart, cut off his tongue, and find a fallen woman to humiliate him. You. You're really pissing me off. Look at the knife. Hunting knife skills. The bright moon shines on the river." Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, who had lost his mind, shook his head helplessly, and slowly raised his happy buy pocket. "I didn't mean to earn this one enchantment point. It was you who put your face close to me and asked me to hit you." As he spoke, Lin Dong lightly waved the happy big bag and swept it towards Wang Rulong's face. At this moment, everyone felt a sudden strong discomfort in their eyes. Wang Rulong was as powerful as a rainbow, and his movements were as fast as lightning, while Lin Dong was slow and leisurely, like a snail basking in the sun. However, Lin Dong's movements were as slow as a snail, but it seemed that he was faster than Wang Rulong, whose sword was sharp and ferocious. This strong visual contrast made everyone present unable to help but stare, and they began to move along with Lin Dong's knife. No one cared about the outcome of the competition between the two. Everyone just wanted to understand why the trajectory of Lin Dong's happy bag was so mysterious. Suddenly, Yu He, the mentor of the Hunter Guild, slapped his thigh. "I understand. Lin Dong must have mastered time-related combat skills. He can control the time and space around his body. That's why he can challenge Wang Rulong without fear." At this moment, when this veteran god of war looked at Lin Dong, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Being able to control time and space within his surroundings, Lin Dong is already invincible. Even he would not be able to gain any advantage over Lin Dong. Just when he wanted to speak out to stop Wang Rulong's attack, Lin Dong's happy Big Dipper had already hit Wang Rulong in the face. There was only a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, Wang Rulong burst into laughter. "Great! So great! What did you do to me?" Why did I scream out uncontrollably? But no one answered Wang Rulong. The next second, he soared into the sky like a cannonball and flew towards a huge ice and snow rock on the top of Kunlun Mountain. "No!" 84, Lin Dong, be gentle. Boom! Ice and snow fragments flew everywhere, and Wang Rulong's body was directly embedded in the thick ice and snow condensed on the surface of the boulder. Because the force was so great, the ice spread out in all directions like a spider web, with him as the center. From a distance, Wang Rulong looked like a fly hanging on a spider web. Wang Rulong couldn't help coughing twice, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He could never have imagined that Lin Dong's seemingly light attack would cause such great damage to him. However, the attack that he poured all his strength into, with a damage of up to 15,000, actually did not cause the slightest harm to Lin Dong. This made Wang Rulong begin to doubt his life. He took drugs like crazy to recover his health, but he was extremely shocked inside, because twice in a row, he didn't see clearly how Lin Dong made his move. How did Lin Dong do it? Is it true, as his mentor Yu said, that Lin Dong has mastered time and space? He staggered out from the rocks again, his whole breath becoming weak. He has special equipment to support his health, with nearly 30,000 points of health. However, Lin Dong's attack just now triggered the absolute first move item, which directly fed back 1.5 times the damage of his own attack, directly reducing his health by 22,500 points. That's why he was almost killed by his own blow. But Wang Rulong never dreamed that there would be such a strange skill entry in the world. He thought Lin Dong was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, deliberately paralyzing him. You're so good, Lin Dong. I was careless just now. So you took advantage of me? Now I am finally going to be serious. Even if you have comprehended some of the mysteries of time and space, you will definitely not be able to withstand my strongest attack. Wang Rulong was seen jumping several times in the air like a nimble monkey, and then leaped into the sky, with his butt raised high, his feet and arms parallel, focusing all his strength on the long sword. This strange posture immediately made the pupils of Yu He, the mentor of the Hunter Guild, shrink. He was greatly impressed. Could it be that move? How is it possible? This is a sword technique that I have studied for so many years but still haven't figured out. I never thought that Wang Rulong would learn the last 3 moves of the hunting sword technique, Pixing Zhan Yue. I am really shocked. Wang Rulong, you are indeed the #1 prodigy of our Hunter Guild. I am ashamed of my ability to comprehend you. This move, Pai Xing Zhan Yu, was created by the first president of their Hunter Guild, a great warlord who was extremely close to the realm of War Saint and was extremely powerful. Pixing Zhan Yu has the special ability to temporarily lock space and time. Although this lock only lasts for 0.5 seconds, it is enough to kill a person. And if Lin Dong relies on his ability of time and space, this move can be said to be Lin Dong's nemesis. Seeing Wang Rulong use this move, the other members of the Hunter Guild suddenly became excited. It's actually this move. No matter how powerful Lin Dong is in front of Captain Wang who uses this move, he will only have one end, and that is death. Although Lin Dong used some despicable means to gain the first 2 victories, our Hunter Guild has always only looked at the final result and not the process in between. In the end, Lin Dong will still die under Captain Wang's knife. That's right. With this sword technique, our Captain Wang can definitely become the best of the younger generation. I have foreseen the rise of a new war saint. It was no wonder that they were so excited, because this move, cutting the moon and stars, was one of the 3 most difficult sword techniques to learn in their Hunter Guild. It was said that no one had been able to grasp the essence of it for more than 30 years. Unexpectedly, Wang Rulong performed it today, which was really eye-opening. Lin Dong raised his eyelids, looked at Wang Rulong who was coming down from the sky with a knife in his hand, and yawned loudly. Unexpectedly, this yawn would anger everyone again. The members of the Hunter Guild have begun to attack him personally. What kind of attitude is this from Lin Dong? Facing such a powerful attack, he actually didn't fully guard against it. Using this move of Pai Xing Zhan Yu on him is totally a waste of time. He can't jump around for much longer anyway. I think he's just throwing everything away. After all, facing such a powerful attack, anyone would feel desperate. It's not surprising that he does this. But he is so infuriating, I really can't swallow this anger. I must go up and whip his corpse later. At this moment, they had all forgotten the rule that they could not kill their compatriots outside the Lost Land. They completely regarded Lin Dong as someone who deserved to be killed. But this doesn't matter to Lin Dong at all. These silver-level hunters have long been out of his sight. If he hadn't held back, he would have only had to activate the Eye of Acceptance and use a wave of skills to kill or cripple these people. However, these people did not know that Lin Dong was so powerful. They just thought that Lin Dong was mocking them on purpose, which was why the atmosphere was like this. Wang Rulong, who was falling from the sky and less than 1 meter away from Lin Dong, couldn't help but sneer. Lin Dong, you should be proud enough to be able to force me to use this move. You feel good. Before Wang Rulong could finish his words, he was suddenly slapped in the face by Lin Dong with a big dick. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded through the sky, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The other members of the Hunter Guild who were shouting just now could not accept the reality and fell to the ground one by one. No, can't Pai Xing Zhan you temporarily lock time? And space, how did Lin Dong use that slap again? The captain was beaten, but still shouted, it's great. Could it be that Lin Dong cast some kind of magic on him? It's not witchcraft. I heard that the equipment he forged has skill attributes. Could it be that his strange arm weapon can make people feel great? I feel like my faith is a little shaken. Is this Lin Dong really a blacksmith? Why do I feel like he's always playing cat and mouse with our captain? Oh, I never thought that even the #1 prodigy of our Hunter Guild would lose so completely. I'm almost losing confidence in this forsaken land. But Lin Dong looked a little embarrassed at this moment. The moment the big mouth was pulled out, he immediately felt something was wrong and said to himself, oh no, because Wang Rulong's attack this time was too high, a full 20,000 points, and after being rebounded by Happy Dabbita's absolute first-hand item, the damage had reached 30,000 points. For Wang Rulong, whose health points had just reached 30,000 points, this blow was enough to take his life. So Lin Dong hurriedly chased after Wang Rulong, using the flash skill of the acceleration gloves to come directly to Wang Rulong's side. Looking at the barely breathing Wang Rulong, Lin Dong frowned. Because at this time, Wang Rulong only had 2 drops of blood left. He was in danger. He poked Wang Rulong's body with the happy big bag and found that it was slowly becoming stiff. The person is about to die. This made Lin Dong very anxious. This Wang Rulong is a spare tire for triggering system tasks. If he is really killed, where can we find such a good spare tire in the future? However, just as Lin Dong was thinking about it, the happy bag in his hand had been automatically activating its skills, slapping Wang Rulong's face wildly. Ding! The absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding! The enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding! The awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding! The absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding! The enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding! The awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding! The enchantment reward entry is effective. The reward enchantment value is 1 point. The upper limit of 10 rewards for today has been reached. Ding! The awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. If Wang Rulong does not actively launch an attack, Happy Big Dipper will not have a rebound effect, so the damage is 0. Although the attack was 0, Wang Rulong still made a series of sounds of pleasure under such crazy fanning. In the end, Wang Rulong was so angry that he fainted. His health point, which was originally 2 points, dropped by 1 point again. Oh my god, this won't do. Don't let him really die. Where did I put my blood recovery potion? How come I can't find it at the critical moment? It's so frustrating. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, whose gas mask was blown off, and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You must not die. If you die, where can I find a backup to trigger the system mission? But why is Wang Rulong wearing lipstick? He looks like a woman with delicate skin and tender flesh. It's weird. It seemed that Lin Dong's psychological activities took effect, and the system voice sounded again. Ding! The system has issued a temporary mission. During the mission, all the host's blood-recovering drugs have been locked by the system and cannot be used. Please use artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation immediately to help Wang Rulong recover to full blood. Each artificial respiration will restore 1,000 points of the opponent's blood. Each cardiopulmonary resuscitation will restore 500 points of blood. Ah! System, are you crazy? Why are you asking me to give artificial respiration to a man? Lin Dong complained madly. This system has a problem, locking all his blood recovery potions. Actually, just to let him give Wang Rulong artificial respiration and CPR? This is too much. However, the system did not give any explanation at all and just coldly started the selection mode. Ding! Host, please choose whether to give up this mission. Option 1. Give up the temporary task. Reward minus 100 enchantment points. Option 2. Accept the temporary task. Reward 100 enchantment points. This damn system actually uses enchantment values to threaten him. Lin Dong sighed. The enchantment value was too precious, so he had to give in. But there's no need for artificial respiration. Let's do cardiopulmonary resuscitation first. Although the blood output will be less, it can still restore blood. When Lin Dong's hand was on Wang Rulong, he immediately started cursing again. What's wrong with Wang Rulong? He's swollen like a woman, and I can't even feel his heart. But this scene made the other members of the Hunter Guild dumbfounded. What is Lin Dong doing? He's not whipping the corpse, is he? But the movements of whipping the corpse are so strange. He won't find out that the captain is a girl and then try to violate the captain's body, will he? As an eyewitness, Wang Rulong couldn't help but tremble her long eyelashes under the eye mask. She naturally knew that it was Lin Dong who saved her. But Lin Dong, sitting on her like this, was really embarrassing for her. She couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Lin Dong, you beast, be gentle. Oh no, get up. 85, this Tyrannosaurus is actually a woman? Lin Dong, did you hear what I said? Get off me right now. I'm so mad. You dare to pinch me?" Wang Rulong looked at Lin Dong, who was riding on her and doing CPR on her, with shame and anger, and she went berserk again. In the past 20 years, she has never let any man get close to her. Lin Dong has violated her biggest taboo. Lin Onmei glanced at her casually and sucked his teeth. He saved the other person's life, but it seemed that the other party didn't appreciate it. If I hadn't performed CPR on you, you would have died long ago. You wouldn't have had the energy to scream at me. While Lin Dong was fighting back verbally, his hands did not stop moving at all. This made Wang Rulong feel as if she was being raped. She could no longer bear it and slapped Lin Dong in the face. But the next second, Lin Dong took out the happy bag. Bang! Ah, Lin Dong's so cool. After a crisp sound, Wang Rulong dragged out a long tail sound and flew out again like a cannonball. Just now, Wang Rulong wanted to slap him, but it didn't do any harm, so the damage of Lin Dong's big slap rebound was also very low and would not cause much damage to Wang Rulong. Of course, this kind of damage refers to physical damage. As for the damage to the mind, Lin Dong is not very good at math and cannot calculate how big the shadow area is. Ding! The host successfully completed the temporary task of helping Wang Rulong recover to full health, and was rewarded with an enchantment value of 100. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Dong dusted off his hands, stood up from the ground, and shook his head in the direction where Wang Rulong flew away. All my efforts were almost wasted. Fortunately, I helped this guy recover to full health at the last second. But why does Wang Rulong look a bit perverted? Why does a grown man spray so much perfume on himself? My hands are full of the smell. Smelling the remaining fragrance in his hand, Lin Dong frowned and even felt a little nauseous. However, when Lin Dong returned to the Ares Academy camp, Su Runin was there pouting and humming, obviously a little jealous. "Lin Dong, how does that woman feel? I see you seem to be obsessed with her." Lin Dong touched the back of his head, wondering why Su Runin suddenly asked him this. "Where is the woman? Isn't Wang Rulong a man? If he were a woman, I would have given her artificial respiration just now." "Okay, Lin Dong, you're such a person, humph. I will ignore you." Su Runin turned her head away angrily and hugged her shoulders, obviously not satisfied with Lin Dong's answer. Lin Dong blinked, feeling a little puzzled. But Song Tianke quickly poked Lin Dong's waist with his finger and whispered to him, "Brother, you just touched another woman in front of your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law is upset. Hurry up and comfort her. Girls are meant to be pampered." "You mean Wang Rulong is a woman?" Lin Dong opened his eyes wide in surprise. He really didn't quite believe it. Song Tianke covered his mouth and laughed evilly. "Brother, Wang Rulong was having a great time just now. You did it in broad daylight. You are not afraid to admit it, right? Go away, get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your experience potion supply." Upon hearing that Lin Dong was actually threatening him with the experience potion, Song Tianke immediately put away his smile and stood there with an unusual seriousness, like a child who had made a mistake. "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't cut off my experience potion. But what I said is true. If you don't believe me, look, Wang Rulong is really a woman, and she looks pretty good." "Oh." Lin Dong looked in the direction of Song Tianke's finger and found that Wang Rulong with disheveled hair was rushing towards him again. The helmet, goggles, and gas mask on her head were blown away by Happy Dobby, and no one knew where they were. Therefore, without any cover, she revealed her stunning beauty under the scorching sun and snow at the top of Kunlun Mountain. Although her face was full of anger and her brows were full of murderous intent, she had a unique charm in the wind and snow. Even someone like Lin Dong, whose mentality was as calm as a calm pond, couldn't help but take a few more glances. TSK, I just blurted it out. If I had known this guy was so pretty, I should have listened to the system's advice and performed artificial respiration. While Lin Dong was talking to himself, Su Runin had come close to him without him noticing, as if she was eavesdropping on what he was saying. When Lin Dong noticed Su Runin's angry look, he couldn't help but smile, and his tone changed accordingly. It's a pity that no matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to our Runin. In my heart, Su Runin is the most beautiful woman in China. Lin Dong's voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Su Runin to hear. After hearing what Lin Dong said, Su Runin's pretty face flushed slightly, and the anger on her face instantly disappeared. In this snowy wind, Su Runin smiled, even more beautiful than the snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow. She pouted and leaned close to Lin Dong's ear. Brother Lin Dong, the women outside are very dangerous. Don't be fooled by them. Otherwise, what will happen to them? After being asked this question by Lin Dong, Su Runin stammered and didn't know how to answer. She could only tilt her neck and make up an excuse. They will deceive your heart and your body, and make you lose both your money and your life. Oh, do you think your brother Lin Dong, would be such a person? I have said that as long as China is not at peace, I will not care about the private affairs of men and women. Runin, have you forgotten? Lin Dong smiled at Su Runin. His face as warm as a spring breeze, moving even the ice and snow. At this moment, Wang Rulong rushed to him again, punching and kicking Lin Dong like a mad shrew, without any rules or attack power. Damn you, Lin Dong. Give me back my innocence. I will peel off your skin and eat your flesh. Lin Dong, you shall not die well. Lin Dong, you... But before Wang Rulong could finish his words, Lin Dong gently waved the happy big bag again. Go! Lin Dong, can you try another move? It feels so good, dash. Wang Rulong once again flew like a cannonball, leaving a beautiful trajectory in the wind and snow, and flew into a pile of snow. At this time, Yu-He, the mentor of the Hunter Guild, and the team members behind him had become numb to this scene. Originally thought that after the identity of Wang Rulong's daughter was exposed, Lin Dong might be more sympathetic to her, but unexpectedly, Lin Dong had no sympathy at all and still let the matter go with a big fight. So these team members shook their heads, thinking that Lin Dong was really going too far. Lin Dong, this single guy, deserves to be single forever. Captain Wang is so beautiful that I feel sorry for her. How could he have the heart to do that to her? Brothers, we can't let Lin Dong bully Captain Wang anymore. Let's go up together and use our Hunter Guild's combined attack formation to capture Lin Dong and make him kowtow to Captain Wang and admit his mistake. That's exactly what I meant. Let's go over there and teach Lin Dong a lesson. The remaining 8 members of the Hunter Guild immediately took action, forming an offensive and defensive formation, and surrounded Lin Dong. Seeing this scene, Yui touched his beard on his chin with satisfaction. Well done. We in the Hunter Guild should share honor and disgrace. If one of us fails, we should fight together. We must not let our own people suffer losses. But over at the Ares Academy, tactical instructor Ding Taichio had a rather unhappy look on his face. The Hunter Guild's hunting formation is known as one of the strongest combined attack formations in China. There was once a team of hunters who used this formation to cross 3 levels and kill the master at the God of War level, becoming famous in one battle. He looked at Lin Dong worriedly and couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to protect Lin Dong. Lin Dong, be careful of the danger. Retreat immediately. But Lin Dong raised the happy bag in his hand, without even turning his head. Teacher Ding, you just stand back and watch. Today, I will let everyone know that the majesty of our Ares Academy cannot be challenged. As he spoke, Lin Dong activated the flash skill of the silver-level acceleration gloves and came directly to the side of the group of Hunter Union members, slowly raising the happy by pocket in his hand. At the same time, Lin Dong was muttering something. Come on, follow my rhythm. I shout 1, 2, and you shout for joy. 86, I am Chui Wudi from Hualong Academy. I'll shout 1, 2, and you guys can shout for fun. 1, 2. Lin Dong was holding the happy by pocket in his hand, walking leisurely among the 8 members of the Hunter Guild, without setting up any defense at all. But wherever he went, all the members of the Hunter Guild flew off the ground like cannonballs, with the closest ones flying more than 50 meters away. And what accompanied their departure was the sound of the word shuang, with a long tail. Cool. It feels so good. It feels so good. After 8 earth-shaking loud bang sounds, there was no one around Lin Dong. He looked at the big radishes planted in the snow with boredom, but it seemed that it was not satisfying enough. So he turned his gaze to Yu-He, the mentor of the Hunter Guild. Hey, I remember just now. You were the one who mocked our Ares Academy the most fiercely. Now your teammates have all become noobs. Do you want to come over and give it a try? As he spoke, Lin Dong raised the happy big by pocket in his hand and pointed it in the direction of Yu-He. At this moment, how could Yu-He not understand that the happiness in Lin Dong's hand was much weirder than that in his pocket? This happy big fight bag can always take the initiative to attack others and make the person who is blown away scream out, "It's awesome." Although the damage is not serious, it is extremely insulting. But he is a top-level war god after all, and it is impossible for him to remain indifferent when being provoked by Lin Dong. However, no matter how angry he was not sure whether he could resist the first move of Happy Dabadoo. So he could only appear strong, but actually be weak and angrily scold Lin Dong. Lin Dong, don't think that just because you took advantage of a few of your peers to win, you can act recklessly with a god of war like me. The dignity of a god of war cannot be insulted lightly. You have to know that any equipment has flaws. Even though your weapon is a bit weird, it's still as ridiculous as a child's toy in front of me. Yui spoke with great confidence, as if he had an absolute advantage over Lin Dong. But Lin Dong knew that Yu-He was already feeling guilty. Otherwise, Yu-He would definitely rush up and attack him at the first possible moment. But at this moment, Wang Rulong staggered back again. This time, she no longer rushed towards Lin Dong recklessly, but regained her sanity after repeated lessons. She gently tied up her messy hair with a rubber band, revealing her pretty face like a lotus emerging from the water, and came to Yu-He. "Teacher, you are right. Any weapon has a flaw. I have found the flaw of the strange weapon in Lin Dong's hand." "Oh, tell me about it." Yui's eyes lit up. If he knew the flaw in Lin Dong's weapon, he wouldn't have to be so cautious. Wang Rulong nodded and expressed her judgment. "Just now when I used the hunting sword technique, the stronger my attack, the greater the damage I receive. But when I later casually attacked Lin Dong without causing any harm, the attack I received was very small. So I concluded, Lin Dong's weapon has the effect of rebounding damage. The stronger the attack on him, the stronger the rebounded damage. So if we want to eliminate the threat of this weapon, we can't use powerful attacks. We can only use gentle methods to take his weapon away." Wang Rulong actually determined the attribute of the happy big pocket in Lin Dong's hand through just a few attacks, which made Lin Dong look at him with admiration. He looked at the heroic Wang Rulong from afar and gave him a thumbs up. TSK. I underestimated Wang Rulong just now. It turns out she is not just big-breasted and brainless. While muttering quietly, Lin Dong once again looked at the hands that had just performed CPR, and that delicate touch resurfaced in his mind. Even the body odor that permeates the heart and lungs is no longer so disgusting. Oh my, next time the system issues a temporary task, you must not be so conservative. You've missed a great opportunity. However, Wang Rulong took Lin Dong's thumbs-up gesture as a provocation, which immediately broke Wang Rulong's defense again. "Lin Dong, don't be so complacent. When I find a way to crack your evil weapon, I will not let you off easily." Faced with this pressure-free WeChat message, Lin Dong shrugged indifferently, and then directed his spearhead at Yu-He, the mentor of the Hunter Guild, again. You already know the flaws of my weapon. Do you dare to fight me? I really want to know how you, the so-called God of War, got the courage to challenge our God of War Academy." Yui's face was as gloomy as water, and he squinted his eyes as he looked at Lin Dong, who was speaking nonsense to him. But a sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. The weapon in Lin Dong's hand has a first strike skill. If you launch a high attack move against Lin Dong, the weapon in Lin Dong's hand will double the rebound damage, and you will also shout, "It's awesome." If you don't launch high attack moves against Lin Dong, then the point of attacking Lin Dong will be lost, and it would be better not to attack. He's a god of war. If he is blown away by Dabi's fan and still shouts, "Refreshing," it won't be long before he will be a laughingstock in the whole Chinese god of war circle, and he will never be able to show up in the Chinese god of war circle again. No, we must not be fooled by this brat Lin Dong. After making up his mind, Yui shifted the conflict and looked at Ding Taichio, the tactical instructor of the God of War Academy. "Ding Taichio, don't you take care of your student? He provoked me like this. If I hurt him, it would be bad." Hearing his words, Ding Taichio immediately understood what he meant. Yui was asking for mercy. However, Yui couldn't let go of his status and was now trapped by Lin Dong's provocation, so he asked him to help him out. Although Yui provoked first, everyone is the backbone of China's fight against the Warcraft forces, so there is no need to make things tense. Moreover, Ding Taichio also planned to take advantage of this opportunity to win over the Hunter Guild and make it an ally of the Ares Academy. In this way, the Ares Academy's ranking among the 7 major academies in China would move up 1 place. So Ding Taichio smiled slightly and began to comfort Lin Dong. Lin Dong, teacher Yu, he is your elder after all. You should give him some face. After all, we are all in China, and we will meet each other sooner or later. Don't make things too extreme. And just now, teacher Yu, he also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of everyone coming to the top of Kunlun Mountain to let you youngsters compete and give you some motivation to work harder. Don't you agree, teacher Yuhi? Ding Taichio gave Yuhi a look, and Yuhi immediately took advantage of the situation, and his tone became very humble. Yes, I was just joking with you, teacher Ding, and letting the younger generation get to know each other. Now that my goal has been achieved, I want to apologize to you, teacher Ding, for my recklessness just now. Yuhi has already backed down, and the next step will depend on Lin Dong's stance. Ding Taichio came to Lin Dong with some embarrassment and patted him on the shoulder. To be honest, he was also nervous inside. After all, Lin Dong is so powerful now. If he doesn't give him face, he will be embarrassed. He could only whisper to Lin Dong, please give the teacher some face. Let's just get over it for now and enter the Forgotten Land first. Lin Dong nodded and returned to his team. The turmoil came to an end. But the tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. Just as they built the camp, another transport plane landed on the top of Kunlun Mountain where the wind and snow were howling. The team coming this time is from Hualong Academy. As soon as their transport plane stopped, they heard a loud shouting and cursing. Damn it, Lin Yang, don't you have eyes? You poured a glass of water and wet the captain's pants. Don't you want to enter the Lost Land? Lin Yang? Hearing this name, Lin Dong was a little surprised. With Lin Yang's qualifications, could he get into the special training camp of Hualong Academy? It seemed that the overall level of Hualong Academy was not very good this time. Lin Dong couldn't help but glance around the team of Hualong Academy. He found that Lin Yang was carrying a large pile of luggage in a mess, like a horseman, looking as miserable as he could be. Lin Yang's level is only a pitiful level 7. No one knows how he's been leveling up these days. His progress is so slow. After all, there is very little experience from levels 1 to 10. Normally, it takes at most 1 month to reach level 10. However, he has severed ties with the Lin family, and he doesn't care whether Lin Yang is living a good or bad life. So he just took a look and then looked away. But when Lin Yang saw Lin Dong again, he suddenly became excited. Brother, I'm your brother Lin Yang. I heard that you were the captain of the special training camp in the Ares Academy. You are on the same level as our captain. Please help me plead for mercy and ask them to stop torturing me. Lin Dong turned back calmly and glanced at Lin Yang. Now you remember that he is your brother? How could you be so cruel when you framed him before? Lin Dong was just trying to stay out of it, but unexpectedly a man as strong as an iron tower suddenly grabbed Lin Yang's hair, lifted him up, and threw him to the ground. Then the iron tower-like man raised his head, gave Lin Dong a thumbs up, and then slowly pointed his finger downwards. You're Lin Dong, right? If you dare to bully my sister Choi Hyunya in Ares Academy, I will teach your brother Lin Yang a lesson in Hualong Academy. What? Are you heartbroken? Are you dissatisfied? I'm standing right here. Come and hit me. I tell you, I am the symbol of invincibility. Choi Woody from Hualong Academy. 87, I will remember this grudge. Choi Woody looked at Lin Dong provocatively, his eyes full of disdain. He even put one foot directly on Lin Yang's face and rubbed it back and forth vigorously, causing bruises to appear on Lin Yang's face. Lin Dong, your brother is right under my feet now. If you want to save him, you have to beat me. Otherwise, kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I might let your brother go. His arrogance made everyone present break into a cold sweat. Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunter Guild, straightened his messy hair, glanced at Choi Woody, and sneered. She had already experienced how powerful Lin Dong was. With the happy bag in his hand, Lin Dong was invincible. Anyone who came over would be slapped in the face and would shout, "How awesome!" I'm afraid that Choi Woody will soon follow in her footsteps. On the other hand, at the Ares Academy, Su Runan, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, Yao Qingxing, and the others all looked very excited. They took out their melon seeds one by one, ready to watch a good show. The knife maniac Song Tianke carried a big knife on his shoulder and admired it sincerely. Hey, now I understand how outstanding Big Brother is. Big Brother is so low-key. But you see, these people directly ignored us and almost pointed the finger at Big Brother right away, which shows that Big Brother is the most dazzling one among us. Sword Saint by Xingxue nodded, expressing his deep agreement with Song Tiang's silent flattery. Who says it's not true? Big Brother is like a star among the sand. Even if he hides his brilliance, he is still dazzling. It's a pity that some people have chosen the wrong object of envy. I'm afraid they will suffer next. The Night Elves priest Yao Qingxing first glanced at Su Runin, who was paying close attention to the situation, and spoke in a meaningful tone. Brother Lin Dong is the most handsome, outstanding, and coolest man in my heart. These people are blind and will suffer in the future because of their own mistakes. Only the purple-haired beauty Choi Hyunnae kept hinting at her brother Choi Woo Di with her eyes. Just now, Lin Dong displayed his extraordinary power and pinned a group of talented people from the Hunter Guild to the ground. Even their mentor, the god of war Yu He, did not dare to offend Lin Dong. Her silly brother started twisting Lin Dong's tiger whiskers as soon as he landed on the ground. This is really like a birthday star who always thinks his life is too long. So Choi Hyunnae gritted her teeth and stepped out from the Aries Academy team and coughed lightly. Brother, things are not what you think. Lin Dong did not bully me. Quickly release Lin Dong's brother Lin Yang. However, before she could finish her words, Choi Woo Di interrupted her forcefully. Damn you, Lin Dong. Not only did you bully my sister, you even forced her to have sex with you, causing her to suffer from Eskimo syndrome. This is simply outrageous. Choi Hyunnae covered her face in embarrassment. This brother was really uneducated, so she had to help correct him. Brother, that's called Stockholm Syndrome, not Eskimo Syndrome. Choi Woo Di picked his nose with his hand and said, oh. No matter what the disease is, it's wrong for Lin Dong to poo at you. If he bullies you, I will beat up his brother Lin Yang. I will beat your brother into a vegetable. Lin Yang, who was being stepped on, suddenly felt his pupils shrink. He was really caught in the crossfire. He started to complain crazily in his heart. Lin Dong bullied your sister. Why are you beating me? Go beat Lin Dong. However, Choi Woo Di didn't care what Lin Yang thought. He just used all his strength to lift his foot skillfully into the air. Lin Yang was so scared that he closed his eyes and let out a heart-wrenching howl. Choi Woo Di spat on Lin Yang's face with an unhappy look. Damn it, I haven't kicked you yet. Why are you barking like a dog? As he said that, Choi Woo Di kicked Lin Yang directly in the stomach. Upon seeing this, Choi Hyunnae covered her eyes with her hands. She had a hunch that Choi Woo Di was probably in trouble. Lin Yang was kicked and curled up on the ground, rolling and wailing. Lin Dong, my dear brother, please kneel down and beg Captain Choi for mercy. Otherwise, he will really keep beating me. Hearing his words, Lin Dong's nose, which had been calm, suddenly wrinkled. What does this mean? This Lin Yang really has no intention of repenting at all. Lin Dong has already severed ties with the Lin family. So how could he still be ordered around by Lin Yang? This idiot really doesn't have any brains at all. So Lin Dong shrugged with great ease and made a gesture of invitation to Choi Woo Di. Please use a little more force. Lin Yang is a mean person. If you use less force, he might feel uncomfortable. Lin Dong's words shocked everyone present. Originally, they all thought that Lin Dong would be furious and start a fierce fight with Choi Woo Di. But now it seems that Lin Dong doesn't seem to have any intention of saving his brother. This is really strange. As if he had thought of something, Yu He, the president of the Hunter Guild, couldn't help but lower his head and think. Could that rumor be true? Lin Dong severed all ties with the Lin family, to which he belongs, so he didn't save his brother. Their Hunter Guild is not only the cradle of assassins, but also a first-class intelligence organization. So they also gathered some information about Lin Dong's severance of relations with the Lin family, but at that time they did not realize Lin Dong's potential, so they did not care much about the news. But now this news seems a bit intriguing. So Yui touched his chin and looked at the brothers Lin Dong and Lin Yang with sharp eyes. Ha, this Lin family is really blind. They actually gave up a genius like Lin Dong for such a useless little son. How ridiculous. After all, Wang Rulong is a girl, and she is naturally sensitive to this kind of gossip. After hearing Yu-He talking to himself, she couldn't help but prick up her ears and came to Yu-He's side. Teacher, do you know any secrets of Lin Dong? Yu-He lowered his head, glanced at Wang Rulong who was full of curiosity, and his face darkened. Rulong, do you have any thoughts about this Lin Dong? Why are you asking about him? Wang Rulong's heart sank. There was a rule in their hunter guild that they were not allowed to inquire about matters outside of their duties. This was a very dangerous thing for them as assassins. So Wang Rulong lowered his head, with a look of humility and willingness to learn. Teacher, you misunderstood. I don't have any ideas about Lin Dong, but he is indeed a strong enemy. After entering the Lost Land, there will inevitably be a confrontation. So finding out about Lin Dong's situation will be of some help to our next action. After hearing this, Yui nodded. Wang Rulong has always been a leader in the Hunter Guild and has never encountered a strong enemy of the same level. It is inevitable that he was defeated by Lin Dong this time and became combative. However, a monster like Lin Dong can no longer be described by the word genius. He can completely crush all the young talents of the same level in contemporary times. Even fighting across levels is not a problem. So in Yuhi's opinion, Wang Rulong's desire to compare with Lin Dong is not a good choice. Rulong, don't think about comparing yourself with Lin Dong. The potential he has shown has surpassed all the masters of the entire era. You must remember that after entering the Lost Land, you must not become his enemy. In response to Yuhi's earnest words, Wang Rulong just nodded superficially. But deep down in her heart, there was a spirit that refused to admit defeat. Humph, Lin Dong, you scum, you pervert, I haven't forgotten what you did to me just now. I'll remember this grudge. Just wait for me. I'll make sure you're in trouble once we enter the Lost Land. Wang Rulong gnashed his teeth secretly, and his whole body was like a tall green pine. On the top of Kunlun Mountain filled with wind and snow, his eyes shot out 2 rays of light. On the other side, Lin Yang had been beaten by Cui Wudi to the point of foaming at the mouth and spitting blood. Cui Wudi yelled at Lin Dong while fighting. Lin Dong, you are such a loser. You watched your own brother being humiliated and remained indifferent. You are a coward, a real coward. If you were still a man, do you dare to rush up and fight me now? Haha. As long as you dare to come over, I will let you know what it means to be invincible in a minute. So cool dash. Cui Wudi was originally chattering and provoking Lin Dong. But the next second his body suddenly flew out, like a cannonball fired from a gun, at an incredibly fast speed. While flying, he stretched out his voice and kept shouting, "How great!" And at the place where Cui Wudi was standing just now, a figure appeared. It was Lin Dong holding the happy bag. Lin Dong looked at Lin Yang on the ground expressionlessly and couldn't help but frown. Lin Yang raised his head with a miserable look on his face and looked at Lin Dong with fear. Elder brother, don't call me brother. I have severed all ties with the Lin family. If I hear you call me brother again, I promise to be more ruthless than Cui Wudi. After seeing how powerful Lin Dong was, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had not treated Lin Dong like that in the beginning, perhaps he could now live under Lin Dong's wings and grow up quickly and safely. But Lin Dong saved him just now. Doesn't it mean that Lin Dong still has him as his brother in his heart? Thinking of this, Lin Yang spoke with difficulty. Brother, you just saved me. You must still want to return to our Lin family, right? As long as you nod, I will ask Father to let you come back. You know, Father listens to me the most. Lin Yang's words made Lin Dong's brows frown even deeper. He dug his ear with one hand, as if trying to dig out the dirty words he had just heard. Stop it now. I didn't do it to save you. It was because that guy was too noisy, just like a crow, cawing nonstop. However, Lin Yang had no idea what Lin Dong was thinking at the moment, and he kept trying to get close to Lin Dong. Brother, stop pretending. I know you want to save face. Don't worry, I'll take care of your return to the Lin family. I asked you to return to the Lin family, so you should get more equipment for your brother, such as the speed-up gloves. Brother, I feel good dash. Whoosh! Lin Yang turned into a stream of light and rushed into the snow on the top of the mountain. Lin Dong just stood there, staring blankly at the happy big by pocket in his hand. Hey, some people, why can't I explain it to them clearly? 88 The 7 colleges gather together, and the Lost Land opens. When Lin Dong secretly shook his head, Cui Wudi, who had just been slapped away by him, stood up in anger and rushed towards him. Damn you, Lin Dong. You have no martial ethics at all, and actually attacked me by surprise. Now I will let you taste my power. Haha, maybe you don't know yet. A batch of powerful equipment items exploded in the southwest battlefield, and I am the winner of the Powerful Equipment Challenge Turban. Next, enjoy the fear of being dominated by me. As he spoke, Cui Wudi took out a blood-red headscarf, showed it off in front of everyone, and put it on his head proudly. After he put on the turban, he became domineering, as if he looked down on all the young geniuses present. Suddenly, everyone present focused their attention on Chui Woody's challenge turban. Equipment: challenge turban. Attack, plus 30. Defense, plus 25. Bestiality rage. 1% chance to trigger 10% rage damage. As soon as this equipment came out, the group of people from Hualong Academy behind him immediately showed envious looks. This is item equipment, which is hard to come by on the black market for hundreds of millions, and it also has a rare violent attribute, which is really exciting. Even the members of the Hunter Guild had their eyes lit up. After all, they did not have any special equipment, so there was a hint of hunger in their eyes. A loser like Chui Woody actually has item equipment. It seems that after we reach the Lost Land, we can find a way to snatch it from him. Chui Woody didn't know that from the moment he took out the challenge turban, he had become the prey of the Hunter Guild. At this time, he was still complacent and thought he had a sure win. But he discovered suspiciously that everyone from the Ares Academy on Lin Dong's side, including his sister Choi Hyunya, were looking at him as if he was an idiot. He rubbed his head, feeling that he had seen it wrong, and couldn't help but ask out loud. "What's with your expressions, especially you, Lin Dong? Are you shocked by my powerful equipment?" Yes, this challenging turban is his capital for showing off, and also the basis for him to challenge opponents of the same level. He looked at Lin Dong with his nose up, twitching his nostrils slightly, waiting for Lin Dong to give a reaction, preferably an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, Lin Dong's reaction obviously disappointed Chui Woody. He even saw a trace of pity in Lin Dong's eyes. "Lin Dong, what the hell are you talking about? Hurry up and envy me. What the hell is that look in your eyes?" However, Lin Dong still stared at him with a smile, his eyes full of contempt. Seeing that Lin Dong still didn't speak, Chui Woody couldn't bear it anymore. "Lin Dong, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I hate people like you who don't respond when I talk to you. Have you seen how powerful I am in challenging the turban? If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will give you a more decent death. Otherwise, cool." Whoosh! Chui Woody flew out like a cannonball again. This time, he flew faster and farther. Lin Dong just blinked his eyes with a strange expression on his face. I thought to myself, what's wrong with Chui Woody? Is it worth it for him to show off such rubbish as the challenge turban? People nowadays are so short-sighted that they regard all kinds of rubbish as treasures. Just as Lin Dong secretly shook his head, another plane landed on the tarmac, and a group of energetic young people walked down from it. Among them were two stunningly beautiful girls, who were looking at Lin Dong curiously. "Sister Baiji, look, that's Lin Dong. Wow, I'm so excited to see my idol in person. Sister Bing Bing, should we go over and ask for an autograph? My brother Bai Xingxue is Lin Dong's younger brother, so asking for an autograph shouldn't be a difficult task." The team that came was none other than the Shenlong Academy Special Training Camp. After getting off the plane, the team leader, Mr. Meng, warmly greeted the Ares Academy mentor Ding Taichio and the Hunter Guild mentor Yuhi. However, he did not notice that the two most popular talented girls in their special training camp had sneaked into the camp of the God of War Academy. Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing, the two little fans, were looking at Lin Dong with stars in their eyes, with indescribable admiration. "Wow, Lin Dong, you are so handsome. You will definitely be the greatest blacksmith in the entire Blue Star in this century. I really admire you. Can you write an autograph for me?" "Woo-woo, Lin Dong, I brought you some bear biscuits. Would you like to have a bite? The weather on the top of the mountain is so bad. How about I use my hot pack to warm your hands?" Lin Dong was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the two girls. He kept waving his hands, trying to politely decline their kindness. Bai Ji's brother Bai Xingxue stood at the back of the team, holding his forehead, feeling a little too embarrassed to face people. After all, Bai Ji is a lady from the Bai family. Now she is acting like a little gangster and following Lin Dong around. If this gets out, it will really bring shame to the Bai family. Fortunately, Lin Dong was worthy of them doing this, so Bai Xingxue did not speak out to stop him. But the expressions on Su Runan and Yao Qingxing's faces were not so good. Two powerful rivals with extraordinary looks suddenly appeared, which made them both alert. Lin Dong is really too outstanding. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to flirt with other girls, there will still be many admirers rushing towards him. But at this moment, Su Runan suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Dong, be careful. Chui Woody is about to attack you." Yes, taking advantage of the moment when Lin Dong was overwhelmed by Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing, Chui Woody had already approached from the side and rear, intending to launch a sneak attack on Lin Dong. Fortunately, Su Runin had sharp eyes, otherwise, Cui Wudi might have succeeded in her sneak attack. Before Lin Dong made a move, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing raised their eyebrows and jumped out with 2 whooshes to block Lin Dong. Bingbing, are you going to use that trick? Yes, let's combine our swords. Okay, look at my shadowless fist. Bin Guan. As soon as the words fell, Cui Bingbing and Bai Ji rushed forward, cooperating with each other, and faced Cui Wudi. Just now, they both looked like cute girls with big breasts and no brains, but at this moment, they showed their powerful fighting power. Before Cui Wudi even landed on the ground, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing punched him directly, and he flew out, spinning in the air. Damn it, Cui Bingbing, you're a traitor to the Cui family. You actually knelt down and licked Lin Dong. You're simply a scum of the Cui family. Just wait for me. I will be back. However, Cui Wudi was already seriously injured at this time. Shadowless Fist and Collapsing Fist are both skills that belong to the Acceleration Gloves, and their instantaneous damage can even reach 10,000 points. Just now, after being attacked by Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing, his health bar went straight to red. If he hadn't swallowed the blood-restoring medicine desperately, he would have died by now. But even so, he was coughing up blood, his face was as pale as gold paper, and he was seriously injured. Today, Cui Wudi was defeated repeatedly. Being proud and arrogant, he considered it the greatest humiliation of his life. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wei Mingyuan, the instructor at Hualong Academy, sighed, soared into the sky, and caught Cui Wudi, who was flying in the air like a whirlwind. That's enough. Stop embarrassing our Hualong Academy. You've almost brought shame to our Hualong Academy. Cui Wudi twisted his body stubbornly, but under the pressure of the god of war, his little ability could not make any waves. So the storm was directly suppressed by Mentor Wei Mingyuan. Not long after, the sound of propellers was heard again in the sky, and several helicopters slowly landed on the ground. Under the snowstorm on the top of Kunlun Mountain, several heroic teams showed up. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he glanced over carefully. Black Dragon College, Flying Dragon College, Tunglong College, Aolong College, Jiuzhou College. In addition to the War God Academy, Dragon Transformation Academy, Divine Dragon Academy, and the Hunter Guild that we have already reached, all 9 teams are here this time. It seems that this lost land will be open soon. Sure enough, the appearance of the 2 old men quickly confirmed Lin Dong's guess. These 2 old men, one is Xiao Beizhou, the Dean of the God of War Academy, and the other is Cui Taihang, the head of the Cui family. There are now 13 warlords in China, 5 of whom are newly promoted, and these 2 are among the 8 veteran warlords. The 2 of them were instructed by Marshal Xiao to be responsible for the opening ceremony of the Lost Land. The opening of the Lost Land this time means that a new group of war gods may appear in China. These young bloods will become the backbone of China's fight against the invasion of Warcraft. However, after Cui Taihang appeared, he glared at Lin Dong with a bad look. You're Lin Dong. You are so young, but you are arrogant because you have some strange and clever skills. Sooner or later, you will suffer a great loss. Lin Dong turned around and looked at the warlord. His eyes narrowed slightly. It is true that he is very powerful now, but he still lacks a certain chance of winning against the warlord. After all, the opponent's combat experience is countless times richer than his. At this moment, another warlord, Xiao Beizhou, laughed and patted Cui Taihang on the shoulder. You're already old, but you're still so protective of your child. Why would you bother with a junior? Let's get down to business first. Let's join forces and quickly open up the Lost Land. 89, give up the alliance? Don't regret it later. Xiao Beizhou blocked Cui Taihang with ease and resolved the trouble for Lin Dong. However, even if Xiao Beizhou did not help Lin Dong resolve the trouble, Lin Dong would not be afraid. Although his combat experience is not as rich as that of the opponent, he has the advantage of equipment and is confident that he can fight against Cui Taihang. However, now is not the time to create complications. The most important thing is to enter the Lost Land first. After all, he must obtain all the high-level materials in the Lost Land. Calming down his thoughts, Lin Dong returned to his camp, quietly waiting for the Lost Land to open. Taking advantage of this gap, the captains of the 9 teams have begun to communicate, and many teams have formed alliances in an attempt to gain an advantageous position in the Lost Land. For example, Qiu Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, and Cui Wudi, the captain of the Hualong Academy, formed an offensive and defensive alliance, intending to teach the God of War Academy a lesson in the Lost Land. Tunglong College, Phylong College, and Aolong College have temporarily reached a cooperation and want to occupy the primary resources in the Lost Land. Jiuzhou College, the most powerful college in China, is independent and disdains to form an alliance with other colleges. The Hunter Guild was also rather aloof, and since they didn't have many acquaintances with other academies, they operated independently. Lin Dong and his team from the God of War Academy, with the help of the siblings Bai Xingxue and Bai Ji, formed a temporary alliance with the team from the Dragon Academy. However, those chosen ones of the Dragon Academy were all very arrogant, and it was obvious that they looked down on the strength of the God of War Academy. After all, the Ares Academy only had 7 members, not even the full quota of 9. Their Shenlong Academy has been fighting tooth and nail for the 9 admission places. It can be said that those who remain now have been selected through layers of selection, and their strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, those members of the Shenlong Academy, more or less, look down on the Battle God Academy. As the new captain of Shenlong Academy, Bai Ji looked at the unconvinced looks on the faces of her teammates and immediately put her hands on her hips in anger. What are you guys looking at? Cooperating with the God of War Academy is the wisest choice for our Shenlong Academy. It can even be said that we are directly on a fast track to level up. Such a good thing, and you are still showing disdain. These members of the Shenlong Academy all shook their heads secretly, and the shield warrior, Huang, directly retorted with dissatisfaction. Just them? Haha, I think cooperating with them will be a burden to our Shenlong Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the other team members began to refute him, seeming to have great objections to Bai Ji's choice to cooperate with the God of War Academy. Their team is the only one among our 9 teams that is not fully staffed, and their strength is far inferior to the other teams. After all, the more people there are in a team, the stronger the combat effectiveness. How can a team like theirs that can't even get all the people together have any combat effectiveness? Bai Ji, you are not suitable to be a captain. Although you have the highest combat power among us with your speed-up gloves, you have no experience in managing a team. You don't even know how to judge the situation. In my opinion, it would be best for us to choose to cooperate with Jiuzhou College or the Hunter Guild. After all, these 2 teams are the strongest among our 9 teams. Hearing the team members' objections, Bai Ji's face turned red. After all, it was her first time as captain, and she couldn't find any favorable reasons to refute these team members. But her best friend, the fire mage Cui Bingbing, was not happy about it. She stood beside Bai Ji with her hands on her hips and started to quarrel with the team members. You are simply blind. Do you know who Lin Dong, the captain of the Ares Academy, is? Lin Dong is a god-level blacksmith who forged the golden horn and the speed-up gloves. Even Marshal Xiao personally accepted him as his apprentice. Being able to form an alliance with his team, what else can we say but a win without any effort? You are so ungrateful for having such a good fortune. This is simply outrageous. She stood up for Bai Ji and acted like a fierce fighter. She argued with a group of people and scolded the other team members. But people's prejudices cannot be overcome with just a few words. These team members had not seen Lin Dong's strength with their own eyes, so they did not take Cui Bingbing's words seriously. He's just a blacksmith. Can a blacksmith go to the battlefield and forge equipment while fighting? I'm afraid he'll be killed before he finishes forging the equipment. We admit that Lin Dong may have some skills in equipment forging, but in the Lost Land, there are no rules. Everything depends on strength. I can only say that he is the biggest burden in the Lost Land. Shield warrior Hua Tianying is the vice-captain of their Shenlong Academy. Seeing that all the team members disobeyed Bai Ji's management, he sneered inwardly. A young girl like Bai Ji, who has never seen the world, was manipulated by me in just a few words. Now she should know who is in charge of the Shenlong Academy training camp. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up and began to mediate between the 2 quarreling parties. All right, let's stop arguing. Now that we've formed an alliance, let's take them with us. But if they slow down our leveling speed, don't blame us for abandoning them. However, his words made the Ares Academy unhappy. Bai Xingxue stood up with a stern expression and looked at Hua Tianying unhappily. At the same time, he pulled his younger sister Bai Ji over, protected her behind him, and started to quarrel with the members of Shenlong Academy. We gave you guys from the Shenlong Academy an opportunity to curry favor with someone, but you guys are still taking advantage of us. Do you really think that we at the God of War Academy like to have a bunch of good-for-nothings like you? When Song Tianke saw that his good brother was going to fight with the Shenlong Academy, he immediately picked up his sword and fought to the side with great domineering power, even unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his muscular chest. The people from the God of War Academy were extremely united. Shui Hong and Yao Qingxing followed closely behind. They were all full of fighting spirit and wanted to teach the people from the Dragon Academy a lesson. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly and came to the middle of the two teams. It was originally just a collaboration. Who would have thought it would get to this extent? Everyone from the Shenlong Academy, you don't have to force yourself. Those who want to cooperate with our War God Academy can stay, and those who don't want to cooperate can choose to cooperate with other academies. The Lost Land will be open soon, and we'd better not cause conflicts and displease the two warlords. Lin Dong came over with good intentions to mediate the fight, but was viewed as a sign of weakness by the people at Shenlong Academy. Haha, this is the captain chosen by the Ares Academy. He has no will to fight at all. When he encounters trouble, he just wants to make peace. He is really useless. That's right. With such a captain here, all these eager players are wasting their time. I think the Ares Academy will be the first team to be eliminated in this trip to the Lost Land. Hua Tuanying, the deputy captain of Shenlong Academy, looked at Lin Dong with amusement at this time. This was the best opportunity for him to regain the right to speak in the team. So he also took a step forward, his eyes full of majesty, and stared at Lin Dong closely. You don't even dare to talk back when someone calls you a coward. We at Shenlong Academy will never choose an ally like you. If Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing want to join your team, we have no objection. But we at Shenlong Academy will never form an alliance with the weak. With just these few words, he completely excluded Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing from Shenlong Academy, as if whatever choices they made had nothing to do with Shenlong Academy. Bai Ji had no command experience. When she heard what Hua Tuanying said, she angrily pulled Shui Bingbing and came to the team of the God of War Academy. Hua Tuanying, don't you just want to be the captain? Fine, I'll give you the position of captain now, but you'll regret giving up the chance to form an alliance with Lin Dong sooner or later. Regret? Ha, what a joke. I think he is the one who should regret it. Come on, brothers. Let's go and form an alliance with the Black Dragon College and the Hualong College. Their captains Chui Wudi and Xiao Wenlong are both my best friends. I believe we will have a good cooperation. Hua Tuanying took the other 6 members of the Shenlong Academy and went directly to the teams of the Black Dragon Academy and the Hualong Academy. However, a figure with purple hair also quietly fell behind them. It was Choi Hyun-ae. At this moment, she could no longer find any sense of belonging in the Ares Academy and was completely a marginal figure. Compared with this, it would be better for her to develop under the protection of her brother Chui Wudi, which would be more beneficial. Everyone in the Ares Academy watched her leave and did not try to stop her. All one can say is that Choi Hyun-ae missed an opportunity to level up quickly. At this moment, the top of Kunlun Mountain suddenly shook violently, and the snow all over the mountain began to fly wildly. A huge light gate with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared in the air at the top of Kunlun Mountain. Then, an old voice began to announce, "The Lost Land is officially open. All teams are ready to enter. Nani why rush? Wait until the beacon appears." Following a resounding shout from Warlord Xiao Beizhou, the special training camp teams from various colleges entered the light gate one after another, attempting to seize a favorable position and get ahead of others. Watching the teams entering one after another, Shui Hong, Song Tianke, and others became eager to try. After all, I've waited so long just for this moment. It can be said that the opening of the Lost Land is a major opportunity for each of them to take off for the first time in their lives, so no one is indifferent. But Lin Dong just watched other teams enter slowly, seemingly not in a hurry at all. Shui Hong couldn't help asking, "Captain, they've all gone in. When are we going in? If we don't go in now, we won't be able to take the lead." Shui Hong's words resonated with others. They are all young people, and it is a rare honor for them to seize the initiative and be the first. If they lag behind in every aspect, they will feel extremely frustrated. Therefore, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, Bai Ji, Chui Bingbing, Yao Qingxing, and others also looked at Lin Dong expectantly, waiting for him to issue the order to enter the light curtain. However, Lin Dong remained calm and composed, looking as if he was sitting on a rock. Only Su Runan looked at Lin Dong thoughtfully, knowing that Lin Dong must have some special intention. "Lin Dong, are you waiting for something?" Lin Dong smiled slightly. As expected, Su Runin understood him the best. I'm waiting for the Lost Land beacon to appear. Beacon? Everyone looked at Lin Dong in confusion, not knowing what this beacon meant. It seems that Lin Dong knows more about the Lost Land than they do. Seeing everyone's confusion, Lin Dong took out a map that no one else had seen before and gently pointed at it with his hand. This is the map of the Lost Land drawn by my teacher, Marshal Xiao. As the first War's Saint-level figure in China, his map is the most accurate map currently. According to records, in addition to the basic dungeons, there are 5 level 30 to 40 hidden gold dungeons, namely Golden Battlefield, Night Demon Forest, Red Water Abyss, Fiery Kingdom, and Underground Ruins. These dungeons can also lead to higher-level dungeons. And these dungeons all have different opening times. Every time a Lost Land beacon appears, it means that a dungeon is about to open. Only by following the beacon and entering these hidden dungeons can we completely seize the initiative and avoid wasting time. If it weren't for Lin Dong's explanation, they probably wouldn't have known about the beacon in their entire lives, let alone these hidden copies. It is true that it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. With the teacher Xiao Dashui behind Lin Dong, he can give him a lot of special lessons. However, other teams also knew about the hidden dungeon, but they didn't know as much as Lin Dong. They didn't even know that the exact start time was determined by some kind of beacon. For example, Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunter Guild, led their hunter team and quickly rushed to the hidden copy of the Flame Kingdom. She held a torn map tightly in her hand, her expression solemn. According to the records of the previous president, there is a super hidden copy 20 kilometers southeast of the Lost Land. If you can get the fiery crystal in it, you can swallow it directly and quickly increase your experience. Haha, I want to lead the team to enter this hidden dungeon first before everyone finds it, and collect all the flame crystals accumulated in the hidden dungeon over the past year. The captain of Juzhou College, Yin Jueming, hurriedly led the team to the location where the hidden copy of the underground ruins appeared. In his hand, he also held a torn map. Seeing that there was no other team catching up, Yin Jueming laughed. According to the records of our Juzhou Academy, this copy of the underground ruins can produce 7-color magic mushrooms. After taking these 7-color magic mushrooms, they can stimulate the potential of the human body and increase a person's attack power by more than half for a long time. The teams from Tinglong Academy, Filong Academy, and Aolong Academy rushed to the location of the hidden map of the Qishui Abyss. According to the records on their map, the Eternal Pearl can be found in the Red Water Abyss. This 10,000 Night Pearl is amazing. It can increase a person's luck by 100, greatly increasing the probability of rare equipment dropping from Warcraft. Chui Wudi and others from Hualong Academy went to the location of the hidden copy of the Jin Ge Battlefield. Qiu Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, and Hu Tianning, the captain of the Divine Dragon Academy, who were traveling with him, asked questions with some confusion. Brother Wudi, why don't we go to the hidden map of the Night Devil Forest in advance? According to the records of our academy, the Night Devil Forest can produce healing nectar. After taking it, it can restore 100 to 1,000 points of random health per second in a short period of time. If you get it, you can almost clear the jungle without any damage. Yes, each academy has its own separate hidden copy map record. Several of their academies have been developing the Night Forest for a long time, so every time they enter the Lost Land, they will go to the Night Forest hidden copy first. But Chui Wudi looked arrogant and raised the map in his hand. That's all old news. According to the records of our Chui family, this Golden Sword battlefield is the most valuable dungeon among the several dungeons. Her sister Choi Hyunnae also chimed in at the right time. Yes, there is a temple in this battlefield. Marshal Xiao told my grandfather about it himself. This temple is called the Temple of Prayer. If you can enter it and pray, you will gain all kinds of unimaginable items and abilities. Marshal Xiao prayed successfully that year and jumped directly from level 35 to level 45, a full 10-level increase. Otherwise, Marshal Xiao would not have become China's first war saint-level figure. But to enter the prayer temple in the Golden Sword battlefield, you must first pay 10,000 golden sacred grasses. So our top priority now is to go to the Golden Valley and collect more golden sacred grasses. You know, once the golden holy grass is harvested, it will take 3 days for it to grow again. So we have to collect as much golden holy grass as possible. Choi Hyunya's words cheered up Qiu Wenlong, Hu Tianning, and others. The Blessing Temple can actually directly upgrade people's levels. This ability is really terrifying. In the past, many people were unable to enter the temple because the golden holy grass grew slowly, and it was difficult to collect 10,000 plants, so they could not enter. This is also the reason why Marshal Shao did not reveal the news, even though he knew there was a prayer temple. After all, this lost land has only been open for about 50 days, and a batch of golden holy grass matures every 3 days, so at most only less than 50,000 plants can be produced, which is not enough for everyone to enter the blessing temple. Therefore, this hidden benefit can only be obtained by those who are destined to receive it. However, Choi Hyun-ae and others who learned the news did not know that the golden holy grass was so rare and difficult to collect, so they rushed to the location of the hidden copy of the Golden Sword battlefield with great interest. At this moment, a golden meteor suddenly streaked across the sky of the lost land. The blazing golden color was very eye-catching. Lin Dong, who had been waiting outside the light gate, suddenly had his eyes lit up. The beacon has appeared. The first hidden copy to be opened is the Golden Sword battlefield. Let's go, brothers. Let's go to the Golden Sword battlefield together. Following Lin Dong's order, many geniuses from the Ares Academy took off into the air and entered the light gate, landing towards the coordinates of the Golden Sword battlefield. The first time you enter, you can choose the landing coordinates. Lin Dong's map is more accurate, so he landed with everyone, saving a lot of time on the journey. And their landing point was the Golden Valley. In the Golden Valley, a breeze blew, and the golden holy grass that grew in patches like ears of wheat presented a magnificent landscape of undulating waves. Lin Dong pointed at the golden holy grass and said, "These golden holy grasses are very important to us. We must collect as many as possible." Golden holy grass is a scarce item. It can not only be used to improve equipment attributes when forging equipment, but also serves as a ticket to enter the hidden copy of the Golden Sword battlefield. Even the prayer temple requires it to be used in large quantities. Therefore, in Lin Dong's opinion, he should collect as much as he can. After receiving Lin Dong's instructions, Shui Hong, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue and others all took action. Ladies, just sit back and relax. Leave the dirty work to us. Song Tianke swung the blood-crying sword in his hand fiercely. Bai Xingxue also swung the Tianyuan sword with a flash of light, and Shui Hong raised his fists and opened and closed them. However, the expected situation of the golden holy grass falling down in large numbers did not occur. Their attacks seemed to be restricted, and each time they could only deal 100 points of damage. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's eyelids twitched. Although these golden holy herbs have a maximum health of only 10,000 points, they can suppress the damage received to less than 100 each time. It is true that there are all kinds of wonders in the world. This lost land is filled with all kinds of strange rules. This golden holy grass has a strange rule that the maximum damage received at a single time is no more than 100. So no matter how high a person's output is when chopping the golden holy grass, he has to chop it one by one, and there is no advantage at all. At this time, Cui Wudi and others, with the teams from Hualong Academy, Black Dragon Academy, and Shimlong Academy, also rushed to the Golden Valley. After seeing Lin Dong and others collecting the golden holy grass, Cui Hyunya immediately sneered. Lin Dong and the others want to collect the golden sacred grass. We must not let them succeed. We have more people, so we can definitely get ahead of them and collect more golden sacred grass. 91. Is it difficult to harvest the golden sacred grass? I will just forge a harvester. Cui Wudi curled his lips with an arrogant look. Sister, why bother with so much trouble? Just drive Lin Dong and the others away, and all these golden sacred herbs will be ours. But Choi Hyun-ae grabbed Choi Wudi's arm and shook her head at him. Brother, you must not provoke Lin Dong. Lin Dong has a lot of weird equipment on him. Even with so many of us, we might not be his match. But according to my observation, Lin Dong has always been a person who doesn't offend others unless they offend me. As long as we don't provoke him, he will definitely not take the initiative to attack us. So, we can use our advantage of numbers to collect more golden holy grass. Cui Wudi's eyes rolled around, thinking back to the times when he was blown away by Lin Dong's happy dabadoo, and he knew that Lin Dong was not someone to be trifled with. Okay, then I'll listen to you, sister. Humph, this golden holy grass has an upper limit on damage. We have more people and more power, so we can definitely collect more golden holy grass than them. Qiu Wenlong from the Black Dragon Academy and Hua Tianying from the Divine Dragon Academy had no objection to this. The Lost Land is open for a limited time, so they must race against time to upgrade and not waste this great time to triple their experience. Therefore, they are not willing to easily get into disputes with other teams unless they have to. And only by reaching a higher level can you have an overwhelming advantage over others. So they quickly began to harvest the golden holy grass. With such a large group of people, the collection speed was 3 times faster than that of Lin Dong and others. Su Runin and others frowned when they discovered their team. Su Runin came to Lin Dong's side and gently pulled his sleeve. Lin Dong, someone is here to snatch the golden sacred grass. They are outnumbered and can collect it much faster than us. If this continues, I'm afraid 3/4 of the golden sacred grass will be collected by them. Lin Dong naturally also discovered the figures of Chui Wudi and others, but they kept a distance from Lin Dong and others in an orderly manner, so Lin Dong was too lazy to drive them away. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! The system has issued a temporary task. Please forge a harvester with a 10,000 times attack speed. 10,000x attack speed harvester. A grass-cutting tool, tens of thousands of blades working at the same time, cutting tens of thousands of times in 1 second, each time dealing 100 points of damage. Ding! After forging successfully, reward experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. Oh my god! Lin Dong suddenly felt refreshed. The system is so sensible that it actually sent such a big gift at this time. So Lin Dong turned his gaze to Su Runin, who was full of worry, and gave her a look that said, "Leave it to me." He took out the system forging furnace, quickly put in the materials, and started forging. At the same time, he waved to Shui Hong and others. "Stop now, don't bother. Wait until I forge a piece of equipment, and I'll take all the golden sacred grass." Shui Hong, Song Tianke, and others believed Lin Dong's words without a doubt, so they stopped attacking and came to Lin Dong's side. On the other side, Chui Wudi saw Lin Dong and the others stop what they were doing, and couldn't help but grin and laugh. Ha ha ha! After seeing our collection speed, are Lin Dong and the others just going to give up? Hua Tianying from the Shimlong Academy also curled his lips and snorted. I've long thought that Lin Dong is a loser. Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing actually joined his team. They are simply blind. Qiu Wenlong from the Black Dragon Academy did not say anything, but shook his head secretly. As the saying goes, if one soldier is cowardly, the whole general will be cowardly. It seems that Lin Dong is not fit to be a commander. However, Choi Hyunnae looked towards Lin Dong, her eyes full of confusion. Through her observation and understanding of Lin Dong these days, she knew that Lin Dong was not someone who would give up easily. He stopped collecting the holy golden grass. He must have a purpose. What on earth does Lin Dong want to do? Someone who can be regarded as an enemy by me will definitely not let me down, right? Just as she was talking to herself, suddenly, Lin Dong finally moved. Lin Dong took out a huge object directly from the system forging furnace and placed it on the ground. What's this? Choi Hyuna opened her eyes wide in surprise. A large machine that is 10 meters high, with 3 rows of sharp, huge stirring gear blades. The oppressive feeling brought by this huge monster makes people feel indescribably small. Could this be the harvester that people used to harvest crops hundreds of years ago? But is this harvester really useful for plants like the golden holy grass that have limited attacks? Just when she was wondering, the harvester suddenly moved. The huge mechanical roar was deafening. The 3 rows of spinning gear blades were rapidly devouring the golden sacred grass like a ferocious beast that was ready to devour its prey. In just a moment, dozens of golden holy grasses were harvested by the harvester with 10,000 times the attack speed. This terrifying efficiency made the people on Chui Wudi's side couldn't help but stare in amazement. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How could it possibly break the curse of the golden sacred grass's attack limit of 100? No, it is not broken. It is because the gear blade's attack speed is too fast. It can launch hundreds or thousands of attacks on the golden holy grass in a short period of time, so the golden holy grass can be harvested quickly. What should we do? Even though we have more people, our speed is totally not on the same level as this harvester. What else can we do? We have to drive Lin Dong and his group out of the Golden Valley. We must not let Lin Dong and his group collect all the golden sacred grass. We can't wait 3 days for the golden sacred grass to grow again. Chui Wudi, Qiu Wenlong, and Hua Tianying, the captains of the 3 academies, reached a consensus in an instant and led their teams to rush towards Lin Dong and others. Choi Hyuna wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Looking at Lin Dong with a playful smile on his face, Choi Hyuna couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hands. Oh no! Lin Dong is about to take action. Sure enough, the next second, Chui Wudi and others who rushed forward flew to various places in the Golden Valley like cannonballs. At the same time, it is accompanied by long-drawn sounds of great pleasure. Cool. It feels so good. It feels so good. Lin Dong, on the other hand, waved the happy Big Bai pocket in his hand and sighed helplessly. Alas, today's enchantment points have been used up. What a pity. Otherwise, I could collect another wave of enchantment points. It seems that I have to go to Wang Rulong tomorrow to exchange feelings. After all, 10 points of enchantment value a day is still very tempting. After being taught a lesson by Lin Dong, Chui Wudi and the others no longer dared to provoke them, and could only quietly harvest some golden holy grass in the corners. But compared to the efficiency of the harvester, their harvesting speed is as slow as a snail. Chui Wudi looked at the harvester roaring past him with grief and anger, and the large area of golden holy grass in front of him was harvested completely. He was so angry that the bunch of golden holy grass in his hand fell to the ground. Damn it, Lin Dong! You're going too far. But what made him even more angry was yet to come. Suddenly, a mechanical arm stretched out from the harvester, picked up the cluster of golden holy grass that had just dropped, and put it into the warehouse in a dignified manner. Then, the harvester drove past him in a swagger and continued to harvest the golden holy grass. Chui Wudi looked at the harvester's back with tears in his eyes, waving his arms with a bitter face. Grass! Grass! My grass! Chiu Wenlong and Huataning both looked at Chui Wudi suspiciously. Is this guy sexually deviant, or does he have a fetish? Otherwise, why would he talk to a machine like this? What they don't know is that Chui Wudi is really asking the harvester for grass. The golden holy grass that he had worked so hard to harvest was just snatched away by the harvester. Faced with this steel behemoth, he couldn't beat it, couldn't catch up with it, and had no way to reason with it. So he was so devastated. Chui Wudi was unable to catch up with the harvester until the harvester had finished harvesting nearly 5,000 golden holy herbs in the Golden Valley. He slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, and looked at Lin Dong with eyes full of resentment. Lin Dong! Lin Dong! I will remember this grudge. Let's go to the nearby ordinary dungeons to level up first, and then come back in 3 days to harvest the golden sacred grass. Lin Dong and his friends reaped a lot this time. Nearly 5,000 stalks of golden holy grass were enough for all of them to enter the golden sword battlefield. The remaining golden holy grass can also be put into the godly rich multiplying treasure bowl, allowing the godly rich multiplying treasure bowl to quickly copy more golden holy grass. In this way, he can ensure that everyone in their team can enter the prayer temple. 92 Golden Wind Formation encircled. To enter the golden sword battlefield, everyone only needs to reach level 30 and pay 100 golden holy herbs. The golden sword battlefield is rich in gold element spirit stones, which are essential materials for forging high-level weapons and equipment, but they are difficult to find outside the Lost Land. The scarcity of gold elemental spirit stones also makes high-level weapons very expensive. After all, it is definitely not enough to just enter the golden sword battlefield and purchase some goods when the Lost Land opens every year. Therefore, the price of gold element spirit stone is very high in the outside world, and it is hard to come by. If they could pocket all the gold element spirit stones that they had accumulated over the year, they would definitely be able to make a fortune. After all, it is an opened level 30-40 gold hidden copy. The benefits of being able to enter it at the first time are obvious. Before entering, Lin Dong took out the copy characteristics he had summarized before and read them carefully. Golden Sword Battlefield. A hidden dungeon at level 30-40. You need to pay 100 golden sacred grasses to enter. Players above level 30 cannot enter. Entry point. The ancient stone statue of the Flying General in the Golden Valley of the Lost Land. Dungeon features. Triple experience for killing monsters. Many hidden dungeons with special level requirements can produce special materials and equipment that currently surpass the highest level of human beings and are extremely dangerous. There are many super monsters in the hidden dungeons. Hidden copy features. Each person can only enter once, and once leaving, they cannot enter again for the rest of their lives. Dungeon opening time. Mid-September to early November every year, a total of 50 days. Leaving the instance. After the Lost Land is closed, all participants in the Lost Land will be forcibly teleported back to the entry point. After understanding the rules again, Lin Dong led the team and found the stone statue of the flying general covered with moss and vines. Although the carving marks of this ancient stone statue have been smoothed out by time, it still looks lifelike. The stone statue of the flying general is leaning on the sword with both hands and looking into the distance. He looks extremely domineering, but also a bit desolate. Even the cloak on his back rustled in the wind, giving off a solemn and murderous feeling. Lin Dong looked at the flying general with nostalgia and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This general doesn't look like a modern person at all. He seems to have existed in ancient times. I really don't know what kind of civilization existed before the Warcraft world that invaded Blue Star. Su Runin and others also looked at the stone statue of the flying general with respect and solemn expressions. It is certain that this flying general is not from Blue Star. He might be a great figure who once existed in the history of World of Warcraft. Otherwise, he would not be one of the NPCs in this dungeon. Everyone sighed for a while and paid the golden holy grass. Lin Dong led the team of the God of War Academy and successfully entered the Golden Sword battlefield. As soon as I entered the copy, a sharp breath came towards me. Even the wind has a sharp feeling that makes people feel frightened. It was indeed a battlefield of swords and spears. The abundant gold attribute made people feel like they were being bombarded by swords all the time. The various magical beasts that lived and multiplied in the copy showed hatred in their eyes when they saw the strange humans who broke into the copy. These damn humans actually appear again. Our great mutant beast, the king of the Golden Wind Beast, has been born. This battlefield is already our Golden Wind Beast world. We must never allow humans to interfere. These magical beasts, unlike those in the outside world, actually have a certain degree of intelligence. The mutated magical beast, the king of Golden Wind Beasts, that they were talking about was actually a lion-like monster with extremely exaggerated hair all over its body. At this time, the Golden Wind Beast King was wagging his tail to drive away mosquitoes and sleeping lazily in the cave. When he heard the messenger demon coming in to report, he couldn't help but sneer. They're just a few humans. I can just use the Golden Wind formation I passed down to strangle them. It's not worth my effort at all. By the way, if these humans are carrying the sacred golden grass, you must bring it back to me. As long as you can gather 10,000 plants, I can enter the prayer temple to pray again. After saying that, the Golden Wind Beast King closed his eyes again and began to recuperate. Lin Dong and his companions did not realize that they had been targeted by the Golden Wind Beast and were still trying hard to adapt to the environment. Su Runin lifted her feet with difficulty and couldn't help but complain. Lin Dong, why do my legs feel like they are filled with lead? They are countless times heavier than before. It's so hard to even walk. Yao Qingxing also whined and acted coquettishly and wiped the sweat from her forehead. That's right. This battlefield is too terrifying. Breathing is like swallowing a piece of iron. It's the first time I feel like the air is stuck in my throat. It's simply hard to swallow. Men like Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke also frowned deeply because they also felt the same feeling that Su Runin and Yao Qingxing described. Bai Ji came close to Lin Dong and looked at him with admiration. Lin Dong, you must have a way, right? This sound has a very high sugar content and is more comfortable than drinking several tons of sweet water. Her words immediately aroused the hostility of Su Runin and Yao Qingxing. In their view, Bai Ji and her best friend Cui Bingbing are both potential competitors. Although Lin Dong has no feelings for them now, these two girls are pretty and speak in a coquettish voice, just like little goblins. Even Su Runin was vaguely afraid that her position in Lin Dong's heart would be threatened by these two guys. Lin Dong also looked thoughtful at this time. According to the records of our teacher Marshal Xiao, the battlefield should not be like this. Under normal circumstances, although the battlefield of Jingu is rich in gold elements, it will definitely not make people feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it will make people feel relaxed and comfortable. But now, not only are they having difficulty walking, even breathing is like swallowing a razor blade, which is a bit abnormal. Could it be that something unexpected happened on the battlefield during this year? Ding! It is detected that the host is trapped in the Golden Wind Formation. Please forge the equipment UNC Zaya Jinzu. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Magnetic Gold Bead. Ignores the physical burden caused by a level 30-40 gold formation and can freely shuttle through any level 30-40 gold formation. Forging Reward. Experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10. The system is getting better and better. Lin Dong flipped his hand and took out the system forging furnace and placed it in front of him. He took out the forging book of UNC pinning gold beads and threw all the materials recorded on it into the system forging furnace. At the same time, Lin Dong couldn't help but think about it. A golden wind formation was actually set up in this battlefield. I wonder if the one who left this formation was a human or a monster. If it is a monster, I'm afraid there are also mutated monsters with extremely high IQ appearing in this battlefield. If this is the case, the level of this monster is probably much higher than the other monsters in this copy. It should be at least level 40 or above, reaching the platinum level. A few kilometers away from Lin Dong and his group, a group of golden wind beasts were staring at them intently. The golden wind formation has taken effect. In less than 10 minutes, these humans will be crushed to pieces by the powerful golden aura in the golden wind formation. Ah, I heard that human flesh is extremely delicious. I really want to have a bite of it often. After all, it is a good thing that only appears once a year. All of you hurry up and stop chatting. Put the gold spirit stones into the center of the formation. If the formation fails due to insufficient spirit stones and these humans escape, I will eat you two first. Under the roar of a manager of the Golden Wind Beast, the two whispering Golden Wind Beast little demons suddenly began to move the golden spirit stones into the center of the formation in fear and did not dare to be negligent at all. After a few minutes, the group of Golden Wind Beasts became a little anxious. Because Lin Dong and his men were not crushed by the gradually strengthening Golden Wind formation, it seemed that they were getting more and more relaxed. The manager of the Golden Wind Beast sniffed, and a feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. What's going on? Why haven't these humans fallen yet? This shouldn't happen. Are you guys being lazy and not providing enough spirit stones? It's unfair, sir. We have really placed all the gold-attributed spirit stones in place. Enough for the formation to run for an hour. When the little Golden Wind Beast demons saw that the steward was angry, they immediately began to kowtow and argue. The manager glanced at the spirit stone in the center of the formation with confusion, and the feeling of uneasiness became more and more obvious. Since there is no problem with the Golden Wind formation, why do these humans seem to be unaffected at all? What it didn't know was that Lin Dong had already forged the UNC gold beads, and each of them wore one on their bodies. Baiji and Shui Bingbing happily played with the UNC gold beads, and both became crazy about them. Hee hee, this is equipment forged for me by my idol himself. I'm so happy. Humph, I have one too. Mine is prettier than yours slightly. Lin Dong is obviously better to me. Bai Xingxue shook his head and looked at his love-crazy sister, not knowing what to say. He looked up at Lin Dong and asked for instructions on the next arrangements. Brother, what are we going to do next? Lin Dong touched his chin and expressed his guess. The reason why we felt so difficult just now was entirely because we entered the Golden Wind formation. Something must have happened on this battlefield. We have to be careful. After all, since we entered here, there has been nothing but bare land and mountains, but no monsters. After hearing what Lin Dong said, everyone became alert. Yes, it is really strange that there is no World of Warcraft in a copy. Just as they were wondering, the ground in the distance suddenly shook, and an army of Golden Wind Beasts rushed towards them. My fellow men, these evil humans are actually able to resist our Golden Wind formation. We cannot let them catch their breath. We must destroy them immediately. 93 teamwork. I'm a ruthless killing machine. Boom! The huge noise of thousands of beasts galloping made the earth tremble. The dark herd of Golden Wind Beasts rolled up a sky full of dust, and the golden strong wind was surging, giving a sense of indestructibility. Lin Dong and the others couldn't help but raise their heads, staring in horror at the roaring Golden Wind Beasts. The size and strength of these Golden Wind Beasts are obviously very different from what my teacher told me. It is obvious that the magical beast mutation has also affected these magical beasts in the Lost Land. Just by taking a glance, Lin Dong made up his mind, because Marshal Xiao told him personally that Golden Wind Beasts are generally smaller in size. It can also swallow golden spirit stones alive, and its claws are extremely sharp and more terrifying than ordinary swords. However, it has a fatal flaw, which is its low defense. If you use a high defense penetrating weapon, you can easily kill the Golden Wind Beast. But now it seems that these Golden Wind Beasts are not only huge in size, but also extremely intelligent. They can speak human language and even grow exoskeleton armor, which greatly enhances their defense. In the moment he was thinking, the Golden Wind Beast had already arrived several dozen meters ahead of them. The leader of the Golden Wind Beast stood up and waved to the little Golden Wind Beasts behind him, asking the herd to stop. Then, the Golden Wind Beast manager stared at Lin Dong with his triangular eyes, looking down at him, and a lot of saliva dripped from his mouth unconsciously. It wiped its saliva, stretched out its huge finger with sharp claws, and pointed at Lin Dong. "Human, you are very strange. Tell me, what despicable method did you use to break free from the restraints of the Golden Wind Formation? If you tell the truth, I will let you die quickly today. I won't torture you bit by bit." It is no wonder that this Golden Wind Beast attaches so much importance to it, because since the rise of their group of Golden Wind Beasts, the Golden Wind Formation has never failed. Relying on the Golden Wind Formation, they have enslaved most of the races in the Golden Sword battlefield. But today, the appearance of Lin Dong and his group easily broke through the constraints of the Golden Wind Array, which made it fully aware of the crisis. It was determined to find out the truth of the matter and report it to the Golden Wind Demon King, so that it could be used to improve the Golden Wind Formation. However, it never expected that Lin Dong was a cheating blacksmith. If someone else came, they would not have the ability of Lin Dong. What puzzled it even more was that after seeing it, the humans opposite it were not afraid at all, but their eyes all lit up. It was very familiar with this look. It was the look a hunter gave his prey, because it often looked at other species of monsters with this look. "You dare to look at me like that? You're looking for death." The Golden Wind Beast leader roared, and the Golden Wind Beasts behind him suddenly became restless, with golden light in their eyes, as if they wanted to go forward and tear them to pieces. Seeing that the Golden Wind Beast was about to launch an attack, Lin Dong took the lead and stood in front of the people from the God of War Academy. At the same time, he took out the Underworld Beast's soul furnace and held it in his palm. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and the red armor, revealing the Eye of Punishment, and he assumed a fighting stance. But before he could make a move, two figures suddenly stepped forward, half-knelt, and clasped their fists, blocking Lin Dong. They were Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue. Song Tianke grinned and laughed. "Brother, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Just leave these minions to us. You have protected us from the wind and rain all the way. It's time for us to do something." Bai Xingxue also threw away his white robe with a sincere look on his face. "Brother, give me a chance to show off. My Tianyuan sword is getting rusty along the way." Seeing the two people's eagerness to fight, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. These two are also geniuses and want a chance to perform and prove themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Dong took a step back and cleared the battlefield for them. "Okay, then I'll leave these Golden Wind Beasts to you. But you have to be quick. We still have to go to the temple to pray." After receiving Lin Dong's approval, the two were overjoyed and stood up, looking very excited. Song Tianke swung the blood-crying sword in his hand, which was as tall as a person, and the crimson blade emitted a strange light. "I must have a blast today. Ha! Look at the sword, the first of the 13 heavenly swords." After saying that, he swung his sword and chopped it out, opening and closing it vigorously. The huge blade light extended out for hundreds of meters. Seeing the ferocious knife, the Golden Wind Beast manager was so frightened that he quickly dodged to the side, but he was unable to dodge, and his ear was still chopped off by the blood-crying sword. As for the little Golden Wind Beast behind it, this knife directly cleared out a bloody passage of hundreds of meters, killing and injuring hundreds of them. So powerful. Is this really just a level 30 human warrior in the early stages of the gold stage? The power of this sword is probably stronger than many platinum warriors above level 40. The Golden Wind Beast manager was so frightened that he covered his ears, which were bleeding profusely, with a hint of fear in his eyes. But it hasn't retreated yet. Bai Xingxue, who was standing side by side with Song Tianke, suddenly had her snow-white robe sleeves fluttering without wind, and her clothes were rustling. And he also assumed a posture of drawing his sword. A hint of coldness flashed across his handsome face. The first move of the heaven-slashing sword technique. As his words fell, a dazzling streak of light suddenly appeared and directly pierced through the Golden Wind Beast team. The Golden Wind Beast manager was beheaded by this sword, and the many Golden Wind Beast little monsters behind him were also turned into broken limbs and flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Bai Xingxue lovingly stroked the Tianyuan sword in his hand. This sword, combined with his heaven-slaying sword technique, is extremely powerful. It increases the damage by 300%. Bai Xingxue turned her head and looked at Song Tianke. Song Tianke licked his lips and turned his head to smile. Today, I'll kill to my heart's content. I can't embarrass my brother. Okay, I also want to prove that a strong general has no weak soldiers. Even if Big Brother doesn't take action, we can still dominate the whole place. After saying that, the two of them rushed straight into the Golden Wind Beast group. Although they looked much smaller than the Golden Wind Beast, they were like tigers charging into a flock of sheep, leaving corpses everywhere where they went. These little Golden Wind Beast demons, without the command of the Golden Wind Beast manager, had no intention of fighting. When they saw how ferocious the two men were, they immediately fled in all directions. Seeing this expression, Yao Qingxing at the back couldn't help it anymore. Having also obtained a weapon from Lin Dong, she couldn't act too mediocre and had to show off her skills before Lin Dong. So she waved the elf wand in her hand and muttered something. Summon the spirit. Self-destruct. As she finished her words, the elf staff suddenly flashed with light, and the skill item was activated. 5 elves suddenly appeared in several directions of the Golden Wind Beast group, like balloons being blown up, instantly expanding dozens of times, suddenly expanding and exploding, and a small mushroom cloud rose on the spot. The Golden Wind Beast that was close to the elf's self-destruction area had its limbs blown up into the sky. Yao Qingxing's eyes lit up. The power of the elf's self-destruction was beyond her imagination. If Lin Dong hadn't forged the elf staff for her, she probably wouldn't be able to launch such a powerful attack in her entire life. After cheering himself up, Yao Qingxing shouted to Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke, I'll give you control over the range of the Golden Wind Beasts. Don't let them escape. You can kill as many as you want. The elf explodes. Self-destruct. Burst. These words were spoken with such passion that Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing behind him were extremely envious. Wow, Lin Dong, your teammates all have entry weapons. You are so lucky. I'm so jealous. Lin Dong, my love, when are you going to forge some weapons for the two of us? We will give you whatever you want. Hearing this coquettish voice, Su Runin couldn't help but frown. She was really afraid that Lin Dong would be seduced away by these two vixens. But when he took a peek, he saw that Lin Dong just shrugged his shoulders, and his eyes were extremely clear when he looked at Bai Ji and the others. There will be bread, but our top priority now is to quickly upgrade and enter the prayer temple. Although there are not many of these Golden Wind Beasts, don't waste them. Hurry up and take the experience potion to increase your experience. Don't hold the team back. As he spoke, Lin Dong placed several experience potions in the hands of the two and motioned for them to swallow them. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Bai Ji rolled her eyes. Aren't there enough of these Golden Wind Beasts? There are tens of thousands of them. If I kill them all, with the help of experience potions, I might be able to reach level 31 directly. This was a rare opportunity, so Bai Ji and the other two did not refuse. They took the experience potion and swallowed it directly. Suddenly, the team's experience increased by more than 10 times. Every time Bai Xingxue and others killed a monster, their experience increased rapidly, as if they had turned on cheating. A flash of horror passed through Bai Ji's eyes. No wonder her father could quickly become a war master after swallowing the experience potion. The increase in experience was too terrifying, saving a person more than 10 times the time of hard training. At this time, the battle is coming to an end. Yao Qingxing used the elves' self-destruction to continuously control the escape range of the Golden Wind Beasts, turning these Golden Wind Beasts into meals for Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke. This is not a battle at all. It's just a simple, one-sided massacre. After absorbing the blood of the Golden Wind Beast, the blood-crying sword in Song Tian's hand looked even more crimson and enchanting. And on Bai Xingxue's originally snow-white robe sleeves, plum blossoms appeared, adding a touch of charm to his handsomeness. Seeing that there were not many Golden Wind Beasts left, Bai Xingxue seemed a little unsatisfied. These Golden Wind Beasts are too weak. They are not challenging at all? Yeah, the experience level has only increased by 1, which doesn't feel satisfying enough. Just when the two of them were complaining, suddenly, an angry roar was heard from the sky. Damn you humans, you actually treat my children as toys to gain experience. I will tear you to pieces. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a golden lion with wings growing from its ribs appear in the sky. It was the Golden Wind Demon King. As soon as it appeared, Lin Dong's mind suddenly made a buzzing sound. Ding. The system has detected the rare creature Golden Wind Beast Demon King and has issued a temporary forging task. Host, please use the wings of the Golden Wind Beast King to forge the golden level weapon Wind and Thunder Wings. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. After forging successfully, reward experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, and unlock hidden collection tasks. 94 before you touch my little brother. Have you asked me? In mission? This was the first time that Lin Dong encountered a hidden mission, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. System. What is a hidden mission? Ding. The host will know after completing the forging task. The system cannot spoil it in advance. Haha, Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Isn't this just teasing him? It looks like we have to take action against this Golden Wind Demon King. He raised his head and looked at the Golden Wind Demon King who was flapping his wings in the air, and made a precise assessment of his strength. To be honest, this Golden Wind Demon King is quite powerful. It has completed 2 mutations and is now at around level 55, a true diamond leader-level warcraft. A monster of this level appearing in this kind of copy should be invincible. Its strength is a bit too much, but unfortunately, it met Lin Dong today. Lin Dong shook his head left and right, making a crackling sound, and was ready to stretch his muscles with the Golden Wind Demon King. However, this Golden Wind Demon King was flying very high. If the wind-moving monster did not come down and actively attack Lin Dong and others, Lin Dong had no particularly good way to deal with it. After all, they can't fly now, so they can't hit the Golden Wind Demon King at all. Now, they have to find a way to make it land first. Hey, you are the king of these Golden Wind beasts. Aren't you going to tear us apart? Come down quickly. We are waiting for you. Lin Dong looked at the Golden Wind Demon King provocatively and tried to make it fly down from the sky. The Golden Wind Demon King was not fooled at all and flew higher with caution. Humph, despicable human, don't think I can't see through your tricks. You all have something strange on you that can suppress the gold attribute in me. Especially you. You make me feel a dangerous aura. The Golden Wind Demon King turned his eyes and looked Lin Dong up and down. Yes, although this person looks harmless, he is indeed the most dangerous among these people. After all, it is a Demon King that has mutated twice and has a keen insight into danger. The human in front of it definitely has the ability to threaten its life, so it won't take the challenge at all and will never go down even if it is beaten to death. Seeing that the Golden Wind Demon King was not fooled, Lin Dong could only look up and laugh. Didn't you just say you were going to tear us apart? How are you going to tear us apart if you don't come down? As a king, you have no sense of responsibility at all. Hearing Lin Dong's ridicule, the Golden Wind Demon King was not angry at all, and his emotions became more stable. If I lose my men, I can always recruit more. I'm not stupid enough to take risks for these guys. But if I want to deal with you, I don't even need to do it myself. I just need to upgrade the Golden Wind Formation, and you will have no way to escape. Upgrade the Golden Wind Formation? Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel moved. The UNC Jinju that the system asked him to forge could only offset the power of a 30 to 40 level formation. If the Golden Wind Demon King could upgrade the Golden Wind Formation to above level 40, the effect of his Yuan magnetic gold bead would probably be lost. Thinking of the pain of difficulty in walking, swallowing iron, and being cut by knives all over the body caused by the Golden Wind Array before the UNC melting gold beads were created, Lin Dong's face also became solemn. The Golden Wind Demon King looked at Lin Dong, whose expression changed slightly, and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that it guessed right. These humans are too naive. It only took a little probing to find out their true strength. As expected, you just broke its Golden Wind Formation by luck. I feel relieved now. The Golden Wind Demon King laughed loudly. As long as he strengthened and upgraded the Golden Wind Formation, he would be able to put these humans to death. So he continued to rise into the air, keeping a distance from Lin Dong and the others to avoid being attacked. Then, light flashed in his palm, and he began to upgrade and modify the Golden Wind Formation. To tell you the truth, despicable human, my Golden Wind Formation can reach level 50 at most. Countless mutant monsters in the Golden Sword battlefield fell in my Golden Wind Formation, including Diamond Lord-level mutant monsters above level 50. Do you think you are stronger than the Diamond-level Lord monsters? Ha 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 ha. When I succeed in upgrading, you will only have one way left, death. As the Golden Wind Demon King finished speaking, Lin Dong's Golden Wind Formation clearly changed. The Golden Phoenix Formation has completed its initial upgrade, jumping directly from level 30 to level 40. The effect of the UNC gold beads began to obviously weaken at this moment. The feeling of difficulty breathing and walking appeared again, causing the other members of the Ares Academy to change their expressions. No, we must not let it continue to increase the power of the Golden Wind formation. Otherwise, we will all die. At this moment, everyone felt the threat of death. Even Lin Dong was no exception. Only Bai Xingxue had a gleam in his eyes. He made the gesture of drawing his sword again, his eyes fixed on the Golden Wind Demon King high in the sky. Song Tianke glanced at Bai Xingxue, who was hunching over, and understood what he meant. Looks like we'll have to use our swords together to deal with it. Bai Xingxue nodded and began to gather strength. Flying monsters are one of the most difficult monsters to deal with. Because they have the advantage of flying in the air, people on the ground can do nothing about them. However, Bai Xingxue used the combined sword skills with Song Tianke to kill the flying monsters unexpectedly many times. Today, he plans to do the same trick again. And Song Tianke understood his thoughts in an instant and was ready. Song Tianke held the bloodthirsty sword in his hand and swung it across the air. His face turned red from the effort. Song's unique skill, flying knife technique. With his loud shout, the blood-weeping sword in his hand suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot up into the sky. At this moment, Bai Xingxue also jumped onto the blood-crying sword and stepped steadily on the blade with both feet. He flew towards the Golden Wind Demon King along with the blood-crying sword. Old White, the limit of my flying knife skills is only 300 meters in height. From now on, I will leave it to you. Bai Xingxue nodded vigorously, his face solemn. The Golden Wind Demon King is at least 500 meters above the ground. If he wants to attack, his sword must have a sword energy of 200 meters. It is almost impossible to maintain the power without decaying at such a long distance. Unless he uses that trick. Bai Xingxue gritted his teeth. A trace of ferocity appeared on his face. Just when the blood-crying sword reached its limit of lift and began to fall, he stomped his feet hard and continued to soar into the sky. The ninth move of the heaven-slashing sword technique, Extreme Wind. Everything is in complete silence. At this moment, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This kind of move was simply not something he could fully master at his current stage. But now the team's life and death are hanging by a thread. He must go all out and not hold back. As he shouted, his whole body was wrapped in white sword light. Holding the sword in both hands, he killed the Golden Wind Demon King in a posture of unity of man and sword. Die! Golden Wind Demon King. Naturally, I noticed something was wrong. From the moment Song Tianke started throwing the knife, it stared at the two of them intently, wanting to see what tricks they were trying to play. At the moment when the blood-crying sword fell, it couldn't help but twitch the corners of its mouth and sneered. At this distance, it can't be hurt at all. But Bai Xingxue's amazing move that followed made it a little uneasy. Because this move was extremely powerful, everything was in complete silence, and it was indeed possible that it would lose its life. So it didn't bother to upgrade the Golden Wind formation and continued to rise rapidly in the air. Want to kill me? No way. Bai Xingxue looked at the Golden Wind Demon King flying high into the sky, his eyes almost popping out. Speed up! Speed up! We can't let it get away. He let out a sharp scream and increased his speed again with an indomitable attitude and the determination to die together. On the ground, Lin Dong, Shui Hong, Song Tianke, Su Runan, Yao Qingxing Baiji, and Shui Bingbing all looked up nervously, staring at Bai Xingxue. Close, close, just a little bit more, and we can defeat the Golden Wind Demon King. Baiji secretly clenched her fists, her face flushed red, and cheered for her brother Bai Xingxue. Others shouted along. Come on, we're almost there. But only Lin Dong shook his head silently. He could see that Bai Xingxue was already at the end of his strength. He was already exhausted. He might not be able to maintain this charging posture for even a second. Sure enough, as expected, the next second, when Bai Xingxue was about to approach the Golden Wind Demon King, he passed by the Golden Wind Demon King and had no way to touch the Golden Wind Demon King. However, the sharp sword energy still caused the Golden Wind Demon King to lose a lot of hair, and he turned into a bald lion. The Golden Wind Demon King escaped the disaster and started laughing. Foolish human, the air is my home turf. Do you think you can hurt me in the air? That's wishful thinking. As he spoke, he fell down at a high speed, trying to attack Bai Xingxue, who was falling. Bai Xingxue looked at Zhang Kuang, who was so arrogant and domineering, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He was just one step away from killing the Golden Wind Demon King. But now, he has used up all his strength and has no way to resist. The only thing he can do is wait for death. But at this moment, a terrifying and evil aura suddenly rushed out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong's voice rang out like a demon, demanding his life. You want to touch my little brother? Have you asked me before? Look at my eyes of punishment. 95 Golden Wind Banner. Mutated monsters explode. Good stuff. Eye of punishment. The scarlet armor and helmet on Lin Dong's body began to move, and a blood-red, eerie pupil appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as this pupil appeared, an evil, frightening aura spread all around. The Golden Wind Demon King, who was being closely watched by Lin Dong, was trembling all over like a sieve, and was terrified to the extreme. How is this possible? This is even more terrifying than the sky-level monster Lord I saw in my dream. Just when the Golden Wind Demon King wanted to give up attacking Bai Xingxue and flee for his life, Lin Dong's lips suddenly trembled slightly, and his words like a spell exuded endless coldness. Time stands still. Evil gaze. Corrosive beam. The Eye of Punishment's 3-hit combo. Released all at once. Time stops, and the target can be made to stand still for 10 seconds. And at the end of the time, the target will bear all the damage suffered in these 10 seconds at once. Evil gaze, causing the target to fall into fear and reducing the target's attributes by 50%, including health. Corrosive beam can complete 45,000 points of continuous damage in a single shot. Make the target half disabled in one go. Now the Golden Wind Demon King, after being frozen in time, opened his mouth in surprise, and his eyes were filled with fear. He never expected that this human boy, who was only level 31, could have such a terrifying output. But this is just the beginning. Just listen to Lin Dong's order. Song Tianke, catch Bai Xingxue, don't let him get hurt. Run and hold my hand. When you get close to the Golden Wind Demon King, use the fatal scissor kick. Song Tianke and Su Runin nodded. Lin Dong grabbed Su Runin's hand and swung the silver gale gloves. Flash! 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 Each flash can jump 300 meters in space. The Golden Wind Demon King is only about 600 meters away from the ground. After 2 flashes, Lin Dong and Su Runin appeared beside the Golden Wind Demon King. But flash is different from flying. If you stop using it, you will fall madly. Lin Dong's crazy use of flash actually involves great risks. Flashing consumes a lot of energy. Once he runs out of energy, he will fall down and be smashed into a pulp. But now, he can't care about so much. If they don't kill this Golden Wind Demon King, all of them will be crushed to pieces by the Golden Wind Formation. So as soon as Lin Dong appeared beside the Golden Wind Demon King, he took out the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Thunder at every step. Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. Liang Yixi Xiang Formation. All the skills and attributes were directed at the Golden Wind Demon King at once. Su Runin was not to be outdone, and directly opened the Miaojiang 10,000 Poisons Cauldron in his hand. Immediately, a green smoke floated towards the Golden Wind Demon King, making the entire body of the Golden Wind Demon King appear covered with a layer of strange green light. Poor genius, the Golden Wind Demon King, who had undergone 2 mutations, had no chance to show his skills before his health was reduced to only 3 million points, less than 20% of his peak period. Crack! As the time-stopping effect ended, the Golden Wind Demon King rushed out of the time barrier with his hair standing on end. Its mane stood up like steel needles, and it was obvious that it was really angry. Boy, you are the first one who forced me to use my ultimate skill. But before it could finish its words, Su Runin on the side gave a delicate shout and used her special move. Deadly Scissor Kick. Deadly Scissor Kick. If health is below 30%, it will be a direct KO. Before the Golden Wind Demon King could finish his words, his health bar exploded. Its huge body fell directly from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Lin Dong also took Su Runin's hand, and after 2 flashes, he appeared next to the Golden Wind Demon King. As soon as I landed on the ground, the feeling of difficulty breathing and walking appeared again. However, without the maintenance of the Golden Wind Demon King, the power of the Golden Wind Formation continued to weaken. Lin Dong put the corpse of the Golden Wind Demon King into the system forging furnace. intending to forge the gold-level weapon Wind and Thunder Wings, according to the forging book. To his surprise, underneath the body of the Golden Wind Demon King, there was a small flag flashing with colorful light. Hey, the equipment exploded. It looks good, and it's an item equipment. Lin Dong reached out his hand, took the small flag, and examined it carefully. Equipment, Golden Wind Banner. Flexible formation. Use formation flags to directly create a golden wind formation that lasts for 24 hours and has a radius of 3 kilometers. The initial level of the formation is 30. Each use consumes 1,000 gold spirit stones and has an absolute suppressing effect on level 30 to 40 life forms. Each time the level of the formation is upgraded, the number of gold spirit stones consumed is 10 times that of the previous level, and the power is increased 10 times. For example, a level 40 golden wind formation consumes 10,000 gold attribute spiritual stones, and a level 50 golden wind formation consumes 100,000 gold attribute spiritual stones. You know, the possibility of getting equipment dropped in World of Warcraft is very low. Lin Dong has killed countless monsters, but has never gotten any good stuff. When he killed this mutant monster today, he unexpectedly got an item of equipment which surprised him a little. Touching his chin, Lin Dong felt that he had made a big profit this time. He had already experienced the power of the Golden Wind Formation. It was definitely a powerful weapon for team battles, even better than the Golden Horn he had forged before. Theoretically, as long as there are enough gold attribute spirit stones, the level of the Golden Wind Array can be infinitely increased, which will have a suppressing and destructive effect on all life within that level. Carefully putting away the Golden Wind flag, Lin Dong knew that he had a new super weapon that could bring him victory by surprise. After all, not everyone has a system like him, so others cannot forge the UNC gold beads at all. And at this moment, the gold-level equipment Wind and Thunder Wings have been forged successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful forging. The hidden mission is officially launched. Hidden Quest. Collect all the heroic soul stones from the 10 great prayer temples. Reward proficiency plus 10,000. Enchantment value plus 10,000. Proficiency plus 10,000. Enchantment value plus 10,000. Hearing about these two generous rewards, Lin Dong's heart began to beat fast. From the time he awakened as a blacksmith to now, Lin Dong's forging proficiency has just reached over 800, which is the level of a forging master. He can only forge gold-level weapons at best. If his proficiency reaches 10,000 directly, he will directly skip the 3 levels of Platinum Blacksmith 2,000 proficiency, Diamond Blacksmith 5,000 proficiency, and Legendary Blacksmith 10,000 proficiency, and can forge all equipment below the legendary level. This is a huge reward. It saves countless days of forging and training. There is no need to explain the value of enchantment points. Although Lin Dong lived frugally and saved more than 300 enchantment points, who would think that this thing was too much? Only with more enchantment points could he forge weapons and equipment in large quantities and equip the army. Therefore, Lin Dong is determined to get these 2 rewards. He kept the mission of collecting the Stone of Heroes firmly in mind and planned to plunder all the prayer temples. However, after he took out the map, he frowned deeply. Even the map that Marshal Xiao gave him only recorded the location of 1 prayer temple on the Jinge battlefield. So where are the remaining 9 prayer temples? Seeing Lin Dong frowning and lost in thought, Su Runin asked softly, "What's wrong, Lin Dong? Are you feeling unwell?" The Golden Wind Formation is still in effect. We have to leave here quickly, otherwise it will cause a huge consumption of our physical strength. Song Tianke, by Xingxue and others also nodded, thinking that it was not appropriate to stay here. Yes, big brother, let's get out of here quickly. This Golden Wind Formation is not a good place. Brother, what Lao Bai said makes sense. Let's leave quickly. Lin Dong came back to his senses amidst everyone's words. He looked at the exposed metallic spirit stone mines on the ground and mountains around him with a slight smile on his face. With so many gold-attributed spiritual stone mines, it would be a huge loss if we leave. Let's empty these mines first. Lin Dong's words left everyone dumbfounded. Song Tianke couldn't control his mouth for a moment and accidentally muttered something. "No, boss, do you value money so much over your life?" But the next second, he covered his mouth because Lin Dong gently took out a small flag from his arms. Lin Dong just waved it lightly and muttered something. The golden wind stops. The great formation disappears. The formation is withdrawn. Following Lin Dong's loud shout, The uncomfortable feeling caused by the golden wind formation on them suddenly disappeared without a trace. This move made the group of younger brothers behind him extremely envious. Song Tianke licked his face, came over immediately, and looked at him curiously. "Brother, what good stuff is this? Lend it to me? Look at that shit. You haven't even returned the chain mail you borrowed from me last time." Lin Dong curled his lips and put away the golden wind flag. It was better for him to use this kind of treasure first, and then not to use it anymore. It was not the time to give it to his younger brothers yet. Seeing Lin Dong putting away the golden wind flag, Song Tianke's eyes widened with envy. "Brother, I'll just touch you, don't be so stingy." As he said that, he reached out to Lin Dong's chest, intending to take the formation flag in his hand. "Go away, help me collect gold-attributed spirit stones. If you don't collect 1 million gold-attributed spirit stones, I won't let you touch them." 96 gold-attributed spiritual stone veins. This time I got rich. There isn't much else on the Jinga battlefield except for a lot of gold-attributed spirit stones. Even a plain-looking stone you kick on the ground can be found to be an extremely pure golden spiritual stone. If a little bit of this spiritual stone is added to a weapon, it will make the weapon extremely sharp and greatly enhance the attack power. The most terrifying thing is that the golden spirit stone can be directly absorbed by weapons and directly transformed into attacks. In the outside world, this is a good thing that countless wealthy people are competing for. The price skyrocketed from time to time. And now, the priceless golden spirit stones were lying all over the ground like worthless rubbish. Lin Dong and the members of the Ares Academy were frantically collecting gold-attributed spirit stones. Wherever they passed, they even turned over the ground. Bai Xingxue had gently picked up a golden spirit stone and placed it on his Tianyuan sword. The golden spirit stone shrank visibly and merged into the Tianyuan sword miraculously. This is indeed a top-notch spiritual stone that increases attack power. Just this small piece has increased the attack power of the Tianyuan sword by 20 points. Moreover, the sword energy swung by the Tianyuan sword seems to have become sharper. Seeing this, Song Tianke hurriedly took out a piece and placed it on his own blood-crying sword. After feeling the attraction of the sharp aura in the blood-crying sword, the golden spirit stone suddenly turned into a molten state and quickly merged into the blood-crying sword. After the fusion was completed, Song Tianke waved the knife and felt it. Well, the blade seems to be heavier than before, and the attack power has also increased. This gold-attributed spirit stone is really abnormal. Their actions made Shui Hong, Bai Ji, and other people who didn't have good weapons very jealous. They also took out their own tattered weapons and tested the effects of the gold-attributed spirit stones. Shui Hong took out his shield and covered it with a layer of golden spirit stone. At the same time, he clasped his hands together and muttered something as if he was praying. "Aunt, second aunt, you married a wife and forgot your mother. Please bless me and let the gold spirit stone turn my shield into the most powerful shield in history." The two new girls, Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing, also started fiddling with their weapons, trying to see what amazing effects the golden spirit stones could bring. Sure enough, after a moment, Bai Ji's sword completely absorbed several golden spirit stones. "Wow, my sword attack power increased by 100 points. I'm getting stronger again." But for some reason, when she picked up the sword, before she could swing it a few times, the sword in her hand broke into dozens of pieces like cracked porcelain. Looking at the glittering sword debris all over the ground, Bai Ji's bright eyes suddenly dimmed. How could this happen? I spent 20 million Chinese yuan to buy my sword. I am so heartbroken. At the same time, the fire staff in Shui Bingbing's hand suddenly exploded and turned into useless scraps on the ground. Shui Bingbing shook her charred little hands, her eyes full of disbelief. Why did the energy crystal of my staff suddenly explode? What happened? Seeing that there were problems with the weapons of both men, Shui Hong immediately understood something. He quickly tried to remove the golden spirit stone from his beloved shield. But it was too late. When the layer of golden spirit stone covering the shield was removed, the shield, which was shattered like a tortoise shell, appeared before his eyes. Shui Hong looked at his beloved shield that had accompanied him in battles for several years, and now it had become like this. He suddenly burst into tears out of sadness. "Oh, heaven, oh earth, why do you treat me like this? I just want to make myself stronger. Is that wrong?" Lin Dong, who was frantically collecting gold-attributed spirit stones, heard the chaos at the rear of the team, and immediately looked back. Seeing the miserable state of several people, I felt a little amused and helpless. He pointed at the shattered pieces of weapons on the ground and shook his head. You guys, how can I say hello to you guys? This gold-attributed spirit stone has too much sharp energy. If it is not forged and polished to remove the impurities, it will easily damage the weapon. The material of your weapon is too poor and cannot withstand such sharp energy, so it will break. And by doing this, you're completely wasting the bonus effect of the gold-attributed spirit stone. If you use forging techniques, a gold-attributed spirit stone can at least increase the attack power by 50 to 100 points. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Baiji stuck out her tongue playfully. She didn't know that the gold-attributed spirit stone could have such an effect. But she looked at the broken sword on the ground, pouted, and still felt a little aggrieved. Lin Dong Geijai, I really just wanted a good weapon, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Woo-woo, from now on I can't output. I'm just like a waste. Baiji cried, and Chui Bingbing started crying too, and her eyes were full of tears, looking pitiful. Lin Dong, my love, can you help us forge a weapon? We have lost our weapons, and you are the only one who can help us. Chui Bingbing's words seemed to have set off a chain reaction. Baiji and Shui Hong both reacted and looked at Lin Dong with pleading eyes. Yes, Captain, please help us forge some weapons. We are willing to pay any price as long as you can forge weapons for us. Lin Dong, please help us. Have mercy on us. Lin Dong was annoyed by their noise and had to wave his hand to signal them to stop. Okay, stop arguing and help me collect gold-attributed spiritual stones first. Whoever collects 1 million gold-attributed spiritual stones first will be the one I help forge first. The reason why Lin Dong did this was because the flags of the Golden Wind Formation must be supplied with a sufficient amount of gold-attributed spirit stones in order to play the greatest role. However, once you leave the Golden Sword battlefield, there will be no such abundant gold-attribute spirit stones in the outside world, so the effect of the Golden Wind Array will be completely weakened. So now, he has to collect as many gold-attribute spirit stones as possible in case of emergency. After Shui Hong, Baiji and the others received Lin Dong's assurance that he could forge weapons for them. They also took action, frantically collecting gold-attributed spirit stones as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wherever they went, it was like a swarm of locusts. Even the mountaintops were hit by dozens of meters. However, the Golden Sword battlefield has a strong golden aura. Even if they are completely looted this time, new golden spirit stones will be produced in a short time. There is no need to worry about the depletion of golden spirit stones. Of course, there were still some remaining golden wind beast demons on the road, which were all dealt with by everyone. Everyone was looking for the golden spirit stone in different directions, so they gradually separated. Lin Dong has been paying close attention to the direction in which the team members left. If there is any danger, he will take action immediately. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the direction where Shui Hong left. The voice was filled with fear, but also a hint of surprise and excitement. Lin Dong was afraid that Shui Hong might be in danger, so he immediately stepped on his light-speed cloud boots and used the 1,000-mile speed step to rush towards Shui Hong. However, when Lin Dong arrived at the place where the sound came from, he couldn't help but frown, because in front of him was a wide cave entrance. Inside the cave, the golden aura was surging, and it was dozens of times denser than the golden aura outside. What kind of place is this? The metallic aura is so strong. Shui Hong might be in danger. Lin Dong frowned and stepped into the cave carefully. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the cave, the strong golden aura made him feel his breathing heavy, as if he had stepped into the Golden Wind Formation again. You know, he has the UNC gold beads for self-defense, but he still feels such pressure, which means that the golden aura here is enough to cause damage to life above level 40. The more this was the case, the more it proved that Shui Hong would be in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Dong quickened his pace. However, he did not make any sound. After all, the cave was pitch black, and he didn't know if there were any monsters hiding in it. If one suddenly appeared and attacked him, he would be in big trouble. To his surprise, he did not encounter any danger until he reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave, there is a huge, indescribable abyss. The road is completely cut off here. Shui Hong stood blankly on the edge of the abyss, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Lin Dong walked forward suspiciously and patted Shui Hong on the shoulder. Shui Hong, what's wrong? The metallic aura here is too strong. It's dangerous for all of us. Let's get out of here. But Shui Hong shook his head and pointed to the front of the abyss. "Brother, look!" Looking in the direction of Shui Hong's finger, Lin Dong was also shocked and speechless. Because on the cliff opposite the abyss, there lies a huge vein of golden spirit stone. The strong metallic smell is emitted by this vein. According to conservative estimates, this vein contains at least hundreds of millions of metallic spirit stones. Just when Lin Dong was so surprised that he couldn't speak, Shui Hong had already started analyzing. "Captain, there is a stone thrown on the cliff on the other side. It is obviously the seat of the Golden Wind Demon King. It just flew out of this hole. Perhaps it is because the gold element here is so strong that the Golden Wind Demon King Chan Hung mutated and became so powerful." Then, Shui Hong suddenly laughed and looked at Lin Dong with a flattering expression. "Brother, I found such a large mineral vein. Can you show your appreciation to me and make me a decent shield?" 97. The Secret Competition. Shui Hong's eyes rolled around, and the abacus beads fell on Lin Dong's face. But Lin Dong didn't care. He nodded slightly, which was considered as his agreement. After all, a shield warrior without a shield is almost useless, so Shui Hong would take the risk and enter this cave to look for the golden spirit stone. "First collect these gold spirit stones, and then I will help you forge a shield." After receiving Lin Dong's affirmation, Shui Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. But the next second, he began to have trouble. The gold-attributed spirit stone vein is on the other side of the abyss. But how can I cross the bottomless abyss under my feet? Shui Hong tentatively picked up a small stone and threw it into the abyss. After a long time, there was no sound of the stone falling to the ground. Shui Hong's face turned purple as he grumbled and swallowed his saliva. He looked at Lin Dong, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. "Brother, this abyss is too deep. We can't get through it at all." At this time, Shui Hong was extremely conflicted. The metallic mineral vein was right in front of him, but he just couldn't get it. If he couldn't get this metallic or vein, he wouldn't be able to get Lin Dong to help him forge a new shield. This conflicted feeling made him scratch his head and cheeks, just like a monkey. Seeing his anxious look, Lin Dong suppressed his smile and blinked. If it was half an hour ago, Lin Dong would not have been able to cross this abyss of thousands of meters. Although his silver gale gloves can flash and teleport, they consume a lot of physical strength. If you run out of energy halfway through, there will be no recovery. But now, with the wings of wind and thunder, he can soar freely in the sky, and the consumption of physical energy is almost zero. So after seeing Shui Hong's expression, he waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just a small abyss of a few thousand meters. I can just fly you over there." "Fly over?" Shui Hong widened his eyes in surprise, thinking that Captain Lin Dong was somewhat boasting. If Lin Dong could fly, he would not have used the silver gale gloves, which consumed a lot of physical strength, to perform a flash attack when fighting the Golden Wind Demon King just now. But before he could question it, Lin Dong had already taken out the wind and thunder wings and put them on. The pair of wings were shrouded in the air of wind and thunder, with gray-white wind currents and tiny arcs of electricity wrapped around them, making people feel daunted when looking at them. Just a slight flap of the 3-meter wingspan made Shui Hong unsteady on his feet and feel as if he had lost his balance. "Captain, what is this?" "Silly, can't you see that these are wings?" Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled, feeling very satisfied with Shui Hong's naive appearance. Without waiting for Shui Hong to make a move, he grabbed Shui Hong, shook his wind and thunder wings, and flew straight up from the ground. The huge sound of wind and thunder suddenly lingered in the cave, making the entire abyss emit a dull echo, carrying a heart-pounding fear. A moment later, the two of them crossed the abyss of several thousand meters and landed smoothly on the other side of the abyss. Lin Dong retracted his wind and thunder wings, appearing calm and composed. But inside, a sense of ecstasy surged up. These wind and thunder wings are so useful. From then on, the sky became his main battlefield. If he encounters danger, as long as he wants to leave, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Shui Hong looked at Lin Dong with great admiration and regarded him as an idol. "Brother, my brother, you were so cool just now. Flying in the air. Flying in the air? Only big shots above the sky level can do this. I didn't expect that you can do it. I am so envious. If one day I can fly in the sky like you, big brother, how wonderful it would be. Big brother, let's discuss something. Can you lend me this big wing to enjoy myself? Don't worry. I am a moral person, and I will definitely return the things I borrow." Shui Hong rubbed his palms together, his whole body revealing a greedy look. This expression is not much inferior to Song Tiang's. Lin Dong knew that showing off his wealth in front of these guys would have this effect. So when Shui Hong mentioned borrowing, Lin Dong knew what they were up to. He kicked Shui Hong on the butt and scolded him with a smile. Hurry up and collect the gold spirit stones. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't forge the shield for you. Shui Hong also knew that Lin Dong would not lend it to him, so he left leisurely, sighing as he walked. Brother, when you get tired of playing with these wings, you must remember that I am your brother. I will take any broken ones I want, and I won't despise you. Of course, Lin Dong ignored Shui Hong's words. However, Lin Dong did not forget his promise to forge weapons for them. He took a quick look in the system forging bookstore, selected a few mid to high quality gold weapon forging books, and started forging. Now they are all level 31 and can use gold level weapons, so they are faced with the upgrade of equipment. Of course, Lin Dong would prioritize arming Shui Hong, Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, and others who did not have much equipment. Shui Hong is a shield warrior, which is generally speaking a big meat shield with high health and thick defense, and he is in the front to resist damage. So Lin Dong chose the Vanguard shield for him. High defense, high health bonus. Baiji is a swordsman, and what she needs is a high output weapon. This land of golden swords is a good place to forge weapons. The rich metallic aura, coupled with the blessing of metallic spirit stones, can give weapons greater attack power. Therefore, the weapon Lin Dong chose for her was the Moon Rainbow Sword, a medium-level gold-level weapon. As for Cui Bingbing, she is a fire mage who excels in long-range attacks. So Lin Dong prepared for her the gold-level weapon, the Angry Thunderstaff. These three pieces of equipment are relatively medium-level, gold-level weapons, so they will not consume too many materials. In addition, with sufficient gold attribute spirit stones, these weapons can be given stronger attack attributes. However, the more metallic spirit stones you have, the better. Adding too many metallic spirit stones may help increase attack power, but it will also make the material of the weapon too brittle and easily damaged. So anything you add must be done in moderation. After Lin Dong silently forged for more than 10 minutes, the three pieces of equipment were completely formed. Equipment: Vanguard Shield. Attack: plus 9,100. Life: plus 27,000. Defense: plus 16,000. Magic Defense: plus 16,000. Magic Resistance: plus 8,000. Xuanwu Spirit: every 60 seconds, summon a Xuanwu Spirit to protect yourself, which can resist 30,000 points of damage. Equipment: Moon Rainbow Sword. Attack: plus 21,000. Life: plus 8,000. Moonlight Contract: summon a 5,000 damage Moonlight to attack the target every 10 seconds. At night, the Moonlight attack doubles. Equipment: Raging Thunderstaff. Attack: plus 1,600. Magic Power: plus 13,000. Magic Value: plus 7,000. Burning Sky Flame. Creates a flame battlefield with a diameter of 100. Within the battlefield, the target's defense is weakened by 50%, and its own attack is increased by 50%. Targets trapped in it will lose their way and be unable to find the caster. Looking at these pieces of equipment, Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction. Even the mid-level gold equipment has attributes that are not much inferior to the top-level silver equipment. It seems that the equipment upgrade is inevitable. He gathered all the team members into the cave and distributed the equipment to them, which made Shui Hong, Bai Ji, and Cui Bingbing very envious. Even Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, Yao Qingxing, and others were looking at Lin Dong eagerly. After all, the newcomers all have gold weapons, and it's a bit unreasonable for them to still use silver weapons. So Lin Dong had no choice but to enchant their weapons with enchantment values, intending to improve the quality of the equipment. However, enchantment exists with probability and may not succeed every time. This time, the quality improvement of the enchantment directly consumed nearly 100 points of Lin Dong's enchantment value, which made Lin Dong feel very painful. This enchantment value is a treasure. If you use it a little bit, it will be less. Such waste is not something that the thrifty Lin Dong can accept. He couldn't help but play with the weapon, happy big bag, and wondered when he would see Wang Rulong again and have a friendly exchange with him. That's 10 points of enchantment value per day. Don't miss it. Lin Dong's thoughts seemed to have some effect. Wang Rulong, who was hiding in a hidden dungeon in the Kingdom of Flames to avoid the attacks of Warcraft, suddenly felt a chill on his back and a bad feeling lingering in his heart. Damn it. Why is my heart always in a mess? Whenever I think of Lin Dong, I gnash my teeth in hatred. I will pay back the humiliation I suffered at the top of Kunlun sooner or later. She stood up and chopped down a monster with one knife, her eyes full of anger. It seemed that these monsters in front of her were all like Lin Dong, and they had to be chopped into pieces to make her feel a little better. All members of the Hunter Guild, follow my orders, form a formation, and eliminate small groups of monsters. If a mutant monster approaches, you must evacuate immediately. Try to reach level 40 as quickly as possible and crush other teams. Yes, the members of the Hunter Guild answered in unison, full of high morale. At the same time, Lin Dong also issued an order. After collecting the gold spirit stone veins, immediately search for the monsters in the Golden Sword battlefield, swallow the experience potion, and upgrade with all your strength. We, the Ares Academy, must be the first team to reach level 40 and clear all dungeons above level 40 first. 98 Sweeping the battlefield of Jingu by Ji is in danger. As soon as Lin Dong gave the order, everyone said yes. Even Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing considered themselves as members of the God of War Academy. Captain Lin Dong helped them forge weapons and gave them experience potions, treating them like his own people. In their hearts, they have completely regarded Lin Dong as their captain and are willing to obey his orders and do everything they can for him. In the team armed by Lin Dong, almost every member has the strength to fight against the mutant monsters alone. What's more, mutated monsters are a minority after all, and the vast majority are still ordinary monsters. So in the next 2 days, after everyone packed up and took away this golden spirit stone vein, they began the road of rapid upgrading. These people were like killing gods, killing everyone in the entire Golden Sword battlefield. Any magical beast that showed its head was directly killed by Lin Dong and his men. As they leveled up crazily, the warcraft in the entire Jinj battlefield began to boil, and even legends of human demons spread. In the heart of the Golden Sword battlefield, in the lair of the two-headed King Kong, a little two-headed King Kong demon rushed in from outside the cave in a panic, with fear written all over his face. Report to the king. That group of human demons has invaded our territory. The king, please take us and run for your lives. The two-headed King Kong is also a second mutated magical beast. Its level is as high as 59, which is already a Quasi-Lord level magical beast. But after hearing the report from this little demon, the hand that was touching the female King Kong's plump buttocks couldn't help but tremble. What? How come this group of human demons are so fast? An hour ago, weren't they still in the territory of the Golden Ring Poison Scorpion? The Golden Ring Poison Scorpion is also a second mutated monster king. How could it not last even for an hour? The two-headed King Kong stood up nervously and began to walk around in the cave, trying to find a way to deal with Lin Dong and the others. However, before he could come up with a solution, several human voices were heard outside the cave. Bing Bing, do you think this two-headed King Kong can withstand our attack? Xiao Bai Bai, you think too highly of him. I think he is only slightly better than that useless scorpion. He may even be worse than that scorpion. These two sentences of conversation happened less than 50 meters away from the entrance of its cave and frightened the two-headed King Kong to death. These human demons are too arrogant. Even though it was grinning in dissatisfaction, it also knew that it was not much stronger than the Golden Ring Poison Scorpion King. The Golden Ring Poison Scorpion King is known as one of the strongest fighters in the Golden Sword battlefield. Even if it was defeated, the two-headed King Kong King is probably no match for these human demons. So at this moment, the two-headed King Kong began to think of retreating. At this moment, a wall of flames suddenly spread out from the cave entrance. It was so fast that the two-headed King Kong had no time to dodge. The mane on its body began to burn uncontrollably. This made the two-headed King Kong extremely horrified. You know, the hair on its body is like its weapon, which is usually immune to water and fire. What kind of fire is this that is rushing in that can actually ignite its mane? The moment the two-headed King Kong hesitated, the huge wall of fire had filled the entire cave. The scorching heat made it feel hot all over, and red spots appeared on the surface of its skin. As for those two-headed little gorilla monsters, they were turned into charred corpses the moment they were swept by the flames. The two-headed King Kong focused his gaze on his eyes, and 2 streams of white air spurted out of his nostrils, which actually extinguished some of the flames around it. It stared out of the cave with its eyes wide open, beating its chest with its arms and shouting loudly, "You damned human demon, stop playing tricks here. Come in and fight me if you have the guts." As soon as it finished speaking, two gentle female voices outside began to giggle. "Bing Bing, this King Kong wants to challenge the two of us. Should we give it this opportunity? TSK, TSK. Shall bye-bye? Are you stupid? You can obviously do the barbecue remotely. Why bother doing it yourself? We could just stay here for a long time and gain experience easily." "That makes a lot of sense. I'll listen to you, Bing Bing." The two people outside the cave were Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing. The wall of fire that burned everything just now was created by Chui Bing Bing using the fiery thunderstaff. After all, she is a mage who can use skills at a distance, so she is too lazy to fight at close range. As a powerful swordsman, Baiji had been helping her to clear out the monsters that approached her. The two of them worked together seamlessly and killed many powerful monsters. Moreover, within the range of the flaming battlefield created by the furious thunderstaff, it can also weaken the defense of Warcraft by 50 and increase the attack power of its own team by 50, which gives the cooperation between the two of them a greater advantage. For example, the Golden Ring Poisonous Scorpion King was killed by the cooperation of the two of them. This terrifying fighting power surprised both Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue. Their strength is so strong that the two of them are qualified to fight alone. Anyway, the experience gained by each of them will eventually be added to the team experience, and the experience gained by each person will be scored. Dispersing to kill wild monsters will help you accumulate more experience. For example, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue and Shui Hong also formed a jungle team. Lin Dong, Su Runan, and Yao Qingxing are another jungle team. Everyone is heading in a different direction, all in an effort to reach level 40 more quickly. And now, after sleepless jungle farming and upgrading, the level of Lin Dong's entire team has reached level 36. They only need a little bit of experience to break through to level 37. Bai Ji looked at the upgrade progress bar and found that the experience bar suddenly increased by 3. The overall upgrade progress has reached 98.7. She pouted immediately, obviously trying to compete. "Bing Bing, my brother and his team have killed another second mutated monster boss, and their experience contribution to the team has surpassed ours. We need to work harder." Chui Bing Bing nodded and controlled the flaming battlefield even more delicately. "Don't worry, after we kill this two-headed King Kong, our experience will surpass your brother by Xingxue and the others again. This time, we're definitely going to win." The two-headed King Kong could clearly hear the voices of Chui Bing Bing and Bai Ji, but he couldn't find where they were. After roaring for a while, the two-headed King Kong calmed down completely. It knew that there must be something strange about this battlefield of fire that would make it lose its way. If you want to break through, you must rush in one direction to escape. Moreover, this two-headed King Kong has a hidden trick, which is the Earth Escape technique. Although the Earth Escape technique consumes a lot of energy, there is no better way now. After all, there is no way to fight this kind of battle when we can't even see the enemy. After confirming that it could not withstand the flames of the fire battlefield, it could only use this trump card and plan to escape using the Earth Escape technique. I saw it suddenly plunge its head into the hard stone ground of the cave and disappear in an instant without leaving any trace. Hearing no more movement in the cave, Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing looked at each other suspiciously. "Bing Bing, this two-headed King Kong can't be so useless. How come it only lasted 2 minutes and then stopped making any movement? Xiao Bai, you are naive. It must be deliberately trying to lure the two of us in, so it is pretending to be dead. As long as we go in, it will definitely attack us violently." However, their conversation was heard by the two-headed King Kong. "Ha, you two little girls are just trying to kill me because you have a powerful magic weapon? I'll capture you two and make you my concubines." The two-headed King Kong quietly poked his head out from a secret place outside the cave entrance. After checking that there was no danger, he pulled his entire body out of the stone. Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing were still yawning out of boredom, sitting at the entrance of the cave, lazily basking in the sun. "Bing Bing, another 5 minutes have passed, and there is still no movement. Do you think that two-headed King Kong is dead? Why rush? It's safer to wait a little longer. The flame battlefield is my home ground anyway. Even if something explodes, no one else can take it away." When Chui Bing Bing was trying to comfort Bai Ji, she suddenly noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened. "Hey, why is it suddenly dark? It was sunny just now." But Bai Ji on the opposite side opened her mouth in horror, pointed behind Chui Bing Bing, and even planned to stand up and draw out the Yuehong's sword. Before she could react, she and Cui Bingbing were grabbed by a pair of furry big hands. The two-headed King Kong was completely red and charred, and had completely lost his handsome monkey look. He now looked extremely hideous and terrifying. It opened its mouth, revealing huge fangs dripping with saliva, and looked viciously at Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing who were held in its palms. Damn you humans, I didn't go to destroy you, but you actually came to provoke me. Today, I will let you have a taste of what the consequences of provoking me are. As it spoke, it exerted force with its hands slightly, causing Cui Bingbing and Bai Ji's skeletons to creak, as if they would fall apart at any time. A trace of blood flowed out of the mouths of both men. It was obvious that the force exerted by the two-headed King Kong, this time, directly broke the defenses of the two men. Bai Ji struggled for a while, but found that there was no way for her to take out the Yuehong sword, so she could only let the two-headed King Kong do whatever he wanted. You still want to resist? Don't waste your time. In front of this king, all your means are in vain. Lin Dong, who was leveling up by killing monsters, frowned secretly when he saw the accumulated experience points of Bai Ji and others that had not been touched for a long time. Nothing will happen to these two little girls, right? 99 running so fast? The two-headed King Kong was not in a hurry to kill. Although it looks like a fool, it is actually very thoughtful. It looked at Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing in its hands and exhaled a breath of fishy smell. I will give you a chance to live, as long as you tell me how many of you are here, your combat power data, and your preferred attack methods. I will make an exception and let you two humans become my wives. The two-headed King Kong had heard that this group of human demons consisted of 8 people. But now there were only these 2 little girls in front of it, so it was also looking around vigilantly, afraid of being suddenly attacked by other humans. Moreover, if the lives of these 2 human women were saved, it might be able to use them as bargaining chips, so it was trying to expound on Bai Ji and the other 2. But Bai Ji held her chest high, looking as if she was ready to die. You want me to reveal the information about Lin Dong's Geizhai? Forget it. I will never tell you the secret that Lin Dong's Geizhai is a god-level blacksmith. Even if you kill me. Bing Bing, I can't tell you, and neither can you. Cui Bingbing glanced at Bai Ji in surprise, suspecting that Bai Ji's brain was lacking oxygen. Otherwise, how could she say such childish words? I definitely won't tell anyone. I just hope you, Xiao Bai Bai, don't tell anyone. Bing Bing, you still don't believe me? How could I possibly tell you that Lin Dong has all these Geizhai equipment? Bai Ji raised her chin stubbornly, her eyes full of faith. Obviously, she didn't think she was leaking any information. Cui Bingbing sighed. She knew that it was better to talk less to a naive girl like Bai Ji. Otherwise, she would tell everything without anyone asking. The two-headed King Kong was also listening attentively, with a look of suspicion on his face. Item equipment? It knows about equipment attributes, which means that special skill effects will be added to the equipment. However, the equipment with these items should be very rare. Even a human at the peak of his power may not be able to collect a few pieces, let alone a low-level human who has just entered the battlefield. Therefore, the two-headed King Kong thought that Bai Ji must be lying, which made it feel scared and let the two go. Human girl, you are too naive to think you can fool me with such childish words. I am the two-headed King Kong, a highly intelligent creature that has undergone 2 mutations. Your little tricks can't fool me at all. After saying this, the two-headed King Kong stared at Bai Ji triumphantly, thinking that it had seen through everything. Bai Ji's face turned red with anger. If she could move her hands, she would have pointed at the two-headed King Kong's nose and cursed at him. You stinky monkey, you can question me, but how can you question my Lin Dong Geizhai? Put me down. I'm going to take out my Moon Rainbow Sword and fight you. My Moon Rainbow Sword is the equipment forged for me by brother Lin Dong. Believe it or not, I only need 1 sword to chop off your head. Bai Ji's words made Cui Bingbing shake her head helplessly. Is this the legendary love brain? Once it comes to Lin Dong's affairs, Bai Ji will become stupid. But to her surprise, the two-headed King Kong blinked and actually agreed. If you can really chop off my right head, I can really let you go. Humph, I have long been dissatisfied with this head with atrophied cerebellum on the right. It really affects my handsome image. The left head of the two-headed King Kong twisted and spoke to Bai Ji. But the head on its right side was immediately dissatisfied. You have cerebellar atrophy. Your whole family has cerebellar atrophy. You don't like me, but I also don't like you. This body only needs me as its master. You are the one who should be chopped off. Human girl, If you chop off the left side of your head, I can make you the first wife of the bandit leader. That woman who plays with fire can only be ranked second. The head on the left was not to be outdone and shook itself in response. However, its IQ is obviously higher than the head on the right. It can be seen that Bai Ji and others are very powerful. These human demons must not be offended at all. Otherwise, you will definitely get into trouble. Human girl, you must not become its wife. It is just a good-for-nothing with its head full of thoughts about the female King Kong's ass. It is not like me, a great pioneer. As long as you can help me chop off this guy's head, I promise to let you go. I will even not interfere with what you humans do in the land of Golden Sword. We can all live in peace. At this moment, Cui Bingbing and Bai Ji were both stunned. They could not imagine that the two heads of the two-headed King Kong would actually quarrel among themselves. It was truly an unprecedented spectacle. But at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded above the head of the two-headed King Kong. Put her down first, then you will be qualified to negotiate. Otherwise, you will die. Then, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. There was even a faint sound of wind and thunder. The person who came was Lin Dong. At this moment, his eyes were fierce, and he obviously had murderous intentions towards the two-headed King Kong. Su Runin and Yao Qingxing. The two of them tightly grasped Lin Dong's wind and thunder wings and looked at the two-headed King Kong with the same cold expressions. After all, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing are members of their team, and they will not allow their own people to be bullied. Lin Dong came here for a reason. Because he noticed the abnormality in the accumulated experience values of Bai Ji and the other person, he came over to check it out, but he didn't expect to see this scene. Their team was divided into 3 small monster-killing teams. Although the total experience gained from killing monsters would automatically be distributed among the teams, Lin Dong could see the accumulated experience value of each team. Bai Ji and the others' accumulated experience points hadn't changed for a long time, so Lin Dong knew that they must have encountered something, so he came to check. Unexpectedly, these 2 people fell into the hands of the two-headed King Kong. That's why he ordered the two-headed King Kong in a bad tone. As long as the two-headed King Kong made any unusual movements, he would immediately use the time-stopping ability of the Eye of Punishment to directly kill the two-headed King Kong. When the two-headed King Kong felt Lin Dong's real murderous intent, his heart suddenly trembled. This human is simply a pervert. I have a feeling that he can kill me with just one move. It has an extremely keen sense of danger, and it can conclude that the human man in front of it can easily end its life. Especially the eye between his eyebrows that was covered by armor. It was even scarier than that of a sky-level Warcraft lord. Moreover, this human could actually fly, which made it completely lose its advantage in ground combat. After weighing the pros and cons, the two-headed King Kong wanted to slip away again. The reason it has been able to roam the battlefield for so long is that it relies on judging the situation and knowing when to advance and retreat. Now that Lin Dong is obviously very powerful, it will not stay and wait to be beaten by Lin Dong. So while Lin Dong hadn't made any move yet, the two-headed King Kong used the Earth Escape technique and entered the Hard Rock again. Human, I smell the scent of the golden sacred grass on you. If you want to save their lives, go to the prayer temple and exchange with me. Remember, at least 10,000 golden sacred grasses are needed for the exchange. Otherwise, I might kill you. The voice came from the Hard Rock, and then there was no trace of the two-headed King Kong anymore. Lin Dong brought Su Runin and Yao Qingxing down from the air to the ground. Looking at the flat and smooth rocks, he couldn't help but frown. This two-headed King Kong was so slippery that he ran away before he could make a move. This was the first time he encountered such a timid mutant monster, and he let it run away when he wasn't paying attention. But this two-headed King Kong has the ability to escape through the earth, so it is very difficult to chase him. Ding, a potential monster has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task to subdue the two-headed King Kong. Task rewards: Dinghe Shinsen Forging Book, Jinhoop Forging Book, Dinghe Shinsen, Tightening Curse. Lin Dong's mind suddenly moved. Could it be that this two-headed King Kong has the potential to be on par with the Monkey King? If this is true, the system has found him another extremely powerful helper. But how can we subdue the two-headed King Kong? Lin Dong looked at the endless battlefield and thought silently. When the two-headed King Kong left, he mentioned the golden sacred grass. It wants the golden sacred grass, and obviously also wants to enter the blessing temple to pray. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, let's go to the prayer temple and find this two-headed King Kong. The prayer temple is a special place, equivalent to an independent world. In the prayer temple, he cannot use the earth escape technique, so this is a good opportunity to subdue the two-headed King Kong. Thinking of this, Lin Dong took Su Runin and Yao Qingxing with him and took off again, flying towards the location of the prayer temple in the center of the Golden Sword battlefield. At the same time, he also sent a message to Bai Xingxue and the other three, asking them to rush to the prayer temple. At the top of a mountain in the center of the Jingge battlefield, there is a huge and wide platform. On the platform sits a splendid temple full of rich historical atmosphere. There is a faint light curtain outside the temple. It looks fragile, but no matter how violent the means are, it cannot be broken. Only by paying 10,000 stalks of golden holy grass to the stone statue of Flying General at the entrance of the temple can one enter. And the two-headed King Kong was already waiting here. But its two pairs of eyes are always looking around vigilantly, and if any unfavorable situation occurs, it will immediately hide underground. After a while, it finally saw a small black dot flying in the sky, carrying with it a lingering scent of wind and thunder. However, even at such a long distance, it could already sense an evil aura. This breath came from the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the man waving his wings. Oh no, there's danger! Just as it was about to go underground, it suddenly felt its body stiffen, and a bad feeling arose from the bottom of its heart. Oops, why can't I move? 100 pray for the birth of the King Kong, demon ape. That extremely evil aura made the two-headed King Kong, a diamond-level monster, feel extremely uncomfortable, especially the beam of light that could freeze him, nailing him to the spot, as if he was waiting for the judgment of fate. Just as the two-headed King Kong was thinking quickly, Lin Dong, along with Su Runin and Yao Qingxing, had already arrived at the side of the stone statue of the Flying General at lightning speed. This stone statue of the Flying General has almost the same expression and posture as the one outside the golden battlefield. Both are leaning on a big sword in both hands and looking into the distance with their heads raised. Lin Dong bowed towards the stone statue of the Flying General, retracted his wind and thunder wings, and landed next to the two-headed King Kong. Just now, he directly used the time-stopping ability of the Eye of Punishment in order to prevent the two-headed King Kong from escaping. However, time only stands still for 10 seconds, and he must take this opportunity to rescue Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing first. Su Runin and Yao Qingxing naturally understood what Lin Dong meant. Without waiting for Lin Dong's orders, the two of them turned into streams of light and rescued Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing from the huge hands of the two-headed King Kong, and then retreated behind Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong did not rush to take action. Instead, he spread his wings and flew above the head of the two-headed King Kong. The two-headed King Kong was more than 10 meters tall, and its head alone was taller than Lin Dong's. Lin Dong looked at the left head of the two-headed King Kong with a smile and touched his chin. I feel like your IQ is higher than the guy on the right. Let's make a deal. Then he took the initiative to remove the effect of time, standing still, allowing the two-headed King Kong to regain his freedom. The two-headed King Kong twisted his body vigilantly and wanted to drill directly into the ground, but Lin Dong stretched out his hand and made a pause gesture. Don't panic. I don't mean to kill you. I told you I'm just making a deal with you. As long as you agree to my terms, I promise I can make you walk out of the Golden Sword battlefield and become the most powerful monster in history. Walk out of the battlefield? The two-headed King Kong, who had originally planned to use the Earth escape technique to escape, suddenly slowed down his movements after hearing Lin Dong's words and turned around to look at Lin Dong in shock. Getting out of the battlefield is the dream of every warcraft, so even the two-headed King Kong was tempted. However, its eyes were still full of vigilance. It was a little bit unconvinced that a human being could have such kindness. After all, Warcraft and humans had an irreconcilable hatred. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two-headed King Kong was not in a hurry to escape. If the two-headed King Kong ran away directly, his mission to subdue him would probably be difficult to complete. So he continued to persuade and analyze the pros and cons with the two-headed King Kong. You have seen my ability. If I want to kill you, there is no possibility for you to escape. And even if you escape this time, do you think you can escape unscathed next time? But now, there is an opportunity in front of you. I can give you the golden sacred grass you need, help you leave the Golden Sword battlefield, and even help you mutate multiple times to become a more powerful monster. And all you have to do is agree to one condition of mine, and you can get everything I said above. The two-headed King Kong looked at Lin Dong suspiciously, but it did not rush to escape. It even straightened its chest and carefully analyzed the underlying meaning of Lin Dong's words. However, the temptation given by Lin Dong was so great that it made it a little tempted. The golden holy grass can be used to pray for blessings in the temple. Back then, he killed several humans and collected 10,000 golden holy grasses. Only then was he able to have super high intelligence with the help of the temple and had the opportunity to mutate. Therefore, the golden holy grass must be obtained. The temptation to walk out of the battlefield is no less than entering the temple to pray for blessings. Outside, there is a wider world. A leader among Warcraft like him will surely stir up some waves in the outside world. The only thing he doubted now was the intentions of the human in front of him. I heard that human beings are bad to the core, and they're full of tricks to deceive others. None of them are good. But the situation is stronger than the person. This human is indeed terrifyingly strong. If it refuses to trade with this human, even if it has the ability to escape from the earth, it will be difficult to escape the other party's day and night pursuit. After all, the Eye of Punishment was too evil, and it had no confidence that it could avoid the attack of this eye. Therefore, the two-headed King Kong planned to play along with Lin Dong first to see what Lin Dong's real purpose was. What deal? Tell me first. Seeing that the two-headed King Kong had taken the bait, Lin Dong immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled. He twisted his fingers gently and took out a golden holy grass from the ring. I want you to be my servant and obey my orders. What? You want me, the great King Kong, to be your slave? Although the two-headed King Kong was agile, but not very courageous, when he heard Lin Dong's words, he tilted his head and laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Although the golden holy grass in Lin Dong's hand made it salivate, it was far from enough for praying, so it did not attract its attention at all. So it acted in an impassioned manner, showing its fangs, and vented its dissatisfaction towards Lin Dong. Boy, you know that beasts can be killed, but not humiliated. King Kong will never be a slave. The two-headed King Kong beat his chest with both fists, bursting out with a strong fighting spirit. The strong muscles on his back slowly rose, making his figure even taller and more ferocious. It seemed that he was demonstrating to Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong just smiled slightly and took out a handful of golden holy grass from the ring. There were tens of thousands of them. Lin Dong had no shortage of the golden holy grass. After replicating the godly riches treasure bowl, he now had hundreds of thousands of golden holy grasses, which he could never use up. Taking out these golden holy herbs is just a drizzle. Lin Dong shook the golden holy grass in his hand and looked at the two-headed King Kong with a smile again. Agree to my terms, and these golden sacred herbs will be yours. I've heard an old saying that orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. I'll provide your golden sacred grass. How about this deal? Can we continue? The two-headed King Kong looked at the golden holy grass in Lin Dong's hand, and the left head swallowed unconsciously. He had longed for this thing for too long, and he didn't expect it to appear before his eyes. If he could successfully pray, he might undergo a third mutation and become a powerful legendary monster. By that time, this human being might not be his opponent. How about I pretend to submit to him and trick him into giving me the golden sacred grass? So the left head of the two-headed King Kong was spinning around, and his thoughts kept changing. The head on the right, on the other hand, laughed foolishly. What's so good about this grass? If you find me a dozen female gorillas with big butts, I might agree to your request. You want me to be your slave with just a handful of grass in your hand? Dream on. After the head on the right said this, the head on the left immediately broke through the defense. Are you sick? The only thing you think about every day is the mother Vajra? Is that an ordinary grass? It's the golden holy grass, a good thing that can be used for blessing. What's the point of praying? There is always someone stronger than you. When you become stronger, you will also encounter stronger enemies. It's better for you to have fun with the mother Vajra every day. You are such a lazy guy. I should just eat you up to avoid embarrassing myself in public. Haha, it's still unclear who will eat whom. My IQ is higher than yours. This scene left Lin Dong dumbfounded. He had never thought that if he had two heads, he could still quarrel with himself. This kind of skill is not something that most people can do. Finally, the head on the left felt that there was no way to communicate with the idiot head on the right. so it turned its gaze towards Lin Dong. I can agree to your deal, but I also have a request. Give me the golden sacred grass first, and help me chop off the idiot on the right. Make a deal. Lin Dong snapped his fingers to indicate that there was no problem. Well, I'll help you control this body. You quickly cut off the guy on the right. Otherwise, he will try to seize control of my body at any time. The two-headed King Kong suddenly stood still and stopped talking. It is obvious that the head on the left is competing with the head on the right for control of the body. Lin Dong understood, raised the Hades Beast Soul Furnace in his hand high, and smashed it directly at the head on the right. He used all his means of attack in this attack, with a total output of more than 100,000 points. Boom! As soon as the furnace was turned on, the right side of the head was smashed into a state of dizziness, and the head drooped down. Bai Ji, lend me the Yuehong sword. Lin Dong Geizhai, catch the sword. Bai Ji threw the Yuehong sword towards Lin Dong, and Lin Dong directly used his strength in his hand, took the sword and chopped off the right head of the two-headed King Kong. The head on the right fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a large amount of dust on the ground. The left head of the two-headed King Kong laughed loudly, and his body began to undergo amazing changes. The severed part of the right side of the head healed instantly, and the left side of the head moved to the center of the shoulder, completely controlling the body. Finally, I don't have to be bound by this idiot. So cool! Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and looked at the two-headed King Kong, and gave a timely reminder. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. As he spoke, he shook the golden holy grass in his hand. King Kong's eyelids twitched a few times, but he did not refute in the end, because he had not yet obtained the golden sacred grass, and it was not the time to turn against Lin Dong. It is a flexible monkey that knows how to seek the greatest benefit for itself. Face is worth a few dollars, and benefits are the most attractive. So it knelt on one leg on the ground, making a gesture of submission. I, King Kong, am willing to serve you as my master. Please give me the golden sacred grass. Ding! The host has completed the task of taming the two-headed King Kong. The rewards of Ding He Shinten Forging Book and Jin Hoop Curse Forging Book have been distributed to the system space. The reward was in hand. Lin Dong was overjoyed. He directly threw the golden holy grass to King Kong, seemingly not worried at all that this guy would turn against him. After King Kong got the golden holy grass, his demeanor suddenly changed. He handed it over to the stone statue of General Flying and entered the prayer temple without even looking at Lin Dong. But Lin Dong was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out the Dinghai Shinjin and Jinhoop Curse Forging books and began to forge them seriously. Su Runin glanced at Lin Dong worriedly, wondering if Lin Dong was being too insensitive. Lin Dong, you didn't even sign a slave contract with it. Aren't you afraid that he will turn against you? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a huge scream coming from the temple. It shook the heavens and the earth. Ha! I finally became the King Kong demon ape. I have crossed the threshold of legend. Human, you will pay the price for your arrogance just now. 101 Goddess Blessing, Epic Gift Box. Brother, we were urgently summoned here. What happened? Yeah, big brother, I'm almost level 38. It's so cool to gain experience. I can't bear to stop. Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke came together, and Shui Hong chased after them, panting heavily. As a shield warrior, he was not good at speed, so it was a bit difficult for him to chase the two. Seeing several people rushing over, Lin Dong distributed the golden holy grass copied from the Godly Riches Treasure Bowl to each of them, at a dose of 10,000 plants, and then gave them a few instructions. After I finish forging the equipment, we will go directly to the prayer temple to pray. At this moment, a faint vibration sound was heard in the prayer temple. It was obvious that the Vajra King had gained great benefits from praying. It seemed that the King Kong was undergoing a huge transformation, and the process seemed extremely painful. Otherwise, it would not have been roaring all the time. But amidst the roar, there was also a mix of arrogant shouts. It seemed that the increase in strength had given it great confidence. Ha! Upgraded again! I, King Kong, Demon Ape, am indeed a child of destiny. Damn human. I will turn you into my servant soon. You will regret it utterly. Shui Hong was startled by the noise coming from the temple. The golden holy grass in his hand fell to the ground, and he said in horror, "What's going on? Why is there such a big tremor in the temple? Is there some hidden big boss inside?" After all, the roar coming from it was too fierce. But Song Tianke held the blood-weeping sword in his hand, full of heroic spirit. I'm itching to do something. If it weren't for Big Brother asking us to wait for him to forge the equipment, I would have rushed in and fought that big boss right now. Bai Shengxue's eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Ever since his Tianyuan sword was upgraded to the gold level, he felt that the monsters in the golden sword battlefield had become weaker, and he urgently needed a strong opponent to verify his strength. Old Song, leave this guy to me. I want to see where my limits are. Seeing her brother and Song Tianke looking eager to try, Bai Ji stuck out her tongue, walked over, and explained the whole story. When Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke heard that Lin Dong wanted to subdue the King Kong, both of them showed a look of regret. Hey, I thought I had a decent boss to kill, but I didn't expect that big brother would take a fancy to me. What a bummer. It seems that only by entering a higher level copy can I verify the true meaning of my sword. Everyone was chattering here, while the movement in the temple was still going on. But Lin Dong didn't even raise his eyelids, still concentrating on forging equipment. In his opinion, let alone that this King Kong had just broken through to the legendary level, even if he broke through to the sky level, he would not take it seriously. He has killed sky level 6-tailed demon foxes, so he has a clear understanding of his own strength. About 5 minutes later, the Dinghai Shenzhen and the Jin Hoop were both forged successfully. Although they were only gold grade, they were already the top-level gold grade equipment. Coupled with the terrifying gold attribute bonus effect of the golden sword battlefield, the basic attack power of the Dinghai Shenzhen has reached an extremely terrifying level. Equipment: Dinghai Shenzhen gold level. Attack plus 36,000. Gold damage increase plus 12,000 restrains wood attributes, doubles damage to all wood attributes. Armor break plus 8,000. Indestructible. Equipment weighing 108,000 jin, which is less than the Dinghai Shenzhen, has a 1 chance of being shattered directly. When Lin Dong saw the Dinghai Shenzhen for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This Dinghai Shenzhen not only has an incredibly high attack, but it also has 12,000 points of gold damage. What's even more outrageous is that it can restrain all wood attributes, and has the effect of double damage no matter whether it is a skill equipment or a character target. And that's not all. The Dinghai Shenzhen also has a shattering effect on all equipment that is lighter than its weight. Although the probability is only 1%, as long as the attack speed is increased, the opponent's equipment can still be quickly damaged. You have to know that the weight of the Dinghai Shenzhen is as heavy as 180,000 kilograms. There are almost no weapons in the world that can reach this weight. Even if someone could swing it, it would be extremely energy-consuming, so no one would try to use the Dinghai Shenzhen as a weapon. But for King Kong, who can tear mountains apart with his bare hands, this weapon is perfect for him. After taking a satisfied look at the equipment, Lin Dong stood up straight and glanced at the team members who were waiting for him to make arrangements. Okay, pay the golden holy grass to the flying general statue, and then we will go to the prayer temple to pray. Everyone threw the prepared golden holy grass into the portal. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and everyone was brought into a hall full of magical atmosphere. On the pillars and walls of the hall, there are countless paintings of gods and monsters engraved. It seemed as if there was a buried civilization that was showing them its former glory. Right in front of the hall is a statue of a goddess whose face cannot be seen clearly. The goddess holds her staff high up to the sky, her whole body hidden in her gauze skirt, looking solemn and sacred. Under the 100-meter-tall statue of the goddess, there is a pious creature crawling. It was the King Kong. No, now it should be called King Kong Demon Ape. At this time, there was a colorful light on its body that was slowly fading away. And under the influence of this colorful light, the King Kong Demon Ape was covered in blood and roaring loudly. Obviously, this colorful light is the real reason for its transformation. Just as Lin Dong and the others were observing, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Lin Dong, you have met the conditions for God's blessing and have obtained a volume of the Epic Blacksmith's Manual. Your level will be increased by 10 levels. Su Runin meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the Epic Holy War Emperor's Heart Sutra. Level is directly increased by 10 levels. Bai Xingxue meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the Epic Sword Emperor's Sword Path Enlightenment. Level is directly increased by 10 levels. Song Tianke, who meets the conditions for God's blessing, has obtained a volume of the Epic Sword Emperor's Peerless Sword Technique. Level is directly increased by 10 levels. Yao Qingxing meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of Epic Night Elf Priest Skills. Level is directly increased by 10 levels. Chui Bing Bing. You meet the conditions for God's blessing and obtain an epic Phoenix Spirit Fire. Your level will be raised by 10 levels. Bai Ji. You meet the conditions for God's blessing and obtain a volume of the epic Sword Emperor Sword Technique. Your level will be increased by 10 levels. Shui Hong meets the conditions for God's blessing and obtains a volume of the epic Shield Emperor Skills. Level is directly increased by 10 levels. On the staff held by the goddess, as rays of colorful light appeared one after another, everyone was enveloped in the colorful light. I have to say this blessing is truly amazing. Not only did it allow everyone's level to rise by 10 levels, but it also granted them epic skills or insights. It was really too exaggerated. In this world, the platinum level corresponds to the Great Warrior, the diamond level corresponds to the War King, the legendary level corresponds to the War God, the sky level corresponds to the War Lord, the legendary level corresponds to the War Saint, the epic level corresponds to the War Emperor, the mythical level corresponds to the War Emperor, and above that, it is said that there are levels such as Supreme and Eternal, but they are no longer traceable. The fact that such epic level skills were distributed like cabbages in this prayer temple still made everyone feel incredible. That is epic level, which has surpassed the highest level of humans and monsters on Blue Planet. You know, even Marshal Shao and the Emperor of the Western Holy City, who can be regarded as the highest combat power of mankind, are only at the legendary level. So you can imagine how precious epic level things are on Blue Star. Even Lin Dong was surprised by C.I. Fu's generosity. The epic level blacksmith's manual not only records the uses and characteristics of various rare materials, but also contains many unheard of plans for improving the forging book. This was like opening the door to a new world for someone like him who only knew how to buy forging books in the system store. Even in this manual, this epic blacksmith made some guesses, such as how to use special materials to forge equipment with special skills. Entry equipment is not Lin Dong's original creation. In fact, it has existed in the world for a long time, but it is relatively rare. The civilization system to which the Temple of Blessing belongs has produced countless great blacksmiths. They have worked hard to summarize methods and have also found some unique techniques to forge equipment. However, the success rate of this technique is relatively low, and it requires many tests before it succeeds by chance. Although the success rate is low, this also provides Lin Dong with an idea. Now, when he forges equipment with attributes, he can only rely on the enchantment value generated by completing system tasks. Although a lot of equipment can be forged, it is limited by the enchantment value and cannot be forged in large quantities, so it is impossible to arm China's troops. If the epic blacksmith's guess is correct, he can verify for the epic blacksmith. By that time, perhaps a large number of equipment with certain attributes can be produced without relying on enchantment values. Therefore, the surprise that this epic blacksmith manual brought to Lin Dong was far greater than the surprise brought by the direct upgrade to level 10. After all, Lin Dong had a large amount of experience potions in his hands, so upgrading was not a difficult task for him at all. However, this valuable forging experience cannot be obtained through other channels. Waiting for the colorful light on his body to dissipate, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes and withdrew from the harvest. The others also slowly opened their eyes. Obviously, they had gained a lot just now. When the King Kong demon ape saw the colorful light on everyone's bodies fade away, it immediately stood up with a bad look. Its body was now more than twice as tall as before. Standing in front of everyone, it was like a small mountain, with its majestic chest muscles protruding outward, and its green fangs were extremely terrifying. Human, I have been blessed by God and have the potential to become an epic monster. How dare you dream of becoming my master? Haha, now I will make you regret what you did. As he spoke, the King Kong demon ape was about to take action. But Lin Dong looked at it calmly and blinked his eyes with a smile. Monkey, I have a treasure. Do you want to see it? 102 Whoever can lift it will own the Dinghai Shenzhen. Baby. The King Kong demon ape looked at Lin Dong suspiciously, wondering what kind of medicine Lin Dong was selling in his gourd. It was about to open its bloody mouth to eat Lin Dong, but the other party actually wanted to show it a treasure. I wonder if it was crazy. However, Lin Dong's words still made the King Kong demon ape retract its actions and look at Lin Dong vigilantly. Lin Dong calmly took out the Dinghai Shenzhen from the system space and placed it on the ground. Boom! As the Dinghai Shenzhen fell to the ground of the entire prayer temple began to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. The dust on the ground flew up, giving the entire temple a gray color. To be honest, just taking out this Dinghai Shinjin almost made Lin Dong vomit blood. This Dinghai Shinjin was really too heavy. Even though he had the equipment, it was still very difficult for him to swing such a heavy object. When the smoke and dust cleared and the Dinghai Shinjin appeared in front of everyone, everyone was surprised by its powerful properties. Equipment: Dinghai Shinjin, gold level. Attack, plus 36,000. Gold damage increase, plus 12,000. Restrains wood attributes, doubles damage to all wood attributes. Armor break, plus 8,000. Indestructible. Equipment weighing 108,000 Jin, which is less than the Dinghai Shinjin, has a 1% chance of being shattered directly. Shui Hong swallowed his saliva in the back, with stars in his eyes. Brother, you are not planning to give this Dinghai Shinjin to this King Kong demon ape, right? Such a good equipment is just right for me. I just lack such a stick. You know, our shield warriors are the main output. Song Tianke also saw this with his eyes wide open. He pushed Shui Hong aside, rubbed his hands, and walked forward, wanting to touch the Dinghai Shinjin. Brother, I have a secret that I have not told you. I don't really like swordplay. What I like most is stick work. This Dinghai Shinjin, no matter its size or quality, is the stick of my dreams. Even Bai Shingshue's lips trembled, and he wanted to say something, but he was not as thick-skinned as these two people, so he didn't say it in the end. Lin Dong knew that as long as he took out some good stuff, these guys would not be able to control themselves. So he smiled slightly, pointed to the Dinghai Shinjin in front of him, and said seriously, I'm going to give this Dinghai Shinjin to my pet monkey. If you want it, I'll let you take it as long as you can lift it. But if you can't lift it, don't say I'm partial. When the King Kong demon ape heard Lin Dong calling it a pet monkey, his eyebrows immediately raised and the anger in his eyes was undisguised. He even wanted to step forward and snatch the Dinghai Shinjin. However, the scarlet armor on Lin Dong's body suddenly shook and squirmed, and an eye emitting an evil aura appeared between his eyebrows. The Eye of Punishment again. Although the King Kong demon ape has completed its third mutation, he still feels a sense of fear about this eye. So it took a step back and remained motionless, wanting to see what tricks Lin Dong was playing. After hearing what Lin Dong said, Shui Hong and Song Tianke also became eager to try. Although the King Kong demon ape was quite powerful, Song Tianke and Shui Hong, who were holding weapons with golden attributes, did not think that they could not defeat it. They even thought about fighting with the King Kong demon ape. So the two of them ignored the murderous gaze of the King Kong demon ape and went straight to the Dinghai Shinjin. Will you go first or should I? Shui Hong rolled up his sleeves and glanced at Song Tianke. Of course I'll go first. What if you pick it up? Song Tianke glanced at Shui Hong, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Beware of fire, theft, and teammates. As soon as you, Shui Hong, stick your butt out. I know it's not good. Shui Hong chuckled, as if he didn't care about Song Tiang's ridicule at all. He made a generous gesture of invitation, and then stood with his shoulders folded. Hey, old Song, don't say that I look down on you. With your small body, you can only carry a broken sword. Even my Vanguard shield is difficult for you to hold. I'm sure you can't lift this stick. You are not like me. I, Shui Hong, am a strong man. Holding this Dinghai Shinjin is as easy as holding chopsticks. So this Dinghai Shinjin will definitely belong to me today. Song Tianke looked at Shui Hong with a dark face. But what Shui Hong said is true. The Vanguard shield that Lin Dong forged for Shui Hong weighed a terrifying 2,160 kilograms. He tried for a long time that day, but was unable to lift it. But Song Tianke is a stubborn man. He will not give up the opportunity to take advantage of Lin Dong. So he decided to give it a try. However, when he wrapped his arms around the Dinghai Shinjin and tried his best to move it without any movement, he realized that the Dinghai Shinjin was really beyond his control. Shui Hong on the side laughed and patted Song Tiang's shoulder, which was soaked with sweat. Old Song, don't waste your energy. This kind of treasure is only suitable for a brave and invincible strongman like me. As he spoke, Shui Hong pulled Song Tianke away, straightened his chest, and came to the front of the Dinghai Shinjin. Hey, hi. Shui Hong held the Dinghai Shinjin with his butt sticking out for a long time, and it seemed as if it had taken root in the ground, without any sign of shaking. This time, Shui Hong was also confused. He is a famous strongman. If he uses all his strength, he can lift objects weighing up to 30,000 kilograms. but he couldn't even shake the Dinghai Shenzhen in front of him. How heavy is this Dinghai Shenzhen? Song Tianke, who was standing by, finally found an opportunity and began to mock Shui Hong. Hey, old Shui, who said he was a strong man just now. How come in the blink of an eye, you can't even lift chopsticks? Shui Hong turned around and glared at Song Tianke in dissatisfaction, his mouth opening and closing as he breathed heavily. I was just warming up. Now I have to get serious. As he spoke, Shui Hong once again took up his horse stance, gathered his energy, and prepared to uproot the weeping willow. Sizzle! Shui Hong exerted too much force, and his battle robe was torn, revealing the large flowered underwear underneath. Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, and others who were watching attentively from the back all screamed and covered their eyes. Shui Hong also withdrew his hand awkwardly and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on. This time, Shui Hong was really obedient. He pouted and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. Brother, how heavy is this Dinghai Shenzhen? Why can't I even move it? Lin Dong smiled slightly. 180,000 Jin. 180,000 Jin? Everyone gasped. With this weight, I'm afraid one blow from this stick could flatten a mountain. But the King Kong demon ape on the opposite side couldn't help but brighten his eyes. They are all born strongmen in the King Kong clan, but they have no suitable weapons and cannot display their true strength. If this magic needle could fall into its hands, it would be truly earth-shaking. What's more, the indestructible attribute of this Dinghai Shenzhen complements the weight perfectly. Thinking of this, the King Kong demon ape's eyes became even hotter. However, Lin Dong's methods were extremely mysterious, and it was not sure that it could snatch it from Lin Dong. I never thought that even though I have reached the legendary level, I would still be suppressed by this human eye. It seems that I can only kill him secretly, while he is not being attacked. The pupils of the King Kong demon ape turned slowly, and a feasible plan was brewing in his mind. But at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly waved at it. Come on, monkey, it's your turn. If you can lift it up, this Dinghai Shenzhen will be yours from now on. Ah, ha! The King Kong demon ape thought he had heard it wrongly. This human really wanted to give it the Dinghai Shenzhen. He wouldn't really think that with the strength of the King Kong demon ape, he wouldn't be able to lift a stick weighing 180,000 kilograms, right? The King Kong demon ape pointed at his nose with his huge finger and looked at Lin Dong in confusion. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid that I'll pick up a stick and beat you to death? Lin Dong smiled lightly, appearing calm and composed, his words filled with strong confidence. If you have the ability, you can give it a try. Lin Dong saw the King Kong demon ape retreat a few steps cautiously and laughed out loud again. How can you, a legendary boss, be so cowardly? Unfortunately, you can't use the Earth escape technique in the temple. You can't escape. The chance to possess a super weapon like the Dinghai Shenzhen is right in front of you, but you don't even dare to come and get it. You're really too useless. If I had known, I would have kept the right head and not chosen you. You have lived in hiding for so many years. What's the point of having supernatural powers? Are you going to live like a coward forever? I don't mind you resisting me. I just want to see how brave you are. When the King Kong demon ape heard Lin Dong's sarcasm, he immediately slapped his chest with his arms and roared. Two bright beams of light shot out from his eyes. With a body as strong as a mountain, he took a heavy step forward, as if he had made up his mind. What Lin Dong said hit the nail on the head. Although he had great ambitions, he would always choose to retreat when the time came and never dare to risk his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won the title of running champion in the Jin Ge battlefield. Now he has the strength to reach the sky, but out of habit, he is still as timid as a mouse. Even if he wants to take revenge on Lin Dong, he is timid. He wants to get the Dinghai Shenzhen, but he dare not step forward. He had had enough of this kind of life. He decided to let go of the past and make a complete breakthrough. It made up its mind and grabbed the Dinghai Shenzhen with one hand. 103 Monkey, my master will give you the name Yuan Hong. Rise! The King Kong demon ape waved his arm, and the Dinghai Shenzhen began to vibrate violently. Above the ground, a large amount of dust was once again rolled up, showing the Tyndall phenomenon under the light coming through the doors and windows. The Dinghai Shenzhen was held in its hand effortlessly, and it swung out circles of shadows. However, the target of the King Kong demon ape is Lin Dong. He jumped up with both feet, holding the Dinghai Shenzhen in both hands, and flew into the air, ready to hit Lin Dong on the head with a blow to smash him into a meat pie. Seeing that the King Kong demon ape was so impatient, Lin Dong calmly took out a piece of equipment from the system space, raised it in his hand, and shook it. Hey, don't be in a hurry. I have a treasure here. Do you want to take a look at it first? And baby, the King Kong demon ape was ready to strike down with a stick, but he abruptly stopped the attack, jumped out dozens of meters, and looked carefully. Lin Dong was seen holding a silver headband in his hand. Equipment: tightening curse. Attack: plus 13,000. Defense: plus 21,000. Gold damage increase: plus 19,000. Restrains wood attributes, doubles damage to all wood attributes. Heaven-defying enlightenment. Wear it on your head. Your intelligence will grow infinitely. You can comprehend the great principles of heaven and earth. Your growth will be unhindered. You will understand everything when you listen to teachings, and it will bless you immediately. To be honest, the attributes of the golden hoop once again made the King Kong demon ape excited. I thought I wouldn't be moved again without the mother King Kongs, but I didn't expect that I would be moved twice in one day. Once for the Dinghai Shenzhen, and the other for the tight hoop in front of me. For Warcraft, the biggest difference between them and humans is their intelligence. Even though the King Kong ape has completed 3 mutations at this time, its IQ is only equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child. If he could improve his own understanding, his IQ might be able to reach the level of humanity's top strategists, completely breaking free from the constraints of Warcraft habits and becoming the greatest monarch of the King Kong clan. So, it stared at Lin Dong deeply and asked with a stutter, "You mean this treasure is also given to me?" "Certainly." Lin Dong smiled slyly. This treasure is the trap that Lin Dong had dug. Because in the entry of heaven-defying enlightenment, there is a sentence: listen to the teachings, understand them immediately, and bless yourself immediately. The subtext of this sentence is that as long as the King Kong demon ape wears the golden hoop, when Lin Dong gives it an order, the King Kong demon ape must execute it. Otherwise, it will suffer backlash. Lin Dong knew it because he was a forger, but others didn't know it, including Shui Hong and others. When they saw Lin Dong take out the tight hoop, they were envious. Brother, my understanding is also poor. Please help me improve my understanding. You have already given that stinky monkey a treasure. Don't you consider your brothers for this treasure?" "Yes, big brother, that stinky monkey is an ungrateful wolf that can never be tamed. Unlike you brothers, you are sincere to us. Just give this treasure to you brothers." Not only Shui Hong and Song Tianke were jealous. Even Yao Qingxing, Bai Ji, and Chui Bingbing felt that Lin Dong was really wasting resources. "Lin Dong, we in China have clear regulations that prohibit the keeping of beast pets. There is no effective contract that can restrain beast pets from biting their masters. When they become powerful, they often threaten the safety of their masters. Yes, my love, I'm really afraid that you'll give your heart to the wrong person and end up with nothing. Actually, I, Bingbing, also like to wear jewelry, and this headband is exactly the style I like. Brother Lin Dong, I can wash your feet, make the bed for you, and rub your shoulders. Can you also make one for your sister?" Obviously, they are also very attracted to equipment that can improve their understanding. Even Su Runin couldn't help but pull Lin Dong's sleeve and wink at him, as if hinting to him not to lose the morale of the army for a monkey. Lin Dong turned around and smiled slightly, looking at Su Runin with tenderness in his eyes. "Why, Runin? Even you don't believe me anymore?" Su Runin shook her head, her face firm. "I support whatever you do. I'm just afraid that the good situation you've worked so hard to build will be lost because of your paranoia." Hearing Su Runin's concern, Lin Dong burst into laughter. He turned around and looked at the crowd with fiery eyes. "What you deserve will never be less. I'm doing my job now, so stop making trouble for me." At Lin Dong's command, everyone immediately restrained their posture. "Okay, big brother, the brothers will never cause any trouble for you. Hey, big brother, you have to get one of these for your brother in the future. Lin Dong, we will always support you. We will never interfere with your work. If anyone disturbs you, I will be the first to say no." After dealing with this group of guys, Lin Dong turned around and looked at the King Kong demon ape again. "Why? Aren't you coming to get it yet?" The King Kong demon ape's nose twitched and his mind raced. He really couldn't understand what the human in front of him wanted to do. Is this human really not afraid of it becoming increasingly powerful? As long as it gets the tight hoop and hides in a deserted place, it can quickly grow to the sky level, legendary level, or even epic level. By then, it will be able to sweep away everything and kill Lin Dong. But the other party wanted to give him the thing so openly, which really made him a little confused. But if there are benefits, it will not refuse. It stretched out its huge fingers and took the tight hoop from Lin Dong's hand. Human, don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you gave me a few treasures. We, the King Kong clan, are upright and will never succumb to humans. But since you gave me two things, I can promise you that when I become a monarch in the future, I can spare your life when I see you on the battlefield. As he spoke, the King Kong demon ape's mind moved, and the tight hoop instantly magnified 10 times. The King Kong demon ape couldn't wait to put the tight hoop on his head, and immediately a cool feeling came into his mind. Countless amazing ideas came to his mind one after another, making the state that he had just consolidated possible to loosen again. It's really good stuff. The most lacking aspect of the Warcraft clan is understanding, which is made up by it. With this thing, I will definitely become the greatest monarch of the King Kong clan in the future. The King Kong demon ape was overjoyed, and the way it looked at Lin Dong became somewhat pleasing to the eye. Human, did you hear what I just said? Listen carefully, and leave here quickly, so that we can live in peace. Otherwise, I will lose my temper and kill you on the spot. Although your eyes are very evil, our King Kong clan has means that you can't imagine. If you can't kill me with one blow, I will tear you all to pieces. Lin Dong laughed, without any nervousness at all. He was now confident of winning. Pretending to casually brush off the dust on his shoulders, Lin Dong looked up at the King Kong demon ape that was dozens of times taller than him. Monkey, remember, you are my servant. You must obey everything I say unconditionally. For example, right now, I ask you to kneel down. The King Kong demon ape originally planned to let Lin Dong go, but he didn't expect that Lin Dong actually wanted to enslave it. It suddenly became furious and planned to teach Lin Dong a lesson. I saw it bend its knees and kneel directly on the ground. Oh? Why would I kneel? How could I kneel? What did you do to me? The King Kong demon ape looked at his legs in disbelief and found that they were completely out of control. Even though he had extraordinary abilities, he couldn't stand up. Lin Dong did not intend to end it. Now, he had to train the monkey well, otherwise it would definitely not do things for him obediently in the future. Follow my command, shrink, become normal human size. Dream. The King Kong demon ape twisted his neck, with an expression that showed he would never obey. But in the next second, its body, which was more than 20 meters tall, shrank and trembled, and became visibly smaller, and finally turned into a monkey about 1.6 meters tall. Lin Dong looked at the King Kong demon ape with satisfaction, and seemed to be very satisfied with its current form. Very good. From now on, stay by my side and don't run around. If you dare to cause trouble and injure other team members, you can just commit suicide on the spot. The King Kong demon ape snorted disdainfully, wishing in his heart that he could kill all the humans in front of him. But as soon as this thought arose, it was overwhelmed by a strong suicidal urge. After it gave up its killing intent, the suicidal thought slowly disappeared. It was not until this moment that it discovered with horror that every word Lin Dong said was like a golden rule. It had no possibility of resistance at all, and could only do as he said unconditionally. You, what on earth did you do to me? I didn't do anything. After you put on the tight hoop, you will be my monkey from now on. Just accept your fate, otherwise you will die miserably. Follow me, and I can at least give you unlimited training resources. The King Kong demon ape struggled for a long time, and even tried to take off the golden hoop, but it was of no avail. Once you put this thing on, you can never take it off. In the end, the King Kong demon ape lowered his head and accepted his fate. Lin Dong smiled slightly. Now, this master will give you the name Yuan Hong. From now on, this will be your identity as you walk in the world. Yes. Yuan Hong nodded his head and said yes. This King Kong with unlimited potential finally became Lin Dong's pet. However, the mission of blessing the temple is not over yet, because in the hidden mission that Lin Dong obtained, he was required to collect the heroic soul stones from 10 temples. Where is the Stone of Heroes? Lin Dong looked at the empty prayer temple and fell into deep thought. 104 Chopping the puppet, the heroic spirit appears. This magic spell is too scary. It can actually control people's thoughts. When Shui Hong saw that the tight hoop had such an effect, he was suddenly frightened. Well, big brother, I suddenly realized that this tight hoop doesn't match my fate. If you forge it for us, I won't have to forge my own to avoid wasting materials. Song Tianke also scratched his nose with his fingers with an embarrassed look. Brother, I also think that good things like this should be left to your pet. It's a waste for us to use this thing. Lin Dong ignored the two funny guys and stared at the King Kong demon ape with a serious look. Yuan Hong, you have been in and out of the prayer temple many times. Have you ever noticed any hidden spaces or something like that? I need to find the heroic spirit stone now. To be honest, there is no place to hide things in this empty prayer temple. If there is a hero's soul stone, it must be hidden in some hidden space. Therefore, Lin Dong concluded that there must be some special spaces in this prayer temple. Lin Dong's words also brought back some special memories for Yuan Hong. It vaguely remembered that when it was still a little monkey, it once heard old King Kong tell it that there was a mysterious treasure in the prayer temple. Later, on its way to growth, it ambushed humans many times, obtained the golden holy grass, and gathered enough to enter the prayer temple. Because it was particularly reckless that year, it accidentally knocked over an incense burner and was brought to a special room by the vast smoke. Inside the room, it went through life and death ordeals before it barely survived the time it took for the room to appear and retreated from it. It was from that time that it developed intelligence and even became the leader of the King Kong clan in the King Kong battlefield. Decades passed, and during this great change in the world, he relied on his intelligence that was superior to other magical beasts to successfully mutate and became the powerful two-headed King Kong. If Lin Dong hadn't reminded it, it would have forgotten all these experiences long ago. But under Lin Dong's questioning, that terrible experience once again came to his mind. However, its current strength is incomparable to that of the past, and it also plans to go in and explore again. So Yuan Hong pointed to the 3 incense burners under the stone statue of the goddess and said uncertainly, "These 3 incense burners may be the mechanism to enter the special space. I once entered one by mistake, but I don't know whether it is what you want to find, Master." Lin Dong nodded after hearing this. It is better to have a clue than to have no clue. So he came to the incense burner and examined it carefully. To Yuan Hong, this might be an incense burner, but to Lin Dong, it is just like a tripod, with just one leg making it taller than others. Lin Dong curled his lips, feeling that Yuan Hong's choice of words was inappropriate. He pointed at Yuan Hong, signaling it to repeat the operation that year. Yuan Hong rushed forward and immediately grabbed one of the incense burner's legs with his strong and powerful arms. "Rise!" Following a roar from Yuan Hong, the incense burner began to shake wildly. Suddenly, waves of incense ash rose from it, forming a scene of vast smoke. After these faint smoke appeared, Lin Dong felt dizzy, as if the space had shifted. When he was able to see clearly again, he found that he and Yuan Hong were in a small room of 10 meters square. It's more of a corridor than a room. At the end of the corridor, there are 2 puppet beasts holding stone axes, guarding a bronze coffin. Around the coffin, there were several dim lamps that burned eternally, with faint flames flickering in them, casting the huge shadow of the coffin on the 2 of them. Yuan Hong pointed at the coffin and the 2 puppet beasts and spoke to Lin Dong. "Back then, I accidentally triggered the mechanism and came here. I don't know whose coffin this is. It's very strange. As soon as you get close to it, the 2 puppet beasts will chop people like crazy. I am timid now, and more than half of the reason is because I was chased by these 2 puppet beasts. However, today I have become a legendary monster. I want to see if these 2 puppet beasts are still as majestic as they were back then." After saying that, Yuan Hong dragged the Dinghai Shenzhen, creating sparks on the shadowy stone bricks, and strode towards the 2 puppet beasts. The harsh sound produced by the friction between the Dinghai Shenzhen and the ground made people feel a little uncomfortable. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to take action. He also wanted to see the strength of these 2 puppet beasts. Lin Dong was very aware of Yuan Hong's strength. If Lin Dong uses the Eye of Punishment, Yuan Hong, who possesses the Dinghai Shenzhen, will definitely beat him to death. I just don't know if these 2 puppet beasts can withstand Yuan Hong's stick. Sure enough, what Yuan Hong said was right. Before it could get close to the bronze coffin, the 2 puppet beasts rushed towards Yuan Hong with ferocious looks. The stone axe in his hand weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. Just the sound of the wind produced when it was swung made Lin Dong feel a strong sense of oppression. So strong. These 2 puppet beasts are at least sky level. With just this one move, Lin Dong was able to judge the strength of these 2 puppet beasts. The tomb owner, who can use the sky-level puppet beast, must be a legendary war saint at the worst, or even an epic war emperor. Even though Yuan Honkai is at the legendary level, He is one level lower than these two puppet beasts. Shanxi Yuanhong fought with these two puppet beasts, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. It wielded the Dinghai Shinten with ease, fighting back and forth with the two puppet beasts. Every time the weapons collided, huge sparks would burst out. These two puppet beasts were exactly the nightmares in Yuan Hong's heart. At this moment, the two enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Yuan Hong wished he could tear these two sky-level puppets off immediately. Suddenly, after Yuan Hong smashed down with his stick, the indestructible effect took effect directly. All I heard was the stone axe in the puppet beast's hand with a loud bang, and it turned into debris all over the ground. The puppet beast lost its stone axe, and its combat power was reduced by more than half, and it no longer posed a threat to Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong also roared wildly with joy, and his fighting spirit increased again. Haha, my Dinghai Shinjin can crush any weapon that is lighter than it. Your broken stone axes are nothing but chickens and dogs. Perhaps Yuan Hong was extremely lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the indestructible effect took effect again, smashing the stone axe in the hand of the other puppet beast into pieces. This is not over yet. I don't know if Yuan Hong is the chosen one. In the next attack, the indestructible power takes effect again and directly shatters the stone armor on a puppet beast. Immediately afterwards, the indestructible power took effect again, and the stone armor of another puppet beast was also shattered. Lin Dong was stunned by this scene. He looked at the entry of Dinghai Shinjin suspiciously, his brows furrowed. Equipment that is lighter than the Dinghai Shinjin has a 1% chance of being shattered directly. There's only a 1% chance. How could the effect be activated 4 times in a row? This is too incredible. Could it be that this monkey is really the one favored by the Dinghai Shinten and can invisibly increase the probability of triggering it? Lin Dong stroked his chin, puzzled. Yuan Hong was in a killing spree and began to kill the two puppet beasts that had lost their ability to resist. A moment later, the two puppet beasts turned into stones on the ground, and the energy cores on their bodies were torn to pieces by Yuan Hong. At this moment, Yuan Hong couldn't help but look back at Lin Dong, and a hint of murderous intent emerged in his heart. However, at the moment when it felt murderous, its hands uncontrollably raised the Dinghai Shinjin and hit its own head. If its head wasn't hard enough, it would have been killed by this blow. Yuan Hong woke up immediately and suppressed his murderous intent. Only then did its hands stop moving. With a helpless sigh of relief, Yuan Hong completely gave up the idea of resisting Lin Dong. What Lin Dong said seemed to be some kind of implanted program command. If it was violated in the slightest, the self-destruct program would be activated. It's not stupid. It knows that resistance is useless, so it has to accept its fate. Lin Dong, of course, also noticed what Yuan Hong was thinking and knew that this monkey had not yet been truly tamed. But Lin Dong didn't care what it was thinking. Anyway, as long as Yuan Hong was not honest, it would suffer. This tight hoop was no joke, and it could really take Yuan Hong's life. Lin Dong glanced at Yuan Hong and said calmly, "You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, if I lose interest in you, you'll be dead. Now, help me open that ancient bronze coffin and see what good things are inside." Yuan Hong walked up to the ancient bronze coffin with his head lowered and pushed the coffin lid hard. But to its surprise, the coffin lid did not move at all. Yuan Hong's eyebrows raised at that moment. This ancient bronze coffin is so heavy. It immediately exerted its strength in its arms, using all its might, and only just managed to push a corner of the lid of the ancient bronze coffin. But just this corner emits a brilliance that reaches the sky. In the ancient bronze coffin, there was a transparent and fiery figure that drilled out from the crack in the corner, carrying endless anger. Who is it? Who is disturbing my sleep? When Lin Dong saw this figure appear, his expression changed immediately. Ding, the appearance of the heroic soul is detected. Please persuade the heroic soul and get the heroic soul stone. 105 The heroic spirit is unaware that he is dead and still guards the world with his loyalty. Lin Dong stared at this heroic spirit with deep eyes. The system allows him to influence the heroic spirit and obtain the heroic spirit stone. This seems to be a bit difficult to accomplish, because the brilliant light and shadow that had just emerged from the ancient bronze coffin was now in a state of angry roaring. Damn it, you actually killed my loyal servants. Are humans now also in league with the monsters? He just took the light and shadow and swung his fist, hitting Yuan Hong directly. Yuan Hong was not afraid. He raised the Dinghai Shinjin and smashed it towards the dazzling light. But the strange thing is that the Dinghai Shinjin passed through the body of the light and shadow without causing any damage. But the fist of dazzling light and shadow hit Yuan Hong solidly. Even someone as strong as Yuan Hong was knocked away by this punch, hitting the wall of the corridor and causing the entire tomb to shake. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly became stern. Energy body. This heroic spirit is an energy body. Physical attacks can't cause any harm to it at all. But he can convert energy attacks into physical attacks, causing substantial damage to Yuan Hong. This energy conversion attack method is at least one level higher than our current purely physical attack method. Just through this simple attack, Lin Dong could conclude that this heroic soul was at least an epic-level powerful figure when he was alive. Even though only a remnant soul is left now, it is still terrifyingly powerful. Facing the heroic spirit, even if he used all his means, he could not cause any harm to the opponent. Because all his attacks, including the Eye of Punishment, are ineffective against heroic souls. So he could only get beaten and couldn't hit the opponent at all. Thinking of this, Lin Dong smiled bitterly. It seems that the system makes sense for me to influence the heroic spirit. This heroic spirit is simply impossible to resist. Although Lin Dong saw through it all, Yuan Hong was aroused to ferocity. It stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, and its blue fangs were exposed again. Ouch! Yuan Hong raised the Dinghai Shinjin and rushed towards the brilliant light and shadow of the heroic soul again. The blow of the stick shook the ancient bronze coffin so much that it bounced several times off the ground. It showed how powerful the force was. But such a ferocious attack still only passed through the bright light and shadow of the heroic soul and could not cause any damage to it. The heroic soul looked at Yuan Hong's attack with disdain, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I never thought you were a descendant of the Tongbi demon ape, and even had a trace of ancestral blood. If your ancestor had come here, I might have been a little bit afraid of you. It's a pity that you are still too weak now. As he spoke, Inghan pointed a finger down and hit Yuan Hong right between the eyebrows, knocking Yuan Hong back again. Yuan Hong was knocked back by the heroic spirit's finger and was embedded in the wall of the corridor, forming a big word. It struggled hard for a long time, but all its bones were broken and it couldn't move at all. You beasts who betrayed your master and committed treason should all die. The heroic spirit looked at Yuan Hong with uncontrollable anger and approached him step by step, as if he wanted to end Yuan Hong's life. Listening to Inghuan's words, it seems that a huge change had taken place in the world where Inghan had previously lived. Lin Dong secretly guessed that the world of Warcraft was originally a world ruled by humans, but later the Warcraft became powerful and competed with humans for the domination of the world, which led to the outbreak of war. In the end, humans were driven off the stage of history by the Warcraft. He wondered if this was the root cause of the formation of the world of Warcraft. However, seeing that Inghan was about to kill Yuan Hong, he could not remain indifferent, so he had to bite the bullet and step forward to stand in front of Yuan Hong. Senior, please show some mercy. Can you please listen to me? Lin Dong's words made the severely injured Yuan Hong slowly open his eyes weakly. It really didn't expect that this human would stand up and stand in front of it at such a critical moment. Aren't humans said to be sinister and cunning without any affection? How could they stand up for it and stand in front of it? Yuan Hong's heart trembled slightly at this moment. Its IQ is not low now, and it can feel that Lin Dong really wants to save it. I never thought that there really are such people in the world. From this perspective, recognizing Lin Dong as the master doesn't seem to be a losing deal. Lin Dong had no intention of knowing what Yuan Hong was thinking at the moment. He was currently racking his brains over how to convince Inghan. It would have been fine if he didn't speak, but once he spoke, the light dancing on the heroic spirit became even more intense. Even the light and shadow expanded a bit. The heroic spirit looked at Lin Dong with uncontrollable anger, and the vague outline of his face was full of disappointment. You are a human being, yet you are colluding with a demon beast. Has the human race fallen to this point? No, you don't have the mark of identity bestowed by God. You are not a human from the central continent. Haha. It must be you who colluded with the magic beast to cause this disaster. Today, I will use my last bit of energy to get to the root of the problem. As he spoke, the heroic soul raised his palm again and slapped Lin Dong. Lin Dong's heart was pounding at that time. Although he did not feel any threat from this palm, he knew that if he was hit, he would be in great danger. After all, the attack method of energy can no longer be guessed by physical sense. Since he couldn't dodge it anyway, Lin Dong simply activated all his defensive measures to see if he could weaken the attack. Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamita, activate. Tai Chi Liang, E Formation, activate. Anti-armor, activate. Invincible, activate. Rejuvenation, start. Time stops, start. Corrosive Beam, activate. Evil Gaze, activate. At the moment when the heroic spirit's palm fell, Lin Dong used almost all his strength, intending to fight to the death. After all, in this narrow corridor, the light-speed cloud boots are of no use at all. There is no way to escape, and the only way is to endure it. But except for invincibility, other means are almost ineffective against heroic spirits. Even though he was invincible, he only blocked the physical damage from the energy conversion, but the trauma caused to his mind still made Lin Dong a little uneasy. Moreover, this was the result of the heroic spirit stopping his attack in time halfway through. Lin Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth twitching as he looked at the heroic spirit with a strange expression. The heroic spirit looked at Lin Dong with a complicated and confused look. A person who can be chosen by the Eye of Moro should not be a traitor to the human race. What secrets are hidden in you? Eye of Moro? Lin Dong was somewhat confused. Could it be that the Eye of Moro that the heroic spirit mentioned was the Eye of Punishment that he forged? At this moment, Lin Dong's mind raced as he guessed a possibility. That is, some of the equipment in the system mall may be related to some great figures who once existed in a certain world. Because there is only one forging book for this Eye of Punishment in the system mall, which means that the Eye of Punishment can only be forged once, and once it is forged, it cannot be forged again. When Lin Dong was forging it, he was quite curious, because most of the forging books can be purchased repeatedly using enchantment values. But this Eye of Punishment can only be purchased once. It is a limited edition equipment, and it is ridiculously strong during battle. Now, combined with what the heroic spirit said, Lin Dong could roughly guess that this Eye of Punishment seemed to come from a great man named Mo Luo. It seems that this demon has a high status in the world where the heroes exist. He is at least a leader-level figure. Just as Lin Dong was thinking, the heroic spirit seemed to have given up the idea of killing Lin Dong and stopped his actions. He stared closely at the Eye of Punishment between Lin Dong's brows, seeming to enjoy the evil aura emanating from it. Thinking back to the day I once served under Lord Moro. What a glorious time that was. What a pity. Tell me about the past of your world. Why did you want to be in league with the monsters? The Yingling's tone became much softer, and he even wanted to know the past of the Blue Star world where Lin Dong was. If there is a turning point, Lin Dong will naturally not give up the opportunity. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and straightened his chest. Senior, you may have misunderstood. Our Blue Star world has never been in cahoots with Warcraft, and has always been fighting against them. This monkey is my battle pet, so I will protect it. Please don't misunderstand me. Lin Dong told Yingling everything he knew about what happened after the fusion of the Blue Star world and the world of Warcraft. After hearing this, Yingling was also extremely shocked. He was moved by the tenacious fighting spirit of the Blue Star world, and was also amazed at the rapid development of the world of Warcraft. I never thought these monsters have already started invading other worlds. It seems that our central continent may have already fallen. After a long sigh, Yingling's eyes softened when he looked at Lin Dong. At the same time, his light and shadow were slowly becoming dim, not as bright and dazzling as before. Young man, I misunderstood you just now. Although we belong to different worlds, I hope that you can fight for the first-line upgrade and living space for the human race, so that the human race can continue completely. I hope that you can completely defeat the monsters and allow humans to return home. I don't have much time left, but I will use my remaining energy to pray for you and help you avoid disasters. Yingling almost burst into tears when he spoke this. Finally, he resolutely turned into a beam of light and completely disappeared into a crystal-clear round stone. When Lin Dong saw this stone, his eyes were shocked. 106 Goddess's Secret Language, Holy Arena. Equipment. Heroic Stone, Epic Level. Turning danger into safety. Increases the wearer's luck by 100. Offsets potential disasters. Increases the monster spawn rate, and influences things to develop in a direction that is beneficial to the wearer. The reason why Lin Dong's pupils contracted and trembled was because the entry of the heroic soul stone was too amazing. Ordinary people have almost no luck value. Even Lin Dong does not have a luck value. Even if the luck value is increased a little bit, it will make people very lucky and the drop rate will increase dramatically when killing monsters. But now, this Stone of Heroes directly increases the luck value by 100, which is really incredible. Moreover, the Stone of Heroes can also allow Lin Dong to avoid potential disasters and influence the development trajectory of things, making them develop in a direction that is beneficial to Lin Dong. To give a very simple example, for example, someone wants to sneak attack Lin Dong and has already come behind Lin Dong. At this time, some magical accident will happen, such as suddenly chopping in the wrong direction or slipping and tripping over a stone, etc. In short, Lin Dong is inexplicably not hit, allowing Lin Dong to escape. With the Stone of Heroic Spirit by his side, Lin Dong felt more confident walking in the Lost Land. The room only appears for a limited time. After the heroic spirit disappears, the room slowly merges into the void, as if it had never appeared. When the smoke from the incense burner dissipated, he and Yuan Hong appeared in the prayer temple again. Seeing Lin Dong appear, Su Runin and the others immediately relaxed their brows and cheered for joy. Lin Dong, what happened just now? How come you and this monkey suddenly disappeared? We have been looking for you for a long time. Yes, brother, we were all so worried just now. We thought you had met with an accident. It's great that you can come back. Brother Lin Dong, no matter what happens to you in the future, you must take us with you. We are a team, and we must live and die together. Don't worry, we are not cowards. These guys kept talking nonstop, which made Lin Dong feel warm inside. Sure enough, he was not wrong about these people. These people are all worth making friends with. Now their levels have been raised to level 47, which is equivalent to saving more than 10 days of hard training. The role of this prayer temple is really huge. Next, Lin Dong started new arrangements. Now that the mission in the Golden Sword battlefield has been completed, it's time to look for the beacon to see where the next hidden copy is. However, Shui Hong looked at the other two incense burners in front of the goddess statue with a sly look in his mind, and had other ideas in his mind. Brother, you just said that you knocked over the incense burner and entered a tomb, right? Then why don't we knock over the remaining two incense burners as well to see if there are any hidden copies inside? When Song Tianke heard Shui Hong's words, his eyes lit up. These two guys were the kind of people who like to watch the fun and not mind the trouble, so they hit it off immediately. Yes, big brother, why don't we knock over these two incense burners and see what happens? Maybe we'll get something unexpected. After all, we can't go deep into the treasure mountain and return empty-handed. With these two people cheering together, Lin Dong also became a little tempted. Yes, how could he forget about this? Aren't there still two incense burners? Lin Dong nodded towards Yuan Hong, signaling him to move the two incense burners and have a look. These two incense burners are about the same size as the tripod and weigh 40,000 to 50,000 kilograms. Most people cannot move them. Only someone with such terrifying strength as Yuan Hong can move them. At this time, Yuan Hong had already taken the blood-restoring potion given by Lin Dong, and his entire body had recovered to its peak state. After hearing Lin Dong's order, it patted its chest and stepped forward again. This time, it chose the incense burner in the middle. Rise! Yuan Hong grabbed the thick legs of the incense burner with his hairy arms and shook it again. Suddenly, there was a burst of smoke, and the scenery in front of everyone's eyes shook again, as if they had entered a hidden space. In this space, a goddess with a graceful figure holding a staff, her luxurious clothes only covering her vital parts, was sitting high on the throne, playing with exquisite ornaments in her hands, looking at the group of uninvited guests who broke in. Around her throne, several monsters with animal heads and human bodies were kneeling on the ground, holding plates in their hands, waiting to be picked by the goddess. The goddess raised her eyes, which were as bright as the moon, and scanned everyone before settling on Lin Dong. Looking at Lin Dong, who was in the lead, he smiled slightly. It's interesting that he actually possesses the Eye of Manhwa. Could it be a backup plan arranged by Manhwa? After a pause, the goddess opened her red lips and blew a breath towards Lin Dong, which was filled with indescribable temptation, and any man would find it difficult to resist. However, Lin Dong's eyes were clear, and he never revealed any evil thoughts. The goddess nodded with satisfaction, as a compliment to Lin Dong. Well, you little guy, not bad. However, you are not qualified to talk to me now. One day, when you obtain the Eye of Jades and form a pair with the Eye of Moro, come find me again. My remaining strength is limited, and I cannot overexpend it. I will send you out first. Remember my name. I'm the daughter of the moon spirit. We'll meet again in the future." As she spoke, the goddess waved her hand lightly and sent Lin Dong and the others out of that space. When they returned to the prayer temple, they found that the incense burner in the center of the hall had disappeared. It seemed that the goddess prevented them from entering again to avoid trouble. All this happened so suddenly that everyone, including Lin Dong, felt a little confused. Shui Hong scratched the back of his head and moved closer to Lin Dong, mumbling nonstop. "Brother, that goddess is the one who prayed for us after we entered the temple. What are the Eye of Moro and Eye of Jades that she just mentioned, and she seems to be particularly interested in you? Could she be your lover in your previous life?" Lin Dong actually didn't know what the moon spirit girl meant, but through all the current signs, he felt that he seemed to have fallen into the calculations of some ancient gods from another world. However, for such illusory things, no one has any way of knowing how things will turn out. We can only take one step at a time, and when we reach the end, the truth will naturally come out. Anyway, Lin Dong, would never be used as a pawn by others. Putting these worries behind him, Lin Dong turned his gaze to the last incense burner. "I have tried the first two, so it would be unreasonable not to try this one." So he pointed with his finger, signaling Yuan Hong to move forward. Yuan Hong nodded and stepped forward again. However, this time, after the incense burner shook, no smoke appeared. Instead, a portal shining with light appeared right in front of the incense burner. "Hey, there's something else going on. Let's go in and take a look." Without waiting for Lin Dong's instructions, Shui Hong rushed in, fearing that some treasure would be taken away by others first. Song Tianke was not to be outdone and chased after him with a quick step. "Old Shui, you can't keep all the good stuff to yourself. We should all share." "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Help?" Hearing the wrong voice, Lin Dong's expression suddenly changed. It seems that there is unpredictable danger behind this portal. He immediately waved his hand and gave instructions to everyone. "Oh no, there's danger. Saving people is the most important thing." As they spoke, everyone rushed into the portal in a hurry. As soon as he entered the portal, information about this world was immediately transmitted into Lin Dong's brain. Current instance: Holy Arena, minimum Warcraft level 50 in the instance. No entry restrictions. Instance features: everyone who enters will be forced to duel and randomly matched with Warcraft. The winner will receive the Temple Teleport Stone and a large amount of experience. Instance description: there are 32 duels in the Holy Arena. The winner of all duels can challenge the ultimate boss, the sky-level monster Red Blood Dragon. If you defeat the dragon, you can get the coordinate scroll of the Second Blessing Temple. This information flashed through my mind. Lin Dong understood immediately. No wonder there was only a location for a prayer temple on the map that Marshal Xiao gave him. It turned out that Marshal Xiao had never entered the second prayer temple, so there was no way to mark it. Now it seems that the location of the second prayer temple can only be obtained by clearing the hidden copy of the Holy Arena. However, this copy seemed to isolate all the members. After entering, Lin Dong could no longer find the location of others. At this time, Lin Dong entered a Colosseum, which had the architectural style of ancient Rome. He was at one end of the arena, and at the other end, a huge bull demon was kicking its hooves nonstop, breathing heavily through its nostrils, and looking at him with bloodshot eyes. Battle information: fighting the Sky Bull Demon. Level 50. Life: 12 million. Attack: 13,000. Defense: 7,000. Battle cry: when the health of the Battle Bull Demon is less than 30%, there is a 10% chance to trigger the Battle Cry skill, instantly restoring the health and increasing the attack by 15%. A monster with innate skills. Now without Su Runin's deadly scissor kick, there is no possibility of killing the beast instantly. Lin Dong can only rely on his own hard power to slowly wear down this bull demon. He got into a fighting stance, ready to fight the bull demon. While Lin Dong was fighting in the Holy Arena, the teleportation array in the Golden Sword battlefield flashed with light again. Cui Wudi, Cui Hyunya, and others, with teams from 3 academies, entered the battlefield of Jingu. Humph, we have already reached level 31 in the past few days. Our strength has greatly increased. This time we may finally be able to crush Lin Dong and the others. When we see Lin Dong, we will all attack him together and beat him up. 107. What's strange? Why is there nothing strange? Chui Woody could never forget the big bags that Lin Dong gave him on the top of Kunlun Mountain. He has been holding this anger in for a long time. What's even more infuriating is that when Lin Dong was collecting the golden holy grass in the Golden Valley, he used a harvester to take away the golden holy grass that he had worked so hard to collect. This is simply lawless. He is the most distinguished young master of the Chui family and a well-known figure in the whole of China. Being bullied by Lin Dong like this, one can imagine the resentment in his heart. Although Lin Dong entered the battlefield first, we are now outnumbered. If we attack him in a group, we will definitely bury him here completely. His sister Choi Hyunnae, however, was worried because she had truly seen how powerful Lin Dong was, and she kept persuading him not to become Lin Dong's enemy. Brother, I advise you not to make an enemy of Lin Dong. He has a lot of strange equipment that makes it hard to defend against. I saw him kill a sky-level 6-tailed demon fox with my own eyes. Even the mentor of the Hunter Guild, the god of war Yu-He, didn't dare to fight him. However, her words made everyone sneer. How could a student who had just broken through to the silver level accomplish such an earth-shattering thing? Chui Woody patted Chui Hyunya's shoulder with infinite affection, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Look at what Hyuna has been tortured by Lin Dong to such an extent. She must have developed Lin Dong phobia. She has even started to talk nonsense. Thinking of this, Chui Woody's tone became even more unfriendly. Sister, you have been persecuted by Lin Dong and have become insane. Why are you talking nonsense? Don't worry. Your suffering will be repaid by your brother. Someone call Lin Yang up here. I want to humiliate him and vent my anger for my sister. Lin Yang is the punching bag of this group of people. Anyone who is unhappy will take it out on Lin Yang. As soon as Chui Woody's order was given, a member of their Hualong Academy responded with some trepidation. Captain, didn't you snatch the golden sacred grass from Lin Yang? Without the golden sacred grass, he can't enter the golden sword battlefield. Oh, I forgot about this. Well, there are actually quite a few powerful monsters outside the hidden copy. Let Lin Yang fend for himself. Chui Woody didn't care about Lin Yang's life or death at all, so after hearing what the team members said, he simply put Lin Yang out of his mind and began to discuss the upgrade strategy on the Jingu battlefield with everyone. Brother Wenlong, Brother Tanying, let's unite our 3 academies and annihilate these monsters in the Golden Sword battlefield in small groups. By then, our team experience will be increased. Chiu Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, and Hu Tianying of the Divine Dragon Academy both nodded. Yes, there is strength in numbers. This battlefield is very dangerous, and there are high-level monsters everywhere. If we gather together, it will be convenient for us to take care of each other. Then why don't we start from the southeast direction? I heard from my elders that the southeast direction produces gold-attributed spiritual stones. If we take these things out, they will be priceless. Several people hit it off and marched towards the southeast of the Jingu battlefield. However, to their surprise, in this battlefield, not only did they not find a single golden spirit stone, they didn't even see the shadow of a magical beast. Choi Hyunnae followed all the way and became more and more surprised the more she watched. Brother, could it be that Lin Dong and his team have wiped out all the monsters in this battlefield? Why can't we see any of them? Chui Woody's nose twisted. He didn't believe that Lin Dong and the others had such ability. Sister, what's wrong with you? You're getting weirder and weirder. Lin Dong and his friends are also level 30. How could they kill all the monsters in 3 days? This is just a fantasy. Chiu Wenlong also nodded. He was a practical person and would not let Choi Hyunnae's crazy words affect his judgment. I guess something unexpected or natural disaster happened on the Golden Sword battlefield, which led to the extinction of the magic beasts. But it's good this way. It will make it easier for us to collect gold spirit stones. But along the way, we didn't see any gold spirit stones. They must have been looted by Lin Dong and his men. Choi Hyunnae retorted somewhat unconvincingly. She had a vague sense of uneasiness in her heart. That is, Lin Dong might have grown to a level that they could not afford to offend. Chiu Wenlong laughed, thinking about showing off in front of Choi Hyunyae. After all, Choi Hyunyae is also a beauty, and she is perfectly fine when it comes to being mature. Especially that long purple hair, which can arouse people's deep-seated desires. Chiu Wenlong had long had his eyes on Choi Hyunyae, otherwise he would not have been working with Choi Woody all the way. He waved his folding fan gently, deliberately showing off. Hey, Sister Hyunyae, you don't know that this battlefield is extremely desolate, with very little vegetation. Furthermore, these spiritual stones are extremely valuable, and they must be grown in mineral veins. You can't just casually see them on the ground, so we have to conduct a thorough investigation. Tianying nodded at the right time, agreeing with Qiu Wenlong's statement. Brother Wenlong is right. In my opinion, the mountain ahead has a very strong metallic aura. Maybe there is a small metallic spiritual stone vein there. We can go explore it. Seeing that she couldn't convince everyone, Choi Hyunei had no choice but to lower her head and let them go. But she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. If she didn't leave Aries Academy, maybe she could be with Lin Dong. That kind of life of lying down seemed not bad. But in an instant, she drove the thought out of her mind. What's wrong with me? I should really hate Lin Dong. But why am I always speaking in his favor and thinking of him from time to time? Humph, I hate Lin Dong. I hate him so much. Their team wandered around the battlefield for a long time, but still gained nothing. The monsters in the Jingu battlefield seemed to have become extinct, and not even a hair could be found. As for the gold-attributed spiritual stones, they could only find some very small stones, which were completely the ones left over by Lin Dong and his friends. But even so, they still regarded them as treasures. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Yang, who had been abandoned by them, had also entered the battlefield at this time. Lin Yang had a mysterious smile on his face at this moment, and was walking quickly towards the prayer temple. He is just level 15 now, so it is very dangerous for him to appear in the battlefield. But at this time, there were no more monsters in the Jingu battlefield, so he was lucky. He wiped the sweat from his forehead as he walked, and looked very tired. Haha, Chui Wudi, this idiot would never have thought that I picked up a storage ring left by a senior. This storage ring not only contains tens of thousands of golden sacred grasses, but also a map of the entire lost land. Being separated from them will help me to act alone. After I come out of the prayer temple, I will be able to protect myself. By then, I can follow the guidance of the map and grow faster than them. Lin Yang said these words with gritted teeth, obviously hating Chui Wudi to the core. He has not forgotten the pain that Chui Wudi inflicted on him these days, and this trip to the lost land is his path to rise. He vows to trample all those who bullied him under his feet. By the way, there's also that bastard Lin Dong, who relied on his own abilities to watch someone in danger without helping. I'm going to teach him a lesson and let him know who is the true God-favored one. Lin Yang limped to the location of the prayer temple, looking at the stone statue of NPC Flying General. His mouth showed an extremely happy expression. Soon, I will be able to receive the goddess blessing. This will be a qualitative leap in my strength. Lin Yang couldn't wait to pay tens of thousands of golden holy herbs and entered the blessing temple through the portal. The moment Lin Yang stepped in, a pleasant and lively voice rang in his ears, making him feel like a spring breeze on his face. Lin Yang, you meet the conditions for God's blessing and obtain a volume of the epic Sword Emperor's swordsmanship skills. Your level will be increased by 10 levels. As the voice rang out, a colorful light appeared on the staff of the goddess statue, instantly enveloping Lin Yang's whole body. Cool! After Lin Yang was wrapped in the colorful light, his injuries healed quickly and his understanding of swordsmanship also improved rapidly. Moreover, the level was directly raised from the original level 15 to level 25, and the level gap between him and Chui Wudi and others was further narrowed. Lin Yang looked at the changes around him with satisfaction. The brutality and arrogance hidden in his heart slowly emerged. There's always a way out. No one can stop my rise. This ring is the best gift God has given me. Lin Yang rummaged through the storage ring for a long time and found a set of silver equipment used by the previous owner of the ring, and put them on himself. Although this set of silver equipment is very ordinary, it is still a qualitative leap for Lin Yang. He has already received the blessing from the Blessing Temple. The next step is to find a safe area to level up. Lin Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, confident of future success. Because the previous owner of this ring was a very survivable guy, and he left behind his experiences and insights in the lost land in the storage ring. Although the previous owner unfortunately died, the experience he left behind is invaluable to Lin Yang. For example, in his experience, there was a record of a low-level upgrade copy. In that dungeon, the monsters were only level 10 to 20, which was completely different from the monsters in these high-level hidden dungeons. But this kind of copy is very useful to Lin Yang. He now urgently needs a dungeon with low monster levels to quickly kill monsters. The Lost Land has a triple experience bonus. As long as Lin Yang keeps killing monsters day and night, he will be able to catch up with Chui Wudi and others in experience soon. After Lin Yang made up his mind, he directly withdrew from the Jingu battlefield and went to the low-level dungeon to kill monsters. However, Chui Wudi and others were not so lucky. They ran all over the Jinj battlefield but found nothing, which made many of their team members feel extremely frustrated and even started to complain. If we keep running around like headless flies, we'll waste all our time and fall far behind other teams in terms of experience and level. Yeah, why don't we quit the Golden Sword battlefield and look for opportunities in other dungeons? This is a completely barren land. Captain Chui Wudi, we are now doubting your ability to lead. If you can't lead us to upgrade quickly, then our 3 academies should go their separate ways. Faced with numerous doubts, Chui Wudi's face couldn't help but darken. 108 The Holy Arena shows its might and kills the War Bull Demon. Are you questioning my decision? Brother Wenlong, Brother Tianning, do you think so too? Chui Wudi frowned and began to put pressure on the captains of the other 2 academies. Qiu Wenlong and Hua Tianning originally wanted to take advantage of Chui Wudi, but they gained nothing along the way and wasted 4 or 5 days of good time. It would be a lie to say that they were not angry. However, Qiu Wenlong wanted to pursue Choi Hyun'e, so his words were a little vague. Well, we just entered the Lost Land, so it's normal that we don't have any experience. Maybe we can just adjust some strategies. However, Hua Tianning did not give Chui Wudi any face at all. He planned to leave this hopeless team and take their Shenlong Academy to join other teams. Qiu Wenlong, don't think I don't know what you were thinking. I'm just too lazy to expose you. Our 3 academies have been together for so long, but we have achieved nothing. This is entirely due to Chui Wudi's mistake in command. People like him have no sense of the overall situation and only think about revenge all day long. He is not worthy of being the captain at all. If you 2 academies are willing to act together, then do so. We at Shenlong Academy will not accompany you. After saying that, Hua Tianning led their Shenlong Academy team away. On the way out, a member of the Shenlong Academy asked Hua Tianning nervously, Captain, we have been separated from the main team and our strength has been weakened. Where can we go to upgrade our experience now? Hua Tianning smiled mysteriously and took out a crumpled map. He spread it out on the ground so that the members of the Shenlong Academy could observe it more easily, and then he pointed to a specially marked area in a corner and spoke. This is the Night Demon Forest, which is rich in healing nectar, which is essential for survival in this forsaken land. Our first stop is to go to this place to collect as much healing nectar as possible. The attack power of the tree demons there is low, which is also suitable for us to upgrade. After hearing what Hua Tianning said, the team members' uneasy hearts finally calmed down and they began to march towards the Night Demon Forest. Chui Wudi and Qiu Wenlong, with their 2 teams, continued to explore the Jingu battlefield. Lin Dong knew nothing about these things. Of course, even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. At this moment, he was in the Holy Arena, fighting against the Bull Demon. After entering the Holy Arena, everyone was assigned to the duel space, so Lin Dong didn't know the whereabouts of the others. He could only solve the obstacles in front of him and then look for others. However, it has been 2 hours since entering the Holy Arena, and Lin Dong has not even passed the first level, which makes him a little impatient. Why is this battle bull so hard to beat? He uses a battle cry to recover health before the critical moment. This is too much. Lin Dong was getting anxious. He had used all his tricks to deal with the War Bull Demon, but he still couldn't kill it successfully. This made him miss the time when Su Runin was around. With Su Runin around, as long as the health of the monster was below 30%, he could kill it directly. But now, he can only drain blood little by little. In fact, the strength of this War Bull Demon is not very strong, and its health volume is also average. In theory, it can be dealt with quickly. However, because this War Bull Demon had the skill of Battle Cry, it would often instantly recover to full health when Lin Dong was about to kill it, and even its combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. By the end of the fight, Lin Dong was even struggling. After finding a gap, Lin Dong observed the attributes of the War Bull Demon again and was shocked. Battle information: fighting the Sky Bull Demon. Level 50. Life, 12 million. Attack, 32,500. Defense, 7,000. Battle Cry: when the health of the Battle Bull Demon is less than 30%, there is a 10% chance to trigger the Battle Cry skill, instantly restoring the health and increasing the attack by 15%. The attack of this War Bull demon has actually increased from the original 13,000 points to the current 32,500 points. According to the ratio of 15% increase in attack with each battle cry, this War Bull demon has triggered the battle cry at least 10 times from the beginning of the battle to now. Otherwise, the attack would not be able to increase so quickly. After seeing the attribute panel of the Battle Bull demon, Lin Yang was a little amused. This War Bull demon is purely a bug. As long as he can't kill it with one strike, he can upgrade his attack infinitely with full health. If it continues like this, when the War Bull demon's attack increases to a certain level, he may even be killed by the War Bull demon. Suddenly, Lin Yang had an idea in his mind, as if he had grasped some key point. All skills have a duration, and the War Cry skill of the Sky-Bearing Bull demon is no exception. As long as I don't attack to consume him, I just need to kite him. In a short while, when his War Cry time is up, he will recover to his original attributes. Yeah, why didn't I think of that just now? I'm so stupid. After figuring out the key point, Lin Yang gave up on violent attack and started to engage in a grappling fight instead. He used the speed advantage of the light-speed flowing cloud boots to make the War Bull demon run around the arena. Sure enough, not long after, the attack attribute of the War Bull demon dropped to its initial level, and even Lin Yang's defense could not break it. But this is not a solution. If you don't attack the fighting bull demon, you won't be able to pass this level smoothly. Lin Yang changed his position while looking for a way to break the impasse. At this point, I have no choice but to find a way to create another piece of blood-slashing equipment. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be trapped here in this first level. Blood-slashing equipment is also extremely rare. Even if Lin Yang owned a system forging bookstore, he couldn't find many usable ones. These blood-cutting equipment either have a very low probability of being triggered or a very low blood-cutting ratio, and they do not have the effect of a fatal scissor kick at all. However, Su Runin's equipment was provided by the system, and there was only one forging book, so Lin Yang had no possibility of forging it again. After searching for a long time, Lin Yang finally found a flying knife blood gourd in the golden forging book that could reduce blood loss by 3% each time. After some thought, Lin Yang decided to create this flying knife blood gourd. This blood gourd can launch flying knives. Each time a flying knife is launched, it can cause 3% of the target's health damage. Although it is still impossible to kill the War Sky Bull demon directly, as long as the War Sky Bull demon's health bar is destroyed within the limited number of attacks, the War Sky Bull demon will not trigger the War Cry, and it is possible to kill the War Sky Bull demon. According to Lin Yang's previous observations, every time he attacks between 30 and 100 times, the War Bull demon will trigger a battle cry skill. As long as you can destroy the health bar of the War Bull demon within 30 attacks, the battle cry will basically not be triggered. After purchasing the forging book of the flying knife blood gourd, Lin Yang directly threw the materials into the system forging furnace and continued to fly kites with the fighting sky bull demon. Fortunately, the system forging furnace can forge by itself. Otherwise, the War Bull demon would not give Lin Yang time to forge equipment. About 3 minutes later, the flying knife blood gourd was forged successfully. Lin Yang couldn't wait to take out the flying knife blood gourd and looked at it in his hand. Equipment: flying knife blood gourd. Attack: 12,800. Armor break: 8,000. Flying knife. Each time you kill a target, its health is 3% and the cooldown time is 5 seconds. Piercing: when the flying knife attacks, there is a 3% chance to trigger the piercing effect, causing additional damage of 10% of the blood cut. TSK, what a pleasant surprise. It also comes with a heart-piercing skill. This time, I can definitely kill the War Sky Bull demon. Lin Yang was overjoyed and stopped flying the kite. The bull-wearing demon held a giant axe and chopped directly at Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled slightly, and the evil gaze effect of the Eye of Punishment was activated. Suddenly, under Lin Yang's gaze, all the attributes of the War Bull demon were reduced by 50%, and the health bar was reduced to half. Okay, now is the time. Flying knife blood gourd, fire. Call out. A blood-red flying knife, with an extremely bright color, flew directly out from the gourd mouth of the flying knife blood gourd. Puff! The flying knife directly cut through the War Bull demon's shoulder, bringing up a cloud of blood mist. Activate the flying knife effect. This time the blood is cut by 3%. Then the flying knife circled in the air and returned directly to the flying knife blood gourd. Lin Yang watched the flying knife's performance with satisfaction. When he observed the health bar of the War Bull demon again, he found that it had reached 47%. Nodding, Lin Dong began to wait for the cooling time of the flying knife blood gourd. He had to avoid using normal attacks, because once the number of attacks exceeded, it might trigger the war cry skill of the War Bull demon, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. If you want to kill the War Bull demon, you can only rely on the flying knife and blood gourd to quickly cut its blood. Lin Dong did not engage in a head-on confrontation with the War Bull demon, but the War Bull demon was aroused by Lin Dong and kept rushing towards him to attack. Lin Dong was not afraid of him. With his light-speed flowing cloud boots moving, even the corner of his clothes could not be touched by the fighting Sky Bull demon. In this way, he stood up the enemy while using the flying knife and blood gourd, and the War Bull demon was soon worn down to a trace of blood left. Seeing that the health bar of the War Demon Bull was less than 8%, Lin Dong's heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that the War Demon Bull would suddenly activate the battle roar and return to full health again. But what you fear will come true. Just when Lin Dong was worried, the War Bull demon suddenly stopped attacking and then exhaled 2 streams of white air from its nostrils towards the sky. Moo! Battle cry skill activated again. Gao! Lin Dong, the national essence, was so angry that he said, "This War Bull demon is too unreasonable." However, Lin Dong did not give up. While the War Bull demon had not yet finished releasing his battle cry skill, he raised his flying knife and blood gourd and fired directly at the War Bull demon again. "My dear, can you trigger the piercing effect once? We must not let this beast recover to full health." It seemed that Lin Dong's prayers had paid off, as the flying knife hit the War Bull demon's heart. Activate the flying knife effect. This time the blood is cut by 3%. Trigger the heart-piercing effect. This time the blood is cut by 10%. 109 Ruler of the Night. Night Demon Bat. Trigger the heart-piercing effect. This time the blood is cut by 10%. As the piercing effect was activated, the battle roar of the War Bull demon came to an abrupt end. With a loud bang, it fell to the ground, its 2 bull eyes wide open, as if it died with its eyes open. Come to think of it, if it was 1 second later, it could have successfully roared and regained full health, but it was killed by this sword that emptied its health bar. It must have died with regrets. Lin Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was the first time he felt that killing monsters was so strenuous. Even the last time he killed the sky-level monster, Six-Tailed Sky Fox, in seconds, he didn't spend that much effort. It seems that the strength of this monster cannot be judged only by its level, but also by its talent and skills, which are also very important evaluation factors. Before Lin Dong could take a break, the settlement information of the Holy Arena was automatically sent to his mind. Lin Dong, you won the first duel in the Holy Arena. You will be rewarded with 1 million experience points and a teleportation scroll to the Blessing Temple. Current challenge progress 1 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 10th. You are about to enter the next duel. Please be prepared. If you give up the challenge, you can use the Blessing Temple teleport scroll to teleport back to the Blessing Temple at any time. Lin Dong looked at the settlement information. A trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Even if we count the monkey Yuan Hong, there were only 9 of them who entered, so why did he get the 10th place? Who was the extra person? Could it be that people from other teams have also entered the prayer temple? However, there was no time to think about it, as Lin Dong was directly pulled into the next arena by the Holy Arena. This arena, like the previous one, is built in the ancient Roman architectural style. The only difference is that on the opposite side of the arena, the numbers have been changed. The previous arena was a level 1 dueling arena, and this arena is a level 2 arena. The opponent this time is a Night Demon Bat. Battle information: Night Demon Bat. Level 51. Life 1350000. Attack 13,500. Defense 3,000. Reproduction: Night Devil Bats have a strong reproductive ability. During combat, there is a 3% chance that 5 to 10 Night Devil Bats will reproduce, with 30% of the mother's attack power and 10% of its defense power. Nightfall: when the Night Demon Bat is enraged, it can briefly summon darkness. In the darkness, all attributes increase by 100% and health recovery speed plus 1,000%. It's actually a warcraft with dual skills. Lin Dong frowned. Just looking at the information, it seemed that he was even more difficult to deal with than the War Bull demon. This also caused Lin Dong to feel a little worried. If the holy arena is full of powerful monsters like this, how should others deal with it? No one will die in this holy arena. However, Lin Dong was obviously overthinking it. The monsters that Su Runin and others encountered had basically no skills. They were just ordinary monsters. Lin Dong had basically encountered the most powerful monsters in every level of the arena. This Night Demon Bat is the most powerful monster in the level 2 arena, no doubt about it. When Lin Dong was worrying about others, the Night Demon Bat had already moved. This Night Demon Bat has no moral principles and uses his ultimate move right at the start. Night is coming. As the Night Demon Bats flapped their wings, the entire holy arena suddenly became dark. There was no light at all, and it was pitch dark. Before Lin Dong could react, the scarlet armor on his body came under fierce attack. The claws of the Night Demon Bat brushed across the red armor fiercely, but then flew away in fear. That move just now happened to activate the anti-armor attribute of the red armor, causing the Night Demon Bat to suffer backlash. However, this rebound damage is nothing to the Night Demon Bat, because in the dark, its health soared directly to 27 million points, and its attack and defense also doubled. This attribute is even stronger than that of ordinary sky-level monsters. You should know that the basic health of sky-level monsters is generally between 10 million and 50 million. This Dark Knight Bat is only a level 51 Diamond-class monster, but its basic attributes have already crushed some low-level Sky-class monsters. If it were placed in the outside world, it would definitely be a Lord-level existence. But in the Holy Arena, this is just an ordinary level boss. You can imagine how terrifying the boss behind is. After the Night Demon Bat was defeated in one attack, it immediately launched another attack, not giving Lin Dong any chance to breathe. It seemed that it wanted to take advantage of the darkness and quickly get rid of Lin Dong. So immediately afterwards, it kept changing its position to attack Lin Dong, and the angle of attack was extremely tricky. If Lin Dong hadn't had the red armor to protect him, he might have lost his life. Lin Dong was also extremely passive at this time. He could not see in the dark and had no idea of the movement trajectory of the Night Demon Bat. He could only passively take the beating. In just 2 minutes, Lin Dong's health dropped by 1/5. We can't be passive like this any longer. Lin Dong's heart trembled. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. So he took out a box of matches from his storage ring and lit them up in an attempt to break the darkness. However, the light of the match could not extend very far and was extinguished in an instant, making it impossible to see the movements of the Night Demon Bat. But just that one glance made Lin Dong's heart beat wildly again, because he saw that the Night Devil Bat actually triggered the reproduction skill, and 10 little Night Devil Bats appeared instantly. These little Night Demon Bats have appeared, like bloodthirsty devils, looking at Lin Dong with their ruby-like eyes opened, and suddenly flew towards Lin Dong, as if they wanted to suck Lin Dong's blood. Not good. These little bats have inherited 70% of the attack power of the Night Demon Bats. After this round, they will directly destroy Lin Dong's defense. Save your life first. As long as I can survive the darkness created by the Night Demon Bat, I will be able to defeat it easily. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately activated all his defensive skills and poured the magic potion into his mouth recklessly. Tai Chi Liang, E-Formation, activate. Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamita, activate. Thunder at every step, start. Invincible, activate. In just a moment, Lin Dong's buffs were fully stacked. The invincibility attribute makes him invincible for 1 minute, preventing him from suffering any damage from attacks, and also creates a circle of golden light curtain on his body surface. The Tai Chi Liang E-Formation attribute suppresses the Night Demon Bats that are close to him, causing them to lose 3,000 health points per second. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra entry allows him to increase his defense by 10,000 points for every 10,000 points of health lost, greatly reducing the chance of the Night Demon Bat breaking through his defense. What surprised Lin Dong the most was the skill of Thunder at every step. Because Thunder at every step can create hundreds of lightning bolts with an attack power of over 5,000 points within a radius of hundreds of meters. Although these lightning attacks do not cause much damage to the Night Demon Bats, they can break the shackles of the darkness and make the entire arena bright for a moment. This made Lin Dong overjoyed. How could I have forgotten the lightning that would come with every step? This time, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Since he could clearly see the attack route of the Night Demon Bat, Lin Dong no longer held back. He directly activated the evil gaze skill of the Eye of Punishment, causing the overall attributes of all night demon bats swept by the Eye of Punishment to drop by 50%. At this glance, the special effects of the night attribute bonus of the night demon bat were completely ineffective, and it was directly beaten back to its original form. Lin Dong was not idle either. He directly activated the flash effect of the Silver Gale gloves and launched a crazy attack on those newly born little bats. Lin Dong's current normal level is as high as 50,000 points. With a bonus of various skills, each output can even exceed 100,000 points. Coupled with the attack speed bonus from the Silver Gale gloves, he can even throw out more than 10 punches per second. That is to say, nearly 1,000,000 points of damage per second. A little night demon bat was unable to dodge and was directly entangled by Lin Dong. In less than 7 seconds, it was directly blown up by Lin Dong. The night demon bat watched its child being beaten to death by Lin Dong and immediately let out a sharp cry, wanting to tear Lin Dong into pieces. But Lin Dong ignored the big night demon bat and directly attacked the other small bats. Lin Dong understood the principle of picking the softest persimmon first. Moreover, if he didn't eliminate these little guys first and directly attacked the big night demon bats, the cumulative attacks of these little guys would be enough to cause Lin Dong a lot of trouble. So Lin Dong followed suit and killed all 10 little night bats. Finally, only the big night demon bat was left. At this time, the skill time of Night Devil Bat's Nightfalls has also expired, and the arena has returned to a clear state, which makes the Night Devil Bat lose his advantage again. Lin Dong was overjoyed. He waved his fist and flashed to the front of the Night Demon Bat. God helps me. Time stops. Start. Brush. The Eye of Punishment shot out an extremely evil beam of light directly onto the Night Demon Bat. Lin Dong held the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace in his left hand and the Flying Knife Blood Gourd in his right hand, and launched a crazy attack on the Dark Night Bats. After the 10-second period of time, standing still ended, the Dark Night Bat shattered directly on the ground like cracked porcelain. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with this guy. It was much smoother than dealing with the Battle Bull Demon. Moreover, this kind of actual combat also enabled him to gain great improvement in his combat experience. Sure enough, combat effectiveness is honed in actual combat. Before he could catch his breath, the settlement information was transmitted to his mind again. Lin Dong, you won the second duel in the Holy Arena, and you will be rewarded with 1.5 million experience points and a teleportation scroll to the Blessing Temple. Current challenge progress 2 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 10th. In the next arena match, you will be matched with the Warcraft that best matches your combat power. You have been matched to the level 3 arena number 1039 to fight against the Sawtooth Pliers. 110 victories in 10 battles, promoted to the King of War. Lin Dong's ranking is still 10th. Seeing this result, Lin Dong felt a little relieved. He was the last one, which at least meant that the other team members were ranked higher than him in the arena, and everyone was safe for now. Because as long as you pass the first level, you can get the teleportation scroll of the Blessing Temple. When you encounter danger, you can teleport back at any time. It is equivalent to a life-saving talisman. After calming down, Lin Dong checked the battle information of the new arena again. Battle information: Sawtooth Pincer Worm. Level 52. Life, 14 million. Attack, 14,000. Defense, 12,000. Drilling. The Sawtooth Pincers have the ability to drill instantly and can emerge from underground at any time to launch an additional 10,000 damage groundbreaking attack with no cooldown time. Pliers Stun. When the Sawtooth Pliers insect swings its 2 pincers to attack, there is a 5% chance that the target will be stunned for 3 seconds. This Sawtooth Pincer Worm actually has control skills, and its attacks have no cooldown after burrowing into the ground. If you are on the ground, you might be knocked unconscious by the saw-toothed pincer worm. But Lin Dong stroked his chin and smiled wickedly. He is a man with wings of wind and thunder. It is completely possible to do this without touching the ground. And with the experience of the previous 2 battles in the arena, he also knew the importance of taking the initiative. So without waiting for the Sawtooth Pincer Worm to make any move, Lin Dong directly spread his wind and thunder wings and flew into the air. However, there was a magical barrier in the arena, and Lin Dong had no way to fly away from the arena. But as long as it is in mid-air, it is enough, At least it can avoid the damage caused by the saw-toothed pincer worms drilling into the ground. When the sawtooth pincer worm saw Lin Dong flying into the air, it immediately waved its two big pincers and bared its fangs and claws towards Lin Dong, as if to say, "Come down." Lin Dong just smiled. In this round, he had to take the initiative, and with the wind and thunder wings in his hands, the advantage was in his hands. He immediately opened the Eye of Punishment and activated the three skills of Time Standstill, Evil Gaze, and Clothing Beam at the same time. The sawtooth pincer worm's attributes are reduced by 50%, and it is immobilized for 10 seconds. Lin Dong seized the opportunity and directly used the Silver Gale gloves. He flashed to the front of the sawtooth pincer worm, holding the Hades Beast Soul Furnace in his left hand and the flying knife Blood Gourd in his right hand, and began to violently attack. 10 seconds is enough for him to launch an attack of 10 million points, and the sawtooth pincer worm will definitely die. 10 seconds later, as the time still freeze effect ended, the sawtooth pincer worm shattered directly on the ground like broken porcelain. Complete victory, without any drag. This time, Lin Dong had a new assessment of his own strength. Fighting against different monsters requires different combat strategies. Although his offensive methods are not much different, seizing the initiative at all times is the key to resolving crises and winning. The combat experience gained in actual combat is indeed the best way for people to grow. The settlement information of the arena also appeared soon. Lin Dong, you won the third duel in the Holy Arena, and you will be rewarded with 2 million experience points and a teleportation scroll to the Blessing Temple. Current challenge progress 3 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 10th. In the next arena match, you will be matched with the Warcraft that best matches your combat power. You have been matched with the 4th level 832 arena to fight against the High Crown Tongue Snake. Soon Lin Dong entered the level 4 arena. Opposite was a huge black snake with blood-red wings. Lin Dong didn't even bother to look at the battle information. He simply flapped his wind and thunder wings, cast the Eye of Punishment, and rushed forward. Time stops, start. Evil Gaze, activate. Corrosion light speed, start. Thunder at every step, start. Flash, start. After Lin Dong appeared in front of the High Crown Tongue Snake, he immediately started to attack it in the face. The High Crown Tongue Snake didn't have time to move before it shattered into pieces on the ground after the time-stopping effect ended. Lin Dong looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, offense is the best defense, and taking the initiative is the key to victory. In the next few games, Lin Dong achieved crushing victories by taking the initiative. It was not until the 10th level that he faced a tough opponent. Lin Dong, you won the 9th duel in the Holy Arena, and you will be rewarded with 4.5 million experience points and a teleportation scroll to the Blessing Temple. Current challenge progress 9 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 3rd. You have been matched with the 10th level 168th arena to fight against the Boiling Blood Armadillo. As soon as Lin Dong entered the arena, he continued to launch a series of combos. But what surprised him was that this time, the Boiling Blood Armadillo curled up into a ball, and after Lin Dong finished attacking, it stretched out its body again without any injury, smiled contemptuously at Lin Dong, and then swept its long tail covered with scales towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong sensed something was wrong and immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky. It was only at this point that he began to carefully check the battle information of the Boiling Blood Armadillo. Battle information: Boiling Blood Armadillo, also known as the Mountain Anteater. Level 60. Life, 20 million. Attack, 8,000. Defense, 30,000. Armor spell. The scales on the surface of the Boiling Blood Armadillo contain an attack attenuation spell. When attacking the Boiling Blood Armadillo, the spell will attenuate the damage by 80%, making it immune to the true damage of any percentage-reducing blood skill. Ant-Tide. The Boiling Blood Armadillo will train the ant monsters it has devoured into an army of ants. When summoning an Ant-Tide, each ant can cause 100 points of fixed damage. After browsing the battle information, Lin Dong finally understood why his attack on the Boiling Blood Armadillo was almost ineffective. Not to mention that the Boiling Blood Armadillo's defense is as high as 30,000 points. Just the skill of the Armor Curse basically makes Lin Dong's attack equivalent to tickling the Boiling Blood Armadillo. In addition, the Armor Curse can make the player immune to the true damage of any percentage-reducing skill. Lin Dong's evil gaze and the blood-cutting skill of the flying knife blood gourd basically have no effect on the boiling blood armadillo. It looks like this is another battle that is a waste of time. Just as Lin Dong was thinking about the battle strategy, the arena sent information to his mind again. Kill the boiling blood armadillo to obtain the title of 10 wins in 10 battles and gain 1 billion experience points. One title directly gives 1 billion experience points? This reward looks good. Lin Dong is currently level 47, and 1 billion experience points are enough for him to directly upgrade to level 51. Such a huge temptation immediately made Lin Dong excited. He couldn't even resist the urge to take out the Golden Wind Array flag and suppress the Ruin Armadillo to death. But when he thought of the horrific consumption of the Golden Wind Formation, he finally gave up. Hey, the Golden Wind Formation is a powerful weapon for group attacks. It's just against one monster. It would be a waste to use it. Let's save it for group battles. Since the current means have no effect on the boiling blood armadillo, we need to tailor-make a piece of equipment for it. He, Lin Dong, is a god-level blacksmith, and what he is best at is forging equipment. After searching the system forging bookstore, Lin Dong set his sights on the purification handkerchief that had a purification effect. The purifying handkerchief was also the first piece of equipment forged by Lin Dong. What he couldn't have imagined was that this piece of equipment would be so useful in a battle of this level. The purification handkerchief can not only remove negative effects, but also positive effects. It depends on what kind of auxiliary materials are added during forging. The armor curse of the boiling blood armadillo can be completely purified by the purifying handkerchief. Lin Dong threw the materials into the forging furnace and forged the purifying handkerchief in less than a minute. He held the purification handkerchief in his hand and looked at the boiling blood armadillo with a pair of green eyes in a filthy way, and he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. "Brother Armadillo, your scales are dirty. Let me help you clean them." As he spoke, Lin Dong flashed and came to the side of the boiling blood armadillo. The boiling blood armadillo sensed the disturbing aura on the purifying handkerchief and immediately began to resist violently. It simply opened its sharp mouth and spit out countless armies of ants. There are thousands of species of these ants. Some are big, some are small, some have wings, some crawl fast, and some are colorful. The most terrifying thing is that each ant has a fixed damage of 100 points, ignoring defense. This surging tide of ants scared Lin Dong. He quickly put on his invincibility to avoid having his health bar exploded by the ants. Since his invincibility was activated, Lin Dong naturally had to take advantage of this 1 minute to remove all the armor curses on the boiling blood armadillo. I saw his figure flying up and down on the body of the boiling blood armadillo, busy and having a lot of fun. Friction, like the devil's pace. I'm a happy painter. As the purifying handkerchief was quickly wiped on the boiling blood armadillo's body, the boiling blood armadillo's armor curse disappeared quickly like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. The boiling blood armadillo, feeling threatened, immediately began to dance its body frantically, trying to struggle, but Lin Dong was like a dog-skin plaster, sticking to its body and not coming off. Half a minute later, Lin Dong wiped the armor curse off the boiling blood armadillo's body completely. After wiping, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It looks much better after being cleaned. Brother Armadillo, your scales are very nice. After I clean them, I can use them to forge equipment. Do you mind? The boiling blood armadillo stared with its green eyes, and fire was almost spitting out of its eyes. Lin Dong looked at it and started asking and answering his own questions. From your expression, I think you don't mind. Fine, I'll come and get it now. As he spoke, Lin Dong used time standstill once again. A flash came to the front of the boiling blood armadillo. Haha, without the effect of the armor curse, you can't be immune to my attack that reduces your health by a percentage. Look at my evil gaze. Flying knife blood gourd. Activate the flying knife effect. This time the blood is cut by 3%. Activate the flying knife effect. This time the blood is cut by 3%. Trigger the heart-piercing effect. This time the blood is cut by 10%. Thump. The boiling blood armadillo fell to the ground and was killed by the heart-piercing item. Lin Dong clapped his hands and put away the corpse of the boiling blood armadillo. This was a good material for forging equipment and could not be wasted. This time, the arena did not immediately match Lin Dong with the next level of battlefield, but instead distributed rewards first. Congratulations to Lin Dong for killing the boiling blood armadillo. 10 wins in 10 battles. Reward, 1 billion experience points. With the arrival of the Holy Arena rewards, Lin Dong's level once again skyrocketed, and he directly jumped to a higher level. Level 48, Level 49, Level 50, Level 51, 111. Who was the first place? As the settlement of the arena was completed, Lin Dong's experience bar skyrocketed until it reached half of the Level 51 experience bar. Then it stopped. After checking the experience, I felt excited. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, Level 51. Storage experience, 159 million / 220 million. King of War. Directly promoted to War King. With this level, I can finally have a place in China. Although it takes 220 million experience points to advance to the next level, it is not far from level 52. Moreover, after upgrading to level 51, you can also go to the advanced hidden copies recorded in Marshal Zhao's map to explore. After calming himself down, Lin Dong became even more excited for the upcoming duel. A gladiator at level 10 will receive a reward of 1 billion experience points. Wouldn't the experience points reward at levels 20 and 30 be even more generous? With this plan in mind, Lin Dong couldn't wait to prepare to match the next level of the arena. But this time, it took a long time before the matching information of the arena appeared again. Current challenge progress 10 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 2nd. In the next arena match, you will be matched with the warcraft that best matches your combat power. You have been matched to the 11th level 88th arena to fight against the Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Mandrill. After the matching was completed, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with light, and he directly entered the level 11 arena. On the opposite side stood a huge monster. Lin Dong glanced around and took a look at the battle information. Battle information, Demon Realm, 8-armed Ghost Goblin. Level, 61. Life, 21 million. Attack, 22,000. Defense, 35,000. Heaven collapse and earth splitting. Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Mandrill enters a furious state and will use its 8 arms to slap the ground, creating a doomsday scene in the space within a 50-meter radius. The sky collapses and the earth splits, and turbulent currents in the space are ejected, continuously causing 10,000 points of damage per second. Quest for title. Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Goblin has a 10% chance of suddenly speaking human language and asking the opponent, "Do you think I look like a human or a demon?" Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Goblin will randomly go crazy based on the answer, and its combat power will soar by 10% 500%. This glance almost made Lin Dong's eyes pop out. He was afraid that he had read it wrong, so he looked at it again to confirm that it was correct. Hiss! This earth-shattering and sky-shattering thing is easier to accept, but this skill of seeking a title is a bit too abnormal, isn't it? Going crazy randomly, the combat power soars by 10% to 500%. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write this. Isn't this percentage too outrageous? Just imagine, if the combat power really soared by 500%, then the attack of the Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Goblin would directly exceed 100,000. That's 100,000 points of attack. Lin Dong's total health bar has just exceeded 100,000. Even if Lin Dong's defense can offset some of the damage, it is enough to knock off half of Lin Dong's health. It's too exaggerated. It's really too exaggerated. Just as Lin Dong was complaining, the Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Goblin had already rushed up with its bloody mouth wide open. Its 8 arms waved together, clenched into fists, and slammed the ground. Suddenly, the ground stirred up a large amount of air, and the airflow in the entire space became turbulent. Fuck, using a big move right at the start is unethical. Lin Dong flapped his wind and thunder wings and quickly left the spot. He didn't dare to stay in that broken space at all. After all, no one could bear losing 10,000 HP in 1 second. However, the demonic realm 8-armed Ghost Goblin was as ghostly as a ghost, and its speed was comparable to Lin Dong's, and it directly caught up to Lin Dong. Do you think I look like a human or a demon? The eyes of the Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Goblin were like copper bells, staring at Lin Dong closely, waiting for his answer. Lin Dong looked at the black and white face of the demonic 8-armed Ghost Goblin and felt like he had seen a ghost. It was really scary. So Lin Dong pinched his nose and replied unhappily, "You look like a piece of shit to me." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the battle information flashed and updated directly. Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Goblins randomly go crazy, and their combat power soars by 125%. I'll go. Is that okay? Lin Dong looked at the demon realm 8-armed ghost goblin, which had become twice as ferocious, and retreated directly, his light speed flowing cloud boots, even smoking. After keeping a certain distance, Lin Dong turned around abruptly, and his red armor squirmed, revealing the eye of punishment between his eyebrows. Now it's my turn to fight back. Evil gaze. Time stands still. Corrosive beam. Thunder at every step. After releasing a set of silky small combos, Lin Dong raised the silver gale gloves and flashed to the front of the demonic domain 8-armed ghost goblin. Congratulations, sir. I have learned from my invincible little motor. Then Lin Dong, holding the Bee Soul Furnace in his left hand and the flying knife blood gourd in his right hand, performed a tense and fast musical feast of da-da-da-da for the demon realm 8-armed ghost goblin. After the immobilization effect of time, standing still ended, the demon realm 8-armed ghost goblin had less than 1 million health left. It looked at Lin Dong in front of it in disbelief, as if it couldn't believe that Lin Dong could cause it such great harm in an instant. I saw it opening its mouth, as if it wanted to launch another big move to ask for the title. Do you think I look like a human or a human? Before he could finish, Lin Dong punched him a dozen times. Then he gently retracted his fist and blew on his fist, which had become a little hot due to the rapid friction. Hey, you look like a corpse to me. After saying that, Feng Lei flapped his wings, flew high into the sky, and gently tapped the forehead of the demon realm 8-armed ghost goblin with his finger. The tall body of the demonic realm 8-armed ghost fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a large amount of dust, and it completely became a corpse. At the same time, the settlement information of the arena was also directly transmitted into Lin Dong's mind. Lin Dong, you won the 11th duel in the Holy Arena, and you will be rewarded with 5.5 million experience points and a scroll of teleportation to the Blessing Temple. Current challenge progress 11 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 2nd. You have been matched to the 12th level 68th arena to fight against the Spirit Realm Swallowing Toad. With a flash of light, Lin Dong once again entered the new arena. At the same time, a doubt arose in my mind, although he wasted a lot of time fighting the Bull Demon in the first level. But the monsters that came later were almost all killed instantly, without wasting too much time. With such a speed, it is still ranked 2nd. Who is the first? Could it be Su Runin? After all, apart from Su Runin, who possesses the deadly scissor kick, no one else can clear the level so quickly. With doubts, Lin Dong started a new round of flash sales. However, the further he got to the next level, the more doubts he had. Because until he advanced to the level 20 arena, his ranking was still 2nd. You know, Lin Dong almost always killed the enemies instantly while passing the levels. He knew the background of everyone in their Ares Academy team, and it was impossible for someone stronger than him to sneak in. Lin Dong was completely puzzled and wanted to finish the level immediately to see who this person was. Could it be Bai Ji or Chui Bingbing, the two new members of the team? This shouldn't be the case. If they really had this ability, they wouldn't have been caught by Yuan Hong at that time. Or is it someone else outside of our Ares Academy? When Lin Dong thought of this possibility, he immediately became alert. If there are such powerful people in other academies, they might be his strong rivals. But how many levels has the opponent reached now? Could he be approaching the last level? In order to get the coordinates of the second prayer temple, Lin Dong will not allow anyone to kill the ultimate boss, the Red Blood Demon Dragon, before him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's desire to pass the level quickly became more urgent. He defeated all enemies along the way and had a lot of fun killing them. The level 20 monsters in the arena also have generous rewards. As soon as Lin Dong entered, the reminder message of the arena was transmitted. Kill the three-legged golden crow, obtain the title of invincible, and be rewarded with 1 billion experience points. Another big order of 1 billion experience points. Lin Dong's heart became restless again, and he was sharpening his sword with full of fighting spirit. After taking a quick look at the battle information of the level 20 arena, Lin Dong once again activated his one-hit kill tactics. Battle information: Demon Realm, three-legged golden crow. Level 63. Life, 25 million. Attack, 26,000. Defense, 32,000. 9 suns in the sky. The three-legged golden crow has a 5% chance to create 9 large sun stars. Each star causes 8,000 points of continuous burning damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 1 minute. Extreme weakness. The The three-legged golden crow uses high temperature to cause a series of negative reactions such as dehydration, heat stroke, dizziness, vomiting, etc. to the target, reducing all attributes of the target by 30%. No matter what skills the opponent has, Lin Dong's principle is to take the initiative and prevent the opponent from using any skills. So before the three-legged golden crow could see Lin Dong clearly, Lin Dong had already unleashed a set of control combos and attacked directly in the face. Shadowless Fist, Ben Guan, Dragon Fist, the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, Flying Knife Blood Gourd. However, time only stood still for 10 seconds, and Lin Dong tried his best but could only inflict 10 million points of damage. Adding on the 50% health directly deducted by the evil gaze, the three-legged golden crow now has less than 3 million health left. After suffering such a huge loss, the three-legged golden crow immediately became furious. It spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Its body suddenly became extremely dazzling, like the sun that could not be looked directly at. Golden ring, 1 splits into 3, 3 becomes 9. The scorching light beam made Lin Dong unable to open his eyes at that time. The red armor was illuminated like an oven, making Lin Dong sweat all over. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Dong felt like he had heat stroke, nausea, vomiting, and even a little dizzy due to dehydration. Oh no, this flat-haired beast is quite strong. Lin Dong struggled to keep himself from losing consciousness and quickly opened up the invincible. Then the wind and thunder wings, carrying flames produced by the scorching sun, soared into the sky. Cut! 112 Forbidden Spell Master Zhuge Chengfeng. The three-legged golden crow's 9 suns in the sky is an indiscriminate attack over a wide range. Although the effect is short-lived, the 9 suns deal a total of 72,000 points of damage per second. If Lin Dong hadn't been invincible, 5 seconds would have been enough to kill Lin Dong twice. But there are no ifs in this world. What Lin Dong lacks the least is equipment. Although he is still wearing a set of silver equipment, the terrifying effects of the items cannot be limited by the equipment level. Therefore, at the moment when Lin Dong Woody held up, the fate of the three-legged golden crow had already been decided. As the flying knife and blood gourd splashed a cloud of blood mist on the body of the three-legged golden crow, the three-legged golden crow was immediately deprived of its life breath by the piercing word and turned into a corpse falling from the sky. Lin Dong packed up the corpse of the three-legged golden crow without any disgust. This is also a good material for forging equipment, which is hard to come by. A legendary three-legged golden crow could be sold for at least tens of billions of Chinese currency in the trading market. After all, this kind of rare magical beast is not something you can easily encounter. The settlement information of the arena has also been updated at this time. Congratulations to Lin Dong for killing the three-legged golden crow. He is invincible and is rewarded with 1 billion experience points. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong's experience bar began to jump wildly again. Lin Dong opened his personal panel and glanced at his level again. A feeling of pride arose spontaneously. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, level 55. Storage experience, 219 million/260 million. If he continues at this rate, after the trial in the arena is over, he can even reach level 60 and become a true god of war. In China, the god of war is the real backbone, and everyone below the god of war is cannon fodder. In other words, becoming a god of war is the real starting point and the qualification to enter the realm. And now Lin Dong is only 1 step away from becoming the god of war. What is certain is that as long as he defeats the boss in the level 30 arena, he can get 1 billion experience points again. In order to gain these 1 billion experience points, Lin Dong once again kept killing people without stopping. However, the further he went on, the more frightened Lin Dong became. Because his challenge ranking has always remained firmly in 2nd place, that unknown opponent seems to be almost reaching the end of the arena. Half an hour later, Lin Dong finally reached the level 30 arena as he wished. As the light flashed, Lin Dong did not enter the arena directly this time, but was teleported into a small room similar to a lounge. Just when Lin Dong was feeling strange, the reminder message from the arena came again. But this time, the information sent from the arena suddenly became somewhat intriguing. The level 30 arena has been opened. No one has cleared the current level of the arena yet. The level of the monsters in this arena is too high. It is recommended to give up directly. Do you suggest giving up directly? When did the holy arena become so kind? He remembered that as soon as he entered the arena, he was assigned a ridiculously powerful fighting beetle demon. Lin Dong touched his chin and was thinking about the purpose of the arena. Unexpectedly, a man's voice suddenly appeared in the room. I never thought anyone else could get through this level besides me. Lin Dong followed the sound, and a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. The speaker was a bookish man, wearing a long robe, who was even fairer and more beautiful than the woman. Fortunately, Lin Dong was not good at manly behavior, otherwise he would have been forced to bend. This man looked at Lin Dong with an indifferent expression and seemed to be very interested in Lin Dong. Lin Dong also looked the man up and down, feeling a little wary in his heart. He couldn't see through this man's strength, but if you just look at the age, the other person seems to be 2 or 3 years older than him. In the end, it was this unbelievably handsome man who spoke first. I think you have also received the information from the arena. I advise you not to go to the 30th level arena. You can't pass this level without some means of saving your life. Besides, you're only level 55, the gap is too obvious. You should know that after reaching level 60, the strength of the monsters will be greatly improved with each level increase. The boss in level 30 has reached level 70 or above, which is totally beyond your ability to deal with. The man seemed to be advising Lin Dong and showing a bit of goodwill towards him. But Lin Dong just shook his head gently, totally ignoring what the man was saying. However, he still bowed to the man as a response to his kindness. Thank you for your kindness, but I like to make the impossible possible. I must take this hurdle. This unbelievably handsome man sighed softly. He knew that Lin Dong was young and hot-tempered, and his advice would not have any effect. However, he still advised Lin Dong once again, hoping that the other party would not be so stubborn. Logically speaking, I don't have to care about your life or death. But you are so young and have made it here. You are a child of destiny and a pillar of China. I advise you to stop, not only for your sake, but also for China to not lose a genius. You may not know that after reaching level 30, the arena has restricted teleportation. The teleportation scrolls you got in the previous levels are completely ineffective in it. There are only 2 ways to get out. One is to kill the sky-level monster inside, and the other is... Having said this unbelievably handsome man paused, looked at Lin Dong, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. The other way is death. This man's words are very simple. There are only 2 possible outcomes of entering the level 30 arena: death or letting the other party die. Otherwise, there is no way out of the level 30 arena. After the man finished speaking, his eyes became deep. He stared into Lin Dong's eyes and asked again, "Now, are you still determined to go in? Even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about the future of China?" When Lin Dong heard the other party mention China, he was immediately in awe. I didn't expect this person to be a patriot. Such a person is certainly worthy of respect. But at the same time, he also had a question. That is this man the one who is always ranked ahead of him? If so, what was the purpose of him saying these things to Lin Dong? More importantly, the opponent was obviously very familiar with the level 30 arena. If he followed the 2 ways of getting out that he mentioned, he must have defeated the sky-level monster inside. But this conflicts with the message the arena sends him. The arena clearly stated that no one had yet cleared the current level of the arena. So how did this incredibly handsome man know what was going on inside? Lin Dong was completely confused now. The more he looked at this incredibly handsome man, the more mysterious he seemed. He couldn't even tell whether he was a friend or an enemy. The man couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Dong's alert expression. He spread out his hands, indicating that he had no weapons in his hands, showing goodwill to Lin Dong. I've told you so much because I think you're a talent and can be useful to China. I don't want you to lose your life in vain. Lin Dong frowned. The other party's words had a bit of the feeling of an elder lecturing him on the back. But the other person was obviously only 2 or 3 years older than him, and the tone of his speech made people feel very uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but raise his own questions. You keep saying that the level 30 arena is dangerous. How do you know that? The information sent by the arena indicates that no one has ever passed it, which means that no one has ever defeated the monsters in it. However, you also said that there are only 2 ways to get out of the level 30 arena, either victory or death. But now you have neither victory nor death, and you are still telling me these alarmist words. How can I believe you? Hearing Lin Dong's doubt, the unbelievably handsome man smiled again and secretly admired Lin Dong's meticulous mind. You are very good. You thought of the key to the problem right away. After a pause, he turned around and said to Lin Dong with his back to him. The reason why I know the secret of the level 30 arena is because I have entered the level 30 arena countless times. As for why I am still alive, it is all because I have a special ability, that is rebirth by dripping blood. As long as I still have a drop of blood, I can automatically resurrect. This is why I have died countless times in the level 30 arena, but I am still alive. If you don't believe me, you can try to attack me from behind. Even if I am torn into pieces now, I will be reborn in the next second. After saying this incredibly handsome man let go of all his defenses, as if waiting for Lin Dong to attack him. Lin Dong blinked his eyes. He really wanted to try this strange ability. I'm sorry. I really want to test whether what you said is true or not. So he rushed forward with a flash and started to deal crazy damage. The handsome man was directly blown up by Lin Dong's fierce attack. Blood and limbs were scattered everywhere. The scene was a bit bloody. Then Lin Dong retreated suddenly and began to observe the situation. To Lin Dong's surprise, all the blood stains disappeared into thin air as if by magic. No one knew where they had gone and no trace of them could be found. The feeling of seeing someone disappear right before his eyes made Lin Dong's heart tremble. Just as he was looking around suspiciously, that incredibly handsome man's voice sounded from behind Lin Dong. Now, you should believe what I say. This movement that came without any warning made Lin Dong's heart beat wildly. He leaped forward a step and turned around suddenly to look at the handsome man who was unharmed. It's amazing. You can really be reborn by dripping blood. The handsome man just stood in front of him alive. His face was not red or his heart was not beating, and he was even more handsome than before. The handsome man saw Lin Dong's surprised expression and knew that this move had completely convinced Lin Dong. He flexed his slender white fingers and started talking again, seeming to have a strong desire to talk. Now, believe what I say. In order to help you return to the right path, I have to tell you some of my past. I've been here for 3 years. You may have heard of my name. My name is Zhuge Chengfeng, etc. Zhuge Chengfeng? Lin Dong seemed to remember something. The genius who disappeared unexpectedly 3 years ago. The one who was 1v108 masters of the same level. Zhuge Chengfeng, the #1 forbidden spell master in China with a verifiable record. 113 now that I'm here. I still want to give it a try. Lin Dong had actually heard of Zhuge Chengfeng's name, and it could even be said that he was well known. Although he is only 3 years older than Lin Dong grew up listening to the legend of Zhuge Chengfeng. Because Zhuge Chengfeng is fundamentally different from ordinary people. Ordinary people awaken their professions later in life, and some even need the help of profession awakening cards. However, Zhuge Chengfeng was awakened congenitally, which means that he has been able to practice and upgrade from the moment he was born. This kind of innately awakened person can only appear once in billions of people. It is said that the emperor of the Western Holy City was able to rise to the level of a magic saint because of the innately awakened great magician. The advantage of innate awakening is really huge. It is equivalent to 18 years more leveling time than others. This Zhuge Chengfeng, at the age of 18, was already a god of war. He overwhelmed all the geniuses of his generation and even created a legendary record of 1v108. Moreover, the profession that Zhuge Chengfeng awakened was the extremely rare forbidden spell master profession. His attack methods were unpredictable, and it was simply the nemesis of other professions. But such a person who had the potential to become China's war saint mysteriously disappeared in the Forgotten Land 3 years ago. The outside world speculated that he might have encountered a powerful monster and died in the Forgotten Land. But unexpectedly, he had been staying in the Holy Arena for the past 3 years, trying to break through. However, thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but murmur again and couldn't help but ask Zhuge Chengfeng again. When the Lost Land opens, won't everyone be forcibly teleported out? How did Zhuge Chengfeng stay in the Lost Land for 3 years? Zhuge Chengfeng smiled slightly, his tone full of pride. All the rules in the world have loopholes. The rules of the Lost Land are no exception. Only the living can be forcibly teleported out. But what if I happen to be dead when the Lost Land closes? Just happen to die? When Lin Dong heard Zhuge Chengfeng's words, his mind was full of ideas. This guy can really make use of his talent bug of rebirth by dripping blood. In other words, Zhuge Chengfeng used this method to avoid the forced teleportation to the Lost Land 3 times. Seeing Lin Dong's surprised expression, Zhuge Qingfeng started to show off again, as if he never tired of discovering bugs. In fact, there are more bugs in this lost land than just this one. Oh. After he said that, Lin Dong immediately became interested. Perhaps the bugs that Zhuge Qingfeng would talk about next would be helpful to him. Zhuge Qingfeng seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time. He was in a talkative mood and did not mind revealing these secrets to Lin Dong. Or in other words, in his opinion, it didn't matter if he told Lin Dong these secrets. The fact that Lin Dong could get here was enough to show his amazing talent. Even if he didn't tell Lin Dong, it wouldn't take long for Lin Dong to discover these secrets on his own. Instead of doing this, it would be better to do Lin Dong a favor in advance and gain Lin Dong's favor, which can be regarded as a small contribution to China. I just listened to Zhuge Qingfeng telling the story slowly and calmly. The Lost Land has its own rules. For any hidden dungeon, each person can only enter it once in their lifetime. This is true for the Golden Sword Battlefield, Night Demon Forest, Red Water Abyss, Fiery Kingdom, and Underground Ruins. But a second-level dungeon like the Holy Arena can be entered an unlimited number of times. This is a big loophole in the rules, because the Holy Arena is a second-level dungeon of the hidden Dungeon Golden Spear Battlefield. If you can't enter the Golden Spear Battlefield, then you can't enter the Holy Arena. But if you have the scroll of returning to the city of the Blessing Temple, you can return to the Blessing Temple from any corner of the Lost Land, and then enter the Holy Arena in the Blessing Temple. It is with this method that I have been able to continuously gain experience in the Holy Arena, especially the 1 billion experience rewards in the level 10 and 20 duel arenas. I have gained them 36 times over the years. My current experience is already very close to level 80, and I will soon become a legendary warrior. Zhuge Qingfeng became very proud when he spoke. It was obvious that the purpose of his staying here was to gain unlimited experience in the Holy Arena. After all, this experience was so valuable. According to conservative estimates, Zhuge Qingfeng has gained at least tens of billions of experience points in the Holy Arena over the past 3 years, which is equivalent to decades of hard training in the outside world. Lin Dong finally understood why Zhuge Qingfeng was unwilling to leave the Lost Land, because even he could not refuse this bug. Lin Dong wanted to return to the prayer temple and re-explore the Holy Arena. Seeing Lin Dong's excited expression, Zhuge Qingfeng poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Dong again. Don't get too excited. After the Holy Arena opens, there is a 1-month cooldown period. Even if you return to the prayer temple now, you will still return to this small room after entering. Your ranking will not change. You can only enter again after a month. Well, Lin Dong's face immediately turned bitter. He didn't have such a tricky skill as rebirth by dripping blood. He certainly couldn't stay in the Lost Land for a long time. He would be forced to teleport out at the appointed time. It seemed that there was no hope for him to keep brushing the Holy Arena. Zhuge Qingfeng saw that Lin Dong was a little discouraged and couldn't help but say something to comfort him. Well, don't be discouraged. At your age, it's already great to have achieved such an achievement. Next, you need to be down to earth. Don't aim too high. Protect yourself, and go out and make more contributions to China. Don't try to enter this level 30 arena, or you'll die there and cause great regret for China. We still have to shine for China. The reason why I stay here is because I have a way to save my life. When I upgrade to a certain level, I will leave here and go out to support China's cause. Zhuge Qingfeng spoke passionately, and it was obvious that he had never forgotten his identity as a member of China. These words were also words of encouragement from the seniors to the younger ones, and were full of expectations for Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at Zhuge Qingfeng's encouraging eyes and nodded. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled casually and raised his hand. Go back and make contributions to China. Lin Dong smiled back, turned around, and walked towards the teleportation array of the level 30 arena. When Zhuge Qingfeng saw that Lin Dong had taken the wrong path, he hurriedly spoke out to stop him, fearing that Lin Dong would lose his life in vain. Hey, we went the wrong way. The teleportation array to the Blessing Temple is over there. But Lin Dong didn't even turn his head and just said something. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhuge. But since I'm here, I still want to give it a try, just in case I can pass it. After saying that, Lin Dong stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. Zhuge Qingfeng immediately raised his eyebrows, realizing that Lin Dong was not as obedient as he seemed. His mouth opened and closed, and he finally shook his head. Ah, he is so stubborn. Even if I go in, I won't be assigned to the same arena with him, and I still can't save him. China, It looks like another young genius is going to die. What a pity. To be honest, Zhuge Qingfeng really wanted to save Lin Dong, but Lin Dong refused to listen, so he had to give up. He has not yet adjusted to the best condition and will definitely not rush into the level 30 arena, so he needs to recuperate before trying again. At this time, Lin Dong was already standing in the level 30 arena, and the arena had sent the dual information to his mind. Kill the Sky Lord, the Centaur Warrior, and get the title of Invincible, and be rewarded with 1 billion experience points. Sure enough, it was another big order of 1 billion experience points. Lin Dong glanced at the battle information, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. This female Centaur Warrior is so terrifying. Battle information. Sky Lord Centaur Female Warrior. Level, 75. Life, 50 million. Attack, 32,000. Defense, 52,000. Lightning Assault. The Centaur Warrior has a powerful assault ability. It will instantly turn into lightning and suddenly hit the target, causing 50,000 points of true damage. No cooldown time. Fog of War. When a Centaur Warrior attacks, a thick fog will fall from the sky within a 1-kilometer radius, reducing visibility to 0, hindering the target's progress and slowing down their movements, reducing all of the target's attributes by 30%, and increasing their own attributes by 100%. This lasts for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Infatuation and hallucination. The Centaur will release aphrodisiac toxins into the air, making the target fall into an infatuated environment and unable to extricate themselves. Those with weak minds will be drained of their essence and blood and die. Last 60 seconds, cooldown time 600 seconds. The third skill of Warcraft. He is indeed a sky-level Warcraft lord, and each of his skills is extremely powerful. The skill of Lightning Strike has extremely high damage, with each attack dealing 50,000 points of true damage. The most terrifying thing is that there is no cooling time, which means that it can be released continuously. The Fog of War doesn't seem to increase much in attributes, but the Centaur itself has high basic attributes. If it increases by 100%, the health will reach 100 million points, the attack will be 64,000, and the defense will be 104,000. Not to mention the attack. Lin Dong can't break through the defense alone. As for the hallucination, Lin Dong couldn't help but tickle his nose. This way of dying is also very rare. Came towards him gracefully from the other end of the arena. Above her flat and smooth lower abdomen, there were 2 invincible round breasts. The fabric was almost bursting, and they swayed so much that Lin Dong couldn't help but blush. This is so beautiful. I'm reluctant to buy it. As Lin Dong was hesitating, the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior raised the stone axe in her hand and chopped down at Lin Dong. Booz, booz, booz. The enormous force of the stone axe caused ripples in the air, and the space was squeezed and deformed. Lin Dong raised his silver gale gloves and retreated hundreds of meters in a flash. But before he could stand properly, the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior had turned into a bolt of lightning and slammed heavily into Lin Dong's chest. Talent skill. Lightning attack. 114, a tragic victory. Zhuge Qingfeng is stunned. Lin Dong was hit so hard that he saw stars in front of his eyes. His throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Even with the protection of the red armor, he still lost 1/3 of his health in an instant. But before Lin Dong could react, the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior launched another lightning attack. Lin Dong's face was directly wrapped by 2 soft masses, but the huge force coming from them made him fly into the sky like a spinning ball. Fortunately, this time the red armor triggered the anti-armor effect, and Lin Dong was not injured. But 50,000 points of true damage is nothing but a drizzle for the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior with a health bar of 50 million. She doesn't need to worry about it at all. Lin Dong urgently spread out his wind and thunder wings, barely able to stabilize his body in the air, breathing heavily, and his eyes changed when he looked at the Sky Lord, the Centaur Female Warrior. No wonder Zhuge Qingfeng advised him not to come here. The boss guarding the level 30 arena is too perverted. Compared to this guy, the boss in front was just playing house. Although this Sky Lord Centaur Warrior was pretty, Lin Dong had no time to admire her at this moment. He wanted to use the instant kill method and launch a powerful counterattack against this centaur. With the opening of the Eye of Punishment, Evil Gaze, Time Stood Still, and corrosive beams were all assigned to the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior. The health bar of Sky Lord Centaur Warrior was instantly reduced by half to 25 million points. Lin Dong took advantage of the 10 seconds when time stood still, activated the flash instantly, and came in front of it. The Thunder Step skill of the Hades Beast Soul Furnace was instantly opened, and the Flying Knife Blood Gourd also directly cut blood. The attack in his hands continued, trying to beat the Sky Lord Centaur Female Warrior into a sandbag. But after the barrier that made time stand still was broken, the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior still had a health bar of over 10 million. Looking at the cold and angry eyes of the Centaur Female Warrior, Lin Dong's expression changed. He retreated immediately, spread his wind and thunder wings, and flew into the sky. Sure enough, just as Lin Dong left, the Centaur Female Warrior turned into a bolt of lightning and hit the place where he had just stood, causing that area of space to vibrate like ripples. After the attack failed, the female Centaur Warrior raised her head and looked at Lin Dong in midair. Two mysterious runes suddenly appeared in her pupils. As the runes flashed, a thick fog suddenly fell in the entire arena. The visibility instantly dropped to 0, and everything was gray, just like when snow suddenly appears on TV and you can't see a thing. With the appearance of the fog, Lin Dong found that his attributes began to drop madly, including health bar, combat power, defense, magic defense, movement speed. All attributes dropped by about 30%. Unexpectedly, the Centaur's Fog of War also has similar abilities to Lin Dong's Eye of Punishment. It should not be underestimated. If Lin Dong didn't have the wind and thunder wings and the air advantage, he would have been trampled to death by the Centaur. Just when Lin Dong was daydreaming, the scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed and a peerless beauty walked out. This peerless beauty was clearly the female Centaur Warrior. At this moment, her lower body had become slender, white, and tender legs. She came in front of Lin Dong with an indescribable strong temptation. "Hey, you guy, why were you so mean to me just now? I was just joking with you. You are so boring." Lin Dong looked at the female Centaur Warrior in front of him in confusion, wondering why she said such charming and flirtatious words to him. Seeing that Lin Dong remained indifferent, the female Centaur Warrior simply tapped Lin Dong's sturdy chest with her slender hand. "I fell in love with you the moment you came in, naughty brother. Do you want to do something naughty with me? I will love you." As soon as the words fell, the female Centaur Warrior came up and wrapped herself around him. At the same time, Lin Dong's energy and spirit were rapidly weakening, and his health bar kept dropping. It was obvious that the female Centaur Warrior used her hallucinogenic skills on Lin Dong. Although the Centaur Warrior cannot fly into the air, her skills can be effective within a range of 1 kilometer. As soon as the aphrodisiac hallucination was released, it immediately began to devour Lin Dong's blood and essence, trying to suck Lin Dong dry to death. And by absorbing Lin Dong's blood, the Centaur Female Warrior will become even more powerful. Lin Dong had already sensed that something was wrong. He shook his head and tried his best to drive away the bad thoughts in his mind. Something's not right about this situation. Isn't visibility in the Fog of War 0? Why can he still see this female Centaur Warrior? Moreover, she is wearing a dazzling array of clothes. It's so cool that I can't say a word. This must be an illusion. He struggled hard to clear his mind and opened his eyes with all his strength. "Humph! Your trick of bewitching and hallucinating me has no effect on me, Lin Dong. Fortunately, I don't usually get close to women. Otherwise, I would have really fallen for your trick." Lin Dong roared loudly and finally woke up from the effect of the hallucinogenic skill. Slowly exhaling a breath of foul air from his chest and abdomen, Lin Dong immediately became invincible. The Centaur Warrior's Fog of War lasts for 1 minute, and her red armor's invincibility also lasts for 1 minute. As long as he can outlast the opponent's Fog of War and hallucination, he will take advantage of the opponent's skills cooling down to launch a complete counterattack. Lin Dongfenglai spread his wings and flew to the top of the arena. The invincible golden light enveloped his whole body, and he quietly waited for the Fog of War to disappear. More than half a minute later, the Fog of War finally dissipated. When Lin Dong rushed to the side of the Centaur Female Warrior with a flash, he was attacked by the Centaur Female Warrior with lightning and was knocked several hundred meters away. Before Lin Dong could make any move, the Centaur Female Warrior used lightning attack again and knocked Lin Dong into the air again. Then he fell rapidly, and the Centaur Female Warrior had used lightning attack again and came in front of Lin Dong. "Wind and Thunder Wings. Activate!" At the critical moment of landing, Lin Dong spread out his wind and thunder wings and flew into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack of the centaur female warrior. He coughed up blood and took out the blood-restoring medicine with trembling hands. With the powerful blood-restoring effect of the red armor, his blood was restored to full. If Lin Dong had been ambushed by the centaur female warrior again, he would have probably died here. This female centaur warrior actually predicted Lin Dong's prediction. It was really scary. However, Lin Dong's time standstill was still cooling down, and he was unable to effectively control the female centaur warrior, which made things a bit tricky for Lin Dong. It seems that I can only wait for the cooldown of the time stop skill to be completed. Lin Dong hit high up and didn't dare to land on the ground at all, because the centaur female warrior's lightning attack was so terrifying. This kind of monster with no skill cooldown has basically no way to contend with it without control skills. After resting for more than 10 seconds, the cooling time of time standing still finally ended. Lin Dong finally had the confidence to attack. He used time stop again and rushed towards the female centaur warrior. At this moment, the female centaur warrior had about 15 million HP. If Lin Dong could make good use of the 10 seconds when time stopped, he could easily reduce more than half of its HP again. Then, before time stops, quickly escape from the ground and wait for time to cool down again. Then you can kill the centaur warrior. After formulating this battle plan, Lin Dong used the time stop skill in a despicable way, attacking and running away, leaving the centaur warrior with no chance to attack at all. 2 minutes later, the female centaur warrior finally fell in a pool of blood. Lin Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt his calves go weak. This battle was the closest he had ever been to death, and it also taught him a big lesson. That is, the sky-level Warcraft Lord is too powerful. The mutated six-tailed sky fox he killed last time was obviously the lowest among the sky-class monsters, and was completely inferior to this female centaur warrior. However, being able to kill a sky-level monster alone still made Lin Dong extremely excited. The settlement information of the arena once again entered Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations on successfully killing the Sky Lord Centaur Warrior and obtaining the title of Invincible and a reward of 1 billion experience points. The level 31 arena has been opened. No one has cleared the current level of the arena yet. The level of the monsters in this arena is too high. It is recommended to give up directly. As the settlement information of the arena appeared, Lin Dong was once again teleported back to the small room that was like a lounge and saw Zhuge Chengfeng with a look of astonishment on his face. How come you came back so soon? Do you have the same innate skill as me, that of rebirth by dripping blood? Lin Dong ignored Zhuge Chengfeng, who asked the question, and instead checked his own gains first. His experience bar increased sharply again, and his level was stuck on the edge of level 60, almost breaking through to level 61. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, level 60. Storage experience, 279 million/300 million. God of War. Finally broke through to the God of War. However, Lin Dong also knew that the real beginning was after reaching the God of War level, and the experience required also began to increase exponentially. It takes about 20 billion experience points to go from level 60 to level 70, because just to upgrade from level 69 to level 70 requires 10 billion experience points. This is also the fundamental reason why many war gods cannot become war masters. The experience gap is too big, but he didn't say anything, and Zhuge Chengfeng was very curious. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? How did you get back to this room? Do you have the ability to be reborn by dripping blood like me? Hey, that's not right. You were clearly level 55 just now. How come you're level 60 now? Impossible. How could you kill a sky-class Warcraft Lord in such a short time? Even someone like me who is close to being a war saint can't do it. How did you, who is at the level of a war king, do it? Amid Zhuge Chengfeng's endless questioning, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes. 115. Recruiting Zhuge Chengfeng, Lin Dong's special plan. Zhuge Chengfeng had lost his previous calmness and composure, and his eyes were filled with deep curiosity. He couldn't wait to find the answer from Lin Dong, because he had spent nearly 3 years and had never been able to get past the level 30 arena. But it only took Lin Dong less than 10 minutes to defeat the sky-level monster inside and return victoriously. In his opinion, this was really incredible. It is no wonder that Zhuge Chengfeng lost his composure like that, because he has always been the strongest of his generation and can be called an unparalleled genius. But now his self-esteem and pride were completely crushed by Lin Dong. Even if he was humble, he couldn't stay calm. That's why he acted so unstable in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong was fed up with his questioning and had to withdraw from the joy of harvest and look at Zhuge Chengfeng, who was a little distracted. Brother Zhuge, please sit down first. Don't be so excited. Let's talk slowly. Zhuge Chengfeng also realized his own gaffe and found a seat to sit down awkwardly, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Dong, hoping that he would give him an answer quickly. Lin Dong smiled slightly, very friendly. From their previous interactions, he had basically seen through Zhuge Chengfeng's character. Although this person is a little arrogant, he is not overbearing. On the contrary, he is kind-hearted and a friend worth making. So Lin Dong didn't keep the secret, and he directly took off the hidden necklace on his body, revealing the original attributes of his equipment. He pointed at the equipment on his body and even turned around to show it to Zhuge Chengfeng in full view. Brother Zhuge, I treat you as a friend worth associating with, so I'm going to reveal my cards to you. Don't spread rumors. The moment Zhuge Chengfeng saw Lin Dong's equipment, his eyes widened. He couldn't help but look envious on his pretty face and even drooled at the corners of his mouth. No, I mean this is fucking bullshit. This is silver equipment, and it's double entry or even triple entry equipment. This is too luxurious. In comparison, the legendary suit I'm wearing is just like rags. There's no comparison at all. What kind of genius family are you from? How could you be so daring? Even the first commander of China, Marshal Xiao, can't afford such equipment. This time, Zhuge Chengfeng was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine that there was such a wealthy person in the world who could collect so many silver equipment with abnormal attributes. Every piece of equipment here can be regarded as a family heirloom. Even a war master would be extremely moved after seeing it. Gulping and swallowing, he stretched out his hand excitedly, wanting to touch this rare equipment. However, he seemed to be afraid that Lin Dong might be disgusted, so he took his hand back tremblingly. After thinking for a while, he spoke with some difficulty, looking as if he wanted to get close to Lin Dong. Brother, you haven't told me your name yet? Lin Dong. Ha, Brother Lin, when I first met you, I felt that we had a special affinity. Nice to meet you. I am a few years older than you, so I presume to call myself your brother. I have a question for you. If you feel embarrassed, you don't have to answer it. Lin Dong felt a little amused when he saw Zhuge Chengfeng hesitating to speak. He also intended to make friends with Zhuge Chengfeng. After all, if such a powerful fighting force could leave the Lost Land, it would have a significant impact on the war situation in China as a whole. So he deliberately extended an olive branch to Zhuge Chengfeng, hoping to recruit this genius. Brother Zhuge, just ask. Brother Zhuge and I hit it off right away, and I will tell you everything I know. Zhuge Chengfeng rubbed his hands together, his face flushed with excitement. Hearing that Lin Dong did not refuse, he immediately asked, Brother Lin, can I ask where you got these equipment? If you can tell me, I will reward you handsomely. I also want to get a set of such equipment. Look at the legendary equipment on my brother. It's so shabby. No wonder I can't pass the level 30 arena. The equipment is so bad. Although he is older than Lin Dong, he behaves in a rather naive manner. However, most geniuses are more or less eccentric and don't like dealing with people. It is understandable that they have a simple personality. Lin Dong also likes this kind of straightforward character, which saves him a lot of intrigue. Looking at Zhuge Chengfeng's proud face, Lin Dong's smile became even brighter. He has found a way to recruit Zhuge Chengfeng, and it doesn't even require any effort. Brother Zhuge, to be honest, these pieces of equipment were forged by me. You may not have noticed my profession just now. I am actually a god-level forger, not a warrior. Forger. Zhuge Chengfeng then took another look at Lin Dong's overall information, and his expression became interesting again. Name, Lin Dong. Occupation, Blacksmith. Level 60. Life, 156,000. Attack, 45,000. Defense, 35,000. Magic defense, 35,000. Magic resistance, 21,000. Attack speed, 1,000%. Movement speed, 300. Dodge, 200. Evil gaze, eye of punishment, the target being gazed at falls into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive beam, eye of punishment active skill. When exposed to the eye's light, the body will rot, causing 3,000 damage over 15 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Time stands still, eye of punishment active skill that puts the target in a state of time, standing still for 10 seconds. During this period, damage incurred is accumulated. After the effect ends, the target directly suffers all accumulated damage within 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Retaliation. Red armor 30% chance to rebound all types of damage. Invincible. Red armor active skill. After activation, you will be invincible for 60 seconds and immune to any damage. Rejuvenation. Red armor when HP is below 30%. There is a 50% chance to increase HP to full at once. Double experience. Red armor when killing monsters. You can get twice the normal experience value. 1,000-mile speedy steps. Light speed cloud boots active skill. Movement speed plus 1,000. Last 30 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic boom. Light speed cloud boots 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. Tai Chi Liang formation. Tai Chi Yin Yang robe produces a suppressive effect on the target, causing the target to lose 3,000 HP per second. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna belt. For every 10,000 points of HP reduced, defense increases by 10,000. Shadowless Fist. Silver Gale gloves every 60 seconds. Release 100 fist shadows with attack plus 500. Explosive Flash. Silver Gale gloves every 3 seconds. You can tear the space in front of you and make an instant jump of 300 meters. Thunder in every step level 3. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace within a radius of 100 meters. Continuously release 30 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 1,500 points to the target. Soul Capture. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Every time you collect a monster corpse, your attack increases by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Wind and Thunder Sprint. Wind and Thunder Wings instant speed increase up to 300%. While flying, it will deal continuous damage with the wind and thunder dual elements, reducing the target's health by 300 per second. Flying Knife. Flying Knife Blood Gourd. Each kill will reduce the target's health by 3%. Cooling time 5 seconds. Piercing the Heart. Flying Knife Blood Gourd. There is a 3% chance to trigger the Piercing the Heart effect, generating an additional damage of 10% of the blood cut. Turning danger into ease. Stone of the Heroic Spirit increases the wearer's luck by 100, offsets potential disasters, increases the monster spawn rate, and influences things to develop in a direction that is beneficial to the wearer. Even after reading it countless times, Zhuge Chengfeng still felt that Lin Dong's overall entry attributes were amazing. With this set of skills, I'm afraid that the Sky Level Lord would be reduced to half health. If you are fighting against a person, you can defeat him with just one move. Fortunately, he never had any other thoughts about Lin Dong. Otherwise, even if he could be reborn by a drop of blood, he would still be seriously injured by Lin Dong. After all, after he used the ability of rebirth by dripping blood, he needed to rest for a long time before he could recover to his peak state. If he continues to use the ability of rebirth through dripping blood in a short period of time, up to 10 times, he will fall into a long dormant state, and it will take several years or even decades before he can be reborn again. He shook his head to dispel the fear in his heart, and looked up at Lin Dong again. I never thought that Brother Lin is actually a god-level blacksmith. Today really opened my eyes. I never thought that a life profession like a blacksmith would have stronger explosive power than a combat profession. But Brother Lin, I have an unwelcome request. Can I ask Brother Lin to forge a few pieces of equipment for me? I can afford any reward. I can use the reputation of our Zhuge family as a guarantee. As long as Brother Lin can forge a few pieces of equipment for me, it will be fine. Zhuge Chengfeng said this sincerely. He really didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could ask Lin Dong to forge a few pieces of equipment for him, perhaps he could pass the level 30 arena, gain 1 billion experience points, and get one step closer to becoming a war saint. At that time, you can break into the deeper part of the Lost Land and obtain more unimaginable benefits. And Lin Dong, seeing the fish taking the bait, finally revealed a frivolous smile. As a qualified fisherman, he plans to play the long game and catch the big fish. So he took out 2 bronze-level acceleration gloves directly from the storage ring. Brother Zhuge, you're being too polite. We are brothers, and we are just forging equipment. It doesn't matter how much money it costs. Come on, I have some replacement junk equipment here. You can use them first. 116 what? You call this garbage? Rubbish equipment? What? You call this garbage? Zhuge Chengfeng's eyes widened when he saw the acceleration gloves in Lin Dong's hands. Even though these acceleration gloves are only bronze grade, They're by no means garbage. Equipment. Speed up gloves. Attack, plus 120. Defense, plus 60. Attack speed, plus 100%. Banquin. When the combat distance with the target is less than 1 meter, the attack speed increases by 100 and the attack increases by 500. Equipment. Speed up gloves. Attack, plus 80. Defense, plus 30. Attack speed, plus 100%. Bone-breaking hand. Damages the target's meridians. Each time it is hit, the attack is reduced by 1% and the defense is reduced by 1%. Attack and defense are certainly not worth watching. Just the attribute of 2 acceleration gloves increasing attack speed by 100 is already the equipment that everyone dreams of. For a normal person, the attack speed is 1 attack per second. Those equipments that increase attack by 1% or 2% can drive people crazy. Every 100% increase in attack speed is equivalent to being able to launch 2 attacks per second. These 2 accelerating gloves are equivalent to increasing a person's attack speed by 2 times, and the output becomes much crazier invisibly. Coupled with the attributes of these 2 acceleration gloves, the advantage can be further enhanced when fighting the enemy. However, the attributes of these 2 items will naturally bring great improvements to the warrior profession. However, for a forbidden spell master like Zhuge Qingfeng, the effect was not very obvious, so after a brief surprise, a hint of sadness flashed in Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes. After all, it's not a matching professional equipment, so it's not very useful for him. So he sighed, and explained it specially for fear that Lin Dong might misunderstand. Brother Lin, these 2 speed-up gloves are good, but they are not very useful to a forbidden spell master like me. However, I still appreciate your kindness. You are a person worth making friends with. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can go directly to Xanadu City to find our Zhuge family. We, the Zhuge family, will definitely do our best to help you. Zhuge Qingfeng's words were sincere and heartfelt, and he was obviously moved by Lin Dong's generosity. But Lin Dong scratched his head and blinked his eyes continuously. You mean, you are a forbidden spell master, right? When giving someone a gift, of course you have to give them the most suitable thing. Brother Zhuge, please wait a moment. I will tailor-make some equipment for you. Don't worry, I promise that you can go straight to the level 30 arena this time. As he spoke, Lin Dong took out the system forging furnace and selected a suitable forging book in the system forging bookstore. But this scene shocked Zhuge Qingfeng again. Lin Dong, are you going to forge equipment on the spot? It is said that it takes a long time for a blacksmith to prepare equipment. He also needs to prepare countless materials to prevent forging failures, and even needs to ask for help. Lin Dong is just going to start so hastily? Will it work? Although he thought so in his heart, Zhuge Qingfeng still opened his eyes wide, wanting to see what was going on. After all, the equipment attributes on Lin Dong are not deceptive, which means that Lin Dong really has this ability. So he took the initiative to assume the responsibility of protecting the law. Even though there was no danger in this lounge, he looked around vigilantly. Lin Dong glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhuge, don't be so nervous. I'm just forging some equipment. I'll let you clear the duel field first. When I have time later, I will tailor-make a few sets of top-level equipment for you to ensure that your combat power will soar and you can fight epic monsters alone. Lin Dong said it casually, but Zhuge Qingfeng was even more shocked. If Lin Dong could really do it, wouldn't that mean that Lin Dong's forging skills had surpassed any blacksmith on Blue Star? But does Lin Dong really have such ability? He couldn't help but doubt it. But before 3 minutes had passed, Lin Dong had already thrown him a piece of equipment and even said nonchalantly, "Just use it for the time being. The attributes are a bit rubbish." Attribute garbage? Zhuge Qingfeng held the equipment in his hands, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. The equipment in front of him was simply the most powerful equipment he had ever seen. Equipment. Book of the Saint, gold level. Life, plus 12,000. Attack, plus 1,900. Magic power, plus 35,000. Magic value, plus 18,000. Words come true. Increase the power of the spellcaster's spells by 100%. Fatal threat. Randomly combine 2 forbidden spells from the forbidden spell master to form a new forbidden spell with a power equivalent to the sum of the forbidden spells from the previous 2 weeks, with 10,000 to 30,000 points of overflow damage. Although it was a gold-level weapon, it directly increased the power of Zhuge Qingfeng's forbidden spell by more than 1 times. Moreover, the biggest disadvantage of the forbidden spell master is that he has low health and magic points. The increase in health and mana points caused by this equipment is obvious. This piece of equipment alone has raised Zhuge Qingfeng's combat power by several levels. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited, but for such abnormal equipment, Lin Dong actually called it a transitional equipment. If Lin Dong forges it seriously, what kind of peerless weapon will he forge? Zhuge Qingfeng suppressed the shock in his heart, and an unstoppable thought arose in his mind. If he could stay with Lin Dong for a long time, with the equipment provided by Lin Dong, wouldn't his combat power increase several times? Defeating the Warcraft and supporting China was almost a foregone conclusion. If Lin Dong really has this ability, he could be called China's #1 treasure. Compared to Lin Dong, I, Zhuge Qingfeng, am just an ant competing with the bright moon. In this world, new geniuses are born all the time, and no one can dominate the world alone. No, I can't just indulge in leveling up. It's time to leave the forgotten land and return to the land of China. This Lin Dong may be the opportunity for me to break through. It is the guidance given to me by God. I must seize this opportunity. Just as Zhuge Qingfeng was brainstorming, another piece of equipment forged by Lin Dong was thrown over. Zhuge Qingfeng, who took the equipment, felt so happy that he almost suffocated. Mom, isn't this the armor I've always dreamed of? Equipment. Wise armor. Life, plus 35,000. Defense, plus 21,000. Magic defense, plus 21,000. Magic resistance, plus 16,000. Magic power, plus 14,000. Magic value, plus 11,000. Energy shield, an active skill. Once activated, it will form an energy shield on the body surface that can resist 500,000 damage. If it is not broken, it can last for 60 seconds and has a cooldown of 600 seconds. Forbidden Spell buff. Increases the power of the Forbidden Spell Master by 30%. HP recovery speed plus 200%. Magic recovery speed plus 200%. The basic attributes are already horrifying beyond words. Even if all of Zhuge Qingfeng's current legendary suits were added together, their attributes could not catch up to this piece of wise man armor. The most important things are these two items on the armor. The energy shield is like adding a huge insurance to people. 500,000 points of damage would take a certain amount of time to be dealt even to a sky-level monster. This was a life-or-death moment, and it was the ultimate means of saving one's life. The Forbidden Spell buff not only amplifies the future of forbidden spells, but also takes them to a higher level and increases the speed of recovering health and mana. For a profession like the Forbidden Spell Master that costs less health and mana, it is simply a magic weapon. Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes changed again when he looked at Lin Dong. He changed his attitude from treating Lin Dong as an equal to one of admiration for the powerful man, and even his words became subtly respectful. Lin Dong, I really don't know how to thank you. This set of armor is so precious to me. Hey, don't be polite. I just forged this little gadget. Use it for now. If it doesn't suit you, I'll forge you a better one later. Lin Dong waved his hand nonchalantly and focused all his energy on forging. Zhuge Qingfeng was once again shocked by Lin Dong's handwriting. He was born into a wealthy family and was not someone who had never seen the world. He knew too well the value of the two pieces of equipment forged by Lin Dong. With these two pieces of equipment alone, they could recreate a family as powerful as their Zhuge family in less than 10 years. Their Zhuge family has an old war master in charge. Even Marshal Xiao was instructed by the old war master of the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family is one of the most powerful families in China. However, the equipment that Lin Dong casually made could allow a person with average talent to bring a family to the same level of prosperity as their Zhuge family. This is not an exaggeration, nor is it alarmist talk. It is a potential fact. Only an insightful person like Zhuge Qingfeng can realize the huge value behind it. Thinking of this, he already knew vaguely that his era had long passed, and the future of China would belong to Lin Dong's era. Perhaps the reason why Zhuge Qingfeng appeared here was because fate arranged for him to wait for Lin Dong here. If he gave up this opportunity to make friends with Lin Dong, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would be lost in the crowd with the rise of Lin Dong and his faction. There is only one chance. It depends on how he seizes it. Seeing Lin Dong's focused look, Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes flashed with an inexplicable color. He must be the son of destiny for our China. I wonder if he would think highly of me if I wanted to follow him? After all, great people like him have high standards. 117 winning without any effort? The benefits of being a fatalist. Unconsciously, Zhuge Chengfeng's attitude towards Lin Dong had undergone a huge change. From looking down at the beginning, to being on equal terms later, and then to looking up now, Zhuge Chengfeng completed the gorgeous transformation of his mentality in less than half an hour. But for him, this was not abrupt, but a matter of course. What he saw were not just two pieces of equipment with powerful attributes. What he saw was the extraordinary changes that Lin Dong was about to bring to the entire world. Friendly, focused, strong, and generous. I see the purest goodness of human beings in him. He must be the most remarkable person in the future of China, and he may even lead China into a new era. From this moment on, Zhuge Chengfeng, a genius who was close to being a war saint, completely became Lin Dong's little fan, and planned to follow Lin Dong and become his right-hand man. Because only by being with someone like Lin Dong can he achieve greater success. As for the evaluation of being a child of destiny, after he met Lin Dong, he found that he was not worthy of it at all. If we have to say that he is a genius, then Lin Dong is the genius among geniuses. Zhuge Chengfeng looked at Lin Dong forging equipment with satisfaction and admiration. He consciously lowered himself and stood below Lin Dong, even a little respectful. Lin Dong glanced at Zhuge Chengfeng and knew that this genius forbidden spell master had completely lost his confidence because of him. Or in other words, he had completely convinced him. Lin Dong casually took out a piece of equipment from the forging furnace and threw it to Zhuge Chengfeng. It felt so casual, as if he had just picked out a piece of poor quality item from a mountain of gold and silver and threw it away. But even such things, in Zhuge Chengfeng's eyes, are top-grade equipment that can drive people crazy to the extreme. Zhuge Chengfeng held it in his palm and couldn't help but have ripples on his face again. This pair of boots is a weapon tailor-made for him. Equipment: Boots of Plunder. Life, plus 2,000. Defense, plus 100. Magic defense, plus 100. Movement speed, plus 200%. Magic value, plus 8,000. Magic plunder. Active skill: casts a magic plunder forbidden spell on the target, causing the target to lose 1,000 magic points per second, while increasing the player's own magic points by 800 points per second, lasting for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Exhaustion forbidden spell. Active skill: when the target's mana is exhausted, this skill is applied to the target, causing 20,000 points of true damage per second. If the target is a monster, the damage value increases 5 times. Duration 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Boots of Plunder. True to their name, it can not only plunder the opponent's magic value, but also increase your own magic value. For the forbidden spellcaster, it is like having an extra warehouse to absorb magic at any time, which is more useful than mana recovery potion. If you're fighting with someone and the opponent's magic points are exhausted, then the exhaustion forbidden spell can be used. One forbidden spell can deal 200,000 points of damage, which is a devastating move. If the target is a warcraft, a forbidden spell of exhaustion can even cause 1 million points of damage. This kind of damage is also a huge drain on the warcraft. At this moment, Zhuge Chengfeng felt warm in his heart. Lin Dong really cared about him. The profession of forbidden spellcaster is rare, and even blacksmiths will not create such loss-making equipment. As a forbidden spellcaster, a profession that is unique among billions of people, the supporting equipment is really pitifully few. Otherwise, he would not have the strength of a peak war master and wear a level 60 legendary suit. Because the higher the level, the fewer suitable equipment there are, it is actually difficult for every warlord to put together a set of sky-level equipment. And it is even more difficult for Zhuge Chengfeng, who is a forbidden spellcaster. Now Lin Dong generously forged a few pieces of equipment for him. Although they were only gold level, they were already completely superior to the legendary suit he was wearing. If he said he wasn't touched, that would be a lie. So he made up his mind and planned to follow Lin Dong. Master Lin Dong, we forbidden spell masters are all fatalists. We believe in fate very much. Otherwise, we would not be able to use forbidden spells at all. Your appearance made me realize that the purpose of my cultivation in the Lost Land was actually to wait for your appearance. I, Zhuge Chengfeng, am willing to follow you. I hope you won't despise me. Ouch! Lin Dong's hands, which were controlling the forging furnace, couldn't help but tremble. Isn't this what he has always dreamed of? He was just thinking about how to persuade Zhuge Chengfeng to go with him, but Zhuge Chengfeng came to him on his own initiative. This was truly a pleasant surprise. If Zhuge Chengfeng were to follow him, It would be like having a quasi-war saint by his side. With such incredible strength, you can walk around the entire blue star with ease. Alright, that's great. With Brother Zhuge joining us, our team will be even stronger. Lin Dong felt so happy in his heart that it was beyond words, and the expression on his face became obscene and lascivious. Zhuge Chengfeng felt a chill down his spine when he saw Lin Dong's strange expression and sly grin. In his opinion, Lin Dong's expression suddenly became so strange, perhaps because forging consumed too much of his mind and energy, coupled with the interference from his words just now, causing him to go astray. Master Lin Dong, you are not possessed by evil spirits. Forging equipment is a laborious task that must be done step by step. Don't rush it. I know you're doing this for my own good, but you can't be so careless about your body. Zhuge Qingfeng's words made Lin Dong want to laugh. This guy was really good at imagination and actually made up such a magical reason for him. However, Lin Dong also took advantage of the situation and followed the trend. After all, he almost exposed his true thoughts just now, and it would be bad if Zhuge Qingfeng knew about it, so he immediately straightened his expression and looked righteous. Brother Zhuge, don't call me master or not. We could just call each other brothers. I forged a lot of equipment today, which really took up a lot of my energy. After I finish forging this equipment for you, I really need to take a break. You can go to the level 30 arena to test out the effects of your new equipment and see how it works. As he spoke, Lin Dong took out another piece of equipment from the forge and placed it in front of Zhuge Chengfeng. Then he pretended to be very tired, sat down at the tea table in the lounge, and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing Lin Dong's tired look, Zhuge Chengfeng was deeply moved and became more determined to follow Lin Dong. He was not talking nonsense just now. They, the Forbidden Spell Masters, were indeed believers in fatalism and believed very much in the arrangements of fate. Because forbidden spells are a kind of destiny. If you don't believe in destiny, you won't be able to use forbidden spells at all. Once the concept of destiny is implanted, it will be deeply rooted in the mind and become a deep-rooted concept. Zhuge Qingfeng now regards Lin Dong as his destined benefactor, the person he has been training and waiting for in the Lost Land for 3 years, and the only person who can help China break through the dilemma of Warcraft. So now Zhuge Qingfeng has been completely convinced by Lin Dong. He respectfully took the newly forged equipment from Lin Dong and put it directly on his finger. Equipment: Powerful Strike Ring, Gold Level. Magic Value: plus 3,000. Magic Power: plus 5,000. Casting Speed Up. Active Skill: After activation, the Forbidden Spell casting speed increases by 300%. The Forbidden Spell cooling time is reduced by 50%. The duration is 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 600 seconds. Enhanced Casting Distance. Active Skill: For every 100 meters increase in the Forbidden Spell casting distance, the Forbidden Spell damage increases by 100%. The maximum attack distance does not exceed 1,000 meters. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 300 seconds. For Zhuge Qingfeng, this is another magical weapon. With this powerful strike ring, his speed in casting forbidden spells was greatly improved, and its power was incomparable to before. It can be said that with these pieces of equipment, he can undoubtedly become the #1 forbidden spellcaster on Blue Star. After putting on the new equipment, Zhuge Qingfeng felt that he was stronger than ever before. And these equipments are just garbage in Lin Dong's mouth. He stretched his body and planned to enter the level 30 arena to test his strength again. He was confident that this time, he could definitely defeat the sky-level monster in the level 30 arena. Master Lin Dong, wait for my good news. I will definitely be able to successfully clear the level 30 arena this time. Zhuge Qingfeng said goodbye to Lin Dong, then entered the teleportation array of the level 30 arena in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Lin Dong also rolled over and got up, and there was no trace of fatigue on his face anymore. He looked at the direction where Zhuge Qingfeng left with a sly look on his face, and the abacus beads were scattered everywhere. I made a lot of money, I actually got such a big bowl. It's really a pleasant surprise. Lin Dong could see that Zhuge Qingfeng, a believer in destiny, was even more loyal to him than Bai Xingxue, Song Tianke, and others. He could even be said to be a death warrior. Lin Dong was a little bit unbelievable. They had only known each other for a short time, and Zhuge Qingfeng had already changed like this. It seems that these fatalists do have some advantages. At least the things they have determined cannot be changed by others, not even by themselves. Lin Dong clapped his hands excitedly and prepared to enter the next level of the arena. There are only 2 arena levels left. If he passes them successfully, he can challenge the Red Blood Dragon and get the coordinates of the Second Blessing Temple. These prayer temples are related to the hidden tasks of his system. As long as you obtain the heroic soul stones from 10 prayer temples, the system will reward you with forging proficiency plus 10,000 and enchantment value plus 10,000. He was determined to get these 2 rewards, because only when his proficiency was improved could he forge equipment above the gold level. Currently, he was stuck at the gold blacksmith level, which was completely unable to meet his rapidly growing level. In fact, he also thought about forging a set of gold-level transitional equipment for himself, but he gave up in the end. Because he now mainly relies on skill items to fight, the attributes of the equipment are actually not that useful. Unless he could forge legendary equipment and get a set of God of War equipment, his current silver equipment would be more than enough. After stretching, he was ready to go to the level 31 arena. As I stepped into the teleportation array, there was a flash of light, and the information about the arena was directly transmitted into my mind. Current challenge progress, 31 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena. Number 1. We are matching you with the corresponding arena based on your strength. You have been matched to the 31st level 6th arena to fight against the Sky Lord Unicorn. 118 kill the unicorn and forge the golden sky-breaking shuttle. Lin Dong had been through hundreds of battles, and as soon as he entered the arena, he immediately adopted a fighting stance. He must absolutely take the initiative and never give the opponent a chance to react. So he simply spread his wings of wind and thunder and hovered directly above the arena. His red armor squirmed, revealing the eye of punishment. Evil gaze. Time stand still. Clothing beam. A set of smooth little combos were directly launched. However, when Lin Dong saw the battle information of the Warcraft on the opposite side, he couldn't help but frown. Battle information. Sky Lord, Unicorn, Holy Beast. Level, 76. Life, 60 million. Attack, 36,000. Defense, 55,000. God's Purification. Purify all negative effects on the body. Magic output is ineffective against the Unicorn Holy Beast. Holy Light Shock. The horn of the unicorn has mysterious power. When angry, it will emit a destructive beam. When irradiated by the speed of light, the target's health will be reduced by 20,000 points per second. The beam has a control effect on the target and has no cooldown time. Angel Wings. The innate magical power of the unicorn. When using Angel Wings, it has absolute air superiority, which can reduce the target's defense by 50%, attack by 50%, and increase its own attack by 50%, and defense by 50%. After seeing the battle information, Lin Dong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This divine purification skill completely rendered his Eye of Punishment combo ineffective. Therefore, the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast, was not affected at all just now. At the moment when Lin Dong hesitated, the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast had already spread its white angel wings and flew directly into the air. To be honest, this Sky Lord Unicorn looks very cute, just like a little white flying horse with big twinkling eyes, so adorable. However, the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast, seemed to have a bad temper. He roared loudly and charged directly towards Lin Dong. Oh my god! The air is his main battlefield. His attributes are enhanced, while my attributes are weakened. How can I play this game? It seems that it is more reliable to return to the ground. Lin Dong folded his wind and thunder wings and landed on the ground with a whoosh. He has discovered a bug in the skill of Sky Lord Unicorn. Doesn't the opponent have an absolute advantage in the air? So he should return to the ground and make the opponent lose this advantage. Sure enough, after Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast landed, its attack and defense attributes returned to normal. Lin Dong smiled proudly on the ground. Actually, he was not a pushover. Holding the flying knife and blood gourd in his hands, Lin Dong was quickly formulating a targeted combat plan. He has Lightspeed Cloud Boots and Silver Gale Gloves and can release the 2 skills of 1,000-mile Speed Step and Flash at any time, fly kites and cut in, and can change flexibly at any time. Moreover, the Lightspeed Flowing Cloud Boots can also trigger a Sonic Boom effect, causing the opponent to lose its attack target for 3 seconds. This can be considered a small control, but the probability is a bit low, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. After all, the divine purification and angel wings of the Sky Lord Unicorn made him lose his 2 big trump cards. Next, he can only use the flying knife and blood gourd to slowly cut blood. In fact, the flying knife blood gourd is not slow in cutting blood. It is released once every 5 seconds and can cut off at least 3% of the opponent's blood bar. If the piercing effect is triggered, it will directly cut off 10% of the blood bar. Anyway, Sky Lord Unicorn doesn't have the skill of the War Sky Bull Demon to restore its health directly with a battle roar. As long as you can slowly wear down its health bar, you can win directly. With a thought, the flying knife blood gourd immediately fired out a flying knife. However, a phenomenon that surprised Lin Yang suddenly occurred. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone from the horn of the Sky Lord Unicorn and shone directly onto the flying knife. The flying knife seemed to be hit by a spell and stopped directly in midair. This. Lin Yang felt like his brain was freezing. Can the holy light impact of the Sky Lord Unicorn also control his flying knives? If this is the case, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Now, his only means of output were the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace and ordinary attacks, but these two were obviously not as effective as the flying knife and blood gourd. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and took out the Hades Beast Soul Furnace, attempting to use the thunder at every step to attack the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast. The lightning produced by thunder at every step has a slight paralyzing effect, but the effect is not great, especially for a Sky-class monster like Sky Lord Unicorn with a health bar of 60 million. It is just like tickling. At this point, we can only use normal attacks. Lin Yang raised the Silver Gale gloves, flashed, and came in front of the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast, ready to attack violently. However, the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast, lowered its head, and the white beam of light from its horn suddenly shone on Lin Yang's body. All of a sudden, Lin Yang's health bar began to drop rapidly, and his defense was directly broken. Invincible, Lin Yang was really determined to go all out. He immediately turned on his invincibility, wanting to use this 60 seconds of invincibility to fight a life-and-death battle with the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast. The Unicorn Holy Beast also discovered Lin Yang's intention and directly spread its angel wings and flew into the air. However, Lin Yang has already activated his invincibility at this time, and its angel wings cannot reduce Lin Yang's attack and defense attributes, but can only increase its own attack and defense attributes. Therefore, after Lin Yang punched the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast with a barrage of punches within 60 seconds, the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast only lost about 30 million HP. For the sake of these 30,000 health points, Lin Yang directly lost a life-saving trump card, which made Lin Yang fall into an even more passive position. Oh no! The cooldown time for invincibility is 10 minutes. How should I deal with this guy in these 10 minutes? Lin Yang couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling as he looked at the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast, which still had half of its health left. The monsters in the last few levels of the arena are more difficult to deal with than the other. But at this moment, Lin Yang caught a glimpse of the heroic soul stone that was emitting a faint fluorescence from the corner of his eye. When he saw the stone of heroic soul, Lin Yang wrinkled his nose. Isn't it said that this stone can increase a person's luck by 100 and save them from danger? How come he still doesn't feel that this thing has any effect? This epic stone is so unreliable. Lin Yang couldn't help but squeeze the stone of heroic soul, as if to express his dissatisfaction. But the next moment, his body was suddenly enveloped by a sacred light, which was beating continuously around his surface. This actually needs to be held in the hand to take effect. It's an active skill. It was not until this moment that Lin Yang realized that escape from danger was actually an active skill entry. There was no explanation on the entry. It was really a case of cutting corners. Lin Yang complained a lot, but the following battle situation surprised him. Because of the holy light impact of the Sky Lord Unicorn, under the effect of the avert danger, it lost its aim and shone on a corner of the arena. Lin Yang was delighted, knowing that the method of averting danger had worked. So he took out the flying knife and blood gourd again and started attacking the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast. Call out. This time, the flying knife directly hit the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast, bringing up a cloud of blood mist in the air. Sure enough, even the hit rate has increased. The key is that the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast, cannot dodge. If Lin Yang had known that the Stone of Heroic Soul was so useful, he would have used it a long time ago. But it's not too late to find out now, so he can win this battle happily. There was almost no suspense in the following battle. This bad-tempered little Pegasus was beaten into a meat pie by Lin Dong, but its horn remained intact. Ding! Rare material Pegasus horn was found. The system issued a temporary task. Please forge the gold-level equipment sky-shattering shuttle. The system forging book has been issued. Successful forging rewards experience plus 100,000, proficiency plus 100, enchantment value plus 100. Skybreaking shuttle? Just hearing the name sounds good. Lin Dong swiftly picked up the Pegasus horn, and even the corpse of the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast, and threw them all into the ring. With the end of the battle, the settlement information of the arena has been released, and Lin Dong was teleported back to the small room in the lounge. The level 31 arena also rewards 1 billion experience points. However, these experiences barely allowed Lin Dong to reach level 63. After taking a glance at the level information, Lin Dong sighed. The experience gained from upgrading later was becoming more and more terrifying. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, level 63. Storage experience, 479 million/1 billion. Having just experienced a great battle, Lin Dong was somewhat exhausted, so he planned to rest for a while before entering the level 32 arena. Now, let's forge the sky-breaking shuttle first. After all, it is a system task, and it might be of great help to Lin Dong's combat power. After throwing the materials into the system forging furnace, Lin Dong lay on the rocking chair and crossed his legs. 5 minutes later, the equipment was forged. Lin Dong took it out lazily and placed it on the table, but the next second, he sat up straight with his eyes burning. Equipment, sky-breaking shuttle, gold level. Attack speed, plus 500%. Attack, plus 120,000. Gold damage increase, plus 35,000, restrains wood, doubles damage to wood. Elusive, active skill, the sky-breaking shuttle can freely travel through space and appear at a designated location within a 500-meter radius, with no cooldown time. Breaking invisibility. After using elusive, when you flash out of space, you'll have a breaking invisibility attack, which is 3 times the value of normal attack. Destroy the corpse and eliminate all traces. The sky-breaking shuttle can bring the target's corpse into the turbulent void, erasing all the target's energy and traces, preventing powerful people from using cause and effect sacrificial rituals to spy on the target's corpse. 119. My combat power has skyrocketed. Do you dare to take my normal attack? 120,000 attack power? Seeing this data, Lin Dong felt a little dry in the mouth. Is this an attribute that gold-level equipment can have? It seems that the attack power of Marshal Zhao's sun-destroying flame dragon spear, which he upgraded to legendary quality with the enchantment value, is only 98,000. This sky-breaking shuttle, of gold-grade quality, is so blatantly and gorgeously superior to legendary weapons? Lin Dong touched his chin and felt a little crazy. He had been forging equipment for so long, but he had never encountered such an outrageous thing. Because the basic attributes of the equipment he forged are 3 to 5 times higher than normal equipment. For example, the attack power of a normal gold weapon is generally between 3,000 and 8,000, but the attack power of the gold weapon he forged is easily between 10,000 and 30,000. This is actually outrageous. After all, normal war god-level equipment only has this much attack power. It is exaggerated that gold equipment can be comparable to God of War equipment. But now, the attributes of the sky-breaking shuttle directly crushed the attributes of legendary equipment and were raised by 5 levels. It was a bit crazy. Moreover, this does not take into account the gold-related damage increase. If the gold-related damage increase is taken into account, the sky-breaking shuttle can deal 155,000 damage in one strike. It can be said that one shuttle can directly knock down a war god with 100,000 health. With the 500% attack speed increase from the sky-shattering shuttle, Lin Dong can now launch 15 attacks per second. You have to know that he can deal nearly 200,000 damage with one strike with the sky-shattering shuttle. He can deal 3 million damage in 1 second, which is 180 million damage in 1 minute. It can be said that with the sky-breaking shuttle in his hand, if he were to meet the Sky Lord, the Unicorn Holy Beast again, as long as he could use his invincibility, he could kill the opponent within 20 seconds. This improvement made Lin Dong feel that he could fight even a legendary monster with hundreds of millions of health bars. The hidden excitement in his heart could not be suppressed at all. Although he had just fought a fierce battle and was extremely tired, Lin Dong felt that he could not wait any longer. He wanted to go to the level 32 arena to try out the effect of the sky-shattering shuttle. Whoosh! Lin Dong flashed directly into the teleportation array of the arena. The arena once again assigned him an opponent. Current challenge progress 32 of 32. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena. Number 1. We are matching you with the corresponding arena based on your strength. You have been matched to the 32nd level number 1 arena to fight against the Sky Lord Dead Butterfly. This arena is the final arena. If you win, you will be eligible to challenge the ultimate boss of the arena, the Red Blood Dragon. Lin Dong did not take the initiative this time. At this moment, he spread his wings of wind and thunder, stepped on the sky-breaking shuttle, held the flying knife Blood Gourd and the underworld beast Soul Furnace in his hands, looked across the arena, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His opponent, the undead butterfly, had a cute little girl face and a pair of damn long legs. She wore white jacquard stockings, waved her wings, and looked at Lin Dong with her big eyes blinking. TSK, everything that should be developed has developed, and the pink one is quite pretty. Lin Dong secretly commented that if this little loli had not appeared in the arena, he would have wanted to take her back and make her a pet. However, the arena has its own rules which determine life and death, as well as the winner. The plan to keep it as a pet will definitely not work. Alas, I can only send you on your way. I hope you can remember on your way to the underworld that it was Brother Lin Dong who sent you there. Now he is extremely confident and powerful. This is the huge change brought about by the equipment. Lin Dong glanced at the battle information of the undead butterfly and shook his head in disdain. Battle information: Sky Lord Dead Butterfly. Level: 77. Life: 70 million. Attack: 48,000. Attack speed: 500%. Movement speed: 300%. Defense: 28,000. Butterfly effect: when the undead butterfly vibrates its wings, it will turn an ordinary breeze into a powerful hurricane. Each attack will cause 50,000 points of true damage, with no cooldown. Flying: the undead butterfly can distort space and change its position at the critical moment, making it unable to be harmed by the attacks it receives. Decoration: when the death butterfly is attacked, it will release pollen with strong corrosive ability. The pollen will make the target fall into a coma and suffer 20,000 points of poisoning damage per second. The duration is 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. In terms of strength and skills, this Sky Lord Undead Butterfly is definitely the most powerful opponent Lin Dong has ever encountered in the arena. But Lin Dong, who had crushed the air shuttle with his feet, didn't take it seriously at all. This Sky Lord Dead Butterfly is a bit rubbish. I'm sure I won't be satisfied with beating him. When Sky Lord Dead Butterfly heard Lin Dong's words, he immediately flew into a rage. His pink little face was filled with fierceness, and his little fangs were bared. She is the strongest person in the 32nd floor arena. Now I am called garbage by a human being. It is simply lawless. Human, if you dare to challenge the majesty of this queen, you are seeking death. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and rolled up more than a dozen hurricanes on the spot. The damage value of each hurricane was at least 50,000 points. If Lin Dong were hit by these hurricanes, he would be turned into debris on the spot. But Lin Dong was not in a hurry and directly opened the invincible state. Yes, this time, he did not use the Eye of Punishment, but directly turned on invincibility. 1 minute of invincibility is more than enough to defeat the Sky Lord, the undead butterfly, and there is plenty of time. Evanescent. Lin Dong used the sky-breaking shuttle to hide directly into the void. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind the Sky Lord, the undead butterfly. Little butterfly, let Brother Lin Dong give you a back rub. As he spoke, Lin Dong unleashed a flurry of punches. Sky Lord Necromancer Butterfly suffered heavy damage, and his health bar dropped by tens of millions in an instant. It hurriedly activated the dancing skill to avoid Lin Dong's attack, then distanced itself from him and turned to look at Lin Dong angrily. I am the noble Yamit. If you disrespect me, I will tear you into pieces. As the Sky Lord Undead Butterfly finished speaking, a large amount of pollen suddenly spurted out from its body, covering the sky and the sun, filling the entire arena with charming floral fragrance. However, Lin Dong knew that these pollens were extremely poisonous. Fortunately, he had become invincible and was not afraid of the effects of the pollen at all. So he used his mysterious trick again and came behind the Sky Lord, the undead butterfly. Haha, even if you are a yami from an island country, you cannot escape the judgment of Chinese justice. Lin Dong kept moving, treating the Sky Lord Undead Butterfly as a sandbag. Even though Sky Lord Undead Butterfly kept using the fluttering skill to avoid damage, he could only be immune to the damage of one attack. It had no decisive effect on Lin Dong's violent attack. Half a minute later, the Sky Lord, the undead butterfly, had been destroyed to the point where only a delicate body was left, and he fell to the ground of the arena in death. Lin Dong slowly collected the body of Sky Lord Undead Butterfly and put it into his storage ring. The corpses of Sky-level Lord monsters are all precious forging materials, and he is reluctant to waste them. It was so easy to kill a Sky-level Lord monster, and Lin Dong's confidence soared again. Without further delay, let's go meet that red blood demon dragon now. Lin Dong did not have time to take a closer look at the settlement information of the arena. After being teleported into the lounge, he hurriedly entered the teleportation array. But this time, the teleportation scene was not quite what he had imagined. He originally thought that the red blood demon dragon was also in the arena, but after coming in, he found that this was actually a small suspended island. The island is filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It looks extremely harmonious and peaceful, and is filled with the beautiful breath of nature. Lin Dong entered the island and wandered casually on the path. His originally relaxed expression became more and more solemn. After entering the island, he discovered that the hares frolicking on the ground, the frogs croaking in the pond, the buffaloes plowing the fields, and the butterflies fluttering among the flowers were all extremely powerful magical beasts. There are many Warcraft levels that have reached above level 70. When these monsters saw Lin Dong entering here, they all looked at him eagerly, showing great hostility towards this uninvited guest. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Just now I thought this was a pure land, but now it seems to be a den of dragons and tigers. Just when Lin Dong was hesitating, a woman as elegant as a jasmine flower walked out from the castle in the center of the hanging island. She held up her long skirt and walked gracefully. The butterflies and small animals surrounded her and seemed to enjoy the mysterious aura around her. The woman slowly walked to Lin Dong's side, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. After hundreds of years, you are the first human to walk here. 120 The origin of the Lost Land. Lin Dong couldn't tell the depth of the woman's strength. She seemed to have a magic weapon that concealed her aura, making it difficult to see clearly. But Lin Dong could guess that this woman's identity was definitely not ordinary, because those powerful sky-level monsters just surrounded her quietly, like servants. You know, those butterflies, rabbits, frogs, and the like are all sky-level monsters. With so many sky-level monsters together, if they were to go out, they could bring a genocide-like disaster to China. But this woman can make these sky-level monsters stand obediently at her feet. So one can imagine how powerful this woman is. Lin Dong carefully examined the woman without saying a word and completely ignored her questions. The woman's distinct black and white eyes looked at Lin Dong with interest, and she didn't seem angry at all. You are a silly person, but also very interesting. You came here to find me to get the coordinates of the second prayer temple. After hearing the woman's question, no matter how dumb Lin Dong was, he could guess that the other party was the ultimate boss, the red blood demon dragon. But he didn't expect that the other party with such a domineering name was actually a woman who looked unusually gentle. Moreover, Lin Dong could not even sense any breath of magical beast on this woman. No matter her appearance or breath, she looked like a human being. You are the red blood demon dragon? The woman nodded, but then shook her head. The name Red Blood Demon Dragon doesn't sound nice at all. You can call me by my real name Qingli, or you can call me Little Dragon Girl. The voice was melodious and pleasant, with a hint of girlish playfulness in it. Although this little dragon girl had never shown any hostility, Lin Dong still kept a safe distance from her. He was even ready to fly into the sky and release his skill if there was any disagreement. Because according to Lin Dong's observation, this little dragon girl, Qingli, may have reached level 80, a true legendary Warcraft. Even if he holds the sky-breaking shuttle, he may not be able to defeat her easily. Little dragon girl, Qingli looked at Lin Dong, who looked like he was ready for battle at any moment, and immediately covered her mouth with her silk sleeves and started to giggle. Hey, why do you always look so fierce? Do you want to kill me? This is not an arena. Why don't we sit down and chat or drink tea? Why do we have to fight? As she spoke, Xiao Long knew Qing Li produced a bamboo basket from nowhere and even took out an antique little table, put tea sets on it, and started to make kung fu tea. Lin Dong's face turned red. The other person was so polite and courteous. He didn't know whether to hit him or not. He really didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a while, he said sternly, "Red blood demon dragon, don't play any soft tricks on me. I won't be fooled. Fight me thoroughly and let me get the coordinates of the second prayer temple. Then I might consider letting you go." Xiao Lonu looked at Lin Dong's righteous appearance and giggled again. To her, Lin Dong looked very stupid and had no idea about the ways of the world. So she casually threw a piece of jade in front of Lin Dong. "Yes, this is the coordinate of the second prayer temple. Now that you have it, you can sit down and have some tea." Xiao Longnu poured herself a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and looked at Lin Dong with a smile. The more she looked at Lin Dong, the more interesting he became. Lin Dong scratched his head, a little bit unable to believe it. The coordinates of the second prayer temple were obtained so easily. What he had expected to be a fierce fight did not happen. Instead, he was invited to sit down and have tea. He looked at the jade on the ground suspiciously, picked it up, and looked at it in his hand. "How can you, the red blood demon dragon, be so generous? Could the coordinates of the second prayer temple be fake?" Hearing Lin Dong's words, Xiao Longnu was amused again. "Oh, why are you so suspicious? If I want to harm you, I don't even need to do anything. The sky-level monsters on my suspended island are enough to tear you into pieces. Why do I need to use so many tricks?" Lin Dong smiled awkwardly. He knew that what Xiao Longnu said was true. There are probably hundreds of sky-level monsters on this suspended island, and these are what he can see with his naked eyes. There is no telling how many more are hidden in places he cannot see. With so many sky-level monsters, there is no chance of survival for him, even if he has the sky-breaking shuttle. In that case, there is really no need for people to lie to him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong calmly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to drink tea with Xia Longnu. Xia Longnu smiled slightly, revealing 2 dimples, looking playful and cute. "That's right. You're a grown man, but you were so fussy just now. It's not fun at all?" Lin Dong grinned and smiled awkwardly. His cautious look just now really made him embarrassed in front of the Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu still looked at Lin Dong with a smile and made him a cup of tea. "I know you have a lot of questions, so just ask them directly. The hanging island will be closed in 2 hours. If you are late, you won't be able to get out. You better hurry." Oh, Lin Dong really didn't know that this suspended island would be closed at some point. But Xia Longnu obviously had no ill intentions, so Lin Dong let her go. He was extremely frank and asked Xia Longnu his questions directly. "Qingli, I don't feel the breath of a demon beast on you at all. Instead, I feel that you are a human. What's going on?" Little dragon girl, Qingli smiled slightly and glanced at Lin Dong with a hint of coquettishness. "Because I'm a human being." "Why? Can't you see that? You are a human? Aren't you a red-blooded demon dragon?" Lin Dong widened his eyes. It was obvious that this information was difficult for him to digest for a while. Little dragon girl, Qingli pursed her lips and chuckled, then began to explain to Lin Dong. "Because my father is a human and my mother is a red-blooded dragon, I am both a human and a red-blooded dragon." Her words were like a bolt from the blue to Lin Dong's mind. Can this human being and the Warcraft have children? Aren't humans and monsters sworn enemies? They are the kind of mortal enemies that will never stop fighting. As if she had seen through Lin Dong's doubts, Qingli sighed quietly. "The reason I became the ultimate boss of this arena is because I was punished here. Because my father and mother committed the great mistake of uniting humans and monsters, they were both executed, and I, as the fruit of their love, was sent here to become the boss guarding the gate. So in my heart, I am close to both Warcraft and humans. I don't want to see war again, and I want to restore the relationship between humans and Warcraft, but I am too weak to do it." Qingli's words made Lin Dong vaguely realize that he seemed to have touched a corner of the secret of another world. This lost land, as a mysterious place where World of Warcraft merges with the Blue Star, still retains much of the original atmosphere of World of Warcraft. If we could learn more about the secrets of the Lost Lands, or even the World of Warcraft, it might be the key to repelling the Warcraft army. Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but ask again. "In your world, what is the relationship between Warcraft and humans? And how did Warcraft invade our blue planet? Can you help me explain it?" Qingli poured herself a cup of tea slowly, sipping it while recalling the past. She told Lin Dong some secrets hidden in history. It turns out that in the world where Qingli was, humans and monsters lived in peace at first. Humans possess great power and countless powerful warriors, and are the masters of that world. Some powerful monsters also yearn for human society. They transform into human forms, learn from humans, and forge deep friendships with them. But all the changes started 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago, a great king appeared in human history, named the Lord of Lulan. He was the only person in that world who became the Eternal War Emperor. The generals under his command are also extremely powerful, such as Mara, Rakshasa, Yuling, Tiankui, Supreme God, Blood Demon, and the like, all of whom are mythical and war-lord-level beings. These people, led by the Lord of Lulan, conquered all the tribes and races in that world and built a prosperous temple. And the monsters went from being equal to humans to being slaves of humans. Even the Lord of Lulan issued a law strictly prohibiting warcraft from committing crimes and prohibiting humans and warcraft from marrying each other. But the root of disaster was sown from that time. After the death of the Lord of Lulan, the human world fell into conflict. Those mythical and supreme-level warriors were unwilling to submit to each other, and the war lasted for hundreds of years. Then, Warcraft took this opportunity to rise up, and under the leadership of the most powerful Lord of Warcraft, the Lord of the Abyss, they counterattacked against humans, carried out a great and brutal revenge, and completely wiped out the human civilization of that world. From then on, that world was called World of Warcraft. Humans were being hunted by monsters and were hiding everywhere, building shelters one after another. The Lost Land is one of the refuges built by the ancestors of mankind. With the fusion of World of Warcraft and Blue Star, it fell into the Blue Star world. However, the current spacecrafts are simply unable to accommodate the entry of powerful lords above the mythical level, so some vanguards of Warcraft have come, intending to completely occupy the Blue Star. After saying this, Xiaolong knew Qingli looked at Lin Dong with some grievance. As the child of humans and demon beasts, I am not welcomed by both sides and have been looked down upon. I was punished by the moon's spirit daughter to guard the gate here. She told me to wait here for a destined person. Once that person shows up, I can leave this damn place. So, I waited and waited for 300 years, and finally you showed up. 121 The administrator assisted in cheating, and everyone speed past the arena. After listening to Qingli's explanation, Lin Dong suddenly felt that things were not that simple. He even felt that the Lord of Lulan was a time traveler from Blue Star, because the name sounded very similar to a figure who had appeared in Chinese history. Could this Lord of Lulan also be a Chinese who experienced the cruelty of the invasion of Warcraft and traveled back in time to destroy the Warcraft? Otherwise, why would he suddenly appear and do something to destroy the Warcraft? It's a pity that he didn't completely eliminate the monsters. Instead, they became stronger and became the root cause of all the cholera. Of course, this was just Lin Dong's guess, and he himself didn't think it was true. The two of them had almost finished chatting, and the little dragon girl Qingli had already stood up and was ready to see them off. Lin Dong, the mission that Yuling's daughter entrusted to me has been completed. It's time for me to take back my freedom. You should also leave here quickly. The hanging island will be closed soon. Lin Dong bowed to Qingli and prepared to leave. The mountains are green and the waters are flowing. I hope we can still be friends when we meet again in the future. Qingli smiled and watched Lin Dong leave. In her opinion, humans and monsters were all friends. It was just that in some people's minds, there were some deep-rooted ideas that could not be broken. In fact, if we imagine it from another perspective, if humans and monsters have the same intelligence, what are the differences between them other than their appearance? It is still too far-fetched for her to change these perceptions with her own power. She looked at the direction where Lin Dong left, slightly lost in thought. But Lin Dong just took a few steps and turned back, looking helpless. Qingli looked at Lin Dong, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Lin Dong? Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Lin Dong rubbed his hands, feeling a little nervous. "Qingli, can I ask you for a favor?" "What's the matter?" Qingli asked curiously. Lin Dong organized his words, chuckled, and started to think about Qingli. "Qingli, you are in charge of this arena, right? The monsters guarding the gate must have been sent by you, right?" Qingli frowned, not knowing why Lin Dong suddenly asked these questions. The rules of the arena were set by the daughter of the moon spirit. I am just a gatekeeper boss with limited authority. Why are you asking me this? Lin Dong took advantage of the situation and continued to rub his hands, looking like a greedy street vendor. It's like this. I came in with a few friends. They're all in the arena. I am very concerned about their safety, and I am afraid that something unexpected will happen to them. Can you help me find their whereabouts? Or help them pass through the arena directly and let them leave smoothly? Oh, Qingli blinked. It turned out that this was Lin Dong's plan. The abacus beads fell on his face. However, she also knew that someone had entered the arena, but she never took these things seriously. Anyway, the arena will automatically match opponents, and the many monsters on the suspended island will also be automatically teleported into the arena, so she never interferes. Because of the rules set by the daughter of Moon Spirit, she was unwilling to violate them unless it was absolutely necessary. But there are exceptions to everything. Today, she successfully handed over the coordinates of the second prayer temple to Lin Dong, thus completing the mission of the daughter of the Moon Spirit. She will be a free person from now on. Before leaving, it didn't seem like a big deal to help Lin Dong to the best of his ability. Because those who can be chosen by the Moon Spirit daughter should have great luck and are definitely not small characters. If she makes friends with such a person, maybe she can even establish a good relationship with him. Thinking of this, Qingli blinked and revealed a sly smile of a girl. You wanted to help you cheat, right? Lin Dong was not embarrassed when his true identity was exposed. He just chuckled. If there are conditions for cheating, why not cheat? That's right. Qingli tilted her head and thought about it, and felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with what Lin Dong said. There is a shortcut. Why bother wasting your energy? Okay, I can help you with this. I don't want my cute little monsters to be killed by you guys. As she spoke, Qingli lifted her skirt and brought Lin Dong to the castle on the hanging island. Inside the castle, there are huge gear machines that control the matching mechanism and teleportation array of the entire arena. There are thousands of these arenas, and the scenes in them are all projected on the big screen in the castle. Qingli carefully searched the screen to determine the location of Lin Dong and his team members. Is this dying little girl your friend? Qingli pointed at a man who was at the end of his strength on the big screen and asked, her tone without any emotion, as if she was indifferent to life and death. Lin Dong looked carefully and found that the person was Bai Ji. At this time, Bai Ji was leaning on the ground with one hand using the Yuehong sword, but it was obviously no longer possible. Opposite her, an octopus was waving its tentacles and attacking Bai Ji frantically. Lin Dong nodded quickly and pleaded with Qingli. Yes, this is my friend. Please help her, Miss Qingli. If it's any later, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on. Qingli rolled her eyes at Lin Dong. Since she had already taken action, how could she not save him? It was really unnecessary to say such words. I saw Qingli turning a button in her hand. I didn't know how she operated it, but a phantom of her appeared above the arena. Level 8, 1256 Arena Demon Realm Ocean Octopus. Obey my orders and quickly return to the hanging island from the teleportation array. I will use a substitute puppet to wait for your death. Your mission is complete. The octopus was clearly on the verge of victory, but when it heard the voice of little dragon girl Qingli, it was so frightened that its whole body trembled. In the suspended island of the arena, all the monsters obey the red blood dragon. It is a legendary monster that has just reached level 60 and is the most inconspicuous existence on the suspended island. Today, Miss Qingli, the red blood demon dragon, actually showed up and talked to it, which really made it love and fear it at the same time. So after Qingli finished speaking, it immediately flashed and entered the teleportation array. Then Qingli threw out a substitute puppet, which determined the winner. The settlement information was also transmitted into Baiji's mind at this time. Baiji was completely confused at this moment. She was clearly about to die. How come in the blink of an eye, she suddenly won and even received the reward? However, the following process made her unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. She was like a roller coaster, passing through directly to the level 32 arena. She didn't encounter any monsters along the way and advanced directly to the next level, and also gained a huge amount of experience. Even when she appeared in the castle on the hanging island, she was still confused. What on earth happened? Was this a dream I had before I died? This is too unrealistic. Baiji checked her level 64 and felt completely unable to understand it. But at this moment, Lin Dong walked over and stretched out his hand towards her. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and stand up and thank Miss Qingli. If it weren't for her, you would have died just now. Ah! When she saw Lin Dong, Baiji suddenly woke up from her dream. It turned out that it was Lin Dong's Geijai who helped her cheat and pass the test. Baiji stood up and looked around and found that there were only 3 people there, her Lin Dong, and Qingli. What does this mean? This means that Lin Dong saved her first. After thanking Qingli, Baiji's heart couldn't help but start beating fast, and her face turned red with excitement. Wow, she is actually the first person that Lin Dong helps. It seems that she holds a relatively high position in Lin Dong's heart. But Lin Dong had no idea what she was thinking. She and Qingli were trying to rescue the next person. The second person rescued by Qingli was Cui Bingbing. There was no other way. Among the remaining people, she was the weakest, so Lin Dong and Qingli gave priority to helping her out of danger. When she arrived at the Hanging Island Castle like riding a roller coaster, her expression was the same as Baiji's. Both of them were confused. Who am I? Where am I? What's wrong with me? Before she could react, Baiji grabbed her little hand. Cho Bingbing, it's so good to see you. I thought I would never see you again. It was brother Lin Dong and sister Qingli who saved us. Otherwise, we would have died in the arena. Cui Bingbing finally understood a little bit. They had entered the arena without knowing why and experienced fight after fight. They were already exhausted. If Lin Dong and Qingli had not activated the mechanism to save them, they would have probably died. Then, with the help of Lin Dong and Qingli's cheating, Su Runan, Yao Qingxing, Bai Xingxue, Song Tianke, Shui Hong, and Yuan Hong were rescued one by one and gained a lot of experience, and all became war god-level beings. All of them were surprised and happy to have escaped death, except for the battle maniacs by Xingxue and Song Tianke, who were still unsatisfied and felt it was a pity that they could not fight the battle to the end. When Qingli saw Yuan Hong coming out of the arena, she paid special attention to it. This little monkey has great potential. Perhaps he can become one of your main forces, Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled slightly. He certainly knew that Yuan Hong had great potential. You know, this guy reached the level 20 arena with his own strength, and he was the strongest in his team. But Qingli also kindly reminded Lin Dong. Yuan Hong is a demon beast after all. His identity may not be easily accepted by your human society. You should be mentally prepared to avoid any big troubles in the future. Qingli's words made Lin Dong's heart tremble. He also knew that the relationship between humans and monsters was like fire and water. It might not be easy to get people to accept Yuan Hong. However, Yuan Hong has become his pet, and he will not let Yuan Hong get hurt easily. Finally, Qingli pointed at the big screen again and looked at Lin Dong. There's this guy in the arena. He's been secretly in the arena dozens of times in the past 3 years. He's almost annoying me. Do you want to take him with you? Lin Dong looked at the big screen curiously and found that in the level 32 arena, there was an incredibly handsome man fighting against a porcupine skylord. The battle was very intense. This person is Zhuge Chengfeng. 122 Cui Wudi is my friend. Let's make it more difficult for him. When he saw Zhuge Chengfeng, Lin Dong scratched his chin. He was very confident in Zhuge Chengfeng's ability and knew that he didn't need to force his growth. However, the Hanging Island is about to be closed. If this opportunity is missed, it is unknown how long it will take Zhuge Chengfeng to defeat this porcupine. Because the two warring parties were evenly matched, it was impossible to tell who would win for a while. Seeing that Lin Dong was in a difficult situation, Qingli smiled faintly. Is this person your friend? Yes. Lin Dong nodded. But he's pretty good. I'm not sure if he needs help with cheating, so it would be best to ask him first. After hearing what Lin Dong said, Qingli shook her head slightly. She and Lin Dong had different opinions. Your friend is quite powerful, but it's wishful thinking if he wants to defeat the 7 dragon pigs. The 7 dragon pigs are also one of my servants and are very loyal. I would feel sorry if they died or were injured. If your friend is injured, you would be sad too. In this case, why not just let your friend pass the level? Qingli waved her robe and activated the formation directly, and her shadow appeared in the arena. Zhuge Chengfeng, who was fighting, saw a shadow suddenly appear in the sky and immediately retreated quickly, thinking that another powerful enemy had appeared. And the Sky Lord 7 Dragon Pig also looked at Qingli's shadow with a pious expression, appearing very respectful. 7 Dragon Pigs, please return to the Hanging Island from the teleportation array. I will use the death puppet to help you end this fight. After the 7 Dragon Pigs knelt down respectfully and bowed to Qingli's shadow, they were directly teleported back to the Hanging Island, leaving a substitute puppet in its place. Before Zhuge Chengfeng could figure out what was going on, the settlement information of the victory in the arena was sent to him. Even his people were drawn into the castle on the Hanging Island by a mysterious force. With a flash of light, Zhuge Chengfeng appeared in front of Lin Dong and the others. When he saw Lin Dong, he vaguely guessed that all this should be related to Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled at Zhuge Chengfeng and bowed. Brother Zhuge, it's urgent. Miss Qingli has gained her freedom and is going to close the hanging island. So I help you cheat a little and pass the arena quickly. You don't mind, do you? After hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhuge Chengfeng suddenly realized. No wonder the battle just now was stopped. So this is what happened. A smile appeared on his face, and he bowed respectfully towards Lin Dong. Master Lin Dong, why would I mind? Why should I mind? I fought in the arena just for the experience rewards. Now that the rewards are in hand, I have saved a lot of effort. How could I mind such a good thing? Zhuge Chengfeng himself likes to study various bugs. He will never go through trouble if it can save him trouble. This matter really suits his taste. However, Lin Dong saw that Zhuge Chengfeng was a little reserved in front of him, so he comforted him with a few words. Brother Zhuge, from now on you and I can just call each other brothers. You don't have to call me master. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. Zhuge Chengfeng had already been impressed by Lin Dong's magnanimity. Now that Lin Dong was willing to lower his status and address him as a brother, how could he not be willing? Brother Lin Dong, I am so honored to hear you say that. Is this your team? It looks like the special training camp of the Ares Academy. I just happened to want to join the Ares Academy 3 years ago. Isn't that a coincidence? Why don't I go with you guys in the future when we get out of the Lost Land? I will also join the Ares Academy. Zhuge Chengfeng's words were purely an excuse. He just wanted to stay with Lin Dong. Because 3 years ago, he was already a god of war. He was already qualified to be a mentor in various colleges. If he said he wanted to join a certain academy, that academy would welcome him with drums and gongs. After all, for such a genius, as long as he grew up, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become a warlord. But thinking of this, Lin Dong's expression became a little strange again. You were already a god of war 3 years ago. How did you get into the Lost Land? Can't the Lost Land only be entered by those below level 30? Zhuge Chengfeng smiled lasciviously, and a hint of pride appeared on his pretty face. Brother Lin Dong, have you forgotten what my innate skill is? I only need to send a drop of blood into the Lost Land before I reach level 30, and then if I die in the outside world, I can be resurrected in the Lost Land. After hearing about his amazing operation, Lin Dong also gave him a thumbs up. This guy is simply an expert at utilizing bugs. Next, Lin Dong introduced Zhuge Chengfeng to everyone at the Ares Academy. When everyone heard that he was Zhuge Chengfeng, they all showed surprised expressions. They were all well known for this peerless genius. More importantly, when they learned that Zhuge Chengfeng was about to be promoted to War Saint, it became even more incredible. Oh my god, he actually spent 3 years killing monsters in the Lost Land with 3x experience. How did he do that? I thought he died here, but I didn't expect he just didn't want to go out. It turns out that geniuses can do many things that ordinary people like us can't do. We have a quasi-war saint following us, so we can walk around freely in this Lost Land. I wonder which team dares to confront us? Everyone was talking at once, having a great time. However, Qingli, the owner of the Hanging Island, couldn't help but frown, because in her perception, it seemed that someone else had entered the prayer temple. It's strange. Why is there such a bumper harvest of golden sacred grass this year? So many people can enter the temple for blessing. Qingli flicked her hand gently, and a picture appeared on the big screen. I saw a young man with a noble bearing, receiving the blessing of the goddess. The whole person was none other than Cui Wudi, the captain of Hualong Academy. He and the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, Qiu Wenlong, wandered around the Golden Sword battlefield for several days without any gain. Finally, everyone arrived at the door of the prayer temple. However, to enter the prayer temple, one needs to pay 10,000 stalks of golden holy grass. In order to obtain blessings, Cui Wudi discussed with Qiu Wenlong and other team members for a long time, and even promised huge benefits in exchange for the golden sacred grass from others. In order to pursue Cui Wudi's sister Cui Hyunya, Qiu Wenlong tried his best to please his brother-in-law. He gave up the opportunity to enter the prayer temple and persuaded the members of the Black Dragon Academy to give the remaining golden holy grass to Cui Wudi. In the end, Cui Wudi successfully entered the prayer temple as he wished. As soon as he entered the prayer temple, he was stunned by the grand voice of the goddess blessing, and his whole body was wrapped in a ball of colorful light. Cui Wudi meets the blessing conditions and is rewarded with a set of Holy War Emperor skills. Level is directly increased by 10 levels. Feeling his level rising rapidly, Cui Wudi suddenly became arrogant. Ha! The prayer temple is indeed worthy of its reputation. It was so easy to increase my level by 10. It simply saved me several years of hard training. Lin Dong, I'm already level 41. Next time I see you, I'll beat you to a pulp. After receiving the goddess blessing, Chui Wudi was surprised to find that in front of an incense burner in the main hall, there was a teleportation array. What is this teleportation array used for? Is there some treasure hidden in it? Ha, I said that I, Chui Wudi, am a person with great luck. All good things have happened to me. God always reserves opportunities for those who are prepared. Wahaha, here I come. Chui Wudi rushed directly into the teleportation array with excitement. But the next second, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. Holy Arena? What the hell is this? Who sent a message into my mind? Get out of here right now. What? The minimum level of monsters is 50? I'm only level 41, and you want me to fight a level 50 monster? Is this a joke? Chui Wudi felt that this world was simply crazy. Don't you have any entry-level restrictions for this holy arena? You put monsters above level 50 inside, and anyone at level 41 can enter. This is not a joke. It's not moral at all. Just as he was complaining, the holy arena sent him another message, saying that the arena matching stage had already begun. At this time, Qingli pointed at the big screen and asked Lin Dong again, "Is this person who just entered the arena your friend? Do you want me to cheat for him? The hanging island is about to be closed, and we don't have much time." Lin Dong stared at the big screen, his expression becoming strange. This guy, isn't he Chui Wudi? Why did he end up in the holy arena? Touching his chin, Lin Dong felt that it would be better to let this guy suffer a little. Qingli, this guy is also my friend, but he likes to challenge the strong. I'm afraid ordinary monsters can't meet his needs. Can you arrange a monster that is reliable and strong enough for him to increase his strength? Oh. Qingli glanced at Lin Dong suspiciously. She had always thought that Lin Dong was quite upright and principled, but she didn't expect that he could be so sinister. However, after Lin Dong said this, she also understood that Chui Wudi must have offended Lin Dong many times in the past. Matching any kind of magical beast was just a piece of cake for Qingli. So the moment Lin Dong finished speaking, she arranged a level 60 Demon Realm Giant Horn Antelope to deal with Chui Wudi. In the arena, Chui Wudi's wailing was heard instantly. God damn it. How can there be such a perverted copy, Mom? I want to go home. I don't want to play here anymore. As for what happened to Chui Wudi, no one cared anymore. Lin Dong and Qingli said goodbye to each other and teleported back to the prayer temple, ready to follow the beacon to the next hidden copy. The direction in which the beacon appears is the hidden copy of the Kingdom of Fire. According to Marshal Zhao's records, the Kingdom of Flame is rich in flame crystals, a magical crystal that can directly increase experience. Moreover, in the Kingdom of Flames, there is also an advanced copy that contains a large amount of burning sky flowing flames, which is an extremely precious forging material. At this moment in the copy of the Kingdom of Flames, the captain of the Hunter Guild, Wang Rulong, was looking at a group of fire-breathing beasts in front of him with a serious expression, and his hands were shaking a little. How could this happen? How could this happen? Are the records all wrong? Why are there so many mutated fire-breathing beasts in this instance? Is our Hunter Guild going to be wiped out in this? 123. This is definitely a magical tool for gaining enchantment value. On the way to the Flame Kingdom copy, Lin Dong helped everyone from the God of War Academy to improve the quality of their weapons. After all, their current levels have reached around level 64, and using gold-level equipment will somewhat lower their combat effectiveness. Although Lin Dong can only forge gold-level equipment, his enchantment value has a probability of improving the quality of the equipment. Basically, 3 to 5 enchantments are needed to successfully improve the quality. If you are lucky, you can succeed in one go. Gold-level equipment consumes 3 points of enchantment each time. Platinum-level equipment consumes 4 points of enchantment each time. Diamond-level equipment consumes 5 points of enchantment each time. And legendary-level equipment consumes 6 points of enchantment each time. Lin Dong has now accumulated nearly 500 points of enchantment value, which is more than enough to improve the quality of everyone's weapons. As for other equipment like armor, they were a little bit lacking. After all, the best defense is offense. Only when the attack power is improved can you defeat the opponent, so Lin Dong gave priority to improving the quality of their weapons. My luck is pretty good this time, much better than the last time I upgraded the gold quality. For several times in a row, the enchantment was successful, especially by Shengxue's Tianyuan sword, which actually reached the top legendary quality, which surprised Lin Dong. Bai Xingxue could no longer maintain his composure as he held the Tianyuan sword. Equipment: Tianyuan sword, legendary level. Attack: plus 69,000. Life: plus 30,000. Defense: plus 10,000. Space stagnation. The space around the attack target becomes sticky, and the attack speed is reduced by 30%. Stunning slash. Top-level sword-drawing technique, when released, can explode with a slash with triple the attack power. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. The basic attack increased by nearly 70,000 points, which made Bai Xingxue's normal attack reach the threshold of 100,000 points. As a peerless swordsman, the sword in his hand is his life. With such a magical weapon as the Tianyuan sword, Bai Xingxue can completely challenge the sky-level monsters. As for Song Tiang's bloodthirsty sword, its attack power is not increased that much, but it is still a very good legendary weapon. Equipment: Bloodthirsty sword, legendary. Life: plus 19,000. Attack: plus 46,000. Defense: plus 8,000. Bloodthirst: absorb the target's blood, add 200 points of attack power, and the damage can be added up to 100 times. Burning blood wheel: the blood power collected by the bloodthirsty sword will form a blood-colored wheel behind the sword holder, which can resist 200,000 points of damage for the sword holder. Next, Lin Dong upgraded Xue Hong's Vanguard Shield, Yao Qingxing's Elf Staff, Bai Zhi's Moon Rainbow Sword, Cui Bingbing's Furious Thunder Staff, and Zhuge Qingfeng's Book of the Sage to the legendary level. The normal attack damage of these weapons is between 40,000 and 60,000, which almost triples the normal attack damage of everyone. Even the power of the entry skills has increased a lot. However, with so many weapons, the consumption of enchantment value is also astonishing. Lin Dong didn't even upgrade the quality of his Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace and Flying Knife Blood Gourd, and the enchantment value hit rock bottom, with less than 30 points left. Fortunately, Lin Dong still has a sky-breaking shuttle, otherwise his output would not be as high as that of his younger brothers. As for Su Runin, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to improve the quality of his equipment. Because she is Lin Dong's target for enchantment value, the system has already arranged a new set of rewards for Su Runin. Every time Lin Dong creates a level of equipment set for Su Runin, he can gain 100 points of enchantment value and 100 points of forging proficiency. So along the way, Lin Dong started with gold-level equipment and forged equipment for Su Runin one level at a time. When he arrived at the Kingdom of Flames copy, he had accumulated another 400 points of enchantment value. And Su Runin also possesses a set of gorgeous legendary equipment, and can almost be called the strongest combat force under Lin Dong. This scene made Xue Hong and others extremely envious, and they couldn't stop sighing along the way. As expected, Big Brother treats Sister Runin the best. I feel like he has more equipment than all of us combined. Song Tianke curled his lips and kicked Xue Hong in the butt. How dare you be jealous of my sister-in-law? If you have the guts, go get an operation and become a woman. I feel like my brother is very kind to girls, and he treats them in a special way. Xue Hong patted the footprints on his butt and smiled nonchalantly. I'm big and strong. Even if I become a woman, Big Brother may not like me. But you, old Song, are handsome. You could chop off that troublemaker and see how Big Brother reacts. Old Xue, you want to be beaten? I will beat you into a pig's head. Song Tianke chased after Xue Hong. The two of them kept joking and talking nonsense, which made Bai Xingxue and Zhuge Qingfeng shake their heads. Of course, Lin Dong would not tell them the truth that he forged equipment for Su Runin in order to increase the enchantment value. After all, as the eldest brother, he still had to maintain some mystery. Seeing that the enchantment value had recovered to 400, Lin Dong directly upgraded the quality of his Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace and Flying Knife Blood Gourd. However, my luck seemed to be a bit bad. After consuming nearly 200 points of enchantment value, I was able to barely upgrade the two pieces of equipment to legendary quality. Equipment: Flying Knife Blood Gourd, legendary level. Life: plus 25,000. Attack: plus 60800. Armor break: plus 16,000. Flying Knife. Each time you kill a target, its health is 3%, and the cooling time is 2 seconds. Heart piercing. There is a 3% chance of triggering the heart-piercing effect, causing additional damage of 10% of the blood cut. Equipment: Hades Beast Soul Furnace, legendary. Life: plus 30,000. Attack: plus 49,000. Thunder at every step. Level 3, release 30 bolts of Earth Core Lightning with a total damage of 1,500 points to the target within a 100-meter radius. Soul Capture. Every time you collect a monster corpse, your attack will increase by 1 point, up to a maximum of 30,000 points. The entry skills have also been significantly improved. For example, the cooldown time of the Flying Knife attribute of the Flying Knife Bloodgourd has been increased from 5 seconds to 2 seconds. The soul capture of the Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace has also been increased from the previous upper limit of 10,000 points to the current upper limit of 30,000 points. The upgrade of these two pieces of equipment allowed Lin Dong's health to break through 200,000 points, and his normal attack also broke through 200,000 points. Equipment upgrades bring joy, but also troubles. Lin Dong's enchantment value is now only 115 points. If he can't activate temporary tasks and gain some enchantment points, his enchantment points will soon be insufficient. At this moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but miss Wang Rulong. This guy was also a talent who could activate temporary tasks in his system. TSK, I don't know which instance Wang Rulong is in right now. It would be nice if I could meet her and do a temporary quest. Even if I don't activate the temporary quest, it would be nice to use the Happy Dobby Pocket to enchant her for 10 points. Lin Dong took out the Happy by Pocket and stroked it gently, recalling the happy times when he used it to brush up the enchantment value of Wang Rulong at the top of Kunlun Mountain. Hey, I've been in the Lost Land for several days now, and I haven't looked for Wang Rulong to brush up on my enchantment points. I've wasted 10 points every day, so I've wasted a total of 50 points in the past few days. It's really shameful. Wasting is shameful. While Lin Dong was secretly complaining, he had already led the team into the Kingdom of Flame. He was planning to come here to collect flame crystals. After all, the flame crystal can directly increase experience. If you use experience potions at the same time, your experience can be increased instantly. At that time in the arena, the experience potion was suppressed by the rules and could not work, which made Lin Dong feel really regretful. Otherwise, with the experience points rewarded in the arena amplified by experience potions, he might have reached level 70. Just when Lin Dong was feeling deeply moved, a group of fire-breathing beasts suddenly attacked them. These fire-breathing beasts, which were over level 30, were so tactless that they actually launched an attack on a group of war gods. Before Lin Dong could make a move, Bai Xingxue slashed out with his sword, cutting down a group of people. Song Tianke swept his blood-shedding sword, cutting down another group. It was like he was playing a game of peeling fruit, extremely easy and carefree. Shui Hong was not to be outdone. He threw out the Vanguard shield, killing dozens of fire-breathing beasts. Seeing that Lin Dong and the others were not easy to deal with, these fire-breathing beasts immediately scattered like birds and beasts and fled. After the fire-breathing beasts dispersed, Lin Dong discovered that there was a team not far ahead that was actually surrounded by the fire-breathing beasts. It was obvious that the people inside were at the end of their strength and were about to collapse. Su Runin had sharp eyes and could tell the other person's identity at a glance. Lin Dong, look, it's Wang Rulong from the Hunter Guild. It looks like they must have been in a fierce battle and can't hold on any longer. Who? Wang Rulong. Lin Dong looked in the direction of Su Runin's finger and indeed found Wang Rulong's figure. Oh, I was just talking about her. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I actually ran into her here. He couldn't help but shake the happy bag in his hand, intending to go up and have a friendly exchange with Wang Rulong. But at this moment, a level 40 fire-breathing beast suddenly rushed towards Wang Rulong, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out a powerful flame. If Wang Rulong was hit by this flame, he would probably not be able to hold on. You beast, you dare to attack my enchantment value artifact. You are looking for death. When Lin Dong saw that this fire-breathing beast actually wanted to kill Wang Rulong, he immediately became furious. If Wang Rulong died, his plan to increase his enchantment value would be ruined. So he swung the sky-breaking shuttle under his feet and suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing in front of Wang Rulong. The flames of the fire-breathing beast were completely blocked by Lin Dong's figure, and Lin Dong just waved his hand lightly, and the fire-breathing beast was immediately torn into pieces. Wang Rulong looked at Lin Dong, who looked like a god descending from heaven. He could no longer hold on and fell to the ground unconscious. Lin Dong kindly patted her cheek gently with his Happy Dobby Pocket and asked tentatively, "Hey, wake up, wake up!" Ding! The absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding! The enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding, the awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, the absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding, the awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, today's enchantment value has increased by 10 points, reaching the upper limit. Lin Dong put away his happy bag with a bit of reluctance, and looked at Wang Rulong, who was still shouting loudly in a coma, with a smile on his face. Since you are so cooperative, I can only reluctantly perform CR on you one more time. 124 being humiliated like this? Wang Rulong's mentality explodes. Lin Dong waved his claws in the air, remembering the last time he helped Wang Rulong perform CPR. I didn't expect to meet you again, and the familiar feeling came back. Ding, the system has issued a temporary mission. During the mission, all the host's blood-recovering drugs have been locked by the system and cannot be used. Please use artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation immediately to help Wang Rulong recover to full blood. Each artificial respiration will restore 1,000 points of the opponent's blood. Each cardiopulmonary resuscitation will restore 500 points of blood. Ding, host, please choose whether to give up this mission. Option 1. Give up the temporary task. Reward minus 100 enchantment points. Option 2. Accept the temporary task. Reward 100 enchantment points. Yo-ho! Lin Dong's eyes lit up. This temporary task came just in time. Last time he refused the system's task of artificial respiration, but regretted it for a long time. This time, he decided to obey the system's arrangement. Artificial respiration can recover much faster than cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Lin Dong took a breath, looked at Wang Rulong's cherry-red lips, and secretly encouraged himself. I'm doing this to save you, not to take advantage of someone in distress. I hope you can cooperate. Having said that, Lin Dong lowered his head. This scene was seen by Su Runan, Yao Qingxing, Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, and others, and there was a strange light flashing in everyone's eyes. Oh no, Lin Dong won't be attracted to this wild woman, right? Didn't she say that Warcraft won't be interested in women if they are not satisfied? Brother Lin Dong looks so handsome when he saves people. I wish I was the one lying on the ground. How about I pretend to faint and try it myself? Wow, Lin Dong, come on. I knew you were the most caring person. You save people in such a gentle way, which is much more heartwarming than using blood-restoring potions or something. Brother Lin Dong is awesome. It's so cool to save a beauty from danger among thousands of monsters. It's just as cool as the last time he saved me and Xiao Bai from the King Kong demon ape. After hearing Cui Bingbing's words, Yuan Hong couldn't help but touch his nose behind him, feeling offended. It is now considered a member of the God of War Academy. Doesn't Cui Bingbing know how to give it some face? However, Lin Dong's actions had a different meaning in the eyes of the members of the Hunter Guild. Because of Lin Dong's arrival, the fire-breathing beasts were frightened by his powerful aura and fled everywhere, giving the members of the Hunter Guild a chance to rest and catch their breath for a moment. But when they calmed down, they found that Lin Dong was doing something unspeakable to Wang Rulong again. The members of the Hunter Guild all recalled the scene on the top of Kunlun Mountain. They all thought that Wang Rulong had been killed by the fire-breathing beast, because no one could stop that level 40 fire-breathing beast. Wan La, the captain, was beaten to death by Lin Dong again. I didn't expect that the captain would be beaten by Lin Dong twice. Do you think that this time, will the captain be so angry that he will come back to life like he was last time? This Lin Dong is really going too far. I think this is really possible. Look, the captain's body is really starting to move. Wang Rulong, who was lying on the ground, felt the heaviness on his body and couldn't help but open his eyes. She discovered that this time, Lin Dong not only performed CPR on her, but also gave her artificial respiration. That was her first kiss. She never expected it to be taken away by that bastard Lin Dong. She was so angry that she flew into a rage. Lin Dong, get off me right now, or I'll be rude to you. Looking at Wang Rulong's ferocious expression, Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. It's really a dog-bitten Lu Dongbin situation. I saved you out of kindness, but you actually spoke harshly to me. Stop being so righteous. Can't you just use the blood-restoring potion to save me? Do you have to use your hands or your mouth? Wang Rulong's question made Lin Dong a little embarrassed to answer. He couldn't say that it was the old Biden who didn't let him use the system. So Lin Dong smiled awkwardly, stood up from Wang Rulong's body and prepared to leave. Anyway, the enchantment value has been obtained, and Wang Rulong is out of danger, so there is nothing for him to do next. Seeing Lin Dong was about to leave, Wang Rulong immediately got up from the ground and kicked towards Lin Dong. What? You want to walk away just because I exposed you? Lin Dong, I am not someone you can just bully. Look at my feet. But before Wang Rulong's foot could kick Lin Dong swung the happy bag in his hand directly. Ding! The absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding! Today's enchantment value has increased by 10 points, reaching the upper limit. Ding! The awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ah, so cool. Wang Rulong flew 50 meters away like a cannonball and fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, Wang Rulong did not use too much attack power just now. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured if she was bounced back by Happy Big Doe. She got up from the ground, glared at Lin Dong's figure with gritted teeth, fire bursting out of her eyes. Lin Dong, I will take revenge sooner or later and make you suffer 100 times more humiliation than you have inflicted on me. Although she said so, Wang Rulong did not dare to attack Lin Dong again because she already had a psychological trauma. She couldn't win the fight, so she rushed forward and shouted it's great when she was beaten. She is not that despicable. It would be better for her to just hide far away and make threats. However, Wang Rulong did not notice that Lin Dong was looking at her with a strange expression. Because the system has issued another temporary task. Ding! It is detected that Wang Rulong's strength is too low to survive in the hidden copy. The system issues a temporary task. Please forge a handy weapon for Wang Rulong, the Shadow Dagger. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging reward. Experience. Plus 10,000. Proficiency. Plus 10. Enchantment value. Plus 100. It really is an enchantment value artifact. Such a great treasure must be protected well. No accidents can happen to her. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong and blinked, and his evaluation of her went up another level. The efficiency of brushing enchantment value is too high. In just a short while, 2 system temporary tasks were activated. She is definitely a welfare girl. It's not a loss at all to forge equipment for such a person. Thinking of this, Lin Dong threw the relevant forging materials directly into the system forging furnace. Wang Rulong looked at Lin Dong with a strange expression and didn't know how to respond for a moment. What did this guy do with all those materials? He's not forging some weird equipment to deal with me. Humph, if he dares to make me shout loudly again, I would rather cut off my tongue than cooperate with him. Wang Rulong stood up and slowly backed away, wanting to stay away from Lin Dong, the disaster. Because ever since she met Lin Dong, she has never had anything go her way. In her opinion, it must be the bad luck brought to her by Lin Dong, the Calamity Star. But she was weak now and didn't dare to stay too far away from Lin Dong. If she was surrounded by the fire-breathing beasts again, she would definitely not be able to escape again. So now she is very confused about what to do next. But at this moment, Lin Dong took out a piece of equipment from the forge and threw it towards her. Wang Rulong's eyes suddenly narrowed, full of vigilance. Sure enough, Lin Dong forged the equipment just to deal with me. Should I shout great in advance to avoid being embarrassed later? Just when Wang Rulong was suspicious, Lin Dong spoke. You stupid woman, if you don't have the strength, don't go into the hidden dungeon. Today, I feel sorry for you, and I'm kind enough to give you a weapon. It's up to you whether you want it or not. After saying that, Lin Dong turned around and left with the Ares Academy team without any delay. Wang Rulong looked at the equipment that Lin Dong threw over, his eyes full of confusion. This guy is so kind as to forge equipment for me? He's not trying to humiliate me, is he? However, when she saw the attributes of the equipment on the ground clearly, the expression on her face suddenly became interesting. Equipment. Shadow Dagger, Gold level. Life, plus 10,000. Attack, plus 32,000. Defense, plus 8,000. Attack speed, plus 200%. Invisibility. When holding the Shadow Dagger, you will enter the invisible state when not attacking. When attacking, the invisibility will be removed, causing 2 times the damage of breaking invisibility. Throat sealing. When using Shadow Dagger to attack the target's throat, there is a 15% chance of causing a throat sealing effect, causing 50,000 points of true damage to the target. This Dark Knight Dagger is an all-in-one attack and defense weapon. It not only provides a life-saving stealth capability, but also has powerful output. It is truly a magic weapon for assassins. But Lin Dong actually just threw such a powerful weapon to her? Could it be that Lin Dong has some other thoughts towards her? Wang Rulong swallowed his saliva, excitedly took the shadow dagger in his hand, and began to bind it. But her gaze drifted towards the direction where Lin Dong left. In fact, this form of humiliation can be repeated a few more times. Lin Dong, you are too clever for your own good. Once I get a few more pieces of equipment from you, I will use the equipment you forged to kill you. Wang Rulong's eyes flashed with strange colors, and he made a throat-cutting gesture towards the fiery clouds in the sky. 125 Damn Lin Dong. Why did he appear again? The members of the Hunter Guild looked at Wang Rulong going crazy there and thought that their captain had gone insane after being hurt by Lin Dong. Oh, the captain is so miserable. The same thing happened to her twice. It's normal for her to be unable to accept it. Her life is really too hard. Who said it wasn't true? This Lin Dong is such a jerk. He forcibly took possession of our captain and was so irresponsible. He is such a complete scumbag. Captain, you've become like this now. What do you think we should do next? The fire-breathing beasts of the Flame Kingdom are so ferocious. Should we withdraw first and make a long-term plan? As the group of people were whispering, the last team member who spoke had his ears lifted up. Ouch, ouch, who is attacking me? The team member was in pain, and the distorted expression on his face could be seen through the mask. But his vital points had been controlled, and he was unable to resist. The other team members were all silent at this time, because they all saw clearly who the attacker was. Under the pressure of the opponent, they dared not resist at all. The person who took action was their captain Wang Rulong. But they also had a question. The captain was clearly hundreds of meters away just now. How come she was so close in the blink of an eye? No one even saw how she appeared. It's not their fault, because Wang Rulong used the stealth skill of the shadow dagger, and they had no way of discovering him. Wang Rulong was also very satisfied with the powerful capabilities of this shadow dagger. But now, she pretended to be very angry. Her face was as cold as ice, and her eyes could kill people. If you keep gossiping, I will cut off your tongues and make you all mute. Also, don't mention Lin Dong's name in front of me anymore. If I hear his name again, I will expel him from the team and leave him to fend for himself. Wang Rulong said this with gritted teeth, making the members of the Hunter Guild dare not even breathe. At this time, no one dared to offend her, because they all knew that Wang Rulong always did what he said and never showed any mercy. Wang Rulong relaxed a little after watching the team members standing at attention and being trained very cautiously. Okay, let's search for a new team of fire-breathing beasts and continue to gain experience. Who knew that when Wang Rulong said this, her team members were suddenly terrified. Ah, still swiping? Captain, these fire-breathing beasts are too powerful. We are no match for them. Yes, Captain, we have run out of supplies. We are in dire need of health and mana recovery potions. If we force our way through the dungeon, we will probably all die here. Captain, now is not the time to show off. Let's exit the Kingdom of Flame and go kill some low-level monsters. They will give you 3 times the experience bonus anyway. Wang Rulong looked at these team members with fear on their faces. His eyebrows twisted into a ball again, and anger filled his delicate face. She really feels so disappointed with him. These cowards, after losing a battle, couldn't straighten their backs, and even shouted that they wanted to quit the dungeon. How could such people become powerful assassins? Wang Rulong looked around, and her sharp eyes swept across every team member. After seeing her eyes, many people lowered their heads and did not dare to look her in the eye. After examining it, Wang Rulong snorted heavily. If any one of you keeps saying these discouraging words, I will be the first to kill him. We hunters can only die on the battlefield, and we must not retreat even a single step. After saying that, Wang Rulong walked straight towards the group of fire-breathing beasts in the distance without looking back, leaving these team members with a stubborn back. These team members looked at each other and finally caught up with Wang Rulong's pace. Their Hunter Guild has very strict rules. If anyone does not obey the captain's orders, the captain has the right to execute anyone. What the captain is doing is tantamount to committing suicide. We can only follow her down this path until the end. That being said, there is no point in dying like this. It would be better to die on the main battlefield of China's fight against the monsters. Alas, let's just leave it to fate, who made us have such a stubborn and inflexible captain. He only knows how to act like a hero and doesn't consider the actual situation at all. How can this fire-breathing beast be so easy to deal with? What the captain killed a level 40 fire-breathing beast alone. The scene before them completely stunned the members of the Hunter Guild. That was a level 40 fire-breathing beast with millions of HP and powerful attack power. Even if they attacked together as a team, it would be difficult to deal with it. But now, he was killed by Wang Rulong himself? The whole process probably didn't even take a minute. This can't be an illusion. How could the captain kill the fire-breathing beast alone? It's not an illusion. The team experience points have all been distributed to the account. A full 200,000 experience points. Did he really kill her alone? Why did the captain suddenly become so powerful? They stretched their necks, a little bit unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. In just this instant, the looks of all the team members when they looked at Wang Rulong changed. At this moment, Wang Rulong, who was holding the head of the fire-breathing beast in one hand, was in a trance and looked extremely dazzling under the scorching sun of the kingdom of fire. Wang Rulong waved his sword in the air, and his confidence doubled. She had tried it just now, and this shadow dagger was simply a hunting weapon. With her stealth ability, she can sneak up on the fire-breathing beast without being discovered, and even avoid its attacks. Then he continued to attack the fire-breathing beast's neck, using the shadow dagger's extremely high attack speed to activate the throat-sealing skill multiple times. In 1 minute, he dealt nearly 2 million damage. With this operation, he easily killed a previously invincible level 40 fire-breathing beast. Although these fire-breathing beasts have powerful attack power, they have a fatal weakness, which is that their health is much less than other monsters of the same level. And Wang Rulong, who possesses the shadow dagger, is simply their nemesis. Wang Rulong came out of the joy of killing the fire-breathing beast just now, looked at the surprised team members whose mouths could fit eggs, and said something coldly. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and collect the body of this fire-breathing beast. Its fur and bones are all valuable. We can sell them for a good price when we get out. Take a short break, and continue to follow me to hunt down lone fire-breathing beasts." After seeing how powerful Wang Rulong was, these team members behaved very respectfully and never dared to speak nonsense again. After all, with such a strong captain leading them, their future experience will be secure. So in the next day, Wang Rulong led the members of the Hunter Guild and successfully hunted hundreds of fire-breathing beasts, gaining tens of millions of experience points. A smile of joy began to appear on each of their faces. If they could continue to do so smoothly, they might all be able to reach level 40 within half a month. However, an accident occurred at noon the next day. They killed their way through the territory of the fire-breathing beast and came to the territory of the magma puppet. These magma puppets have thick skin and flesh, and their health can even reach tens of millions. The most important thing is that the fireballs that fall from their bodies will quickly generate new small magma puppets after they land, making them particularly difficult to kill. They were originally hunting a lone magma puppet, but due to the magma puppet's terrifying derivative abilities, a large army of magma puppets eventually besieged them, and the situation became precarious. The equipment they were wearing had all been burned to pieces by the lava puppets, leaving them with almost no defensive capabilities. These team members placed all their hopes on Wang Rulong, hoping that she could turn the tide against all odds. "Captain, these magma puppets are too weird. You should quickly defeat them one by one." "Yes, Captain. Among all of us, you are the only one who is capable of dealing with them, so you must not hold back. Captain, please act quickly. If you delay any longer, we will be beaten to death by the magma puppets." Hearing the wailing of his team members, Wang Rulong felt helpless. She also wanted to kill these magma puppets, but if these magma puppets were not killed in one go, the falling magma rocks would quickly produce new, small magma puppets. The more she killed, the more there would be, and she could never kill them all. Moreover, the magma golems have no necks and have extremely high defense. Her throat-sealing attribute is basically ineffective in front of these magma golems, which also greatly reduces her output. Just when Wang Rulong was extremely conflicted, the voice of that devilish man suddenly rang in her ears again. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Longlong? How did you get into danger again? I saw the equipment I gave you yesterday, and it seems you don't know how to use it at all." This voice was Lin Dong's voice. Wang Rulong raised his head, stared at Lin Dong with eyes wide open, and began to mutter in his heart, "That damn Lin Dong. Why did he appear again when I was embarrassed? Oh my, I'm so angry." This bastard saw my most embarrassing scene. I'm so angry. At this time, Lin Dong was flapping his wind and thunder wings, looking at Wang Rulong and others with some joking. He was originally searching for the flame crystal vein everywhere, but unexpectedly, he ran into Wang Rulong, who was in danger again. Ding! Wang Rulong is detected to be in danger. The system issues a temporary task. Host, please help Wang Rulong solve the problem. Task reward, experience value. Plus 100,000, enchantment value. Plus 100. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly brightened. Oh my, this Wang Rulong is really a welfare girl. Whenever you meet her, she will basically activate the system's temporary tasks, which are simply amazing for brushing up enchantment values. So Lin Dong threw the Beast Soul Furnace in the Netherworld and directly released the skills of Thunder at every step and soul capture. A moment later, the entire battlefield was covered with charred stones, and those small magma puppets were all smashed to pieces by the thunder. After doing all this, Lin Dong clapped his hands casually. To him now, doing these things was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now that he encountered these level 30 or 40 monsters, he was too lazy to fight them. It was simply a waste of time. It would be better to directly look for the flame crystal veins. But in the eyes of the Hunter Guild, his actions were like a god descending to earth, with dazzling golden light that was impossible to look at directly. 126 Wang Rulong is being unreasonable. Lin Dong is angry and increases the enchantment value. Damn you, Lin Dong. Who told you to kill these lava puppets? You ruined my plan to train teamwork skills. What on earth are you up to? Wang Rulong pinched his waist and looked at Lin Dong angrily, as if what Lin Dong had just done was truly unforgivable. Lin Dong blinked. He was really shocked by Wang Rulong's operation to reverse Tiangang. He saved this woman, but instead of being grateful, she actually turned the tables on him. She's really sure. However, considering the enchantment value rewarded by the system, Lin Dong did not intend to argue with her. He spread his wings of wind and thunder and prepared to leave. However, Wang Rulong did not intend to let Lin Dong leave easily. She had not yet taken advantage of Lin Dong. Now that she had found an excuse, she had to get a few pieces of equipment from Lin Dong first. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. Hey, Lin Dong, you ruined our training, and you just want to walk away like this? That's really unethical. So, what else do you want? Lin Dong was amused by Wang Rulong's bizarre behavior. He really couldn't figure out what kind of train of thought Wang Rulong had that he actually wanted to argue with him. Because if he hadn't taken action just now, all the people in the Hunter Guild would have been wiped out. He landed on the ground and stood in front of Wang Rulong, wanting to see what Wang Rulong was going to do. When Wang Rulong saw that his unreasonable demands seemed to be effective, he pointed at Lin Dong's nose and cursed him arrogantly. I want you to apologize to us and compensate us. Lin Dong picked his earwax and didn't hear a word Wang Rulong said. Captain Wang, what you did is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? I, Lin Dong, was kind enough to save you, and you treat me like this. Humph, I don't care. Anyway, if you did something wrong, you have to apologize and compensate us. Wang Rulong raised her pink neck, looking as proud as a little swan. She was planning to blackmail Lin Dong. Lin Dong frowned. He was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Rulong. Anyway, the system reward has been obtained, and there is no point in staying any longer. So he spread his wind and thunder wings again and prepared to leave. Seeing Lin Dong was about to leave, Wang Rulong became a little anxious. This damn Lin Dong. If he leaves, my plan to fleece him will be ruined. I absolutely cannot let him leave. Thinking this in his mind, Wang Rulong subconsciously reached out his hand towards Lin Dong, wanting to grab Lin Dong and stop him from leaving. But the next second, Wang Rulong flew out like a cannonball. Ah, so good. Lin Dong, on the other hand, waved his happy big by pocket, his eyes filled with light. I almost forgot. I haven't refreshed the enchantment points for 10 points a day yet. So Lin Dong spread his wings of wind and thunder, caught up with Wang Rulong, who was rushing out, and performed a show of force in the air. Snap, snap, snap. The happy competition rings nonstop. Ding, the absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding, the awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, the absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding, the awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, today's enchantment value has increased by 10 points, reaching the upper limit. Only after the enchantment value increased by 10 points did Lin Dong stop what he was doing and paused in the air. Wang Rulong, who had already ridden for 700 or 800 meters, kept shouting, "How great it is!" This scene shocked the members of the Hunter Guild. This Lin Dong is getting more and more outrageous. He did it secretly the first 2 times, but this time he actually flew into the sky without fear of being seen. He simply has an exhibitionist fetish. We must stay away from people like him. Oh, poor Captain, he's been tortured like this, but he still keeps shouting it feels good. I want to ask, is it really good? Looking at the Captain's red face, maybe it really feels good. The Captain is the saint of our Hunter Guild. If she loses her innocence like this, isn't Lin Dong afraid of being retaliated by our Hunter Guild? After Wang Rulong fell to the ground, he was completely furious. Lin Dong has brought such humiliation to her 3 times. She is still a virgin. How can she face people in the future after Lin Dong humiliates her in public? Even in front of the members of the Hunter Guild, she couldn't raise her head. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you. If you don't compensate me with a piece of equipment today, I will. What about you? Lin Dong looked down at Wang Rulong. His words were sharp and not polite at all. Wang Rulong was speechless for a moment when Lin Dong asked this. She is totally unable to defeat Lin Dong. What can she do to Lin Dong? But she rolled her eyes and immediately came up with a new idea. I will spread the news of you raping me and tell everyone I meet that you, Lin Dong, had bad intentions towards me and touched me, and that you, Lin Dong, abandoned me and didn't care about me at all. You are a complete scum, a scum of the world, and I will let all the women in China denounce you. This. If you can't win, do you just spread rumors? Lin Dong was really convinced. He really couldn't imagine that if a woman wanted to destroy a man, she would actually use such a method. Seeing that Lin Dong didn't say anything, Wang Rulong thought he had found Lin Dong's weakness. Men all love reputation and cherish their feathers, especially since Lin Dong is Marshal Zhao's disciple. If some bad rumors spread, it will have an impact on Marshal Zhao. So she thought she had come up with a good way to threaten Lin Dong into submission. What do you think, Lin Dong? Are you scared? If you are, then quickly compensate me with an item of equipment. If I am satisfied, I may not pursue this matter any further. Lin Dong laughed. He was not afraid of these threats. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Even if the rumors about Wang Rulong really spread widely, he would not be afraid. Xiao Longlong, stop dreaming. I won't forge equipment for you unless... Lin Dong originally wanted to say that unless the system issued a temporary forging task, he would not waste time on Wang Rulong. But before he could finish his words, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The system has issued a temporary task. Please ask the host to forge a gold-level armor, the blood-locking helmet, for Wang Rulong. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging rewards, experience value, plus 1 million proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 100. Well, the expression on Lin Dong's face suddenly became interesting. He looked like he would never obey just now. But in an instant his expression changed drastically, and he became smiling happily. This is the enchantment value. It's so easy to get 100 points of enchantment value, which can be used to forge dozens of equipment items. Wang Rulong was still there looking at Lin Dong angrily. Seeing Lin Dong's expression change in a second, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Dong was trying to attract her because of her beauty? When he thought of this possibility, Wang Rulong couldn't help but take a step back in fear. But she couldn't beat Lin Dong. If Lin Dong wanted to use force, she would have no room to resist. I'm telling you, Lin Dong, don't even think about hitting on me. I will never let you touch me again. Actually, I was just teasing you. Don't really live up to your bad reputation. We can discuss the equipment later. Don't do those things to me. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, who was as scared as a little white rabbit, and smiled. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I have no interest in you. I just feel sorry for you. You don't have a decent armor, your clothes are all burned, and some of the places that shouldn't be exposed are exposed. So I plan to forge a piece of armor for you. Remember, don't bother me anymore. I promise I won't be so kind next time. In order to maintain his own image, Lin Dong gave Wang Rulong a few more instructions. There was no other way. He couldn't just give this guy equipment for no reason. Lin Dong would not easily take action without a temporary task from the system. After Wang Rulong heard Lin Dong's words, he felt as if his ears were hallucinating. What's going on? Why did Lin Dong suddenly agree to forge equipment for me? His expression changed so quickly. Lin Dong is such a vicious person. Could he be trying to tamper with the equipment and deliberately set a trap for me? She looked at Lin Dong suspiciously, trying to find out what Lin Dong was really thinking. But Lin Dong ignored her and took out the system forging furnace, concentrating on forging the bloodlocking helmet. 3 minutes later, the equipment was forged. Lin Dong didn't even look at it. He threw the equipment to Wang Rulong like throwing away garbage, then spread his wind and thunder wings and flew away without any reluctance. Anyway, for Lin Dong, the temporary system task has been completed and the enchantment value has been obtained. If he stays any longer, he will only be annoyed by Wang Rulong's chattering. Instead of this, it is better to leave as soon as possible. But Wang Rulong didn't think so. She looked at the new equipment Lin Dong gave her suspiciously, but couldn't find anything wrong with it after looking at it for a long time. Equipment: bloodlocking helmet. Life, plus 22,000. Defense, plus 15,000. Magic defense, plus 15,000. Lock blood. When a user's blood volume is less than 20%, the helmet of lock blood will enter a state of locking blood. Any attack will no longer cause damage. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. Faith absorption, active skill. As long as the user shouts the name of the person they admire 3 times, 30% of the attributes of the person they admire will be bestowed upon the user. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. Wang Rulong held the bloodlocking helmet and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't tell what Lin Dong had done. Humph, this damn guy still has some conscience. If he had done anything wrong, I would never have let him off. Lin Dong! Lin Dong! Lin Dong! Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet. Wang Rulong was originally just venting her anger, but as she finished her words, her attributes suddenly skyrocketed wildly. Lin Dong, who was originally flying to search for mineral veins, suddenly sank. 127. I've figured it out. This is how you play with this equipment. Wang Rulong looked at his skyrocketing attributes suspiciously, feeling a little confused. Oh my god, how come my health bar has reached 80,000 and my attack has reached over 90,000? What on earth is going on? She even swung the shadow dagger and found that her attack speed was several times faster than before. At this attack speed, she could even attack more than 8 times per second. This huge improvement made her a little uncomfortable for a while. It was not until half a minute later that the attributes completely dropped and returned to normal. Wang Rulong took a look at the skill entry of the bloodlocking helmet and fell into deep thought. Lin Dong, who was hundreds of miles away, encountered a different situation. Lin Dong was stunned at this moment. He felt that his attributes suddenly dropped a lot, and even his flying speed was much slower than before. Strange. Is there some strange restriction in this blazing kingdom copy? Lin Dong stopped suspiciously, landed at the area that suddenly lost its properties, and examined it carefully. Name: Lin Dong. Occupation: Blacksmith. Level: 64. Life: 151200/216000. Attack: 161000/2300000. Defense: 66500/95,000. Magic defense: 66500/95,000. Magic resistance: 22500/35,000. Attack speed: 1050%/1500%. Movement speed: 350 to 500. Dodge: 140 to 200. Almost all attributes have been reduced by about 30%. This was the first time he encountered such a strange thing. What the hell is going on? Why are the attributes suddenly reduced so much for no reason? Is there some magic array in this area that can reduce the attributes? Lin Dong explored the surroundings carefully, but found nothing after searching for a long time. Just when he was puzzled, his attributes suddenly recovered. Shit? What the hell? Lin Dong carefully checked his attributes again and found nothing unusual. He thought that the attribute reduction was caused by this area, so he flew back and forth around it countless times, but the attribute did not change again. This unexpected situation made Lin Dong feel a little puzzled, and he even thought it was an illusion caused by being too tired recently. This situation did not occur again over the next few days, so Lin Dong put the matter behind him. He led the people from the God of War Academy to dig for veins of flame, crystals everywhere. They almost went through all the copies of the Kingdom of Flame and swept away all the veins they could find. A vein of flame crystals can produce at least tens of millions of flame crystals. This flame crystal can directly increase a person's experience and has no side effects. The only drawback is that each person can only use a maximum of 1,000 pieces per day. The experience gained by different qualities of flame crystals is also very different. Each piece of inferior flame crystal can increase experience points by about 10,000. A medium quality flame crystal can increase experience points by about 20,000 per piece. Each piece of top quality flame crystal can increase experience points by about 50,000. The best flame crystal, each piece can increase the experience value by about 100,000. Using this thing to gain experience is much faster than killing monsters. This is why Lin Yang and his team are searching for the fiery crystal vein day and night. If you find a top-quality fiery crystalline, or you can increase your experience points by at least 100 million per day. Add to that the amplification effect of the experience potion, and you will get more than 1 billion experience points per day. This is extremely important for Lin Yang and others who are desperately short of experience points. In the past few days, Lin Yang and his team found 3 large-scale top-quality mineral veins. It is conservatively estimated that more than 1 billion pieces of top-quality flame crystals were placed in his storage ring. Their team consumes only 10,000 top-grade flame crystals a day. These top-grade flame crystals are conservatively estimated to be enough for them to use for thousands of years. The lifespan of a human being is only about 100 years, and these extra fiery crystals can be used to improve the strength of the Chinese army. This is another reason why Lin Yang collected the fiery crystal veins. Of course, Lin Yang and his companions did not just collect the top-grade flame crystals. They also collected all the top, medium, and lower-grade mineral veins. This made Wang Rulong and others who also wanted to find the flame crystal feel extremely strange. Wang Rulong held the map of the Kingdom of Flames in his hand and looked up and down at a huge mine on the ground in confusion. It doesn't make sense. The map clearly states that there is a fiery crystalline or vein here. Why is there only a pit here now? A member of the Hunters Guild seemed to have discovered something. He dug on the ground for a while and found a scrap of inferior flame crystal. He held it up excitedly. "Captain, look, there is a piece of inferior fiery crystal dregs here, which means that there really was a fiery crystal vein here. Our map is correct." Wang Rulong looked at the team member holding the flaming crystal slag and felt really disappointed. "Idiot, what's the point of having a correct map? Now the mineral veins are gone. Who on earth has such great power to move a mineral vein?" Countless seniors from their hunter guild had come in and taken out thousands of flame crystals to help them grow and upgrade, which showed that flame crystals were extremely difficult to mine. The ability to dig out a mineral vein is simply too incredible. Who did all this? And how did they do it? What she didn't know was that in order to facilitate the collection of minerals, Lin Yang specially forged several giant mining machines. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to mine so cleanly. Just as she was wondering, a group of flaming crows suddenly appeared at the edge of the mine. This mineral vein is the habitat of their fiery crow tribe. But when they went out to look for food, their homes were robbed, so this group of fiery crows were extremely angry and were looking everywhere for the people who destroyed their homes. Wang Rulong and his companions were identified as the culprits by this group of flaming crows. The leader of this group of flaming crows is a crow king who has undergone secondary mutation and is as high as level 51. At this time, it led this group of flaming crows and angrily surrounded Wang Rulong and the others. "Damn humans, you stole our fiery crystal Oregon, hand it over to us now, or I will suck your blood dry, eat your flesh, and hang your bones in the mine to be exposed to the wind and sun." After seeing the Flame Crow King, Wang Rulong was not afraid. She wanted to try out the effect of Lin Yang's newly forged equipment. So she stood in front of the team and gestured with the shadow dagger in her hand towards the Flame Crow King. "I don't understand what you are saying. We didn't steal your mineral veins, but if you want to find an excuse to start a war with us, I will definitely kill you. Human, you are indeed rampant. I will destroy you on behalf of the sun." The Flame Crow King was furious. He felt insulted when his authority was challenged by a human. Then it unfolded its dual wields, and a small sun rose in its body, blazing and dazzling. After being irradiated by this beam of light, Wang Rulong felt that his health bar was rapidly decreasing, about 0.5% every second. How amazing! It's actually a skill that reduces health by a percentage. Wang Rulong's heart trembled, and she decided to make a quick decision. If she fought a protracted battle with this high-level mutant monster, she would definitely not be its opponent. Therefore, Wang Rulong plans to use the faith absorption entries of the bloodlocking helmet to improve the attributes around him. The other day I shouted Lin Dong's name, and it improved so much. If I shout or mentor Yuhi's name, wouldn't the attribute increase even more? Wang Rulong was thinking in his mind, so he shouted his mentor Yuhi's name 3 times loudly. After a moment, her attributes underwent drastic changes. But after the various attributes stopped growing, Wang Rulong frowned. Apart from the slight increase in health and attack, attributes such as attack speed, evasion, and defense are simply terrible. Wang Rulong felt incredible about this accident. That shouldn't be the case. How come the attribute growth is twice as low as that day? Could it be that my ward god-level mentor Yuhi's attributes are not as high as Lin Dong's? This made Wang Rulong completely confused. However, she didn't know that the level of Lin Dong that she saw was hidden. Lin Dong and the people from the Ares Academy. Each of them wore a concealment necklace that could block other people's prying eyes. The combat power displayed to the outside world was just that of an ordinary gold level. This is also the reason why Wang Rulong always dares to challenge Lin Dong. If she knew that Lin Dong's level has reached 65, she would never rush to the edge of death. However, the strong contrast between the two uses of the faith-absorbing attribute still made Wang Rulong have some doubts about Lin Dong's true combat power. She decided to wait until the cooling time was up and then call Lin Dong's name and give it a try. After all, the attributes have not increased much now, and it is somewhat difficult to fight against the Flame Crow King. So she used the stealth attribute of the Shadow Dagger to stay invisible and fight with the Flame Crow King. The Flame Crow King had no way to break Wang Rulong's invisibility, so the fight between the man and the crow lasted for a long time. 10 minutes later, the cooldown period of the Faith Drainage attribute expires. Wang Rulong took a deep breath and decided to try that damn name. Lin Dong! Lin Dong! Lin Dong! As these 3 shouts ended, Wang Rulong suddenly felt a huge change in his body, and all his attribute bars began to surge violently. The health bar increased to over 100,000, the attack increased to over 90,000, and the attack speed, dodge, and defense all reached an extremely exaggerated level. This kind of growth made Wang Rulong feel that her combat power at this moment even surpassed that of an ordinary god of war. I understand. This is how this equipment is used. Her eyes flashed, and she cut the Flame Crow King's neck with a dagger. It's time to end the fight. 128. This strange disease has appeared more and more frequently recently. Wang Rulong's strength increased instantly, and his confidence also exploded. Now, she can output 7 or 8 hits per second. Even if the throat sealing attribute is not triggered, she can still output nearly 700,000 hits. Within 30 seconds, her total output had reached 20 million points, directly smashing the Flame Crow King in front of her. At this moment, Wang Rulong was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, full of wildness. The members of the Hunters Guild were shocked once again when they saw Wang Rulong showing his invincible posture. The captain couldn't have really acted so weak in the past just to train our combat capabilities. Why do I feel that the captain has been killing high-level monsters unexpectedly recently? I'm afraid the captain's original strength is unfathomable. I feel that even the mentor he is not more powerful than the captain. I don't think so. From what I've observed, the captain is probably possessed by a demon. Every time she calls out Lin Dong's name, her fighting power explodes. Maybe Lin Dong has become the captain's inner demon. The team members were analyzing the reasons why Wang Rulong suddenly became stronger, but only Wang Rulong himself knew what was going on. Her fighting power was borrowed from Lin Dong. But is it so ridiculously strong just by borrowing 30% of Lin Dong's attributes? How exaggerated are Lin Dong's real attributes? When Wang Rulong mentioned the body of the Flame Crow King, he was a little confused for a moment. She had always regarded Lin Dong as an enemy, but now she suddenly discovered that this enemy seemed to be dozens of times stronger than her. How could she chase him? But after a moment, her eyes became clear again. I can borrow Lin Dong's attributes to kill him. His fighting power can become a part of me, and I can use it to kill monsters and grow. With this, I may be able to surpass him. A smile appeared on Wang Rulong's lips. She felt that she was really smart. Lin Dong had figured out forging, but she had figured out Lin Dong. Her intelligence was simply invincible. However, Lin Dong, who was 300 miles away directing Shui Hong and others to mine, was not so happy. He just experienced another decline in his attributes. This feeling came out of nowhere, as if he had been hollowed out. But half a minute later, everything returned to normal. In fact, the Hunter Guild's Minryu, he was just as depressed as Lin Dong. He was originally exchanging martial arts with a female warrior from another academy in the tent, but he didn't expect that her attributes suddenly dropped drastically. He almost thought that the other party wanted to harm him, but ended up getting away with it. But that state only lasted for 30 seconds before the attributes returned to normal. He didn't understand what was going on. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. He thought it was a sudden heart attack that caused the attribute decline. He was a little better off because this was the only abnormality he had experienced in his life. But Lin Dong was not so comfortable. In the next 2 or 3 days, he experienced several sudden drops in his attributes, which made him feel a little uneasy. Although his current attributes are much higher than Marshal Zhao's, if his attributes suddenly drop during combat, it will also have a great impact on the battle. He must figure out what exactly happened to him. Su Runin saw that Lin Dong was frowning and thinking hard, so she stopped mining and came over to check. Lin Dong, I often see you look unwell recently. Are you feeling unwell? Are you sick? Lin Dong shook his head and told Su Runin everything about the attribute degradation. Su Runin tilted her head and also felt something strange. You mean, this strange illness only started to appear a few days ago, and it's becoming more and more frequent? Lin Dong nodded. He just couldn't figure out the reason, no matter how hard he tried. Su Runin held her chin thoughtfully and suddenly asked after a long while. Lin Dong, think carefully about what happened before your attributes dropped. Did you do anything different than usual? Perhaps this is the key to solving the problem. Something different from usual? Lin Dong suddenly fell into memories and recalled everything he had done since entering the flaming battlefield. Suddenly, he seemed to be hit by something and stood there in a daze. Could it be that there was something strange about the equipment he forged for Wang Rulong? It seemed that ever since he forged that piece of equipment for Wang Rulong, his attributes had often become abnormal. No, I want to go over and see what Wang Rulong is doing. Lin Dong figured out the secret and immediately wanted to find out if this was the case. He immediately spread his wings of wind and thunder and began to look for Wang Rulong's trace. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong, who suddenly flew away, pouted, and stomped her feet. Damn, Lin Dong, why don't you take me with you? Lin Dong quickly found Wang Rulong's trail, who was fighting a desert fire scorpion king. Haha, touch it and take a look. Before he even landed, his attributes suddenly began to decline again. This is the 4th time this has happened in one day. Wang Rulong on the ground displayed his extraordinary power and killed a second mutated desert fire scorpion king with ease. Lin Dong simply didn't believe that Wang Rulong had such combat power. Not to mention that Wang Rulong is only level 39 now. Even if he is level 49, it is impossible for him to kill a level 55 second mutated desert fire scorpion king so easily. Looking at Wang Rulong's outrageous attributes, Lin Dong already had a rough idea in his mind. There is only one truth. That is, there is something wrong with the bloodlock helmet he forged that day. In order to verify the truth of the matter, Lin Dong moved closer and began to observe the properties of the bloodlock helmet. Equipment: bloodlocking helmet. Life, plus 22,000. Defense, plus 15,000. Magic defense, plus 15,000. Lock blood. When a user's blood volume is less than 20%, the helmet of lock blood will enter a state of locking blood. Any attack will no longer cause damage. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. Faith absorption, active skill. As long as the user shouts the name of the person they admire 3 times, 30% of the attributes of the person they admire will be bestowed upon the user. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 600 seconds. After seeing this, Lin Dong's nose almost became crooked with anger. What the hell? There's such an unreasonable term as faith absorption. But doesn't the explanation for this entry say that it will only work if you call out the name of the person you admire? When did I become someone who admires Wang Rulong? No matter what, I have to take this equipment back. Otherwise, it will be too disadvantageous for me. Using 30% of my attributes is too much. At this time, Wang Rulong also saw Lin Dong. She looked away guiltily pretending not to see Lin Dong. After all, she is not yet Lin Dong's opponent. If Lin Dong forcibly takes back the blood-locking helmet, her loss will be too great. She will never allow this to happen. But what she feared came true. Lin Dong had already strode up to her, calling her name, Wang Rulong. But Lin Dong only called out her name, and before he could continue speaking, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Wang Rulong has used the host's attributes 11 times. The host has obtained the attribute usage feedback reward, enchantment value plus 550 points. Note that the attribute is used for feedback rewards. The host needs to be within 50 meters of Wang Rulong before it will be detected and issued. What? Just for no reason did the enchantment value increase by 550 points? From this point of view, letting Wang Rulong use his attributes doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least if she uses it once, Lin Dong can increase the enchantment value by 50 points. The only drawback is that Wang Rulong will only be detected and rewarded if he is within 50 meters of him. Now Lin Dong feels that the system did it on purpose, but he couldn't get angry. After all, the enchantment values were really good. With these enchantment values, he could upgrade all his equipment to legendary quality. So Lin Dong once again changed his expression in a second, from being furious to being amiable. Lin Dong almost pointed his finger at Wang Rulong's nose, then carefully retracted it. Wang Rulong was frightened by Lin Dong just now, and thought that Lin Dong was here to call her to task. She put her hands on her chest, protecting the blood-locking helmet tightly, and took a few steps back to distance herself from Lin Dong. Lin Dong, what are you doing here? Are you trying to disrupt our team training again? Lin Dong smiled awkwardly. He could no longer say the words he had prepared, so he had to use laughter to hide his embarrassment. Haha, I just happened to be passing by and came to talk to you. Only a fool would want to reminisce about the past with you. Go back to where you came from. We in the Hunter Guild do not welcome you. Wang Rulong directly ordered them to leave. She was shocked and frightened when she saw Lin Dong now, and she was always worried that Lin Dong was here to steal her blood-locking helmet. But she didn't expect that Lin Dong was now very happy to let her use this armor. After all, Lin Dong's attributes were exaggerated enough. Even if it dropped by 30%, it was enough to crush all monsters below the legendary level, level 80. But Wang Rulong didn't know all this. She stretched out her hand and was ready to push Lin Dong hard, asking him to leave quickly. But the moment she reached out her hand, an ominous feeling spread throughout her body again, and it was too late for her to take her hand back, because the happy pocket in Lin Dong's ring had automatically popped out. When Wang Rulong turned around and tried to run, his body was suddenly hit and flew out like a cannonball. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you, so cool. Lin Dong stared blankly at Happy Dabadoo and blinked. Why did this guy come out by himself? Ding, the absolute first move clause takes effect, hitting the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus entry takes effect, and the bonus enchantment value is 1 point. Ding, the awesome item takes effect, and the target yells awesome. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Dong suddenly realized, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Although 10 points of enchantment value is not much, it can't be wasted. Wang Rulong, Wang Rulong, this is the interest you get for using my attributes. After saying that, Lin Dong leaped up, raised his happy big by pocket, and flew towards Wang Rulong. 129 The life bond effect of enemies? Wang Rulong strikes back. Lin Dong chased Wang Rulong to increase the enchantment value, but this scene was not what it seemed to be to others. The members of the Hunter Guild couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands, leaving only a gap between their fingers to watch. Hey! The captain was extremely pleased with Lin Dong again. He kept shouting in pleasure. It was so heartbreaking. Why do I feel like our captain is really having an affair with Lin Dong? Lin Dong always flies out riding on the captain. She'll keep her voices down. The captain said that she will kick anyone out of the team if they secretly sneer at her and Lin Dong. When these team members remembered Wang Rulong's order, they suddenly became silent, but their eyes still followed the figures of Lin Dong and Wang Rulong. After Lin Dong had collected 10 points of enchantment, he contentedly put away his happy bag and stood up from Wang Rulong. Not bad. Not bad, I got another 10 points of enchantment value. Recently, the enchantment value has exceeded 1,000 points. I have to thank Wang Rulong for this. Seeing that Lin Dong slapped her and wanted to leave easily, Wang Rulong suddenly sat up from the ground with a face full of shame and anger, and yelled at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you always humiliate me like this? What's your intention? If you don't compensate me today, I, Wang Linglong, will fight you to the death no matter what. Wang Linglong? Isn't your name Wang Rulong? Lin Dong glanced at Wang Rulong curiously. To be honest, he felt that Wang Linglong was more like a girl's name. Wang Rulong was indeed not suitable for a girl. Wang Rulong suddenly covered his mouth. He had accidentally said his real name in anger. But the anger on her face did not dissipate at all. Lin Dong always used the happy big by pocket to humiliate her. She was really angry. How could he keep humiliating others like this? Don't girls have any dignity? Lin Dong, you must make appropriate compensation today. Otherwise, I will never let you leave here, even if I die. Listening to Wang Rulong's vicious words, Lin Dong suddenly felt a familiar formula and a familiar taste. It seems that a similar scene happened a few days ago. Could it be possible that I'm going to be blackmailed by this guy? I've become Wang Rulong's long-term meal ticket. Lin Dong touched his nose, feeling that he had already boarded a pirate ship, so he asked patiently, "How do you want me to compensate you? Do you want me to give you CPR again?" "Bah, you wish for it. You have to at least forge another piece of equipment for me. Otherwise, don't even think about me forgiving you." Wang Rulong stated his purpose and looked at Lin Dong with his eyes rolling around. There was no anger in his eyes, but he was clearly full of expectations. She now fully recognizes Lin Dong's forging ability. After all, that is equipment with attribute skills. The improvement in combat power is too obvious. Of course, the more of this thing, the better. Lin Dong already knew Wang Rulong's plan. He was just waiting for the system to issue a temporary task. But he waited for a long time, and the system didn't respond, so he no longer had any hope for this unreliable system and decided to just leave. When Wang Rulong saw Lin Dong was about to leave, he became anxious. "Lin Dong, are you leaving without giving me reasonable compensation? Do you really think that I, Wang Rulong, am so easy to bully? Don't forget that I can use 30% of your attributes now. If we really fight to the death, I can still cause you huge damage." Facing Wang Rulong's threat, Lin Dong still had a paralyzed expression and didn't want to say a word. There are no temporary tasks in the system, and he doesn't want to stay even for a second. If you can catch up with my wind and thunder wings, then you can negotiate with me. Having said that, Lin Dong wanted to spread his wind and thunder wings and fly away. But Lin Dong had already opened his wind and thunder wings, and then carefully put them away. Because the system's temporary task is here again. Ding! The system has issued a temporary task. Please use the corpse of the Flame Crow King to forge flame wings for Wang Rulong. The forging book has been distributed to the system space. Forging reward, experience, plus 100,000 proficiency, plus 10 enchantment value, plus 100. This time, Lin Dong really couldn't bear it anymore, and he questioned the system in his heart. "System, you're doing this on purpose. You have been blocking my rhythm for many times. Do you have any thoughts about Wang Rulong?" The cold mechanical sound of the system echoed in Lin Dong's mind. This system has detected that there is a lifelong bond effect between the host and Wang Rulong, which will trigger a temporary task under certain conditions. The life bonding effect of enemies? Lin Dong's heart moved. No wonder Wang Rulong kept triggering the system's temporary tasks. It turned out that this was the reason. He had just casually said that Wang Rulong could not catch up with his wind and thunder wings when the system left to activate a temporary task, asking him to forge a pair of flaming wings for Wang Rulong. Because of the existence of the life bonding effect of enemies, this sentence becomes the key to triggering the system's temporary tasks. He and Lin Dong already had a twin bond, which could probably be considered a kind of bond effect. It seems that this effect has both pros and cons, and you must meet the right person to have it. Who else has a bond with me? Currently, only Wang Rulong and Su Runin have activated the bond effect with the host. When you encounter the bonded object again, the system will send a prompt to the host. All right. Lin Dong shook his head secretly. It seemed that there was an unbreakable relationship between him and Wang Rulong. But at least I can gain enchantment points from Wang Rulong, so it's not a loss. And Wang Rulong can get equipment from him, which is a win-win situation. So Lin Dong took out the system forging furnace again and prepared to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. He glanced at Wang Rulong and said calmly, "Where's the body of the Flame Crow King that you just collected? Give it to me, and I will help you forge a pair of wings." Wang Rulong originally thought that Lin Dong was about to leave, but he didn't expect that this guy would stay and prepare to forge equipment for him. She had never seen such a strange person. When she asked him to do something, he would never do it. But when she was about to give up, he would come back and strike back. Didn't you say that I couldn't catch up with your wind and thunder wings? Why aren't you leaving now? Well, Lin Dong's face turned red. He couldn't say that he did it to earn the enchantment points from the system. So he thought for a long time and made up a lame excuse. I suddenly remembered that you don't have wings, and I'm using my wind and thunder wings to let you chase me. This isn't fair. To be fair, I'll forge you a pair of wings as well. That way you won't be able to catch up with me, and that'll show how powerful I am. Ah! Wang Rulong was also stunned. It was the first time she had heard such a weird reason in her life. In order to defeat her, he had to forge equipment for her? Lin Dong's train of thought was quite strange. Even though you, Lin Dong, are tall and handsome, you can't speak to others in such a contemptuous manner. Although he complained in his heart, Wang Rulong did not actually say anything. After all, Lin Dong wanted to forge equipment for her, which was what she had been longing for. She honestly took out the body of the Flame Crow King and handed it to Lin Dong, asking him to forge it. When Lin Dong was forging, she was even looking forward to flying in the blue sky with wings. Once I get the flame wings, I'll be the one who owns the main battlefield in the sky. When I fight against ground monsters, I will have another way to save my life. Thinking of happy things, Wang Rulong even laughed out loud. There's no other way. The feeling of blackmailing Lin Dong is just too great. She was even looking forward to the next time she blackmailed Lin Dong and what kind of equipment she would ask him to forge. The images were all appearing in her mind. Humph, next time I meet Lin Dong, I will get close to him and let him slap me 10 times. And then I can threaten him to forge equipment again. Compared to an item of equipment, it's only 10 slaps. Not a big deal at all. Now I'm even a little addicted to the feeling of being slapped by him. He's so mighty and do things right away, without any hesitation. But what if he doesn't slap me next time? Should I take the initiative to let him slap me? I'm so conflicted. Would it make me look too embarrassed if I take the initiative? Lin Dong had no idea that Wang Rulong had so many messy thoughts in his mind. He was just waiting for the forging time out of boredom. When forging equipment in this system forging furnace, extremely expensive materials are needed to forge equipment with high attributes and good entries. But when it comes to Wang Rulong, even if you throw some garbage in, extremely exaggerated attributes and entries will appear. Lin Dong was too tired to complain about this. He could only sigh at the powerful effect of the life bond between enemies. 3 minutes later, the equipment was forged successfully. This time, Lin Dong held the newly made flaming wings in his palms and looked at them for a long time, fearing that there would be any properties that would be unfavorable to him. After making sure there was no problem, he handed it to Wang Rulong with great caution. Put on your wings. Now I won't bully you anymore. Don't blame me if you can't catch up with my wind and thunder wings. After saying that, Lin Dong spread his wind and thunder wings and flew away. Wang Rulong looked at Lin Dong's back, curled his lips, and raised his chin. Humph, only a fool would chase you. There's no benefit in catching up with you. After saying this, she held the flaming wings in her hands, her eyes shining. What a great thing. It's absolutely amazing. Equipment, flame wings. Life, plus 13,000. Attack, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 11,000. Magic defense, plus 11,000. Movement speed, plus 100%. Sun flare, active skill. After it is released, the target enemy within a 100-meter radius will lose 3,000 HP per second for 60 seconds. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Shadow clone. Active skill creates an illusory clone, which is invisible when not attacking, copies 100% of the main body's attack, 30% of the defense, and all the skills of the entry, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. 130 Professional Corpse Collector. Lin Yang feels that he is doing well again. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Wang Rulong already imagined the scene of her killing everyone. This entry for the Shadow Thorn clone is simply a magical skill for her. If you ambush such a clone on the target enemy's way, and suddenly attack the opponent like this when the fight is fierce, it will definitely have an unexpected effect. Moreover, when encountering danger, you can use your clone to attract the attention of the target enemy. The application scenarios are simply endless. With this equipment, my fighting power will be further improved. If I use the faith-draining entry and then use the clone Shadow Thorn, will the clone also have 30% of Lin Dong's attribute increase? I'm so excited, I can't help but want to try it. Wang Rulong rubbed her hands and started her experiment. Lin Dong, who was rushing back to the top-grade flame crystal vein, cursed in midair. Because of his attributes, 30% was borrowed again, which slowed down his flying speed a lot. Even from a long distance away, one could hear Lin Dong's roar. Wang Rulong, just use it. Humph, I will have to find you in a few days to collect the interest. What Lin Dong didn't notice was that on the ground where he was quickly passing, there was a figure wiping sweat. This person is Lin Yang, who reached level 30 from a low-level dungeon. He also discovered the beacon that marked the opening of the hidden dungeon and prepared to try his luck in the Kingdom of Fire. However, this Kingdom of Fire is extremely hot, with the surface temperature reaching over 70 degrees, which is simply unbearable for him wearing all silver equipment. After he finished drinking the last bottle of water in the storage ring, he lay on the ground breathing heavily. It's so hot. This Kingdom of Flame is simply not a place for humans to stay. The monsters have been wiped out, and the flame crystals have been dug up. I've been here for most of the day, and I've gained absolutely nothing. The area he was walking through now was the territory of the Desert Fire Scorpion. At this moment, the Desert Fire Scorpions had been mostly cleared out by the Hunter Guild, so Lin Yang was not in any danger. When he stood up and was ready to try his luck again, he found a corpse on the ground. He didn't know which unlucky guy had left it. It must be some genius who entered the Lost Land before. It's really pathetic that he died here. Humph, you're still blocking my way after your death. I'll kick you away. As he said that, Lin Yang raised his foot in disgust, ready to kick the corpse away. But he didn't know what happened to the corpse. After he kicked it out, the corpse was vibrated and the joints actually moved. A big bony hand stretched out and happened to grab Lin Yang's ankle. Oh my God, he's resurrected from the dead. I scared my dad to death. Lin Yang shook the skeleton hard, but he didn't notice that the desert ground around him was in the shape of a funnel, slowly circling and falling towards where he was standing. As the sand flowed faster and faster, Lin Yang felt something was wrong. Oh no, I won't be sucked into the hourglass. It's all the fault of this damned skeleton. This unlucky guy. He tried to trick me even after he died. He really killed me. As the vortex flowed rapidly, Lin Yang and the skeleton were sucked into an underground cave. The surface of the desert was gradually filled with sand, leaving no trace. It is extremely dark inside the cave, and you can even hear the chirping of strange insects and the gurgling of water. Lin Yang was so scared that he took out a flashlight, wanting to see clearly what this place was. This is an active cave with winding streams and cave entrances that extend in all directions. But the skeleton still held his ankle tightly, making him angry and kick it a few more times, but his ankle was hurt by the hard object. Hey, this skeleton still has equipment on it. Lin Yang squatted down and took a closer look and found that there was a large storage ring on the bony hand that was holding him. His eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, my luck is so good. This is the third storage ring I have found in the Lost Land. Picking up corpses is a good idea. It will help me get rich and grow quickly. I just don't know what good things are inside this ring. He roughly cut off the skeleton's arm, took the ring off its finger bone, broke the restriction on it, and carefully checked the treasure in the ring. Wow, I got it, haha. More than a dozen sets of gold-level spare equipment, a large number of blood and mana recovery potions, and a large number of monster furs and materials. Hey, what is this? Top-grade flame crystal? Superior flame cristal? Medium flame crystal? Inferior flame crystal. This good thing that can directly increase experience made Lin Yang's breathing quicken. After his inventory, there were 5,000 pieces of top-grade flame crystals, 10,000 pieces of superior flame crystals, 50,000 pieces of medium-grade flame crystals, and a full 100,000 pieces of inferior flame crystals. I don't know how much effort the original owner of this ring put in collecting these flame crystals. But now these good things are all his, Lin Yang. If he eats all these flame crystals, he can gain at least 3 billion experience points, which is enough for him to reach level 50 without any obstacles. However, he can only use 1,000 flame crystals every day, and it will take him more than half a year to use up all of them. But even so, it is already too powerful. Sure enough, I am the one chosen by God who has great fortune. Whenever I encounter any obstacles, I will gain great opportunities. After I take these fiery crystals, I will definitely become the strongest existence in the Lost Land. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's eyes became gloomy and dangerous. When that time comes, Cui Wudi and Lin Dong, you two dogs. I will make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer." As he spoke, he devoured the top-grade flame crystals in big gulps. As 1,000 flame crystals were absorbed by him, his experience bar instantly skyrocketed by 100 million experience points. From level 30.5, directly upgraded to level 35. Although he only passed the level 35 experience bar a little bit, Lin Yang already felt stronger than ever before. Lin Yang, who has achieved such a great improvement, has also set a grand goal for himself. "Humph, I pick up corpses while others kill monsters. Let them take care of the danger, and I'll just follow them and pick up corpses. There are a lot of good things in the rings inside these corpses. If I keep picking up items like this, by the time I reach the end of the Lost Land dungeon, I might be able to become a great warrior covered in luxurious equipment." Thinking about the great achievements in the future, Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha! Let me take a look below to see if there is any corpse in this cave. I need to check it carefully." Lin Yang walked along the winding cave, heading underground. It's strange to say, this kingdom of fire is full of magma and flames. But this cave is the only one with gurgling water and even a cool breath. Along the way, Lin Yang kept paying attention to various corpses, wondering if he could find some items left behind by others. But to his disappointment, he didn't find anything valuable until he reached the end of the cave. Just when Lin Yang wanted to leave, some rustling noises suddenly occurred, which made him feel a little creepy. He couldn't help but turn around, pick up the flashlight, and shine it towards the source of the sound. This photo frightened him so much that he took several steps back. He saw an extremely huge double-winged demon fish, looking at him weakly with its cloudy eyes. This is a level 70 Sky-class Lord monster, with various huge wounds all over its body. It is unknown how long it has been trapped here. It is already at the end of its life and is dying. Even so, the aura emanating from this two-winged demon fish makes people feel palpitating. This cave was transformed by the two-winged magic fish. In order to maintain the cave against the high temperature of the Fire Kingdom, the two-winged demon fish has used up all his strength, and now there are only a few hundred points left in his health bar. With this amount of health, even if Lin Yang jumped up and slapped it, it would die instantly. But Lin Yang did not dare to act rashly, because he knew that the remaining power of the two-winged demon fish could still crush him to death. He was not willing to take this risk. The two-winged demon fish was also struggling to survive, with all its strength used to maintain the existence of the cave, and it had no time to deal with Lin Yang. So the man and the fish just stared at each other, and neither dared to move. It's just a pity that the cave consumes too much power of the two-winged magic fish. The high temperature of the Flame Kingdom outside has been invading the cave, attempting to destroy the area that affects the copy rules. Therefore, the blood volume of the two-winged demon fish is decreasing bit by bit. At this rate, even if Lin Yang does not take action, it will not last more than 2 hours. Lin Yang naturally discovered this problem. He was patient, so he found a place, sat down, and waited patiently for the death of the two-winged magic fish. After all, the sky-level magic beast was full of treasures. Haha, I, Lin Yang, am truly the chosen one. I have encountered such a great opportunity. Let me ask you, who can possess the complete corpse of a sky-level monster at level 30 or above? Ha, Lin Yang will soon possess it. As time passed, the two-winged demon fish finally closed its dim eyes and was completely killed by the high temperature of the Kingdom of Fire. With its death, the temperature of the cave was rising rapidly, and it was about to be assimilated by the Kingdom of Fire. Lin Yang hurried over, planning to pick up the corpse of the two-winged demon fish and sell it for a good price when he got out. But when he was cleaning up the corpse, a piece of equipment emitting golden light suddenly fell to the ground. There's equipment explosion, holy crap. It's item equipment. I've always said that I, Lin Yang, am the one blessed by God. Now no one can afford to mess with me. I'm going to be invincible. Lin Yang reached out to pick up the equipment. His voice was so excited that it even trembled a little. Item equipment, the rarest thing at this time. With this equipment, Lin Dong and Chui Wudi are only fit to lick his shoes. 131, this shouldn't happen. I was taught a lesson by Lin Dong right after I left the mountain. This is an armband called the Pisces Armband. Equipment, Pisces Armband, gold level. Life, plus 1,200. Attack, plus 3,000. Defense, plus 3,600. The more waves, the stronger. Active skill. After releasing, it will create huge waves around itself, increasing its attributes by 1. There are 10 waves in total. Each wave is bigger than the last. Each time it can increase its overall attributes by 10, up to 100. The duration is 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. This amplification effect takes effect after the first 10,000 points of attack. If it exceeds 10,000 points, the effect will weaken, and the attributes can be increased by up to 20. Lin Yang was ecstatic when he got this equipment. The more waves there are, the stronger it is. When the attack is less than 10,000 points, the attribute will be increased by 100%. This entry is really amazing. Lin Yang's total attack now is only 6,300 points. Even with the Pisces armband, it is only 9,300 points. However, after releasing the more powerful attribute, the attack can be directly increased to 18,000 points, which is simply a direct sublimation. This is the attack level of an ordinary god of war. Although the casting time is only 5 seconds, it is like the attack of a god of war. It is definitely invincible among its peers and can kill everything in an instant. Even if it's only 5 seconds of real manliness, it should be enough to deal with Lin Dong and the others. No, I can't stand it anymore. I have to find Lin Dong, Chui Wudi, and the others right away and teach them a lesson. Lin Yang had never seen such powerful equipment before. He had become so inflated that he no longer knew what he was. So he left the cave excitedly and looked for the whereabouts of Lin Dong and others. As soon as he walked out of the cave, he encountered a lone fire-breathing beast. This fire-breathing beast is a little Karami that escaped from the encirclement of the Hunter Guild. At this moment, it was seriously injured. Its health was less than 200,000 points, and it was fleeing in panic. Lin Yang got the new equipment and was about to show off his skills. He stepped forward to stop the fire-breathing beast, and a fierce battle ensued. Although he was injured, being able to kill a monster of the same level with his own hands gave him a sense of pride that looked down on all the heroes in the world. Haha, these people gather the strength of a team to hunt down lone monsters. They are nothing like me, who can fight monsters of the same level alone. At this moment, I am the strongest of my generation, so strong that even I am afraid of it. Killing a level 35 fire-breathing beast once again boosted Lin Yang's confidence to the extreme. He was already imagining the thrill of stepping on Lin Dong and punching Chui Wudi. When they were at the top of Kunlun Mountain, Lin Dong actually ignored the family feelings of many years and gave him a big bag. This was something he could not accept. Even though he had been a little naughty to Lin Dong before, Lin Dong was his older brother. How could he be angry with his younger brother? Moreover, everything he got from Lin Dong was all snatched from Lin Dong by his own strength. How could Lin Dong hold a grudge against him? Such a narrow-minded brother who doesn't care about family feelings is really a failure. Lin Yang wants to educate Lin Dong, the rebellious son, on behalf of his father Lin Sanxing. After all, Lin Yang now has this strength, so he must make Lin Dong fully aware of his mistakes. When Lin Yang thought about it this way, his sense of responsibility to act on behalf of his father and vent his anger suddenly became stronger and stronger. Just when he was full of ambition, he suddenly saw the figures of Su Runin and others. These people have dug up a huge vein of top-grade flame crystal, or leaving only rock. TSK, I didn't expect to meet Nan Nan here. I have become so powerful this time. If I appear in front of him, he will definitely not reject my love. When Lin Yang was in Jiansha No. 1 middle school, he had always had a crush on Su Runin, but Su Runin ignored her and favored Lin Dong instead. This was one of the reasons why Lin Yang always targeted Lin Dong. Now that he has met his sweetheart, Lin Yang's expanded heart immediately makes him do whatever he wants without any scruples. He strode up to Su Runin and blocked her way. Nan Nan, I am now the strongest being in the Lost Land and can provide you with the safest protection. Don't stay with these rubbish anymore. Come with me. Lin Yang's words were extremely arrogant, and he even looked at Bai Xingxue, Song Tianke, and others around Su Runin provocatively. Bai Xingxue and the others were also shocked by Lin Dong's words. They looked Lin Yang up and down, wanting to see what the strongest existence in this lost land was capable of. The result was shocking when I saw it. You're only level 35, and you dare to be so arrogant? Song Tianke was holding a grass root in his mouth, unable to describe the absurdity of this situation. Now facing people and monsters below level 60, he could not muster up any interest at all. Bai Xingxue was the same. He was afraid of dirtying his Tianyuan sword by fighting with such a moron. Shui Hong, Bai Ji, and Chui Bingbing all had the same expression, and were too lazy to teach Lin Yang a lesson for his rude remarks. Lin Yang saw that these people were standing still. Although they looked at him unfriendly, they did not dare to attack him. Suddenly, his confidence swelled again. Nan, did you see that? Even though I called them trash, they didn't dare to attack me. You can imagine how powerful I am now. Come with me, so that I can provide you with the strongest protection. But before that, we have to teach Lin Dong a lesson and let him know that he is just a trash forger and is nothing in front of the real strength. As he said that, Lin Yang came over and took Su Runin's hand, wanting to take her to explore the Kingdom of Flames. But Su Runin dodged away with disdain, her eyes full of disgust. Lin Yang, do you want to listen to what you said? You called them trash. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up by them? Also, you can't call them Nan. I hope you can be careful with your wording. In Su Runin's heart, Lin Yang is Lin Dong's younger brother after all. Although they have severed their relationship, Su Runin still gave him a little face. If any other boy dared to call her Nan, she would have beaten him to a pulp. To put it bluntly, Su Runin showed mercy to Lin Yang out of consideration for Lin Dong's face. But Lin Yang didn't think so. She thought Su Runin was being reserved because she was afraid that others would say she was greedy and dependent on the strong. But Lin Yang, doesn't care about these. If those people dare to say such things, it means they are jealous of Lin Yang's strength. Nan, I know you are afraid that others will gossip about you relying on the strong, but I, Lin Yang, am so strong just to make you rely on me. You don't have to be afraid. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, I will make them taste the power of the term, the more you are, the stronger you are. As he spoke, Lin Yang showed off the Pisces armband in front of everyone and put it on his shoulder openly. As soon as he took out this equipment, Lin Yang became even more arrogant, as if he didn't care about the whole world. Nancy, this equipment is a rare item that dropped when I killed a sky-level monster. I can guarantee that I am the only one who has this kind of powerful equipment in the entire Lost Land. So it's safest to follow me. Entry equipment? Su Runin took a curious look at the Pisces armband. Although they had heard that World of Warcraft would drop special equipment, they had never encountered such a thing after killing monsters for so long. They didn't expect Lin Yang to be so lucky that such a thing would drop. As for what Lin Yang said about killing sky-level monsters, Su Runin didn't care about it. Sky-level monsters are so weak, so they can be killed easily. Everyone in their Ares Academy has a record of hunting and killing dozens of sky-level monsters. However, Su Runin lost interest after just one glance at the Pisces armband. This equipment is too rubbish. A 10,000-point attack will increase the power by 100%. An attack of more than 10,000 points will only increase the power by 20%. Moreover, you can only be a real man for 5 seconds, and the cooling time is as high as 24 hours. Rubbish, such rubbish. The silver equipment that Lin Dong casually threw away was many times stronger than this. So she spoke to Lin Yang bluntly. Don't bring out this kind of rubbish to embarrass yourself. But what she said was misunderstood by Lin Yang again. Su Runin must be saying this because she's afraid that I'll reveal my strength and be targeted by others. This is a sign of her concern for me. But I'm so powerful now. So what if someone targets me? I can break any conspiracy with my strength. This is a sign of strength. So the look he gave Su Runin became a little softer. This girl is so nice. Although she seems cold on the surface, she actually says that to protect him. Lin Yang must treat Su Runin well and marry Su Runin home. Just as Lin Yang was frantically imagining things, Lin Dong rushed back from afar, retracted his wind and thunder wings, and landed on the ground. He naturally saw Lin Yang, but simply ignored him. Then he made arrangements for everyone. We have already collected all the mineral veins in the Flame Kingdom. Next, we have to enter the second-level hidden copy to collect the Burning Sky Flowing Flame. Su Runin and the others nodded one after another. Entering the second-level dungeon to collect the Burning Sky Flowing Flame was the ultimate goal of their trip. But after Lin Yang saw Lin Dong, he exuded a rebellious air. Before Lin Dong and his men could leave, Lin Yang took a step forward, stomped heavily on the ground, and his tone became extremely arrogant. Lin Dong, what qualifications do you have to order Nan to go with you? She should be with me, the most powerful person in the Forgotten Land. Also, you have repeatedly disregarded family sentiments, insulted my father, and attacked me. I have long been fed up with you. Today I must teach you a lesson. Lin Dong looked up at Lin Yang in surprise, his expression extremely strange. Is this kid crazy? He actually wants to challenge him? What's wrong with him? But Lin Yang was pretending to be crazy at this time, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, making a domineering gesture. The more waves, the stronger it gets. With Lin Yang's loud shout, a small amount of sea water suddenly surged out from the hot ground, forming a wave visible to the naked eye. Lin Yang was still accumulating strength, waiting for the 10 waves to converge and launch his devastating attack. 5 seconds of being a true man has come. Lin Dong, prepare to die. At the moment when the 10 waves ended, Lin Yang had already jumped into the air and attacked Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at him with some boredom, just like watching a child playing house. Okay, I have something else to do. I don't have time to play this farce with you. Just go wherever you want. Lin Dong didn't even make a move. He simply waved his wind and thunder wings, and Lin Yang was swept hundreds of meters away by the huge wind and waves, turning into an invisible small black dot. Then Lin Dong waved his hand sayonara. Okay, let's go to the second level copy. I've found the entrance.